lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar. Because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing, that has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane earth civilization. They knew the earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, What's it protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. And informed people Don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth, regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Great job from Witsit. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Actually, it's noon. Good afternoon.
Hey, Sonny, you still there? I'm like working.
Yes, sir. It's working good.
Uh,
I'm trying to connect my Bluetooth. Just a second here. You can go ahead. What's up? Anybody new in the
I was just
chat?
gonna say real quick. I haven't looked yet. I'm driving, but in response to what Winston just did, 30 minutes of basically spitting facts, pretty much, right? So I thought we should invite
Yeah.
a Globe believer, to come in and he'd have 30 minutes of all the Globe facts he wants to talk about. Think anybody will take us up on it? Can't think of one Globe fact, but maybe somebody can.
Yeah, I wasn't quite connected when you were talking, but yeah, I get it. But
I was inviting the Globers to come on and spit their Globe facts for at least 30 minutes, like Witsit just did. Yeah.
yeah, at least that would be good if something substantial. I mean, if they can present something that has some substance to it, some weight and depth. You know, we don't need superfluous freaking jibber jabber.
I'm not talking about coming out and telling the Globe stories. We've all heard that thousands of times. We're talking about demonstrable, repeatable, something in reality. And the Globe
Right.
falls way short on that deal. So, anyway.
And I don't understand why people, if they're having these debates, let people who are subpar come on and start talking about their beliefs. What? Like that lady on that debate with Jan Whitsitt and the other numpty guy, whoever he was. Uh, they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, pretending like they have some authoritative freaking stance on reality while talking about writing down calculations to get there to their fantasy spinning ball. You're roboting. You're roboting. Roboting.
All right. Somebody else have.
Try it again. Try it again, Dave. We'll get someone to
Somebody
talk.
else have.
Yeah. We'll get someone to
Still
talk.
rub.
We have ways of making you talk. That worked yesterday. How did you like my reporter voice when I was? This is the man on the field, flat Earth reporting here.
Still a second. Take that as he is.
You broke up a little bit there, Dave. And catch all that.
I'll stay on there. Y'all go ahead. Hopefully somebody
No.
join in.
All right. Usually when you're roboting, if you try it again, just like right after, it works. And I know it sounds weird, but from this observation point here, it's kind of what I see. I wouldn't get excited. It's always
1973 went back to believing he lives on a spinning ball. Did you hear that?
who did?
Rookie 1973. Somebody
Oh,
told
he
me
went
that.
back. Oh, he went back to living on a ball, huh? Well, he just dipped. Oh,
Oh my God.
since he dipped, and there was a rumor about, then it must be true. That's the Glober logic. Why don't we all start using Glober logic and see how ridiculous your life would become? I
We all
mean,
know I was just fucking with Rookie, right? That's
yeah,
weird. Come back,
yeah,
Rookie.
yeah, he will, I'm sure. Well, he knows we're only joking.
He was just the first name I saw on the list when I was looking at it here. Anyway,
Yeah, that's funny. That that's funny when we rib each other about that. I like that. I had a great conversation with Flat Earth Dude and New Perspective last night. That was a great conversation. I fell asleep though, and I had moved my laptop and forgot to plug in the power, so eventually the power just went off. That was just perfect timing. I was
yeah, I've
so
had great
tired.
combos with both those guys back in the day, too. Met them
I was
like in
so
2016, 2017.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're great guys, and I met both of them. Met both of them in person. Actually, I saw Dave a couple times. He came down here and visited. I wasn't really doing too well when he came down. I was having some serious problems, and I have to apologize to New Perspective for coming down when I was having a rough time of it. And I'm not usually like that, so yeah, we all have our troubles, though, don't we?
Definitely, we're all dealing with our various human conditions in whatever way we can. Right?
Yeah, and we're never going to escape from the human condition. There's no way out. You just have to go through. So I look forward to seeing more of this beautiful plane we live on. We'll be out sailing on a sailboat, next month here, the 6th and 7th of September. We'll be reporting from the blue Pacific Ocean. I'm sure we'll try to get some kind of a stream going from that. I know Flat Earth Dude's got some plans. Yeah.
It's Christopher Cross. It's not for everybody's. At least it's not for me. I clearly that he can sail away and find serenity. Canvas can't do miracles.
Hold on. Give it a second. Give it a second, Dave. Sorry. I heard what you said. I think I heard you say that you don't think sailing out on a boat is for you, but I could have been wrong.
There's butterflies in the Christopher Cross song. It's still relevant.
Huh.
Am I still
I
relevant?
can't. Yeah, I can't quite understand you, but you say water's not for you. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, maybe go out. Try it again, Dave. No, still bad. Ooh, just trying to get organized, straighten up. It's always a challenge, isn't it?
Still bad.
Not quite, but I just
Paraphrasing Christopher Cross song.
it's
Really.
we're having a
It's not
what's that?
fucking down to paradise. At least it's not for me. I'm talking over you. I'll just shut up.
It's all right, man. Sometimes I don't have my full attention because I'm always got stuff to do. I'll mute. I'm gonna have to take my whole entire bike apart and clean it. Figure out I have a short somewhere in my system. That cannot happen. Jaquavius, welcome to the server. Do you have any questions?
No, not too much. But I joined because I wanted to learn about astronomy, astrology. I have a general belief in the Earth is flat, so I think it's probably a good place to start. I was in the server a while ago, but it's probably it's been a while since I've been at Discord altogether, so it's probably been a little bit over a year, probably. And I wasn't in the server too long. I do have a year to kind of.
I'm not sure who was trying to speak. Was that you? I couldn't hear you. You sounded really muffled, but it sounded like you said you were here for a year. Haven't been here for a year or something.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was me trying to speak. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, way better. Also
Okay,
turn it
good.
down.
Yeah, what I was saying though is I've been off of Discord for a while, probably a little bit over a year. I just haven't been on Discord at all. Made a new account. But I do remember I was in the server for a little bit of time. Not too much time, but just a very small amount of time. And I do have a general belief that the Earth is flat, but I'm here mostly just kind of, pick up some resources, learn about astronomy, cosmology, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of information. Well, it's good to have you back. Help you find what you need here. And it sounds like from what you said, it sounds like the only thing left for you is to actually just go out and test the globe yourself geometrically. Go and do your own line of sight test over water. Do a mirror flash with a buddy or something. Um, there's numerous ways you can do it. And so once you get that first-hand knowledge of actually going out yourself, seeing what you can see, and see if it matches with the globe, uh, you'll be set.
Yeah, you're right about
There's no replacing going out to Earth itself and asking the questions and then finding out what you get back. That there's no way to bypass that process.
Yeah, firsthand experience is generally what's going to give you the best proof. Yeah.
I go out almost every day and see different views and things every day of water, and I'm continually astonished at how far I actually see, especially on clear nights. I can see lights way down into Mexico and down the coast of Mexico as well. There's a big uh, point of land that sticks out just south of the border on the Mexican side, and that's on the way over to Ensenada. And I'm guessing that point is about 30 miles off. And the distance beyond that to the right is clear open ocean. And some days you can see some Mexican islands called Los Coronados, and those are about 26, 27 miles away from where I can see them up here in the city on really clear days. I was listening to that, or we were listening to it on the stream here. I think yesterday, the Witsit and Kai debate on modern day debates with the lady Jen and I think Steve. I can't remember what the other person's name was, but this lady Jen is using all kinds of syllogistic errors and leaps in logic and just basically saying things with nothing to back it at all. So saying like the globe is proven by the use of perspective and all these other things that they say they have no backing, like reification. Like we have satellites, they all work. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Like it's just really weird. It's such a the globe is the strangest religion I've ever heard of.
I've heard all kinds of globe earthers say things like that. Like they'll be like, "We have pictures from space, so therefore the Earth is a spinning ball." It's like, well, I mean, those are all composite images. Like Earthrise is the only one that's not a composite image. When you look at NASA, for instance, and I mean, Earthrise is not even really, yeah, it's not even really like accurate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and see, so they're trying to present something that would not be allowed in a court of law. They don't understand that. Even any kind of investigation, if you're bypassing the process of elimination through the evidence, and you're constantly chasing your tail, trying to determine what the motive is, which motive, if you're, the Glovers need to think of themselves as a new detective. They're the new detective. They're here on the scene, and their first day on the job, they walk right through the crime scene, and they say, "I'm going out to look for what the motive is," and the boss says, "No, you're not. You're the new detective. We have evidence on the floor right here." Now, you know what's going to happen to the new detective if they keep looking for motive? They're going to go back to a desk job, or they're going to say, "Listen, you've continually showed that you can't do the job of investigation as a new detective. So we're going to put you at the crosswalk at 5th and Elm in front of the elementary school to help the kids across the street." That's about the level you're at. So Glovers, don't be the crosswalk guard, all right? You're supposed to be a detective.
I've heard all kinds of ridiculous things from globe earthers. Like honestly, like the most ridiculous thing I think I've heard from globe earthers is usually the first thing that comes out of their mouth when I discuss flat Earth, which is like, well, are the other planets flat? you know, it's just like you're pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe, like that
Yeah,
the Earth is a
yeah.
planet, like you're pre-assuming that because like these objects in the sky appear around to us, like you're
I
assuming that
know.
because of that, yeah. It's so ridiculous. Like it's like I can go into someone's house and be like, well, I'm pretty sure this floor is round because like the light bulbs are round, so it just would kind of make sense. It would just kind of make sense when you think about it. No, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and then you know what? And then when you point it out to them, how ridiculous that is by telling them, okay, the scenario is you're going into the hardware store. You're going to ask the attendant there, the worker, to help you measure the ceiling light because you're laying floor tile. Now, when you ask the attendant that, when you ask the Glovers that, they have a malfunction in their programming. They never answer it. They're like stuck because they literally they can see how ridiculous it is, but they refuse to move from that stance. So they're like, oh shit, they can't go either way.
Yeah, for real. And then they point out things like rovers, like they're like, well, we have Mars rovers and like lunar rovers. It's like, well, I mean, you're putting all
Mars
your trust in these.
helicopters that Mars
Yeah, for real.
helicopters that fly in less than or 1% supposedly. Who cares what they say? 1% atmo. Yeah, show us the show us a helicopter that works in 1% atmo anywhere in reality under any conditions, please. So anyway, also apparently those machinery that's out there never needs cleaning because of the magic speed. And apparently the magic speed coincides with the great cleaning event. That's why their equipment never gets dirty. Because it has a cleaning event where I guess little maids come out and brush everything off.
Oh, another thing too is like another thing they always say is like, well, why do we have like full light in Antarctica and then we have full days of light up north like in Alaska? And I was like, and they just like kind of shut off and give them a good reason for that. Like you're like, well, there's this concept called caustics, which could perfectly explain that. And you can even recreate that in like a bowl or a dish shape. You could actually recreate that with like a spotlight or a flashlight or even any type of light. You can actually recreate a caustic, on a smaller scale and show how it would work. And they just kind of shut off to that. Like they literally just shut off when you explain that to them. And like it's usually denial. Like they just instantly start just jumping in denial. They're like, nah, no, that's not how it works. No, like they don't even really consider it.
Exactly.
It's just,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Like when
yeah,
we present any flat earther presents actual information that disputes what they're saying, and they completely they completely ignore
yeah.
it or get
Mhm.
bombastic or freaking just totally malfunction and can't answer. They lose the plot. They're like lost.
Yeah, I remember when I was first in the Discord server a while ago. Well, I've been in here a couple times, but like when I was in here, like when I was in here before though, I saw this channel. It's called Cognitive Dissidence, and I thought it was like pretty accurate because it kind of made me think about like the times I've had like discussions with globe earthers, like people that in the globe model, and it's like I can see that, yeah. It usually is just kind of like cognitive dissonance, because they just shut off, instantly jump into denial. They don't really know really exactly what they're talking about usually either. Yeah.
Yeah, they come unprepared even in formal debates.
Yeah, one of the things that globe earthers will say to me too is that the moon cycles prove that the Earth is round, and that like the sun and the moon proves that the Earth is round. And I was like, well, I don't agree with that because the reason I don't agree with that, and I think it actually like suggests that it's not the Earth that actually creates like the like the constellation. Like it's not really the Earth that creates like the phases of the moon. Like the reason that I disagree with the globe earthers is because like I've seen like different phases of the moon while the sun is still out. So I mean, it's like if the sun's illuminating the moon, then I mean, you really shouldn't be able to see like full moons while the sun's out, or like different phases while the sun's out. It just really makes no sense to me. Like that's kind of one of the things that kind of got me open to flat Earth to begin with, like open to the concept of flat Earth to begin with, was the phase of the
Yeah,
moon.
You should never see a full moon at midnight either.
Yeah.
That's just like that. Actually, they'll make up an excuse like they have to play these games with light. So they say they're parallel, then they're not parallel. Oh, and they have an
That's
excuse for
true.
everything. Oh, refraction. They just make up this word refraction. It's a get out of jail free card for every kind of situation with light. They just say it. It doesn't mean it's anything real. It doesn't mean they have any documentation of a tested model. They don't have any of that.
Yeah, like another thing is like parallax. I think parallax is probably the biggest thing that really like initially turned me on to the flat Earth concept. Because like, you can look at the sun, because I used to do sun gazing, but you can like look at the sun, right? And it passes through like behind like a set of broken clouds. And you can kind of see like the rays kind of diverging. And I explained this to a globe earther. I said, I think the Earth is not, spinning around the sun. I don't think that the Earth is revolving around the sun because like, why would the rays from the sun be diverging? And then because I was like, because in theory, it's passing through like a convex lens, right? So it should be kind of like converging, if anything. You know, it's like so. I mean, to me, it kind of just suggests that the sun's a lot smaller. The Earth isn't really rotating around it, and like it's a lot closer to us than we think. That's what it suggests to me.
Yeah, whatever it is close enough to see all that detail. So obviously, it's not. It couldn't be as far. So they've lied to all these people and made them believe that they can see forever. So they think they're actually seeing that thing that's right there in the sky that you can block out with your thumb at arm's distance as being 238,000 miles away. Like, honestly, that couldn't be more ridiculous than something out of a cartoon to say that. They're living in a cartoon world, I guess. So, got to be real about that.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, like one of the things too that kind of got me into like flat Earth. That got me into flat Earth initially was like the fact that I mean they haven't really been able to create the globe Earth. From my understanding, they haven't really been able to create like a scaled version of the globe Earth using like a vacuum or anything like that. They haven't really been able to recreate that. So I mean, that's something that kind of like
Oh
that kind of
shoot!
got me
Look at
thinking too.
like check it out. Every day is a day of discovery like this. Now I have a planter near my windowsill, so the sun's shining in. Now I have a little cap, like a jar top, full of water because I have some gnats and I put some cider vinegar in there, apple cider vinegar and some water and some dish soap, like a drop. It's a little tiny cap, and it catches. They get into it to get the moisture, and they fall in and can't get out. But the sun's shining on the surface of the water. That's making a reflection on my ceiling. That, believe it or not, looks just like the freaking pictures I've seen of videos I've seen of the wandering stars. Check this out. I'm going to film this. Okay, hold on a second. Let me mute. Sometimes I wish I could share my like the video. I guess you can in different rooms, but okay, let me mute for a second.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I hear you.
I put a post in the chat about a sound system that proves another flat proof. German bombing beams. Check it out. German bombing beams.
Which channel is it on?
What?
Like which channel did you post it on?
Livestream text. Livestream voice text.
All right.
Adric, 12:26 p.m. Pacific. Flat Earth facts. Flat Earth Sun, Moon, Zodiac. I think the guy's conspiracy cats is pretty solid.
Hey, what's up? Anyone alive?
I'm alive. Hello.
Hey, Miguel.
Hello.
We're just chilling in here.
Yeah.
Which you come to chill as well. If you do having a bit of a full-on day over at Nathan's.
Wait, sorry, what?
I was asking if you were here to chill for a bit. I heard you had a bit of a full-on day over at Nathan's. I heard you were owning some fucking idiots there.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just chilling.
Cool.
Yeah, man, I'm glad that this is like being talked about so much. I think it's a good thing. So I'm not tripping.
Yeah, man, me too. I think it's cool. I caught a bit of dice loads there. What do you call it? Freak out.
What's up? What's been talked about so much?
The ether discussion.
Oh, okay. Not my
Yeah.
forte, but I heard you talking about it.
Yeah, well, like this is the thing, right? It's not a really easy thing to discuss in a way, right? It's like no one alive knows what the ether is. And we could never scientifically verify it or prove what it is because it's immaterial. So it's like, it falls out of the purview of the flat earth discussion in that sense, right? Which flat earth is a measurement question anyway, not science, but you can't scientifically prove something that's immaterial, but it's still an important discussion because if you actually understand it, you'll understand why it's important. And that's how we got electrical field theory. And that's how we have electricity. And I would say electricity is a pretty important subject. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, it's just important in my opinion. So I'm glad that it's being brought up because what's now happened is there's a side saying, that's not science. That's not science. Scientific experimentation, independent variable, da da da. And then to rebut the ether, they turn around and invoke the double slit quote unquote experiment. So
Sounds like
that
you're talking
elucidates
about
that.
God.
I agree with you. I think it is important we talk about it.
The force is strong on you. I'm kidding.
Ether force.
But you see the point. That elucidates the whole point. Like, how can you invoke the double slit? If you can't talk about anything that's not scientific experimentation with a naturally occurring observable phenomena with an independent variable that's manipulated to prove the cause and effect without man-made intervention or devices, then how can you talk about the double slit?
Sounds like you're talking about God with the saying immaterial.
Well, that's also one of the reasons that I'll never let this conversation go, because it's simply like acknowledgement of the metaphysical, which I also would equate to the creator. So it's like, the question is like, does the metaphysical exist? Like, does anything exist outside of the material world? And I think we should all know the answer is obviously yes. So that's basically all this is. This is just like an acknowledgement. It's like a framework. It's like, well, we know that something exists outside the material world. You know, we have consciousness, intuition, right? The mind is not a physical, material thing. The creator is immaterial. He created the material world. So we know that there's something beyond the material world. That's all this is. This is just like a framework for understanding phenomena, like electromagnetic phenomena.
Do you think atoms or electrons or like quarks could be immaterial or one of those?
Yeah, they are immaterial. Yeah, that's another thing that's funny too, is the people talking about science. They invoke atomic theory and pseudoscientific subatomic particles. How is that not a contradiction? So then someone will say, well, what's the difference in that and ether?
Leaps of logic.
Right. But someone says, so what's the difference in that and ether then? You're doing the same thing. And here's the answer. It's very simple. I'm very clearly stating that ether is immaterial. So it isn't a science question. It's limited to speculation. It's a metaphysical assessment, right? It is not a science question. It is a logical framework. Okay? But they do not claim that about subatomic particles. They claim that it's science. They claim it's definitively true science. So they're not the same thing. One side is pseudoscience and one side isn't pseudoscience, because pseudoscience is something pretending to be science. Every single angle of this debate I've already thoroughly thought out. It's not even a debate.
Hey, did you guys see the video? Can someone remove the double? I put two videos. They're just showing a reflection that looks like a wandering star from a Nikon P900. Reflection of a little top full of water reflecting on the ceiling. Wow, that's a trick.
Can I delete one of?
Yeah, could you please? I wasn't able to get to it. I don't know why I couldn't do it on my mobile.
Okay, it's done.
Appreciate it. I'm still learning.
So what are they looking at under electron microscopes so they can't see electrons?
Yeah, so just Google it, bro. See if you can find a picture of an electron. It doesn't exist. So like electron microscopes are looking at reflection of light. So like say you wanted to look at like a piece of a bumblebee under an electron microscope. Like any biological matter, what you have to do is you have to coat it with like little nano-size particles of gold, like little bitty pieces of gold. And you coat it in that, and then you look at the light reflection. You use the reflection of light to develop an image. So based on the light, the dispersal of light, like the absence of light, all the angles, then we create an image. It's just like it's effectively modeling. You never see an actual, you can't grab an electron, right? It's not this like physical spherical particle. See, the parallels are insane. Like when I say it like this, I know that it probably triggers people because it's just so point blank. Okay, so wait, let me just say it, please.
Well, you know what? Well, you know what? So when I started looking at this, I started asking myself, what actual proof do they have of these particles? And the only thing I found in many, many years of looking at this topic, is that a photographic plate showing tracers of something, that's it. Double slit, that shows a photographic plate. They have this other one where they supposedly split an atom and show a bunch of other particles supposedly making tracers on this photographic plate. That's all I've ever seen in like 30 years of looking at this quantum question. Just saying.
Okay. I'm going to try to say this, okay? So, it's very simple. Let's start off with a basic acknowledgement. You cannot quantify the immaterial. Okay, so you cannot quantify God, right? You can't count or quantify something that's immaterial. Can we all agree on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, not with the current technology. That's true.
You can't quantify the immaterial. Okay, so us as humans, we like to quantify things. So why do we like to quantify things? Well, because it's very useful. Whenever we're able to quantify things, we're able to more precisely replicate it. Meaning, if you made a car, right? If you were able to quantify the process of making the car, the next person that makes the car can do it much more efficiently. If we didn't have that, then the other person would have to come over here and just mess around, trial and error over and over to make the car. And then the next person would have to trial and error to make the car. So the quantification is very useful. It helps us replicate things with precision. It's very useful, right? But it isn't reality, okay? It's just a concept. Like math is a description. It's a language that we use to describe things. Science explains things. Math describes things. So is description bad? No. That's how we communicate to each other. That's how we replicate. Okay, I'm trying to present this so simply. So what has happened is on this non-visible scale, being atoms, electrons, photons, all this stuff, right? We've isolated certain phenomena of energy, and then we've come up with a way to count them because we want to be able to replicate it and understand it more and blah, blah, blah. So we came up with a conceptual model to quantify. But math is not reality. So let me tell you, does this sound familiar? We came up with a conceptual model in our minds, right, using math to try to claim that there are physical spheres. Does that sound familiar to anyone? A mathematical conceptual model used to describe a sphere
Yeah.
that doesn't actually exist in reality. So then when a glober says, but look, this works and this works, look, my math works here. Look, my math works here. I can predict this when it's not really a prediction, right? And they say, look, my math works. But if it's not true, then why does the math work? And we're like, bro, the math works because it's just a language. You can have an equation for why Superman flies, and it can work out. That doesn't mean Superman can fly, because Superman doesn't exist. Math doesn't equal reality. How is it that the flat earthers short circuit all of a sudden and they don't understand that now? And somehow the fact that we quantify this model of the subatomic particles, that is reality. Can anyone please enlighten me? What's the difference? Yeah. So simply put, you cannot quantify the immaterial. Humans longing to quantify things has led us to a conceptual model that is not reality, right? And now people are conflating that model to reality, saying, okay, well, since we can count the quote-unquote electrons, they must be small spherical physical particles. Because that's what my model says. Well, you can get out of here with that. I mean, I don't think I could have really laid it out much more simple.
Yeah, there's no difference between that and the globe. Like, that's the parallel. It's the
Exactly.
same thing. Mini,
Exactly.
it's just micro spinning balls. They got the macro spinning balls and they got the micro spinning balls. That's all it is. It's another part of it. I saw that right away. I don't know how somebody could conflate the two and think
Okay,
that they're
so
going to match reality.
so we can't see an atom or an electron, but we can see their reflection if we use gold. Did I get it right?
Well, you can see the area that's being isolated. Yeah, electron microscope uses reflection of light specifically. Yeah, but like if you just look up hydrogen atom, look up molecules and atoms, and all you're gonna find is the same thing you're gonna find if you Google real satellites in space. You're gonna get a bunch of cartoons, bro, because there's no one's ever seen an atom. And by the way, they say that atoms are 99.9% emptiness. Okay, so yeah, we have an area like electrons. It's not that they don't exist. The phenomena exists. We can isolate a certain area within a field. We can manipulate it to make different types of technology. So in that sense, the quote unquote electron exists. But in the sense that the electron is a small physical sphere that bounces around, that does not exist. All right, so it's just a fundamental separation there that people need to acknowledge. And I swear to you, the flat earthers are now debating against me, half of them, just like the globers. Just like them. Just like them, bro. Oh, well, here's my math. Oh, well, here's this. Oh, well, here's my presupposed idea reified in the form of a demonstration where I just beg the question. Stupid. Austin, you're stupid. Prove the ether. What's the independent variable for ether? When I say ether is immaterial, therefore it is not a scientific question. It does not fall under the category. It doesn't fall under the category of science because it's immaterial. So it isn't science. So this is a speculative, logical framework. It isn't science because it's immaterial. If your response to that is, you can't prove the ether because it's not science, where's the independent variable? Then you are providing nothing more than a non sequitur, effectively a straw man fallacy as well. And that's all anyone's doing. They're just regurgitating their science script to me. Do they not know that I can say the science script better than most of them can?
Well,
Are you serious?
Well, we define science in this community, in some sectors of the community anyway, as a cause and effect relationship. But the ether is kind of couched not as something you put in a jar and prove or disprove, but as the framework that's necessary to understand space properly. Space being defined as the thing between matter. Like you and me, what is between us? Space. What's the nature of that thing? Is it something or a nothing? It's more like a framework. It's not like, okay, we put space in a jar and proved that it was this or that. It's not quite like that. It's the framework by which people understood space and made the rest of their theory about waves and stuff like that, essentially.
Exactly. It's a framework. And here's the big truth. There's only two frameworks that have ever been proposed in the history of mankind. There is the ether, which there are a bunch of different definitions of that, but it doesn't matter. Just a metaphysical medium, a background. There's the ether, and then there is atomism. Those are the only two. So when you say, you're so stupid, you believe in the ether, blah, 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 whether you want to admit it or not, you're claiming atomism. You can ignore it, pretend you're not claiming it, but that is what you're doing, because that's the only thing left is atomism.
It's continuum mechanics versus non-continuum mechanics. Everything being connected via some sort of continuous thing, fluid, to connect everything, or separation on an atomic level where you have a particle here, a particle there, a particle there, an atom there. So it's separation versus, connection. Something that connects everything in a continuum, basically. Those appear to be the two frameworks that people tend to explore, and everything in between within that spectrum.
Can you see why maybe people like Lemon and I get frustrated? Because we've actually thought about this on a very deep level. We've considered all the implications, all the alternatives, and we've chosen the most logically consistent framework. You see how it gets frustrating when people start to attack us for having a framework when they don't have one and they don't actually understand all the implications of it or why we came to that conclusion. Can people understand why maybe that's frustrating? Because I don't think that Lemon, just like myself, wants to go around and put a gun to your head and say, claim the ether or I'm taking you out. That no one cares. If you don't want to believe in the ether, that's okay. But we have people telling us we can't talk about it. I mean, what?
Yeah, what's that about? I mean, we're thinking people. Even with the whole flat Earth, thing, which is true, we don't have a picture of the whole flat Earth. What did we do? We inferred to a necessary conclusion based off of this flat observation. But did we see the whole flat Earth like one of NASA's fake photos? No. We made some observations and inferred the rest of the way to a necessary conclusion, in that we didn't see the whole flat surface to say, voila, here's the whole freaking thing. So if we're comfortable inferring what's necessary as a necessary conclusion, even there with the shape of the Earth, why not with space and what the nature of space is? If space is something, why can't we infer that it is something like an ether, an ocean of something that flows and gets out of the way when you move through it, or whatever? Why can't we infer that based off of Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and the necessary conclusions from those observations? Are we just going to say we don't know and not infer anything and just stop thinking? Or are we going to say, you know what, this kind of looks like it's saying this, that, or something else? What are we going to do?
Well,
Like if we don't,
not talking about it is not an option. I don't know how anybody would think that not talking about it would be any option for us.
it's stupid because like if we can only discuss what we can prove with the physical scientific method, we can't discuss 99% of reality.
I mean, as rational people, we also infer to a necessary conclusion and a necessary premise or outcome. That's what rational people do, and so we just got to be honest about why we're saying this or that and just go from there.
Like the way that we know there's a creator is the antecedent to creation. I don't have to scientifically manipulate the creator to know he's here. It's logic.
It's something that you naturally infer to as more or less the best explanation. I think, sometimes we wait for another explanation to get rid of another explanation. And that's why sometimes we claim agnosticism or say we don't know. What do we really mean? We say, we're going to wait for another explanation. Thank you. And that's fine. But what about the explanations that are on file? What out of those explanations appears to be the most knowable? And I think that that's a good discussion to be had with, these sorts of subjects. What's knowable? What is the best thing that we can infer beyond just saying agnosticism or we don't know?
Dude, I know your State Farm agent better not ever join this server.
And sometimes it helps people to know what's at stake. I hawk the ether incessantly to explain Bob Nodell's 15-degree whatever as not evidence of the Earth spinning and moving, but the flat, motionless Earth with ether the substance of space, flowing gently over it like a tornado. That's why I hawk it incessantly. That's the framework that I'm working with.
How is the double slit science? Can anyone help me understand that part? I thought we couldn't talk about stuff unless it was science. So why are we talking about the double slit then?
I thought that the double slit was the Copenhagen interpretation. Even within quantum, electrodynamics or whatever, quantum theory, there's different schools with different interpretations. Is it a wave or a particle? Is it a wave and a particle? I think Indio talked about elementary, particle physics or something like that, saying there are waves and there are particles, simple,
But
as
wait, before
opposed
we
to it
get
being
into
this dichotomy. Yeah.
right, but before we get into all that, my question is, if the primary critique is that it's not science, then why are we talking about the double slit though? That's what is that a scientific experiment?
No, it's a concrete demonstration.
Oh, okay, it's a demonstration. So then you can't turn around and call Michelson-Morley a parlor trick when it's also a concrete demonstration of the behavior of light with interferometry. How is one a parlor trick, but one's worthy of being brought up? But if you say the word Michelson-Morley experiment, you won't get to say any more words because I'll interrupt you and say, a what? A what? A what? But when you say double slit experiment, it's okay. I genuinely don't understand it. I genuinely
I
don't.
don't think the double slit qualifies as an experiment. I think you have to get into the quantum eraser experiment first. I think the double slit or the single slit is just a demonstration.
Okay. And you agree Michelson-Morley is just a demonstration as well, but we can still gather information from that, right? Demonstrations are important. It helps us understand things. Or at least get more information and try to understand them.
And
They don't
theories
require
are
logic.
important too, because they help us make sense of what we're seeing and help gear our thinking toward a certain result. They were talking about the Paraha, tribe in, Brazil, and they were showing them pictures of people, but they couldn't, get their mind around the fact that this was a 2D representation of a 3D person. They couldn't make the connection. And so effectively, they didn't have a theory or a narrative to explain what they're seeing in a way that made sense to them. So the theory is extremely important. That picture is a representation of reality. That's what we ideally want people to think of when they see a picture, in places where we take photos. So the theory and the explanation is just as important,
So
and
wait,
that's
Lemon,
what we have to talk about.
what were you saying about the double slit in certain materials?
Yes. I was talking about the photoelectric effect on amorphous metals, metals that are sludgy and not crystalline and structured in their form like a lattice metal or something like that. They weren't getting the photoelectric effect with amorphous metals, according to the video that I saw about it from Tesla Physics. I'll see if it's still up. They talk about it
So
in the
how's that
question and answer section.
how's that explained from the other side? That's what I haven't looked into that enough. I don't know, but I've never heard. This is what I'm saying though. It's photoelectric effect is attributed to Einstein. Okay, and it's the idea that a photon basically acts like an electron, but it's not. And okay, that's there's a relationship between quote unquote photons and electrons. How is it not more viable than that they're all with different modalities of the same thing within a background? How is it? How is that less viable?
I don't know. The theory that I go with is the metamorphic ether, if you will. The ether can basically vibrate into any structure and form you need. That's the one that I go with. I don't think of an atom qua an atom. When I see an atom, quote unquote, I think of the ether in a certain state of flux and vibration and at a certain structure at the time where you have what we call a helium atom, but with the right vibratory conditions, it can morph into something else.
Okay, I mean, I have questions all day. I'm just trying to actually understand the other side's position. That's what I'm actually trying to do. I'm not trying to. For me, I think it's beautiful that this conversation is being had. I think that it's overdue, and I think that we should discuss some of these things because we're the ones that have obviously woken up to a more accurate depiction of reality. So I don't care when people disagree with me. That's cool. I have a problem with the attempted controlling of thought. But anyway, all that aside, right? So even QE would agree, for example, that it appears like light could be instantaneous. Okay, so if light, let's say light's instant. If light is instant, then how could it be a physical particle traveling from point A to point B? Those
We
can't go
can't
together.
have physical light bullets in a light bulb. Like you said, and other people said, if light was bullets, the ejecting from the light bulb in that sense, then whenever you turned on the light bulb, it would explode with these light bullets. When, an electrical wire is, severed or cut off, electricity doesn't just flow out of the wire. This particulate sense of these things where, you have something material essentially colliding or spilling out of something else is a little off in that regard. It appears to be a bit more accurate to say that this, whatever it is just everywhere waving. And depending on how much it waves over here versus over there, that's what we call light and electricity. But it could stop that activity at any time without any sort of particle jumping out or necessarily, falling out of the thing.
Lemon, have you ever considered putting your seatbelt on?
I thought about it.
Put that damn seatbelt on, man.
I live on the edge, right by where the firmament dome touches down, somewhere in Antarctica.
And so my other fundamental point here is science is cool and all, but it doesn't answer everything, right? And ether is proposed to be immaterial. So the discussion of whether or not there is an ether is not a scientific discussion because it's immaterial. So it isn't science. So if your critique of anything regarding the ether is to just talk about scientific experimentation over and over, that's a non sequitur. It's not related. It's irrelevant. It isn't a valid rebuttal.
It's a framework that helps you think about the subject, the best way, in a certain way anyway.
Well, actually, technically, though, if it's causing a physical phenomenon, then there is a cause and effect relationship that you can determine. So it could be science.
No, you can't science the immaterial, though. So you can't physically manipulate the immaterial as an independent variable. So, yeah, there may be a cause and effect relationship there. It falls out of our purview of what we define science because it's immaterial. So it isn't a science question.
Witzig, can you go over the double slit and why it's significant and why it's often brought up in these discussions? People don't know.
Simply put, people think the double slit shows and proves that light is a physical particle, that the photon is a physical particle because there's a discrete impact on the sheet, and that there wouldn't be like a discrete impact if it was a wave, which waves aren't things. But even like the wave type motion, how do you explain the discrete impact? That's basically the claim. Like a discrete quote unquote chunk. That's the claim, that it proves that. Now, this is my point though, right? That's your opinion. That's cool. I like talking about it. I think it's cool. But you can't out of one side of your mouth say stuff isn't viable because it isn't a scientific experiment, but then talk about the double slit. That's the problem.
Go back for a second and talk about how it's different if it's observed, because that's what I got from it, that if it's observed, the result's different than if it's not observed. Is that not right?
That's an idea floated around, yeah, which also I think is logically bankrupt, because what you're having to say then is that the light knows it's going to be observed before it is observed. So I don't really jive with that.
Or at the same time,
what's wrong with that though?
I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's
What if?
impossible.
But
I
what's it?
think
What if?
that
No, but
guys.
seriously,
What's it? But what if
What's wrong with that?
observation is? What if observation is manifestation? At the basic level.
What if observation is what?
What if observation is manifestation at the basic level? So you look
I
at
don't
it,
know.
then it appears.
I don't know.
anyway.
Well, as far as the double slit, the impression that I got was that we have these computers monitoring, I don't know, wave patterns or what shows up on some sort of photographic screen. And supposedly their math formula, got a localized photon or something like that in the reading, depending on whether the computer was monitoring the experiment or not, or something to that effect. I don't know. I'd have to look back and see what exactly they're saying. But they're basically trying to say that some sort of
Paths.
monitor or observer is making the wave function collapse into a particle, like the presence of some sort of monitoring device, be it a computer or an observer, is making the wave collapse into a particle or something to that effect in
All
these
right. Well, I want to hear AI
diffraction
talk.
experiments or
I think
something.
AI may know a little bit about it. I think he was trying.
Yeah, the setup is different paths that light could take. Ability of distribution because it's not perfect. Hold on.
Well, actually, Inspiring Philosophy does a good breakdown of this, and it's about the path information. There's no, in a sense, detector anywhere except the plate detecting the waves, and it's the which path information. When you don't know the path, you have an interference pattern. When you know the path, the interference pattern collapses. That's basically the idea. Inspiring Philosophy does a good job on breaking it down.
I mean, I tend to distrust this sort of stuff because I think it's being used for quantum mysticism, saying that the presence of ultimately a human observer is what forms and shapes reality. I tend to be turned off by that sort of stuff, but I don't know. I guess I'd have to look into it more.
But wait. So here's my question, right? And I'm going to fully dive into this, and I'm going to do a presentation on it. But my point is, like, is this alleged impact area, this discrete chunk that impacts, which is all begging the question to even describe it that way. But anyway, is it always exactly the same spot, or does the area vary? Does the impact area vary?
I mean, part of this is an interpretation that if light was a wave going through these slits, we should see more or less, continuous pattern that's more or less uniform, or bands or something like that. But somehow the computer is seeing photons of discrete particle like activity that aren't like band like waves or something like that, that's making them say that this wave function is collapsing or some stuff. I don't know.
Well, I know,
Part of this
I know,
is
but
interpretation. That's my main point. And
I
so
thought
I
it
need to
doesn't
look at
do.
our interpretations and see if they're really based in reality.
I thought it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. I thought it doesn't do what science says it should do, and that's why it's like a phenomenon.
yeah. And my question is though, if it's in different places, then how is it a particle? So also, waves aren't things. So why can't there just be an impact area of the excitation of what's already there and whatever matter you've introduced? An instantaneous action at distance cannot be explained with a physical particle traveling from point A to point B. You get into a lot of woo-woo stuff where things are here and there and there and there and there simultaneously, but they're never there until we look at them. How can you say that and then turn around and critique someone about science? I'm cool with it being your take, but it's the approach that I have an issue with.
Well, getting back to the ether for a little bit off of this quantum whatever, Southern Israelite, in his latest paper about refuting Jay Dyer and metaphysics, did give a shout out to the ether, at least on a small level. He said, ether is a part of the continuum mechanics, which is physics and not metaphysics. The modern electrical grid was built by men operating on the ether theory. Michael Faraday, James Clerk Maxwell, Oliver Heaviside, Tesla, and Charles Proteus Steinmetz. The distinct empirical proofs of the ether have focused on the generation of energy in a generator as an antenna that matches the radioactive signal of the ether. A paramount example of this is a steam generator. The same amount of steam going into the generator is the same amount that comes out as the output. This clearly proves that the steam is not being exchanged for electricity. Wireless power induction in a vacuum is a paramount proof of the ether as well. Electrons cannot be appealed to in this case because we know electrons do not exist. Though Jay espouses the idea on page 42, which is another contradiction to ether theory. Total joke. When a power line goes down and electricity is pouring out of the wire, it is not propelled forward. This proves that electricity does not have mass, and thus electrons do not exist. I deal with the pathology of particle mechanics in my Flat Earth Encyclopedia. Light bulbs are another empirical proof of the ether. If light was a particle, every time we turn a light bulb on, the glass would explode. Light, just like sound, is a perturbation frequency in the ether. And the nonsense that Jay is pushing, that he believes in quantum mechanics in the ether, totally contradictory theories. One being particle-based, one continuum-based, is another example of a scientific illiteracy. More work has been done on the ether by Dayton Miller, Ken Wheeler, Willem Reich, Sir Edmund Whittaker, and Carl von Reichenbach. A.J. Ayer and Rudolf Carnap's work against metaphysics does not mention ether as having anything to do with metaphysics, and blah, 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 blah.
But so can you just like cite that or something so I can I'm interested in reading whatever.
It's mostly a takedown of Jay Guy's metaphysics, but I'll put the paper in the chat.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, so like, okay, this is my opinion, right? But this is just an opinion because no one in this chat knows what light is. I hate to break it to you. No one knows what light is, okay? But this is my opinion, that it is an oscillation within the ether or a background. It is a vibration. It's the excitation of that medium that results in perceivable illumination, meaning we're not seeing something that wasn't already there travel across the world in this materialistic view where there's a physical particle shot across the room. It was already there. The whole room has quote unquote light. It only becomes perceivable when it is vibrated or excited in a certain way. And I use the analogy of, now this is my opinion, but it's actually logical and it is viable, right? We don't have all these contradictions we have to explain away with this. It's very adaptable as a framework. If I have a string stretched across the room and I shake the string and then there's like this waving like motion that goes through the string all the way to the other side of the room. If you come ask me, how long did it take that string to get to the other side of the room? That would be a stupid question, right? Because the string was already there. This is a fundamental difference in framework. And like you can choose whatever you want, but I think it's very off to pretend one is like definitively true and the other one is just stupid remedial pseudoscience. I don't understand.
Well, I want to go back on it.
So you stumbled out of ether into rope theory.
Well, I was going to talk about that. I mean, you could be measuring the speed of the propagation, but maybe not the medium. Because you just said, somebody else has said it's just a vibration. I can measure the speed of a wave in the water from one side of the pond to the other. So either way, I mean, either direction you go, if you're measuring that when it comes to speed.
You're not supposed to eat your microphone with your spaghetti.
Yeah. You can't pull the wave out of the water, though. The wave is just the water. That's the point.
You sound like you're too close to your microphone.
Can someone go grab a wave out of water for me?
So the wave is going through the ether. Is that the point?
Well, that is one of the the frameworks. That's right. That gets us a movement within the background. That's what gave us freaking electricity, by the way. That's literally that doesn't mean it's true. That is not proof of it or anything. but I'm just explaining like the context. Like, you know, when people don't understand even the first thing about electrical field theory, but they run around the internet calling everyone stupid because they talk about a background, I just find that to be a bit disingenuous.
Now, does this have anything to do with string theory?
No. String theory it's funny in a way. You could try to. The string theory is the idea that there's just a bunch of strings and basically like the resonance of them as if it's an instrument creates matter and material existence and interdimensional blah, blah, blah. But whatever.
What about rope theory?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, nobody does. Except
But,
a few mild flat earthers who wandered into off territory.
I put the citation from page 11 through 12 of the J. Dyer's Metaphysics Refuted. Fascinating.
well, yeah, here's my question for you, man. Do you agree that if light was instantaneous, then it couldn't be a physical particle traveling from point A to point B?
It would tend not to be.
Well, I'm just trying to say, is there any other alternative? Like those can't coexist, right? I mean, I am actually curious as to. I want to inform myself with both the sides, right, and then make my own assessment on which one I think is more logical.
But we don't know that light
It
is
could simply be an omniparticle that transposes itself, copies itself, and redirects itself omnispatially through multiple dimensions simultaneously and transverses time on the metaphysical plane.
That's
and then
a
you
good
can have
answer.
light travel instantaneously while simultaneously being in every point along the ray.
That's a good way to explain it. I was going to just say that light isn't only physical.
But if it's simultaneously at every point on the array, isn't that pretty much synonymous with it just already being there?
Yeah, but doesn't science tell us that the particles are separate to particles, and they can manipulate one particle on the other side, other particles manipulated even though they're over a distance at the same time, right? You know this story.
It still invokes a metaphysical realm. That's the funny part.
Well, if light was, it's manifested as this definite shape with a definite volume and a definite structure to it going through space with a definite shape, a definite, volume, a definite structure that doesn't change. What we tend to see is something that's a bit more flexible. The particle can change. Space around the particle can change and take on any conformation needed to, propagate the light signal, whatever. It appears to be much more flexible than, atomic particulate, materialistic science would have us believe. It's much more flexible and in that regard is non-physical in that way.
Well, if you use a word like propagate, you then can't say it's instantaneous. You have to remove one of those words from your lexicon.
That's right. Yeah. That's the trickiest part of this conversation is the vernacular involved, right? Like, I agree with that. Like, propagation insinuates like point A to point B. So it's like we have to take the principle without the literal application to have the conversation.
Well,
the main difference is what was that?
Because we've already talked about waves in the sense of omnidirectional mechanical waves and undulations along a string path, which is essentially a ray for its undulating, which is not omnidirectional. The majority of things that I've experienced and technology that I've used and arguments about perspective as well as optics and cameras, how they function, light appears to be a ray, not a omnidirectional wave. So if anyone was going to claim a wave to convince me, they'd have to demonstrate that, but on such a discrete level that it's essentially along a ray. So you essentially would have a string emanating out from whatever point, which occupies certain angles and not others. And any undulations at all would exist along that line, roughly, similar to a string example.
Well, light does
enter rope theory.
Well, light does have some omnidirectional properties because if there's light coming off of me forming an image, you could be to the left of me, the right of me, up, down. You could be all around me and still get some sort of image that is reaching your eye. It may be from one side or another, sure. But this light is kind of going out in all directions, at least somewhat.
Yeah, multiple lights, not a single light.
But that's what I'm saying, though. We understand that it's always starting with the begging the question when we say going from and going to. Like, that's the actual question. Like, sure, like if we turn on a laser, we see it go across the room. But we have the option that it's this little physical ball, ironically, a sphere, shoot across the room from the laser, or that's exciting the medium with the energy input, and then we just see it illuminate as the energy is transferred throughout the medium.
Right.
They're
Well,
two
then it wouldn't be
fundamental.
instantaneous.
Well,
The effect would then not be instantaneous by nature.
that's
Yeah, that's
right.
the. I
Like
was
the
thinking.
illumination, there's an illumination rate, right? Like the quote unquote speed of light. I mean, we do have like a measurable illumination rate that we use for many things, including like measuring. But like the question is, that's why the real question is, what is light? Because we're conflating in the theory of ether, it gets conflated that the background is different than light, right? Where it's like you're just seeing an effect of what's already there, and like how fast you see it isn't synonymous with its movement, like from as in like it wasn't over there, now it is. Like I know that was kind of jumbled together, but I think that makes sense, right? Like just because we see it at a certain rate of illumination, that does not mean that it wasn't there before we saw it. That's kind of that's the whole, like, that's the crossroads. And like, I have no problem with someone disagreeing with my take on it because I don't think that any of us really know for sure. That's kind of the point.
Okay, so all as that becomes, in my view, is just definitional. So if you change what light is, right, to be either the causation or the after effect, then you can use terms like, oh, light doesn't travel or light's an illumination. So you have to define all your terms from the beginning. If they contradict someone else's terms, then you're just using terms, talking past each other.
Well, that is, I
I like
agree, that is the
the.
trickiest part of this discussion is the terms, like electromagnetic, for example. Like light's not electric nor magnetic. Well, okay, I
So check this
vehemently
out.
disagree.
So the whole concept of the escalation of the quantum eraser experiment, as well as the idea of light being a cap, right? All of these things, if you bring them around to a head, the conclusion, right, is that information is the only thing that's instantaneous. You got to go around the road to get there, but
Well, people say it's instantaneous or faster than normal because they're basically bringing in the premise that space and or matter needs to have information to say, hey, structure yourself in this conformation so that the wave can propagate. They would say that this information that makes space take on a certain conformation and or the matter within it take on a conformation first before travel, they would call this information, whatever the hell it is, instantaneous and faster than the actual propagation of the wave after space and
well,
or the
yeah,
matter
it has to
have been
arrive.
structured in a certain way.
Depending on how you look at it, it has to arrive at the end point and the beginning point simultaneously. So it has to take the trip before the trip occurred and return back from the trip and give the information to the starting point.
Right,
Now,
it's already there. It's just already there.
so the only right, there's a lot of philosophical implications. And of course, if you take any specific theist approach, then the only thing that is omnipresent and non-spatial and non-temporal is a god tier being.
Right.
Yeah.
So isn't it a bit of a
So
slap in the face?
the nature of rendered reality, right? The substrate of the nature of rendered reality is that being itself.
Well, the closest analogy I can think of to encapsulate this is the light would be the bullet leaving the chamber of the gun, I guess, according to our minds. But the information would be the thing telling the metal, the hunk of metal, to form itself into a gun and fire the bullet a certain way. That would be faster than the propagation of what we call the wave of light. The information saying, hey, take on this confirmation so that the energy can flow. Essentially.
Well, I think AI is making the really good point here, though. So he's saying that the substrate would be the being itself, right? And so everyone understands what he's saying. And like, I can't even disagree, but that's why I won't just let people poo-poo all over the ether. I can understand the idea that it's kind of a slap in the face of the creator to give it some name like the ether and distinguish the two or whatever. But like, yeah, it's like the metaphysical presence that is omnipresent, right? The metaphysical omnipresence. I mean, yeah, that is effectively a characteristic of the creator, but it doesn't mean that it's not like responsible for physical phenomena, right?
Now,
Well, here's something I've been
so
thinking about today. Can you guys hear me? I was actually thinking about this today, either in creationism or even in heliocentrism or materialism. There has to be a grounding of something to hold it, its existence. For example, if Lawrence Krauss is right that fluctuations in the vacuum, the quantum fluctuation, is what brought the universe into existence. Who's to say at any moment it'll just fluctuate out of existence? So there has to be something sustaining it. So what is sustaining, either in the heliocentrism or even creationism, sustaining our existence? What is it? It'd have to be God. But God is the ultimate reality that's sustaining all of existence.
right,
Yeah.
right. But only if God first popped into existence out of nothing himself, a la Lawrence Krauss, a la Charles Dawkins.
But we know God. Well, see, that's the
No, I'm
thing.
serious. I'm not being tongue in cheek. I am being deadly serious, and here's why. The materialists, okay, and I'm not talking about flat earthers who don't believe in ether. Those are not materialists, okay? I'm talking about actual materialists. Their proposition is that the mind is an emergent property of matter. The transverse is that matter is something that is created by the mind, right? They want God to be an emergent property of a dead universe. That's what they want. And that's why the ether argument within the flat earth paradigm is going to evolve to be about specific theistic claims rather than the actual substance of the argument. And you're going to see that that's going to come true. It already has begun, certain avenues. And by the way, it's not true that atomism and ether are the two options. There are other options. They're just not mainstream.
Well, what are
For
they?
example, rope theory. Rope theory.
Oh, that's an actual thing? I thought you were just poking fun at me bringing
Oh,
up a rope.
no. Yeah, no. See, I usually make it look like I'm poking fun at people. It's more entertaining that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah.
I'm interested, but you see, well, you have to admit though that most people that are in this discussion, they are just kind of assuming atomism, right? So that's really the primary two relevant options. Like, I would be interested in seeing other things, but you see, my point is that people are arguing within atomism, and I think that's ridiculous. I don't agree with it.
Well, here's the thing. I would argue. I don't live. I mean, I think there's a
Well, if
dualistic
the
nature of
world
reality.
exists, and by the
Am I
world, I
dropping?
mean
Can you hear me?
reality that we are able to inhabit, like our world, if it exists as a separated system, right, without the sustainment of a metaphysical entity or energy, and it must function on its own, then everything that it needs must be within itself. It must be self-contained, self-existent, etc., etc. And so all the causal mechanisms must be from within the system. Right? And that's one way to look at it. But if you're a specific theist, right, then you hold that this realm is sustained by the prime source of entropy and energy itself, which is a not only metaphysical, but superphysical, ultraphysical, omniphysical, above physical, not even, complete ordinates above. Not only is it above, that's the wrong way of looking at it. It's everything else is below. It's not above anything. Everything else is simply below. Right? Or you have deism, which is that God creates a self-sustaining world and then puts it over there. So he takes the self-sustaining world that he creates, takes it like with his metaphysical hand and places it over there, and then he goes over somewhere else. Right? So that's basically the three ways to look at it. You've got materialism, everything's self-contained. Right? Then you have a pseudo-materialism where there's still spirit, but spirit is an emergent property out of matter, right? So it's still self-contained within the physical system. Then you have specific theism where God is the sustainer of the existence constantly. So if God ceases to exist, the universe ceases to exist, which is incoherent anyway, because in that nature, God is pure being and everything else exists because of him. So he doesn't exist. So in that sense, if existence exists, God doesn't exist. And in a classical philosophical sense, he just is. And then you have deism, whereas God created a world that's self-sustaining and doesn't need him, and he put it over here, and then he can go over there and die, and that world would still continue, self-contained, has everything it needs, doesn't need him anymore.
You can see why I bring up materialism, though, because, I heard your comment that, flat earthers that don't believe in ether are materialists, and I know, QE's not a materialist, right? He believes in God, but my point is that they tiptoe towards materialism. Whenever I ask simple questions, they turn into Glover. If I say, so does something exist outside of the material world? If you just want to throw the definition of exist in my face, you're avoiding the question. They want to avoid the question, but why? And when they say stuff like, if it's non-manifest, that means it doesn't exist. That's materialism by definition.
Well, I've never made that claim. I believe there's a dualistic nature to reality. I think there's a physical reality that we exist in, and there's a spiritual or non-material reality that exists, which God exists.
Do they overlay in any way? Does the metaphysical realm coincide with the physical realm?
Well, that would seem to be obvious, yes. Now, and they do, and I don't disagree with the fact that the immaterial can have sway in the physical, because that's what happens every day with my mind influencing my body. And obviously God can influence in the physical world. So obviously he's immaterial and he can have influence or sway in the physical world. So I think they're connected, but I think I think there's the disconnect when, that's what I was saying a minute ago. If you start saying there's impersonal, I'll say this. I said this to the Globers in Jim's server. You've got two options in reality. There's one option for one. Now everybody has to acknowledge there's something eternal, because you can't get something from nothing. Something always has to exist. Now the nature of that thing has to be one of two options. Either it's material, or it's non-intelligent, or it's intelligent. You've got two options. So if it's intelligence, then that would explain a lot of different phenomena. But if it's non-intelligent, then, like what I was saying, if you want to science it, if it's immaterial, you can't even do science on it to determine the actual cause of it. You can't.
Exactly. So you see how you're
but
basically just saying that's my actual stand. I can't talk for all flat earthers, but obviously my comments have spearheaded this whole thing. And my actual stance is very simple. And it's that the metaphysical exists. There's a metaphysical realm that exists beyond the material world. And it interacts with the material world. So that seems
fine,
like something we should all agree on.
Well, the definitions I've heard when it comes to ether, though, and even I don't know if I've heard it from you, even just earlier today, that one of the other guys defined the ether as an element. Well, as an element. An element implies from like AI was saying earlier is that word has definitions tied to it. So that means it's a thing or it's a physical thing. An element is a physical thing. So if it's a physical thing, then it should be able to be weighed, done with, or whatever. So if you want to make a philosophical argument for ether, that's a different question. And I allow that. I allow philosophical arguments. But when you start getting into the science question, which is the physical natural
No one
world,
claims it's science. No one claims it's science.
when you start,
That's the problem.
hold on a second. When you start attributing things to it, though, like electromagnetism, a field, those are all physical, or at least something physical that people at least would acknowledge it's in the physical world. So you're kind of mixing the two. Am I dropping?
No.
And I think that's where the crux comes in. That's where people start jumping on you. You start conflating the two.
I believe there's a spiritual world and a physical world, but the spiritual world would be paramount to the physical world. So it can one needs to be dominant, not equal.
Well, I think.
Okay, but this is the point. If I say this isn't science and ether is immaterial, therefore it's not a scientific question, but the immaterial realm can interact with the physical realm. And here's the logical framework that I personally have chosen to adopt to explain certain phenomena. That is not me claiming science. And so every single person that responds with, well, this is what science is, it's just a non sequitur. It's a straw man.
Well,
You see the impasse here.
Science doesn't have the capacity to go outside the material measurement, material items. So, yes.
Some people do make the claim the wrong way. I don't dispute that. That's the first thing I said on Oakley's show, was I disagree with how a lot of flat earthers approach this, and they effectively come off like they're conflating it to science or science.
If it's immaterial, how can it be a realm?
Right. So basically, your argument is if all the words we've come up with in the world are based on materialistic descriptions, then you can't speak about it because we don't have words that aren't developed within materialism. That's not a good argument.
Yeah. Language is non-material. Yet it functions and it's a realm within itself.
Yeah. See, I think we don't disagree so much, and that's what's frustrating. There's got to be some way we bridge the gap. I hope I'm not breaking up, but I think it's beneficial for us to critique both sides here, because I think a lot of flat earthers do run wild making claims about the ether, and then they just sound really woo-woo, and they're making unverifiable claims, but they're stating them like they're definitive facts, and it's a bad look for flat earth. I agree with that. Do not agree that we should control the discussion and not let anyone discuss the ether because it's not, materially verifiable. I think that's also wrong.
It's also not definitionally verifiable at the moment. And therefore, as any type of concept in general, whether to be discussion or any type of unification of purpose, even to just discover what it is or what it's doing, I mean, it requires a symposium where everybody agrees what the term means.
Well,
otherwise, you have to parse out every conversation you have. And to be fair, sometimes this needs to be done. Sometimes you have to go through the tedium of you're engaging with someone new. You have to have them define every single term they use.
And I agree with that. Well, yeah, the Socratic method. I was going to say you could actually start defining it. You can come up with your own term, but you can at least say the properties of it. Like, is the ether, is it material, immaterial? It's immaterial. Is it intelligent or non-intelligent?
Oh, by the way, let me stop you right there. So there is going to be There will be an emergence of people claiming it's intelligence. They'll even be claiming it's a deity itself.
Okay, well that's fine. Let's just go there. Let's think about that. So, it's an intelligence. Okay, has it always existed?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got two natures. You
I
got a
don't know.
God being.
Answers these questions.
Okay, if you've got a God being that's always existed, well, you're already starting to describe the one true God. So really,
Right?
you would
No,
have to
no, you're
say the
not.
ether is God.
No, you're not. You're describing qualities that the one true God you believe in also claims to have. You're not describing the one true God necessarily.
Well, I mean, right now, the one
Correct.
true God that brought all things into existence. Because you have to have a ground of being, right? So something that's eternal, something that's always existed. And if you don't have, if you don't have an eternal being, then you will run into an infinite regress until you find that eternal being.
Right. So you
Okay.
skipped a
So there's
step
no, it's a
where
paradox.
I said that it would be considered sentient and a God class being. I didn't say that it would be considered the source God.
Oh, okay, but if it's always existed, that means it didn't come into existence. So it either
Hey,
it
you don't know that.
coexisted with this eternal. Hold on a second. Either it's existed with a one true God or being that is the ground of all being, or it's always existed with it.
But I didn't
No,
concede that it would always exist.
there's so many more options than just the black and white. Come on now. Come on.
Well,
Open your
no,
mind up.
I'm giving you option. Okay, no, well that's fine. I mean, I'm trying to analyze either something came into existence or it's always existed. Is there? Tell me, there's another dichotomy there.
I don't
Am I
know.
We
making?
don't
Anyway,
know.
That's.
I have a
We don't
I
know.
question
could tell
real
you
quick
there. I could
about the
tell you
ether.
there.
I have
Okay,
a
so
question
that's
about
why I
the
asked.
ether.
Well, that's why I asked the question about the ether. Has the ether always existed? Either it came into
We
existence.
don't know.
We don't
Well,
know.
you have
We
two
don't know anything
options. You
about it.
don't know. You don't know
Listen,
anything
I have a
about it.
question. Real quick
Yeah, we
question,
don't
please.
know.
Yeah, we don't know. Here's my question, and y'all can chew on it. If the background medium is immaterial and non-physical, then how can it be a realm? How can it be anything if it's not anything? Thanks.
Right.
Oh man, how
Can you
can
expand
consciousness
on
be
that
anything?
question?
How can consciousness be anything?
In a
Consciousness is
physical
a
way, you
part.
can't define.
Listen, consciousness
An
is a
immaterial
part
thing.
of the result of being inside of this body. Like the consciousness is
Right.
inside of us,
That's
but it's made
material.
possible because of the physicality. So one has to be with the other.
Yeah. Perfect.
The
However, we're
realm
starting to cross
explains the
lines where
physical
we're getting
realm.
too frenetic. Hold on, friend. We're crossing lines where it's getting too frenetic and too many people are speaking over each other.
No, I'll go.
Okay. If somebody asks a question of a person they're just speaking to, the expectation is that that person should be the one answering because they asked them. They didn't ask the audience.
Yeah, the answer to all your questions are typically we don't know. We don't actually know. So, like, frankly put, no one knows what the ether is. So, whenever someone says, "What is the ether?" we actually don't know exactly what it is. Okay? It's just a framework, bro. It's a logical framework that if we use that framework, then we would explain phenomena slightly different. And it would open up maybe more avenues to understand phenomena. It is a framework. We do not know all the answers. But, dude, that's the whole point. Just because you don't know all the answers doesn't mean that something is useless. That would result in intellectual stagnancy. It would be useless to act like that.
Nor do we
Can y'all
have to
hear me
know
okay?
the exact capacity of a realm, but we can still talk about a realm.
What is the usefulness of discussing something that we can't describe or basically detect?
Okay.
I understand what you're saying about, stagnation, but ultimately,
You're limiting yourself by that talk.
the endeavor to think about something.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Maybe I'm roboting. I don't know. Am I roboting?
No.
It might be me that's robotic. I don't know.
It's all good. I just didn't want to interrupt. But anyway, Dave.
No, all I'm saying is that
Yeah, you're
just a
horrible,
second,
bro.
I'll cap it
Reconnect.
off. I'm
No, don't even waste time trying. Just reconnect.
Yeah, so but the question is simple, right? Like what's the point in it? Okay, this is, for example, the foundation, like the framework for electrical field theory. So the answer is logic is important. Logical framework is important to humans to understand things. So we have to have some type of framework, right? We have to have epistemological foundations or parameters. So, like, for example, this is how we discovered a lot of stuff about electricity. And within this understanding, that's when Tesla first discovered the rotating magnetic field. And this is how he came up with the very technology we use in our phones. And this is how we have wireless charging. And this is how we have a bunch of things, the AC generator. It was because it's a framework so that we can try to figure things out. That's the purpose of it. So when we have questions like, look at the gyro, what's the gyro do? If I just say that's correlation, not causation, you're just looking at light. That doesn't mean that the Earth is spinning, etc. That's true, but we do still have a phenomena, and so some of us want to have a framework to try to understand the things instead of just ignoring them. It's a personal prerogative. It's not like we all are in a cult, man. So I hope that came through, but that's the answer to the question. It's a logical framework to understand things. You don't have to accept it. No one's saying you do. I would encourage you to maybe really ponder the alternative, and then you make your own decision which one is more logically viable. Or just ignore it. That's also your own decision. If you just want to talk about the radius, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know if my service is bad or something, or
Oh, you're good. It's that guy.
yeah. So I don't know. And so this is what I'll say, because I'll stop talking and hogging
We
the
heard
mic
you
so
with
much.
it.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this and I'll stop hogging the mic. But this is my opinion, my assessment. Okay, this is speculation, and it isn't science. But this is my speculation. Okay, so I agree with more like what Tesla said, and I understand why he said them, and I kind of agree with his reasoning, right? And he says it appears that the ether would actually be thousands of times more dense than the air, as in there is this all-encompassing medium, obviously not a material one, it's metaphysical, and it creates this pressure surrounding and encompassing the material world, and it can interact with the material world, and that there's like an indispensable field of energy, and we know that that would be in the central part of the movement in the sky. And so I would say it's the creator. I think the throne of the creator is in the center of it. That's my speculation. Anyway, it's just an indispensable field of energy within a metaphysical realm, and this gives us this gives us the substrate to have physical phenomena. That's what I think, and I can go more in detail about what I speculate. I think it's like has fluid-like properties, but it's substantive and extremely dense compared to air. I think that it can be argued that matter is a modality of the background, a version of. Tesla specifically said if you threw the ether into infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity, which is a fancy way of saying really small and really fast whirls of velocity, then it would actually manifest as matter, and when the energy resided, it revert back into the ether. That's obviously all kinds of speculation, but it's just when you read his stuff, you understand where he's coming from and what he's saying. Some of us want to kind of understand it, and we know that modern academia still can't define magnetism, still can't define a field. They're stupid, they're stagnant. I'm not following their lead. I want to keep learning about stuff. It's just a personal prerogative. So that's my take, and I've said it many times, so I'll stop boring everyone. But we're allowed to have our own opinions.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Like, what if Tesla came on here and he's like, hey, man, I got this new dynamic theory of gravity that I'm contemplating, where in which things seek their electrostatic equilibrium within a luminiferous ether. And I'm currently working on something that I think is going to harness the energy from this ether, and we'll be able to have electricity. And then everyone just ridicules him, calls him stupid. Prove the ether. Can you bottle the ether up? I've never seen the ether. And they call him stupid. But he would have just turned around and still invented things that worked based on that. So he's not stupid, right? So that's kind of my point, is like, we shouldn't get too arrogant as flat earthers that we think since we understand the second law that like we're just intellectual giants towering over everyone else, because that's not really the case. And the fact that the earth is stationary plane is actually a very simple realization that everyone forever has known about. So,
Well, I hate to say it, but the argument could be made, and I've heard Glovers make it, because the theory of relativity works, and we've produced satellites, and I know, I'm not getting into that, but they'll make the argument for that, for how TVs work, and certain things we can do using the theory of relativity, using space-time as your medium. They can make the same argument. So,
well, yeah, but this
what's
is the
the
difference.
difference?
I'm not claiming it proves it. That's the difference. I'm not claiming it proves it. Globers pretend that they prove things with this stuff. And I do want to address this one more thing. Everyone's over here talking about this Einstein quote, and they're not understanding the quote. So I want to address it really quickly. Okay. The quote is, because all the flat earthers say, and accurately so, that Einstein did away with the ether and replaced it with space-time. That is what happened. Now the narrative is, oh, these people were just saying it, but actually he used the ether and blah, blah, blah. It's the same. And and heliocentrism needs an ether, and it's the same as saying there's a vacuum and all this stuff. None of that's real. What he said was that space indeed must have physical properties. In this sense, there exists an ether. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable. He said, in the sense of physical properties. He's saying that space without physical properties is unthinkable because you wouldn't have the mechanism of movement that they need in their little fairy tale. So he's not saying that the ether, the luminescent ether that Steinmetz and Oliver Heaviside and Maxwell and Tesla all were talking about, it's a totally different one. They threw that out, but they took the physical property aspect from the ether and they just attribute them to concepts of space and time because they needed it to be empty and nothingness with no substantive qualities, or it showed that, or the show that the earth wasn't moving. Okay, so those are not the same thing. So when someone goes and quotes that out of context, not understanding what he's saying, it's a bad look, bro. It's not. It doesn't make any sense. Okay.
I'd like to apologize. I'm driving around, and so my reception's bad. If you guys can't hear me, I'm sorry. But I think what I'm kind of coming down to is that, like, the ether, just like space time, are both conceptual things that we have no grounds to even point to. There's no phenomena. There's no, nothing's manifest. And so we're talking about something that we can't detect, but it's a good thought experiment, is what I'm hearing. It's a thought experiment that could advance us in some certain way. But number one, it's possible that if this thing that we call the ether does exist, that perhaps if there's a creator that created this thing called ether, that he does not want us to know any more about it than the fact that it may or may not be there. It's not for us to know. And I'm kind of curious to figure out what it is that would be, what's going to advance us by knowing about this ether that is non-manifest.
It says that it's the glory of Yah to conceal a matter and the honor of kings to search it out.
Search it out, not find it out.
What?
It's search it out, not find it out. Doesn't mean that we get to know everything. We see through a dark glass dimly. That means that there is just some things that we're not going to know. And we have to be okay with that.
I never said that we're going to know everything. I specifically said that no one knows exactly what the ether is and no one ever will.
So I'm asking you, what is the purpose that you are searching out this matter? There's plenty of other things that are covered up,
Okay. Because it was a framework for electrical field theory and how we use electricity. And I personally really like the subject of magnetism. I think it's the one true force in the world. It's the one true force that has autonomy, fields. I think that's important. We have an electromagnetic field in the earth. Personally, I've been in this for 7 years now. I know the flat earth script. It's cool. I went around the whole United States saying it over and over to hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, so preaching to the choir. I get it. I know it's value. I want to learn more. Okay, and so in order to progress and start trying to learn more, because we are like very limited. It's like we were kidnapped and put in a cave, and they just let us out of the cave. We just found out that the earth's flat. Okay, we have a lot of phenomena that are going to have to be explained in different ways because now we have a different paradigm. So we need a framework to start that on, right? So when we see like the gyroscope, which isn't science, but then we see the Michelson-Morley, we see the motion tied with the sky, it seems to translate down to the earth. We see all these different phenomena. It's important to have a framework to try to understand some of it. Now, you don't have to. You don't have to look into these things to prove the earth is flat, but it still is not of no value because it's a framework to help us understand. That's how we got electricity. So if you go back to before heliocentrism was really the reason that they threw the ether out, we were making much more progress in the field of electricity. Okay? Heliocentrism is the reason the ether was thrown out. That's just a fact. So it's like I, knowing what I know, think that it's important to go back to where we were at times prior to presuppositions of religious zealotry throwing out actual evidence. That's my point. It's personal prerogative. You're asking me why I think it's important. I think it's important to understand phenomena further. You have to have a framework to do that.
Hey, that's fair enough. I mean, I really actually kind of wanted to, ask you specifically, not the general, ether believing people out there. I wanted to ask you what is your endeavor here? What is your goal?
Yeah,
but
dude, I hope
that's fair enough.
Yeah, it's magnetism specifically, dude. I became like infatuated with magnetism, and I started going to like the biggest magnet producers in the world, and a lot of them will have frequently asked questions, and they'll say, "What is magnetism?" And they say, "Well, really, no one actually knows." Like modern academia doesn't even claim to know what magnetism is, and the most accepted idea is that it's the exchange of virtual photons. That is insane to me. So it's just, I personally really am interested in magnetism. And I think it's like, it would solve the energy crisis. It would solve a bunch of things if we understood some of this stuff on a fundamental level. So I want to understand it. I just want to figure it out. And I go with the fatherheads of electrical field theory to start my pursuit because I think they understood it better. So that's my answer. It's like, I just want to understand magnetism and where we live more. And so I've chosen a framework that seems more viable to do that.
Excellent. I totally support that and I honor that. Yeah, go for it, man. I hope you actually discover something, right? Like I hope that somebody gets close enough to the point where we can actually say we found ourselves a phenomenon or something. We have manifested something. We got ourselves an ether detector, and to use it in a beneficial, benevolent way. In the meantime, you would probably agree that because those of us that kind of get involved in the flat earth or whatever, now we're kind of on this, scavenger hunt to find all kinds of different things that we've never actually known about. Like you said, we've been let out of a cave. And so we tend to grasp these concepts that there may be something to it, but other people, I'm not saying you, and I have been one of the people that have spouted out about ether or whatever and eventually been like, well, I don't know what it is, right? Like it could be a thing, but I don't know, and we can't detect it. So it's harmful in the sense that when we're talking about all the other things that we know we can prove, and somebody wants an answer for, okay, well, if it's not gravity, then what is it? I've found it best to just go, dude, if density solves pretty much everything that we need to talk about as far as, like whether something falls, you got to pick it up first, right? Like equilibrium makes the most sense. So anyway, I'm monologuing. I totally respect that. What's it? And I hope that we do grow to find out a few more things that we have no clue about. I really do.
Well, that's another great example, though. I disagree with the typical flat Earth mantra on gravity and how they say it's just density alone, density is equilibrium. That's my opinion. I don't think it's just density is equilibrium. I know that everything's intrinsically electrostatic. Electrostatics is an attractive force. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So it is part of the phenomenon. So, like, that's just a good example. It's like we can go further or we cannot go further. You can falsify the globe in your sleep. I could chug Jameson and falsify the globe, but like, I'm not just going to sit there saying it every day. If someone's new to the conversation, it's very important that we do not conflate all of this to the scientific evidence. I agree. Even though, of course, flat Earth is a measurement question, not science, but I agree with that part. That's why I think this is valuable that it's coming up in the discussion in the community, because we need to really kind of help everyone understand certain parameters that we need to go by. And when someone's asking about flat Earth, you shouldn't start off by, well, there's the ether. And this, obviously, like, it's a separate discussion. Like, I agree with that critique, but I also am not, I'm not five, and I'm not just going to talk about how water's level all day, every day, and then never dare utter something outside of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, people watch my channel because I intellectually provoke thought sometimes. That's why they like watching my channel. I'm not going to like change what I want to do. So it's like, I know I'm like monologuing. I think you guys get it. It's just like, it's everyone's personal prerogative, bro. And just kind of be more kind to people that maybe disagree with you. And if you don't understand the depths of their reasoning, it's pretty off to like attack them as if you have like intellectual superiority. I just think it's a bad look.
That's good, which I think you need to allow for the spiritual, which cannot be explained.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can't fully explain. But like, I know there's a creator. I don't have to independently manipulate him to know that there's a creator. So.
Yes. So other people will eventually postulate that the ether is the Berkeleyan overmind. If you don't know what the Berkeleyan overmind is, then you've been slacking.
Why don't you explain to us?
Well, some philosophical implications of the quantum eraser experiment and other phenomena is that knowledge is faster than everything. It's omnipresent and it's preordinate. But if there's no knower in a particular location, then how can reality render? If there's no human, no sentient agent.
There's no
If a tree
observer.
falls in the forest and there's nobody there to hear it, did it make a sound? The answer is no, there's no tree. So this leads to a postulation that there must be a greater mind that's over everything in which the matrix of reality is rendered constantly. In other words, it upholds reality, right? So if you attribute sentience to the ether, and then you attribute the overmind status of the knower, which renders reality for all subjects within it, then you essentially have a god or a demigod, right? Which is called the light bringer. Anybody that's astute in their bibliology will recognize that that's a synonym for Satan. So I'm just throwing that out there as a devil's advocate, play on words intended.
I think that's a great point too, as well. Like light bearer, that's what lumineferous ether is, the light bearing ether. And so, yeah, I do think that this will be absorbed and propagated in like a new age deception type of way. And that's why I think it's even more important that we don't just ignore it and we kind of like address it preemptively. Like that,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
So one of my friends the other day couldn't fathom the synthesis between globe Earth, flat Earth. And that's only because they didn't really think about it too hard, because we did agree later that if you do think about it, you can figure it out, that the synthesis is going to be some new age bologna sandwich, the same way it's always been.
Yeah, I think they have like their little home run, which will be like they'll absorb like an electric quote unquote universe with an etheric background. And the question is, do they? I think they do away with the ball as well. And at that point in time, you're going to have more to stand on than flat earth. You're going to need to know the creator. You need to pull those scriptures out and wipe the dust off. It's going to be much more than the fact the earth doesn't move. It's not going to save you.
Well, see, the problem is when you go that route, you don't need to have a ball. You don't need to have a flat earth because everyone's already agreed that reality itself is subjective in nature, that's rendered by an overmind within the mind and is essentially a simulatory in nature. And concrete reality is essentially just experience, the same way a dream, indistinguishable. Once that occurs, subjective idealism will essentially be the competing philosophy, which, has subjective ethics, subjective reality, subjective everything. So if you want to live on a globe, then that's the way reality renders for you. If you want to live on a flat earth, then that's the way reality renders for you. If you want to identify as a dog, then that's the way reality renders for you.
Yeah.
Because in that sense, reality exists, right, to serve you, to manifest your ultimate realization of yourself, your self-expression to its umpteenth goal, whatever that is in your view, whether that's ascending to be an etheric space cloud that floats in nebulas with other stars and goes, hey, bro, I'm a star. And the other star goes, cool, I'm a star too. Right? Whatever it is, like the end goal, the ascension track that somebody imagines that they're on. Because rest assured, there's so many counterthetical propositions when it comes to the metaphysical that they can't all be true unless the metaphysical itself is subjective. And so, in order to synthesize all this together, you need a subjectivity somewhere in there.
Well, yeah, this was crazy too. It's like honestly, like Tesla's approach does not align with my worldview, right? Like his philosophical implications. Like I don't. So that's why it's like, again, I just feel like I've kind of weighed this out. I've like really thought about this. I wasn't just like gung ho. I think it's important to preemptively address some of these things because I think we're being conditioned to basically enter an era where they absorb what Tesla talked about. And they've gotten everyone ready with Elon Musk and the company called Tesla. And I don't know. I just think that, and when I say we're on the brink of it, could be 20, 50 years. I don't know. We're just approaching like this climactic moment where there's gonna be a major shift. And I'm just afraid to see a bunch of people kind of getting taken off guard where they haven't looked into any of this. They've just ignored it. And so now they're just kind of like soaking up everything they say.
Yeah, it's all new age garbage. Humankind with its collective consciousness, right, mediated through the etheric spirit realm, is able to coalesce as a whole and get things done. Once they quote unquote resonate on the same quote unquote frequency, then we can manifest quote unquote reality.
Yep.
Right. It's basically a man-centered self-deification religion. That's what it is.
I agree. And that's why I say also, I think in a way, like just ether, like the word ether is kind of undermining the creator in a way, right? Like I think that is the nuanced avenue here that needs to be explored. Well, it's something that can't be comprehended that really should be attributed to the creator, and not that the creator is confined to strictly that, but it's a quality of effectively. And like,
Well, yeah, and it's actually going to go so bad for some people that you're going to see that what they're going to do is say that the ether is the creator of the creator.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. But still,
Who,
though, like,
if God created the earth, then who created the God? The ether.
yeah, and of course, who created the ether? But yeah, I just don't think ignoring it is
No,
the
it's not
answer.
who created the ether. The ether is the background of reality. So God manifested from within reality as a self-necessary happenstance, kind of like Lawrence Krauss has a universe from nothing as a self-evident happenstance, from a first principle being gravity. So you just replace the first principle of gravity with ether, right? And Bob's your uncle. Now you have the cause of everything. And you can just put a stamp on it, right?
I would hope flat earthers are smart enough not to fall into that
No,
train of thought.
some are, but some have already posited these ideas in general. And we still have
I
flat
agree.
earthers that think that the horizon renders at 50% in your eye line, no matter how high you go. So it's not the case that the flat earthers are the intelligentsia of the world. It's just that simple.
I
If you listen to
agree
my voice
exactly.
right now as a flat earther and are offended, well, too bad. Stupid people come in all shapes and sizes and all belief systems.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Like, dude, being able to learn the 10 points on FED does not equate to like insane intellect or. And dude, I mean, everyone can miss me with the virtue signaling because, like, dude, I think I've done more than enough to demonstrate that I am very passionate about this truth. I just know that it's not the end all be all.
It's time to get a huge resume of practical demonstrations and quasi or legitimate experimentations. If your premises are true, then they'll be borne out by that.
Can I share my stupid thing of the day and maybe we could compete for the stupid thing of the day?
Sure.
All right. I'm building a porch, back porch to be particular. And I know that it's 1.5 inches out of square.
Ooh.
And I'm about to cut my joist. I'm about to cut the joist.
Hey, is your porch going to be level?
No, it is not going to be perfectly level, but that's good building practice. You don't want it's got a drop of about 1/2 inch away from the house. This is over a span of just under or just around 7 feet.
So it's like the globe. It's like level in slightly saying it's curving downwards, right? Level as in slightly.
No, there's no curve. It's straight. It's just going to be off of
graded.
level.
Okay. I'm just joking,
Yeah. What are you going to say, AI?
I'm saying that's called grading something.
Yeah, exactly.
Grade, GRADE.
So I used helical foundation screws for my corner posts, and it takes a couple of hours to get them in because they're like 52 inches long. So about 47-ish, 46 inches is under the ground. And moving it at this point would just be, I'm committed. And I'm just confessing, I'm 1.5 inches out of square. And as a result, my joists go from 79 7/8 all the way down to 78 3/8. So it is what it is. It's going to be a strong porch. Just won't be perfectly square.
It shows character. It's unique.
I solved it. It's irrelevant. I solved it for you.
Okay.
Just pretend like you're trying to do a Parthenon perspective experiment. So as people walk up to the porch, they see it straight because of the receding is counteracted by the angle. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Anybody who mentions it, you'd be like, dude, that's totally an art piece.
Yeah, I was thinking about that angle already. Actually, it's like, you know what? in this modern era of art enthusiasm, I should be able to get away with this. It's really not going to be noticeable at all anyway.
In actuality, you could figure out the amount of trapezoid shape or keystoning you would need to do to counteract your grade, so that people couldn't tell it was a slope.
Well, the slope isn't, or the grading is perfectly fine. This is this is out of square horizontally, not vertically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my thing. At least I'm doing something with my hands, I guess. I could just cop out in that way, right?
Yeah, I would have just cantilevered the header or whatever in the front.
I could have done that,
Too late
but
now.
then, yeah, it's too late now. Yeah. Not VC chicken. Trying to get to the right. I hate Discord on the phone so much.
It hates you too.
Okay.
So much.
Here we go.
Like how much?
Yeah, so that wasn't really that stupid. So I mean, anybody else got something actually stupid?
Oh, well. There's the framing so far, and there's those foundation screws.
Okay, stupid is I bought an exterior swinging door and I put my deck board right in front of the door.
Yeah.
And then someone asked you, why'd you do that? Well, it was to keep the wind from getting underneath the door.
That checks out. Nice and secure, you know. Nobody's going to be breaking in without making a fun amount of ruckus. It's just what I have on my porch right now. Nice. The small porch. I'll post updates when I'm closer towards the end. All right, I'm going back on mute.
So, like, what is magnetism?
Either it's a field or it's a wave. I think it's a field.
Right.
Is it true that magnetism goes through walls? Like you can't block it?
Yeah, you could definitely have a magnet on one side of a wall and then it get connected to a magnet on the other side of the wall. But the question is, okay, so waves aren't things, so that's not even a Bible. And then you have to define field, right? Because in modern times, field is defined as a mathematical construct. So obviously, I disagree with the definition of field. Actually, no one even agrees on what a field is. They just point to the mathematical concept. But my point is, though, like this, people ask why is it important? It's like because I want to be able to answer that question, for example, not say that it's the exchange of virtual photons. So I would say it clearly has value, right? I don't see why it's disputed. Like, can you reach out and grab some magnetism? No.
Like Carmen said in the 80s, you can't see the wind, but you can see the effects of the wind.
Yeah, it's like a creator argument.
Wait a minute, man. You tell me nobody's defined a field? Big beef.
Well, there's not an agreed upon definition of field other than the math, like a mathematical construct, like a description of what a field does, like a mathematical
I mean,
description.
that's just like what? Like the inverse cube law?
Well, like okay, what is the definition for field? I've never found anything other than like a mathematical description.
Oh, it's simple. It's the area of effect in spatial reality. Problem solved. There, I win the Nobel Prize. Thanks. I'll take my money in ones.
Bro, come on, area of effect.
Yep.
Like, what is it?
That's what it is, man.
Okay.
Hey,
I mean,
you
not
said
terrible.
define
It's
it.
not terrible.
I met the challenge. Problem solved. Give me the freaking money.
I mean, I disagree. That
If you want more specifics, that's going to cost you more prizes.
Well, what do you think about this? What do you think of this? So, like, when people define energy, they define it as capacity to do work. But wouldn't you agree that that's like describing what it can do, describing what it does, but not really what it is? You see what I'm saying? And like that's kind of the same with field. It's like, well, what is a field? If we describe what it does, or like mathematically describe it, but that's not what it is, right? So it's like there's this huge conflation in modern times where people describe characteristics of something and then conflate it to the definition of what it is. So, but I mean, it's well known, right, that magnetism is not fully understood today, even today. And most people say it's the exchange of virtual photons in higher levels of academia. That's like the most popular response.
Okay. Magnetism is a dilation of will. There you go.
Whoa.
Think about it. Are not the things that exist within the realm that we live in ordained by a sentient agent who told them what to do?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
That's not too bad.
And so if you use the principles of resistance and redirection in a system that's set into a particular motion where nothing's static, then all you need is either a resistor or a redirector. And that can either be a angle, right? Like hitting a surface with an angle, right? Being repelled, like a bumper or a bouncer, or a hole in which something could pass through, so its motion is unimpeded. So, to borrow terms from other people, that would result in a quote unquote pressure mediation through the Swiss cheese holes that just opened up. Why did they open up? Well, will itself. Because it's obeying what it was told to do, or what it was informed to do. Either way, that came from a will.
That's pretty interesting. Like what's your take on virtual photons?
No, I just made that up on the spot. See how easy this stuff is?
Well, it's interesting take. Yeah, I would go on a more like specific I guess I'll use the word physical description. Like like the way I define field, just my opinion. It's like autonomous exchange of energy, like meaning it's self-governing, it's independent. It's not like relying on anything else. It's effectively can attain perpetual exchange. So like autonomous exchange of energy. But that's just what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah, well, it'd be relying on its program, would it not?
well, yeah, of course,
Otherwise, it would
everything.
do random things. And its program is
Yeah.
either going to be information based or structure based. And the structure would have been based on information in the first instance, which means a mind, which means a will. So I still win.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I did understand what you're saying. Like, I understand what you're saying. And of course, it's information based, but yeah, like
So
just an
this is an
autonomous.
argument someone. This is an argument someone thinks they can win. That's cute.
No. I've already won. I'm just letting you all know that I have.
Wait, okay. So what's your conclusion about the ether?
What?
Are you not talking about the ether anymore?
And we were so far beyond that, Holmes.
Sorry. Okay. Continue.
Well, anyway, the point I'm just trying to make is like the claim of virtual photons is it. I don't accept that.
It's unfalsifiable, right? It's like prove me wrong. It's like we can't detect them. They're virtual. Of course you can't.
What if they're just a placeholder for math, kind of like dark matter? You know,
What if
for
it's spooky
example,
action at a distance? Sorry.
a squared plus b squared equals c squared, but I'm all out of c's, so I'll just put some pizza in there.
Yeah, but then we're still left with what is magnetism because that's what they try to say it is. So it's like
I think my cat spooks like magnets under the table, so he's all kind of creeped out, like why is rock moving?
or like virtual particles, like modern quote unquote science tries to say that virtual particles pop into existence. So where did they come from? Because all these questions lead you to the same answer that there's like a metaphysical realm. Like, that's kind of the bigger point, I guess. It's like if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, then it can only be transferred. Where is it transferred from?
Another answer could be that they're attempting to use math as a language to describe something that math is not capable to describe. And so they put in things committing category errors because they need to create a balanced equation because their math, after all, is their tool of choice.
Exactly. That is the answer. I agree. But this is what I'm trying to get out of.
In a way, is kind of a small. It's a small time to be a deity, right? When you think about it, it's like you're creating things out of nothing yourself, purely out of math. It's like I'm a mind using the tool of math to create things in the physical reality that are only there temporarily because I only need them while this thing is happening to balance my equation, and then they can go back into the nether realm from which they came.
Yeah. It's like the height of human arrogance. You know what I'm saying? But like this is what I'm trying to get. I try to tactically think about this. Like, yeah, quantification is important. Like, it's valuable. Like, we use quantification for precision of repeatability and replication. Like, quantification helps us a lot, but it doesn't equate to reality, right? And like that's kind of the point, dude. Is like, yeah, we use mathematical constructs for a lot of this, and that is actually what atomism is. It's like this need to quantize everything, but like you can't quantify the immaterial. So like you said, maybe we're attempting to math something that can't actually be mathed. And I think that's the bigger point here is like, you can run around talking about how many electrons are in there, and that's cool, bro, but you don't actually, that's a model. Like the spherical particle, that's a model. And like count it all you want to, I think we should keep the method you have because it's very useful. But it isn't actual. It isn't what reality is. Like it's like a glober saying, "Oh, well, why's all the math work then?" It's like you're stupid. The math came from the assumption that you're claiming to prove. Right? Like it's very similar. You can't quantify the immaterial. I think this is just like this should be like a kumbaya where we're all just like, man, the creator is amazing. It's far beyond my comprehension. Like look at the metaphysical realm. It's far beyond my grasp. It's really all. I mean,
It's not that simple. Coming to the conclusion that a creator necessarily exists still has the problem of the differential permutations of the expectation of what a creator is from our point of view and from his point of view towards us.
Right?
So the idea that any of these premises are going to result in kumbaya is just fool's errand.
Yeah, of course. I'm being hyperbolic.
Man, not a couple of weeks ago, we had somebody say once everybody knows the flat Earth is flat, it's all going to be peace. I'm like, have you hung around any flat earthers lately? There's not peace.
Well, not only are we going to disagree, but like probably more so than other subjects because it's like such a big subject. It's like there's so many subcategories and everyone lives on the earth. So if like two people are debating about the Cowboys or the Eagles, well, they're just both football fans. So it only applies to football fans, but like everybody lives on the earth. So to think that we're all going to like somehow agree and come together with some like monolith of thought is insane.
Yeah, it's like this. This just in on the Flat Earth News Channel. People are killing, people are raping, people are stealing, people are cheating, people are, pretty much everything they used to be doing.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. I do think it would have a positive impact, though. I think it actually would have a very positive impact on morality because I think that it would kind of remove this illusion that there's no moral accountability. You really couldn't even like pretend that's a thing anymore. Now, people would still be immoral, but I'm saying like I think it would have a positive impact overall. I think most of us would agree. That's kind of why I do this. Is I think that people being open to this can really like change their life for the better. They understand that there's like an objective moral accountability.
Yeah, but the problem is most people already believe that. Greater than 80% of the world identifies as religious, and the majority of the world's religions identify as having a moral structure incumbent upon its adherents.
That's true. I guess what I would say the difference is people like to say that they believe in God. They say it for many reasons, well, just conformality, just in case type philosophy, or like societal pressure. But flat Earth makes it very real. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes it like very, very real. And I think that number is kind of inflated. If that makes sense. I don't think everyone believes in what they say they believe in, is all I'm saying. Like I get emails, man. I get emails that are like, dude, I was an atheist, bro, and then you woke me up to the fact that the Earth's geocentric, bro, and da 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 da. Like their whole life changed. So, I mean, I'll just say it has possibility for a very positive impact, maybe.
Yeah, but the transverse is also true. For example, the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote, made it intellectually satisfying to be an atheist, right? Because now we had a causal mechanism for creation without the necessary creator involved, right? But then later, you have people realizing that that's a definitive beginning. And if you had a beginning, then you need a causal mechanism of some kind. Then investigating the claims of the nature of Big Bang, you have essentially precedent that must be outside of time because time came into being, outside of space because space came into being, right? Greater than all the sum of all energy, energy came into being. So you have, right, all these things. Then you need for it to do the thing, right? So essentially a will. So you essentially have a beginning of the universe where the necessary consequence that preceded that is an immaterial, omnipotent being, right? Which sounds a lot like a god. So very quickly they realize, this basically proves God exists. And they're like, oh, no, don't worry. We'll just come up with infinite universes and just kick the can down the road indefinitely. Right?
Yep.
But then also you have a flat earth, right? Which of a necessity doesn't need to have a beginning in the sense that the Big Bang is a definite beginning. And now you just have the plausibility of eternality of the realm itself. And if you posit some kind of ether field to consciousness where it's all just a continuum, so you have the earth, the ether field, and the conscious entities which inhabit it. Now you have a mechanism for eternality in which it's self-caused or self-existent or self-being, just like the God entity was in the previous universe.
Yeah, I've actually heard people take that approach.
Now, the main reason why people say the flat earth as such proves a creator is because there's no known mechanisms that we have in physics that can create a realm like this from precedent causes. Right? So all you do is you remove the need for the precedent cause just by assuming there isn't one. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Goes along with the globe. Skip right by the whole curvature thing onto like 5, 10, 15, 20 steps further down the past the graveyard.
Right, but it all boils down to the same thing, which is once you realize that the mind is primacy over matter, and once you realize that you're a mind, and you put those two and two together, then you realize that you are the ruler of reality. And you can accept that proposition or think about it further and take it where it goes and test it, right? Against reality. And some people decide, no, you know what? I am the ruler of reality. Or at least I'm a part of the ruler of reality because I'm obviously part of the earth. We're all connected, right? I came from the earth. I die, I go back to the earth. Right? So we've had people that I've watched their entire flat earth journey from making political commentaries, beginning with, women and men and how they're all treated unfairly in the social system, how it's, okay for women to abuse men and beat them in public. And he would just post videos of women doing that, and then the men just bashing the women right in the face, right? Like 3 women would attack this one guy, and he just beat them all, right? So he started out there, and then worked his way through political and social commentary all the way down to certain conspiracies, and then to the flat Earth. He finally met up with a couple people, decided to go off grid, right? And his grand summation when he was talking to this other guy is, well, if the flat Earth proves there's a creator, well, then the Earth is our creator. And if there's anything worth worshiping, worship the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stories like that go on and on, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like I think basically it just it's going to point out the antecedent of some type of design, and then that's all Flat Earth does for you. It's definitely not going to get you the truth.
Yeah, we had another flat earther who basically came up with this idea, which is, okay, we are where we're at right now, right? So we're spirit beings, and we're on our path towards ascension, right? And the Bible is about Jesus's ascension, right? So eventually he ascended, right? And when he ascended, he entered into eternity. And being then eternal, he was then able to go back in time, because you're outside of time, and create the world in which he ascended from, in a big causal loop.
Yeah. How
So
profound.
you can see that the ideas and the permutations of the way that this ends up for people when they start to interpret it through their own subjective desires or thoughts or whatever you want to call them, right? It doesn't always end up at the same conclusion.
Yeah, for sure. Like, honestly, I get attacked a lot from flat earthers because I talk about the Bible. So it's like, and I'm not even like, I don't even take this huge like theological position. I'm not like, staking all kinds of doctrinal interpretations. I just say that I believe in the scriptures. And I mean, dude, you'd be surprised how mad that makes a lot of flat earthers. Or they're like, I really like Witsit, except for the whole Bible thing. Like they, yeah, like just to solidify your point here. I mean, obviously, it doesn't equate to you finding the truth. As of course, that's my assessment, is that the scriptures are that.
Well, as a wise man once said, you can have a flat earth map and still be lost.
Broke up for me, but it may be my service. I don't know. I'm driving. Like, yikes! What the scriptures do to you, bro? Show me where it touched you.
It cut them to the heart. It exposed.
Show us where the globe touched you. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to necessarily turn this into a whole thing, because we try to not do it, I guess, right? But I will just say, like, simply put, it's understandable why people have like a bad taste in their mouth, and I think it's just our responsibility to kind of replace that with a more accurate taste.
And that's exactly right. And the thing is, when you try to do that, and know this from experience, I bet, Austin, is that when you try to expose or debunk this false conception that they have of the scriptures, of Yahweh, the Almighty, or of anything in and of the scriptures or related to the scriptures, accept it. They refuse to consider the information and to give them so as to cross out their misconceptions so that they actually become aware of the truth of the scriptures. But they refuse it. And when they refuse it, that demonstrates that they don't actually want to know the truth concerning the determined to hate.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this with it's like kind of human nature. So when people think they know the answer, you don't go looking for the answer, And so when you get contradictory information, if you can't overcome that assumption that you're already correct, then you can't learn. And I mean, like I said, it's an emotional response because people have bad experiences with religion in the name of the Bible. And like, trust me, I get it. I understand. But yeah, like you said, it's just kind of like whatever it is, it's like this emotional blockage where they don't allow logic to re-enter because they've already made their emotional assessment.
And I do not condemn the person who has been extremely harmed and sinned against by someone who falsely claimed to be a disciple of Lord Yahushua. The problem is that when after someone like you or myself or some fellow disciple in the Lord comes along to try and edify them about the truth of the Lord and the truth of the Holy Writ, and they resist it no matter what is said and how it's said and how many times it's said, that exposes that they're simply leaning on their past trauma to justify their rebellion now. Because of course you're going to lean on the fact that you have been traumatized in the past by a false disciple that abused the scriptures to erroneously justify the sins that he or she or they committed against you. But then here's someone like you and I comes along and says, no, they're wrong according to the scriptures. They are doing that which is contrary to the scriptures. No, the scriptures doesn't teach that or this or the other or the third. No, Yahusha is not this, that, or the other, or the third, etc., etc. You're exposing whatever falsehood that they believe about the scriptures, or particular thing in the scriptures. But then they say, no, 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 no. But why no? Well, because, well, I just explained why that's false, or why it's a misconception, or why that's fallacious, or et cetera, et cetera. So now they're just appealing to their past trauma. In the case of this person, hypothetically, they are appealing to this past trauma so as to save face, instead of admitting that, no, I'm a corrupt person that doesn't want the God to be the God. I want to be the God. I want everything else except the real God.
Yeah, which I think most people, to be fair, they don't even actually intellectualize that. It's like, well, yeah, that is normally a good summary of the position. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I was talking to someone the other day, and they were coming at me about the Bible, and then they were just talking about the Catholic Church a lot. And I'm like, bro,
Right,
that's a
right.
perfect example of what you're saying, right? It's like, well, like the scriptures say, call no man on this earth father, they call the priest father. And then the only intermediary is the Messiah, and the father is the one that gives you forgiveness for your sins. So go into this little booth and tell this man your sins. And like basically they do everything the opposite of. So if you're critiquing, you're like using the Catholic Church to critique the Bible, then you're actually strengthening the case for the Bible, right? Because like all their corruption is diametrically opposed to what the scripture actually says. But I don't want to get too much into this, but I think it's an interesting conundrum.
That's the pin, the tail, and the donkey fallacy, is it not?
Or another way to say it is a straw man fallacy. Because when you make the attempt to refute the scriptures, then the content of your argument is against the Catholic Church. It's not against the scriptures. So that's a straw man against the scriptures and a red herring.
Yeah, the Catholic Church straw man the scripture straight up, like themselves, right? I mean, that's effectively what they.
And then, funnily enough, it's the scriptures that agree with you, anti-Catholic person who I'm talking to.
Yep.
Or rather, you're agreeing with the scriptures, and the scriptures condemn the Catholic Church just as you condemn the Catholic Church. Romanism.
So when people say like, "Oh, we waged so many wars under Christianity," and I'm like, "You talking about Rome?" Like, if we're talking about Rome, like Rome is doing what Rome always does. You know, they're always trying to pick a fight and take some land that isn't theirs. So to like blame that on Christianity just because Rome created so many martyrs that they were overwhelmed with Christians, like that doesn't really sit right with me. It seems fallacious.
Yeah,
and
like
the person who also says that, I would go a step further and say, well, yes, of course we're at war. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty to the pulling down of strongholds. We war not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers, and authorities in the heavenly realms. We wear the armor of the God in this battle, as soldiers in the Lord's army. Of course we're at war. There is an adversary. You see?
Yeah.
See what I did there? So of course we're at war. It is absolutely immoral to engage in war, especially when your side is the just one that is resisting the evil.
Yeah. To try to bring it back, though, just because I know I can feel that people are kind of getting triggered. To kind of bring it back, it's like the same thing with the earth, even, where the scriptures point blank say something about the earth, but then all these religions have taken it to propagate a different cosmological view. So to conflate, like, the church's cosmological view with what the scriptures actually say would just be ignorant on a fundamental level, logically, right? Because, like you said, it's effectively a straw man. So, yeah, I don't know. I hope that resonates with anyone that was maybe supposed to hear it, but just don't let other people or religion or anything like that try to, like, don't let them dictate your growth or how open you are to maybe what.
Since he cut out there in the end, I'll try to supplement what he said. Concerning what the scripture teaches, including cosmology, read the text. There's been a whole history that has unfolded for the mass publication of the scriptures so that many people can have a copy of it in their hands, in their vernacular, in their language. Pick it up and read it and judge the text by its merits, not by those who falsely claim to represent it.
Bang, bang.
Right. So why do so many people, right, have a religion that says one thing, yet whenever science, quote unquote, says something, they side with science 99 times out of 100?
Because they have two gods.
I'll tell you why.
The audio.
Sure, but it's because the apologists of those religions, right, try to piggyback on a truth that's accepted via consensus, so the majority of people believe it, and say, oh, look at this truth everyone believes. My religion also believes this truth. Therefore, that lends credibility to my religion. Whatever it is, doesn't matter.
All right.
Yep.
Instead of
right? So when you let that fallacy, infest your worldview, then you end up with all kinds of problems. And that, by the way, that's happening again within the flat Earth paradigm, is people are choosing to believe in certain propositions, whatever they be. Let's just use the topic of the day, ether this versus ether that, right? And I'm not using that word to mean anything in particular because many people define it differently. Some people define it as the over sky. Some people define it as the medium that we exist in, et cetera, right? Different interpretations of different worldviews in the past have different interpretations of what it is. And so you say, okay, I'm using this buzzword because it's hot right now to gain support from people who otherwise would not support me.
Yeah, or it can, to elucidate the point even further, it goes both ways where, like, if someone says the word, you kind of have this preconceived idea of what they're trying to say, and you kind of straw man whatever their personal take is, right? Like, just like with the religion thing, it's like, well, like, oh, here's what Google says that the ether is, and so that's what you believe.
Here's what Google says that the flat earthers believe: a disk in space accelerating upwards 9.8 meters per second squared, heading towards Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, exactly. That's the most abundantly clear example.
rather than properly asking the flat earther whom you are speaking to the questions so that he, she, or they can answer those questions to inform you of what their position actually is.
Exactly.
Yeah, so where'd the idea that a floating disk in space is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second come from?
Einstein.
Yep. The consequence of relativity. So not the idea of the flat earthers in its original form. It's a guise to hide the fact that relativity has some really retarded claims within it by pawning it off on the subhuman flat earthers who are clearly retarded and believe such idiotic things. Like something's accelerating upwards while simultaneously accelerating downwards.
Touching back on what AI mentioned a couple of seconds ago with that apologist, the reason I made that retort is because that is rhetorically true about those kinds of persons who try to appeal to a doctrine or a doctrinal system, a paradigm, which is made by disbelievers for disbelievers in rebellion against the Lord whom they claim to be an apologist for, a defender of the faith that they have in the Lord for, they're having two or more ultimate authorities competing with the Lord. They have quote unquote science or whatever else, some other person who has made some other paradigm, some other theory that is competing against and contrary to the word of the Lord in the Holy Writ. So these apologists, they want to have Yahusha, Jesus, as Lord, but they also want to have academia as Lord.
So I had a question about what was said a few minutes ago about the Bible. I was wondering, maybe for Whitsitt or you, Gregory, why do you think that the Bible is in almost every hotel room?
Because there are persons out here who have persevered by the Holy Spirit to publish the scripture.
I know a chapter president of the Gideons, and personally, and I asked him about his opinion of the organization, and I tell you what, it's a pretty I'm gonna use a interesting term, but spick and span organization. You won't find very much negative publicity or horror stories or anything like that. It's actually a really straightforward, simple, effective organization that has been pursuing a mission for decades and decades extremely efficiently. And I think it's as simple as that.
So wait, are you saying that they mail these Bibles to the hotels for free or something? What are you saying?
It is free, but not to. It's free to the hotels. The hotels don't pay anything. The organization receives funding through donors. Always have, apparently always will, Lord willing or whatever. But yeah, it's a funded organization, and yeah, I would say sometimes they might ship them, but I would say other times through chapters across America, they would deliver them as well.
Yeah, my short answer would be because you can't hide it. So, I would say they flooded it down with misinterpretations and occasional mistranslations because that's the
much easier answer. A much easier answer is because it's the most prolifically requested book in the history of the world. That's the answer.
And even greater than that, like Austin just said, they can't hide it. The light shined in the darkness, and the darkness could not overcome it. And everything that is hidden in the dark shall be revealed in the light. Everything that is done in the corners shall be shouted on the rooftops, said Lord Yahushua.
Do you think they do things like this in foreign countries? Like, do you think in the Middle East, most of the hotels that exist there have the Quran in them by default?
Yeah. Dude,
I'm not
certain. Do you know how strict those countries are about the inundation of their religion on a practical state level? It's literally everywhere. It's systemized into their culture.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably more likely that it's illegal to have a hotel without a Quran, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know what? The cool thing about this verse is that Gregory just quoted. It's actually something that you can prove to be something possible physically if you put just one candle into the biggest basketball room or biggest sport room or whatever, I don't know what it's called, a big hall, and it's completely dark, and you have just this one candle of light in the middle of it, or wherever you want to put it. The whole darkness, no matter how far you are away in that big room, that little light will still be seen. So, that's why I think it's such a great verse. Anyways.
Well, I mean, like I said before, 80+% of the world's population identifies religious. of those percentages, the primary religions of the world just happen to be Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, right? So you would expect that media of some type involved in those religions will be prolific where you go, especially in the cultures that primarily have one or the other. Like obviously in Hinduism would be in the Hindu territories, Islam would be in the Islamic territories, and Christianity and their literature would be in any of the Western world. I mean, that's just probability.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like we got people coming here and say, "Oh my goodness, flat Earth is religious." I'm like, dude, 80% of the world's population is religious, dude. That's like saying people are religious.
I would say that actually everyone, there is non-human being that is not religious in a sense, since no one can go to bed or wake up with any goal in their mind or anything that they believe in, whether if it's evil or good, whatever it might be. Every human being is essentially, because we are made in his image, we are made to actually worship him, to actually be in a relationship with him, which means people will just replace the very nature of what they are, okay, being a religious being, with something else that they make their god or their worshipful thing when they go to bed or when they wake up or when they have a goal in life or whatnot, or make it a meaning. So people who say, "Oh, you're religious," really do not have yet thought about what religious actually is. It's just, it's everyone is religious. You know, there is no human being that goes to bed or wakes up without having something that they believe in to be the thing that they're living for. So that's just another, obvious thing to the nature of the being that we have been created to be. And if you want to, dismiss that, then you just intellectually dishonest to yourself. That's just how it is, obviously.
This is another instance of what Austin and I were talking about just a little bit earlier, when we have this subject matter of religion, and then when someone like you or I, Clay, that try to come along and inform the listener a little bit more about the subject matter, maybe some information that they don't understand, or maybe dispel some misconceptions they have about this subject matter, people resist it. And ironically enough, when you try to discuss the subject matter of religion with some people, and you try to dispel some of their misconceptions about religion so that you can edify them and you both can get on the same page and grow in knowledge concerning the subject matter, they express a level of devotion to their preconception of religion, or they express religious devotion to their misconception of religion, while also expressing their vehement abhorrence of religion, no matter what is said to them. It's ironic.
Right.
Those are usually express a high level of religious devotion to their anti-religiousness.
Yes, I think this anti-religiousness actually makes a lot of people just look very religious. You know, there are a type of people that are so religious in their faith towards being things as scripture or the creator not being the reality of what things are, which just shows that they themselves have ended up in a religion where they themselves agree upon something that they can't prove or disprove 100% in their paradigm. So, in a sense, everyone who says, there is no Messiah, there is no one who saves us or whatnot, or being like anti-Christ, it's making yourself ultimately religious, because you base your faith, you're basing your faith, your whatever it is, waking up in the morning and going to bed, on saying, "Oh, I'm gonna agree upon many other intellectual and people with some wisdom that, actually the Bible is just another book written by some man, blah, blah, blah." But it's the same thing, you're just making your own religion.
For instance, when we're in here, right, when we're in this room,
yeah,
talking about cosmology, and we're talking to some particular globalists, and the worst globalists, what do we critique them for? We critique them for their unjustified religious devotion to the ACP, the globe model. And that's not necessarily theistic. but they have a religious devotion to it. We know
Yes.
from experience in this room that religion is not just theism. That is a misconception. It's not
Yes.
correct. And for the vast majority of history of religious studies and comparative religion, they did not define it that way. It's just too narrow. It is simply too narrow to define religion as theism, belief in a God or spirit, etc., etc.
Right.
We know from experience in this room that religion is far beyond the mere narrow scope of theism.
Exactly. And you can't escape it, you know. If someone wants to debunk what I just said, go on. I really want to hear how he's going to debunk oneself not being a believer in something that makes them actually wake up or go to bed, whatever it might be. So if people want to, you know, want to be honest or not, there is something in your life that you ultimately worship or what you're living for, whatever it might be. If it's material, if it's immaterial, you can't be not religious. It doesn't work. It's just the very nature of what you are. And I hope someone won't. I hope someone tries to you know rebuke me, but I'm pretty sure it's impossible because they can't find an excuse for that.
In other words, to help my friend whose English is not his first language, religion, I simply define it very quickly as a supreme value. It is that which you value above all else. And you can detect what as a religion, the supreme value, what they value above all else, when you test it, when you scrutinize it, when you challenge it.
Yes.
You see, when you, since again, the globalist, since we're in this server, since we're in this channel right now, when you test the globe, when you test the ACP, when you challenge that, they protect it against any and all scrutiny, any and all critique, no matter what.
Amen.
In addition to atheism, atheists do the same.
Yes. And that's exposing the very nature of what one human being is, made in the image of, yeah, you know. It's just you can't escape it. You can't escape the very thing that you have been made to be. So the only thing you escape the purpose of your life is by being lost in the ways of this world, which means is putting your trust, your faith, the very gift of things that the Most High has gifted you to have to invest in that relationship to Him, into things that at the end of the day are going to end up in death, you know. So either you're going to invest and put your faith, your religious being onto things that are going to bring you to life, or you're just going to, you know, lose it.
Has anybody ever tried to nail in 1.5-inch nails? Like,
no.
How is this supposed to work on a flat Earth, guys?
That's easy. You gotta hold them. You gotta hold them with a needle nose plier. It makes it much.
Oh my gosh, I do have one of those. That's not a bad idea. I'm over here losing my mind. Like I've already smashed my fingers in other ways over the past couple of days. So
yeah,
I'm
you should try
compromised.
1/2-inch nail, 1/2-inch roofing nail. Try that.
1/2-inch.
Oh.
Ew. Yuck.
Maybe they're 3/4. Maybe they're 3/4. But I think.
All right, needle nose pliers it is. I've got that tool to do this job. I will do it.
Will you please have someone take a picture of you while you do it?
Why?
I just would like to have a picture, bro.
Well, I shared a picture of the deck. I'm one joist in. Like all this time, I'm just now finally nailing in the joist. I work fast, obviously.
Obviously.
No, these are those hardcore Simpson galvanized joist hanger nails. They're, I mean, about the right thing.
You're just building it by yourself?
Yeah. Well, today, Fraud comes over here on the weekends sometimes and helps me out.
What you need for that is a big hammer.
Yeah, I've got a hammer.
Yeah, well, how many ounces?
22.
All right, that's the right hammer.
It's a good hammer. I mean, I would prefer one of those palm hammers. Those things are awesome, but I don't have one of those. You know what I'm talking about? The little palm pneumatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things are perfect for this job.
You could always get a nail gun.
Yeah, not as effective for the. I mean, you can do joist
Yeah,
with the
you
nail
gotta have
gun.
skill. You gotta have skill to do that if you, depending on which tie you get.
Yeah, I built decks one summer. Like that's all we did was build decks. It can be a bit frustrating.
Yep, I'm learning as I go. It's all
Yep.
good.
Yeah. So what you also could have done is just bought the strong tie screw and got an impact gun. Would have been done in no time.
Yeah, I do have the impact wrench. I supposedly because of where I live, you're not really supposed to do
Oh yeah,
very
that's
many
right. I forgot about that. You did say that.
screws.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah,
Also
I would say like
twice.
screws are way better in my opinion.
They are, but
Also twice the
you need the
price.
movement. Yeah. This has
You could try
been
to
flat
super glue
Earth
it.
physics. Sorry, what?
Have you considered using super glue?
Well, I've got Type Bond 3. That's the
Ooh, heck yeah.
preferred. That's the preferred glue of choice for wood. But
I'm
no,
trolling you, man. I was just
I,
trolling.
I know I'm playing along.
Dude, you could.
Okay.
You know what? You could make a deck like that. So you just get like 72 boards, turn them on edge, glue them all together, and then you got a big slab. Sand it. Bam, you're done.
Yeah, slab on grade. Ay, ay, ay. That would be something. Yeah,
Oh,
who
I
needs
think
deck boards when you've made a butcher block deck? I wonder if
Well,
anybody's
so like,
ever done a butcher block deck.
was there already a deck there, or like you're building it all together?
It was rotten. So it's one of the many jobs that needs done on my cheapest house in America adventure.
Okay, gotcha. Well then, yeah, okay. Well, that's not too bad. It could be worse. Like the trickiest part sometimes is the foundation. Like
Oh, it's needing fixed. It's got a 30. Hold on, how much? $38,000 is what is needed to correct my foundation. Oh, it's a house that requires lots of attention. It was the cheapest 4-bedroom house that I could find in the last decade in America. So you get what you pay for, as the saying goes.
Yeah, I was just talking about like the deck itself, like obviously like setting, like getting it level and actually having a foundation for the deck is
No,
normally
it's good.
the worst part.
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Well, I got faith in you, man.
I think we got a Glober in the house.
Y'all have fun with that. I'm muting again.
Okay. Have fun building the deck.
I don't see nobody. I don't see nobody. There's no Glober in here, homie. There's no Glover in here, my friend.
Wait, are you talking about Shen Chaos Grand Wizard Mason New World Order? Who the hell is this guy?
Glover. I'm pretty sure he's not a Glover.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He wouldn't have the NWO reference if he was.
In a related story, I found a major short in my electrical bike system. Found out where water had gravitated to one of the main connectors. So I'm taking the little piece out of the 2-prong connector, and pushed it out of the plastic part. Now I'm gonna clean it all up, get the wire ready for some new solder, and then shrink wrap and make it all
Shrink wrap.
completely
Are you
water.
trying to build a space
I'll
capsule?
no, listen. I'll eventually make it completely waterproof. Now I know what I need to do. So you never usually find out what you need to fix until it breaks. So now I know this is valuable information. Uh, I'll send you a picture of the connection. I'm sure you're all just on the edges of your seats.
I'm not.
Don't try to fix it if it's not broke.
No, dude, it was broke. It stopped working, and I can't be out somewhere 2.5 miles down a trail and my bike stopped working.
Have you heard about the new ether bikes?
Do what now?
Do they run off ether or the ether?
The ether bikes.
I want a bumblebee ether mechanism. Yeah, anyone can build me one of those. I'm gonna have to drop my own plants, no doubt. So
I'm sure the people on Coast to Coast AM probably have a bridge to sell you.
what else would a Tesla protege say anyway?
Oh man. Oh man, we need some good jokes around here.
We already got
Why
one. We
can't
just heard one.
scientists trust atoms?
What's that?
Why can't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
How about that?
Allegedly.
I like that.
Maybe I should change it to why can't you trust an atomist?
Why?
Well, I'm just saying maybe that's how I should phrase it, so it'd be kind of relevant to the current little predicament.
Oh, yeah.
Or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's a little too broad brush fallacy going on there.
Well, I guess I understand your critique from earlier that there's other options, but I think if we're all being honest, we know that everyone's coming from the atom theory worldview.
Here's the reason why you can't trust an atomist. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. Because they're wrong. Ether way.
Nah, put that one back in the chamber, bro.
Or at least back in the oven. Let's let it cook a little more. See what happens.
Is that what really
Yeah.
suggest?
Okay. Duly noted and duly retracted for revision.
Okay, cool.
Austin?
Yep.
What were these other options that were supposedly suggested?
I don't know. AI mentioned something called the rope theory.
Yep.
Oh, that. Well, that is a kind of atomism.
Is it?
In essence, ontologically.
Sure. You sure you're not talking about string theory?
Yeah, with string theory, that's a kind of atomism rather than the atoms being little particles similar to a ball or whatever. It's a string. Either that's finite or infinite.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. But when someone tells you a theory that has a rope, it sounds
sounds like string. Rather than assume it's string theory, you should be like, oh, rope theory.
Breaking up.
What do you mean by that?
He's saying there's a difference in string theory and rope theory.
I'll be able
Okay, I
Yeah,
have a
that was
question about the rope. I have a question about the rope theory. So now, if this rope theory, here's the idea I had about it was there's a bunch of swinging jumping ropes everywhere, and so when you turn on the light, you only see the vibration. You only see the ones where that particular electromagnetism or whatever that light is emanating through the medium causes the jumping ropes only to appear in the place where that light is.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's comprised of a bunch of ropes. You just you excite transverse movement within a certain area. It's literally just like a giant pond, in my opinion.
I'm half joking. The ropes are invisible. So,
Sonny.
You never know nowadays.
Live from the east. Hello there.
And just for everyone to understand the context, because I was saying earlier that there's really only been two prominent frameworks ever proposed, and that is ether or atomism. But he was kind of saying that there are other options. Just
what were you saying, Gregory?
Saying hello to Elijah, but he immediately hopped out. Options.
Oh, I thought you asked me a question.
These other ontological options. I thought you were referring to the basic options being monism. There's only one thing. Ultimately, two basic things, or atomism, or the school of thought that forsakes considering those questions and just goes with pragmatism. That's Dr. Greg Bonson talking.
yeah, my point remains. Atomism was birthed from materialism.
Yeah, because atoms make up all matter. So they say.
Allegedly, yeah.
And then, but another ontological school of thought.
Well, they also say that atoms are 99.9% emptiness.
Ontological school of thought where the atoms
They're
are
always going down.
idealistic atomism.
What is emptiness?
Dude, I said that's why they're always going down. Get it? They're empty inside, they're down all the time.
Aha.
Next time I'll laugh at the end so you know it's a joke.
Okay.
You guys know that photons carry information?
No.
I didn't know that photons were a thing that carried anything.
Yeah, I didn't either. QE claims that photons, as in radio waves, carry information. So, by his standards, photons, which is light, because that's what a radio wave is, it's a spectrum of the light, carry information to a receiver. Did you know that?
So that would imply that the photon is a medium in which you can record information that could then be interpreted.
Well, the photon is a material object. You can put information into it. It can travel across great spans of distance, and you can receive information from it.
Well, let's not straw man,
like
Mike. Okay, so he doesn't
that
say.
sounds very tongue in cheek.
Yeah, he doesn't say for one that it's material, right? So they're under the train of thought that energy and mass are interchangeable, and so it's a quote unquote massless particle. So it's just energy, not matter, for one.
No, he doesn't claim that. When you say that to him, you have to define what mass is. He doesn't say that.
He says that he says that it's not matter. He says it's energy.
Hey,
Okay, but a
Ken, real
photon.
quick. We're not doing personality wars here. You follow me? So you got two options. Talk about the arguments or go by. Those are your options.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, for one, he's not here to defend his position, and it sounds like a bit of a straw man. So we can just talk about the argument itself. Like, he showed me enough respect to not personally say me, and I'm gonna try to be the same way. I'd prefer we all kind of adopt that as just an opportunity to have an intellectual discussion about certain subjects that are pretty prominent in our reality, and we should just go from there. There should be no need for this guy's stupid, that guy's stupid, or whatever.
Yeah, how about the self-evident experience that radio, whatever it is, does transmit information in some manner to where the receiver gets informed of either a sentence or some music or a digital code. So it happens somehow, doesn't it?
Well,
yes. So about that, what is meant by the person who supposes that the photon is carrying information? What does that mean?
It means that you're inputting information into light, and it's being carried to a receiver and being, picked up and translated by the light.
Right. So that sounds a lot like, hold on. Dang it. All right. So what is that called? Fiber optics, right? Fiber optics on one side. They create some light, right? Somehow they view information into it. They send it through the fiber optic. It's received at the other end, which decodes the information. So somehow some people are sending information across light, right? Somehow.
I think you went out, maybe. Then that fiber optic runs into your house, plugs into your router, and then you take the Ethernet cable and plug it into your PC.
Yeah, so either way, we've just concretized an information exchange system where the medium of exchange is light-based. So I'm not sure I understand your critique of this concept. Maybe you need to flesh it out.
I'm just confused. Is light energy or is it a photon?
They say that's the same thing.
Well, there's not a duality.
What?
A photon is a discrete chunk of energy in their paradigm.
Wait a minute. Something can't be two things simultaneously?
Yeah, show me a duality in nature.
So where something's more than one thing.
Yeah, kind of like your wave particle duality.
My wave particle duality?
Not yours specifically. I'm not trying to be hyper specific on this either.
Well, can a woman be a wife and a mother and a president simultaneously?
Is she still a woman? Are women mothers?
I don't know. Did you ask her how she identifies?
That's one thing encompassed into many. Like, that's just the nature of a woman, really.
So I understand what he's talking about before confusion unnecessarily ensues. He's talking about A being non-A simultaneously. That's not possible.
It can't be a wave function and a particle all at once.
Yes, it can.
Oh, really? What's a wave? What's a wave?
See, you done screwed up when you said the term wave function.
A wave
and then
particle.
you want to focus. Now, hold on, friend.
Isn't that what the double split?
If you're going to push the pay and constantly interrupt, I'm just going to mute you and get rid of you. It's that simple. Follow me? You got to let the other person have a chance to flesh out what they're going to say.
All right, go ahead.
So, a wave function is a mathematical probability distribution. You can apply a wave function to machine gun fire.
to jackhammer strikes, right? So something can be expressed as a wave function while being a particle or a concrete object. Okay, I think what you meant to say was waves.
Well, isn't a wave
Right.
function the description of what something is doing, not what something is?
Right. So you messed up when you said it is a wave function and a particle simultaneously. You committed an incoherent statement.
Is the particle a wave, or what is the particle?
Well, when you think of the word particle, what do you think of? A singular object?
Usually I'm thinking of this as it's been introduced to me in my life. I'm usually thinking of this little sphere-like thing.
What if it's not? What if it's actually a discrete boundaryified? I'm using that word boundaryified that I just made up. So it's got some kind of boundary to it. So it doesn't
Yeah,
go
it's
on forever,
finite.
right?
Yeah, locally finite.
Finite. Right? What if it's a packet of energy that does what it does within a discrete location that has a boundary of some nature? So it could, and within that boundary, it could be doing all kinds of things. But that boundary is what sets it apart, quote unquote, from the other particle. So, for example, within that boundary, let's just say, for sake of argument, that it's doing all kinds of motions, right? So it's not like a marble that just sits there, right?
What
It's
is
more like a marble within a boundary that's zinging around it, all kinds of ways. What's wrong with that?
What is energy?
Energy?
Yeah.
Magic.
Technically, in the occult, magic would fall under the category of energy. But seriously, what is energy?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Nobody knows. Because if you want to go outside the classical definitions, then you have to provide your own.
Well, usually when I hear energy being spoken of, in totality, given everything I've heard about energy, and when I ask the questions to make the notion of energy intelligible, I gather that energy is the ability to express power. So energy is an ability. That ability is the property of a concrete entity.
Is it possible to learn this power?
So it wouldn't really be coherent. It wouldn't really be intelligible to say that this ability in and of itself has a local finite existence with a boundary.
Etheric vibrational resonance, vibrational displacement in the process of seeking equilibrium. I'll take my Nobel Prize whenever you guys get around to it.
Right. So let's just take what he said for sake of argument. Does that subsume the entire system in all dimensions? Length, width, breadth, height, depth, time, spirit?
Yeah.
Or is it discreetly located and focused on a specific area?
You can focus it on a specific area, but everything has the potential to do work. Yeah.
Right. But he was talking about, okay, so potential, if everything has potential to do work, then it could just be static and there's no motion in the universe. And that would qualify that definition.
Well, that's not the implication. There are different things with different levels of energy.
Yeah. So
different
in other words,
properties,
nobody
different
really,
things, different properties,
yeah,
different
but,
levels of energy, different functions.
yeah, what I'm getting at is nobody really cares of something's potential to do work. That's kind of like your lazy cousin. He has a lot of potential, but he's still on the couch, is he not?
Well, doesn't everything have potential
Right.
until it expresses its energy?
Well, not until everything has the potential to express energy. It's just a matter of do you or do you not express the energy that you have.
Yes. Now, how much potential does it have? That's the question. For example, our cousin Larry on the couch, does he have as much potential as your cousin Bob, who's out and about getting things done? It's kind of unknown, is it not? Because what if he decides one day I'm going to get off the couch, and then he ends up becoming like the next Elon Musk?
So a
Yeah, whether you know it or not at the time, whether you know it or not at the time, for all you know, in principle, it could be the same or less or greater than.
Wait, how did you use Elon Musk as an example there? Elon Musk accepts federal subsidies. Fuck him.
But he's prominent for working really hard. So that's what he's saying.
I don't miss the point. I get the point.
Well, I was just answering that guy's critique.
Yeah, not you, the other guy that you were talking to.
But I mean,
so when we really care, I guess what I'm trying to say is when we really care about energy, it's when something's happening. It's not when nothing's happening.
But when we care is beside the point. It's not a matter of when we caring or not is beside the point. The point is that energy is an ability of a concrete entity. It's not a concrete entity in and of itself with a finite location.
Yeah, it just can manifest discreetly in the material world. I mean, this is obviously a very deep conversation, right? Like properly defining energy is no easy task. I've actually thought about it quite a bit.
Well, let's take something more simple, like a tank full of gas that could be burned, right? So the tank is sitting there full of gas. What's it doing at the moment? Not too much.
Yeah,
so
but
it can be lit
the
on
tank
fire,
doing?
and then something will happen.
You say, what is the tank doing?
Yeah, what's the whole thing? What's the whole thing doing?
Well, which thing is the tank or the gas in the tank? Which one are you
Let's
trying
say
to
the
specify?
gas.
Okay.
It's sitting there slowly going bad over many months if you don't burn it up soon enough.
For real? Yes, that stuff goes bad, man. How does it go bad?
But even bad gas still has potential energy.
Am I wrong about that? At least I've heard that
I
it
don't
doesn't
know.
work
It
after about
could.
2.5 years, regular gasoline.
Could become inert somehow. Yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah, but even beyond that, I'm pretty sure, at least I've been told this, that when it's past 8 months in the gas tank without being burned up, it starts to turn into something that's not good for your engine when you do turn it on and use it.
Oh, there's liquid gasoline in the tank, not gaseous gas. AI.
Could be liquid or gas. Don't matter.
Okay.
Process of seeking equilibrium. Etheric vibrational displacement. That's actually what I think the answer is. As seemingly unsatisfying as that may be.
Well, what's displacement mean?
Yeah, so it's just the movement from original position effectively. So it could just be said as movement.
Right, so movement, right? And then we have vibrational, which is also movement. So now we have movement, which is tautological, so we can just carry the 1 and divide by 0, and we just end up with movement, correct?
Well, there's different kinds of movement.
Yeah, I think
you don't
vibration
want to.
is an important specifier.
Yeah, I can vibrate. I can turn on a vibrator. I know it's kind of crass. You can turn on a vibrator, and the vibrator is still not moving from from its location that it's sitting in. So there's different kinds of movement.
What? Yes, it is. It's not moving from a general location, but it is moving within its general location, up and down, left and right, sideways, back and forth.
Yes, but it's not moving from where it's sitting on the ground, for instance.
Right.
So there's different kinds of movement. I mean, that is a different kind of movement.
Right. So now turn the machine off. Okay, turn the machine off. Turn the machine off and just leave it where it is. Is it moving?
No,
On a subcategory structure, is it moving?
I don't believe so.
No part of it's moving whatsoever. It's not vibrating in any way. Doesn't have any kind of resonance inherent within itself, just sitting there. It's absolutely static.
Well, again, in what sense do you mean movement? Do you mean movement from a discernible change of location, or do you mean some kind of oscillation, vibration?
Any
I mean, surely you don't want. Surely you
oscillation,
don't want to make the
vibration
difference.
fall under that category.
I mean, surely you don't want
Well,
to blur the difference between me vibrating, standing where I'm standing, versus me standing here and then walking 5 miles left to me.
But this actually touches on a bigger point I always say, that there is no such thing as stillness. Being still. Nothing
What
is
about my
ever.
meditation? What's it?
What?
No, I'm just messing around. I was like, what about meditation? No, I'm just messing around. Continue, please.
No, that's it. Just that there's no such thing as being like actually at rest or still. Everything has a vibrational resonance, a resting resonance.
That completely blows the globus refraction out of the water.
You know, of course, not. You know, sometimes in these conversations, we make English more difficult than it is, and we don't appreciate the semantic scope of words. Of course, not still in one sense, but yes, still in another sense. Like right now, if I simply stop talking and just sit there, I was still. In one sense. In another sense, I'm not still, because the material components in my body, I guess, are, you know, still moving somewhere and vibrating some way.
yeah. So the components of your body, how are they stuck together?
I don't know how to give you a sophisticated answer to that, other than the Lord keeping them together.
Electrostatic attraction.
Electrostatic. Now, is electrostatic a physical construct between point A and B, being the components of his body, or is it a field of some nature?
That's a good question. I would certainly say the latter.
Right. So if it's the case that there's no physical construct containing things, right, and the field is what is causing it to happen, right, then that changes your interpretation of what energy is.
Can you define field?
Yeah, we already did earlier, man. Where you been?
Not here.
Why do you contrast field with physical?
Because some people do, and it's worthy to parse that out.
Yeah, but he has to define a field first. I don't understand.
A field is an area of
Field
effect.
of an area of effect.
Yep, there you go.
So what's the cause?
Energy.
Isn't energy the thing being expended to cause the effect? It's not the effect itself.
Pressure mediation.
What is the expansion of energy?
Motion.
The reduction of motion available in the system.
Pressure mediation.
Right? And motion applied over an area, right, in which the area is resisting or impeding, results in pressure. Right? That's how you can push a brick wall, right, rather than phasing through it. If it's not concretely constructed, right, and it has resonant frequency that's not bonded together with a physical construct, right? So if you're vibrating at a certain oscillation rate and you're a lattice that doesn't have a physical construct from each point, and you vibrate the two things at alternating frequencies, and you could pass one right through the other.
Correct?
Oh my.
Well, concrete entities is not only that which is substantial and extension in space. There are concrete events. So when something is moving, it's not merely an abstract idea that's happening in the mind. It's an objective, concrete entity doing the motion.
Sure, but we have a proposition that something can pass through a solid object. So is that a true proposition or false?
Something can go through an object? Is that the question?
Yeah, one object in the manner in which I said that's not connected by any physical construct of its constituent parts, right? So it's some kind of field, which isn't necessarily physical in nature in the manner in which we understand physical as being a concrete object, like a piece of plastic, right? So if you take a piece of plastic and you connect it to another piece of plastic with a bolt, right, it has a physical construct connecting it. So, for example, you have a magnet, right? You can connect a magnet to another magnet without bolting them together, and it can support the other magnet in free space for a duration of time, which seems to us to be indefinite. Yet you wouldn't say that they're bolted together. And in the middle of those two magnets, which are suspending each other, right? Obviously not in free air. You need one of them to be concretely attached to something. You can pass a non-magnetic substance between them. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So a solid object can pass through a field like nobody's business, right? And so can a field pass through a solid object? And in principle, if that nature of construction is true, and that's the manner in which the substrate particles of an object are constructed, then that means that if you shift particles, quote unquote, I'm using that loosely, obviously, just talking about components, right? And those fields, magnetic fields or energetic fields or whatever you want to call them, just like I passed the object through the magnets, I can now pass an entire object through an entire other object.
Why are we talking about this?
Well, because you wanted to know what energy is. And so now you have to pay the price.
Everything is seeking equilibrium. That should be the number one natural law. Is
Yep.
that
How does equilibrium occur?
well, that's the pressure mediates.
Pressure mediation, how does that occur?
How does it occur?
Yeah, for example, in a gas tank that we had sitting there, right? Let's say I take 30% of the gas out. What's going to happen to the remaining 70%? If it's a non-liquid gas, it's going to fill the container, right? It's going to mediate pressure. How's that going to be accomplished? Through motion.
Motion, yeah.
Right. So the standard example of energy, right, is just it's a quantification. It's like this thing has 5 kilojoules of energy.
Motion through
Right.
a substrate.
It's telling you how much work it can do. And so the ability to do work is just a measure of how much work it possibly could do, how much effect it could have on its area of effect.
And
whether it be through a field.
Is it true that the motion has to be through a substrate, like you're about to mention, field, substrate, some kind of background framework?
Well, we haven't got there yet.
You're using
so the
trigger words.
Standard definition is man, I lost my place. Dang, what was that I just said? The ability to do work, right? In itself. All things that are capable of motion have the inherent ability to apply work to something else. Because work, right, is motion applied, which is force. Right? So all of these words that we've just described are just descriptors of motion. And so we can just cancel out the tautology and just say it's motion.
What was the tautology that you canceled?
Well, I said
All other expressions of motion.
yeah, like I said, etheric vibrational displacement.
Yeah, this type of motion, that type of motion, that motion over there, this motion over there,
Yeah.
all described in different ways, but it's all motion.
Yeah.
Nothing happens in physical reality without motion. Otherwise, it's just static and there's no happen. So in a static universe where nothing's happening, right, there's ability there to do something, but nothing's being done.
Yeah.
However, we lose all of this when we realize that there's something else that has the ability to do things that doesn't require motion. Which is extraordinate to the physical world, which is for the $1,000 prize goes to
Creator.
Yeah, fair conclusion, or you could have said the mind.
Consciousness. Yeah.
So the mind is the prime mover. There you go.
Yeah, the personal, eternal, supreme being, Yahweh.
So, since Witsit was here the whole time, once again, I've proved that it's will that causes anything to happen.
Sure.
Will?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, good joke, bro.
Not Bill, Will.
Will who?
So now, obviously, my worldview is of a particular nature, where I believe that the nature of the substrate of the universe is self-evident expression of the Creator, which He Himself claims that His eternal power and Godhead is understood by the things that are made and how they work, so that no one is capable of excuse. Because it's self-evident that mind is primacy over matter, and that the only thing happens ever is because of will. I rest my case.
All things happen according to his will.
Wow, the word really is true, is it?
Certainly.
Thy will be done.
All things seek equilibrium. There is no such thing as rest or stillness. It's all a process of pressure mediation and etheric vibrational displacement or resonance, resulting in this motion of seeking equilibrium and pressure mediation gives us what we call energy or the ability to do work. As I see it.
Yeah, so fair. So F equals ma, right? Force equals mass times acceleration. Which came first, the force or the acceleration?
Force.
Sure about that?
I would think the acceleration, because the acceleration needs to occur in order for the force to manifest, right?
Well, something accelerating can exert force. But is it possible, given the definition for energy that we just laid out, for something to spontaneously move without a precedent force?
Well, they equal one another, so they're not. One is not coming before the other.
I'd say there was a supreme force that set everything into motion. I mean, sure, this is a deep conversation. I mean, if we're going all the way to the source and we're going to separate force and motion, seemingly futile pursuit.
And that force manifested because that concrete entity, not necessarily a creature mass, a creature, but that concrete supreme being moved to manifest the force that acted upon all creatures which he created to begin existing and moving and living and having their very being in his
not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
See? You think, you will it to be a force. There you go. So it's like the force in Star Wars.
Well, some things you can't just think into existence. Come on, guys.
Oh, really? So, my friend, are you a specific theist or an atheist?
Think me
Or
up
non-deist?
a nice cold Coke, brother.
A line of Coke?
A line of Coke.
Not exactly, but okay.
Dude, I was just talking about, 7 cans of Coca-Cola in a row. I don't know what you're thinking about, you dirty-minded fool. No, but I'm serious. Are you a specific theist?
I don't know. It depends on what that means, I guess.
Okay, it means you believe in a specific deity that's intrinsically involved in the world and is probably responsible for creating it.
Sort of. Not exactly, but yeah, sort of.
The only possibility is yes, technically. So.
Well, let's just say yes. Let's just say yes for the sake of argument. If someone believes such a thing, right, that an immaterial entity which exists as pure spirit, right, and we then have a physical construct world, and ipso facto by necessity, somebody thought everything into existence. What did God use his hands to make the earth? Think about it. Did he use his hands?
No, that makes sense. You have to think about it before you create it, right? You have to plan it.
When you described Mighty as being immaterial, what do you mean?
As who was being immaterial? What?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said when you described something blank as being immaterial.
Can anyone else hear him clearly?
No, I kind of faded out.
No, he's kind of just.
I'm not sure about your question, though, Gregory. What do you mean? Not limited to matter.
All right, guys.
You're back.
Hopefully I'm good because I need to tell you all that we definitely at least triggered Phil Bell, Professor Phil, in the DMs now. So we've at least done something right.
Oh.
That's so funny because that's actually pretty true. Every time that I'm like in a debate where I really destroy the other side, ding, DM from Professor Phil. Like every time. Really fun. Basically, whenever his cogdice gets hit so hard with some flat earthers arguments, he impulsively feels the need to reach out to them.
Uh-huh. Okay, I was asking you, when you described the Almighty as immaterial, what did you mean?
Immaterial.
Not confined to matter.
Well, that's a tautology, so that doesn't inform me what you meant by immaterial.
Yeah, I said it. Non-material, pure spirit.
Well, is spirit and matter antithetical? Are they antinomous? Why do you say that?
Because God is a being and matter is an existence. And that
But there are spirits that are existent. But there are spirits that exist. They're not eternal. They're contingent. So then spirit is not only necessary and independent. There are contingent spirits. So that's why I'm saying spirit and matter are not antinomous. They're both concrete, are they not? They have existence, they have causal power, they have personhood, they have minds, they have wills. They can even don flesh. as it were. They can incarnate themselves, both the Almighty and other spirits before incarnation.
Well, I would call the spirit of the nature which God is as unique. And so, using the same word for the substrate spirit that's an existent, I wouldn't qualify that as the same spirit.
I don't want to make you repeat yourself, but sometimes it's like when you speak, the volume just keeps going up and down.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, say that last sentence you were saying again, please.
I wouldn't qualify spirits that require God to exist to be on the same level as His spirit. Spirit
Of course
in
not.
general just means an immaterial entity in my book.
Well, when you say immaterial, that's the antonym of material, right? And material is synonymous with concreta, correct? Substantial.
I don't
No,
know
because
about that.
there's concrete things that aren't objects, like solid objects.
Yes, not all things are substantial material things with extension in space, but there are concrete things with substance and extension in space.
So, should we talk about those things as tangible or not tangible? Perhaps.
Yeah, like if we do away with the word immaterial, we're going to have a real, even more difficult time explaining what we're talking about in this context.
Well, to be fair, there are people who want to define God as material. Everything's material, including thoughts.
Well, that would be some kind of absolute materialist, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying concerning the ontology of spirit in general and including the ontology of the Almighty, I wouldn't describe it as immaterial because that would, in my mind, unless there's an argument that could be said against me, when describing the Lord as immaterial, that is a negation of the concreteness of his being. But he's not abstract. He's concrete. He's concrete real with all the power.
My critique, Gregory, would be, like if you are equating, like if you're equivocating material, that's kind of the problem, right? Like, I don't see that concrete is synonymous with material.
Well, when you look at the etymology, for instance, to try and make this intelligible, I'm struggling to turn my chair around, if you can hear that. It's not a mobile chair. It's a rocking chair. When you look at the etymology of material, concrete. Concrete.
So is electricity concrete?
See, as applied in the context of a philosophical discussion, we mean it as actual. And actuality is not limited to materialism.
Well, let me finish the point. Concrete etymology dictionary noun 1520s, that is material or not abstract. A noun use of concrete, meaning a mass formed by concretion.
So
then that's what I just preemptively.
Can you have the concrete that is tangible and also the concrete that is not tangible?
Yeah, tangible or intangible is the difference between can you touch it or can you not touch it? Can you, with your body, contact it or not?
Well, for instance, electricity, it can shock the hell out of you. It can even kill you. But can you see it, touch it, or feel it, or like taste it, smell it, or see it? No.
Well, there's some you can't have you can't have the same sensual experience with electricity like you can with the glass on my table, but you can feel electricity and you can see electricity should it light up in your eyesight.
So I think there's a difference, and I think the language needs to be more precise as to which type of thing we're discussing.
Of course, that's why I'm trying to go through this. So when you look up concrete, substance, substantial, matter, they seem to be synonymous. But there are people who say that they're not synonymous. They say that matter is not synonymous with concrete. So I'm trying to make the supposed distinction intelligible. What is the difference between matter? Why is it said that matter is not concrete?
What? Who says that?
Some people do. They make a distinction between matter is not physical, physical is not substantial, substantial is not concrete, or another version of that. But when
Who
I hear
says
these
matter
terms,
isn't
they
physical?
seem synonymous.
That's like the quantum physicists. They're the ones that say that.
What? They say matter isn't physical?
Yes, I've heard someone say that to me. I wanted them to make the distinction intelligible. They say it's not matter, it is physical, but it's not matter.
Okay. All right. So was this a slub central or an actual person of capabilities?
I would say
You don't have
No,
to name
people in
him,
their
so
own
you can call him a schlub if you want.
people in their own movies. The
Name his
quantum
ass, Gregory.
physicists, the quantum physicists in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? There's 6 or 7 of them, and they're telling us exactly. So that would be a good show to go through and critique, and maybe cinema or something, and film us critiquing it. That's always fun.
Dude, let's keep in mind
I've had this
we have
conversation
intelligentsia.
before.
We have intelligentsia who say that the mind is an illusion of the mind, right? So trying to parse out people's definitions to absurdity and then meet them where they're at, right? Sometimes you just got to slap them. Like if somebody says the mind is an illusion of the mind, they're admitting that the mind is real, because an illusion is a mental state of a false reality, right? Of the mind.
right.
So it's like they're just playing word games, really. They're trying to make a point that requires them to play word games. And they want you to play along. So when you start parsing definitions to be gracious to them, you're just doing truth a disservice. Sometimes you just got to tell them, hey, you're dumb. Capiche?
So the point earlier, when we describe the Lord as immaterial, we say he's not matter. But what is matter? Especially if it's not synonymous with concreta, ontologically.
Like where you going with this? Matter doesn't exist. I love it.
That's not where I was going.
Yeah, it is. It's where you're going, dude. Idealism. Problem solved.
No.
Why not?
Because the ideas must dwell in a concrete entity.
Right? But we're just saying that matter, in the manner in which people have taught about matter as being discrete and separated from the mind as an external world versus an internal world, is actually just all part of the same world, which is all the mind.
But it isn't really a mind, because the mind is the seat of thought, the ability to think, which is characteristic and ability of the concrete entity whom is the personal eternal supreme being.
Sure.
Who is concretely real. So not
Right,
idealism.
So that
What
just
if we're in
proves
a
that
dark
everything
room
exists.
and we can't see it all, but we're seeing all this just in our own head?
Right. It just proves that everything exists within God's mind, right? There you go.
I get it. I'm just saying. I get it.
Well, we're not mere ideas, so we're not mere thoughts. So it's not that we are thoughts in his mind. It's not as though we're univocally identical with his being. We're distinct from his being, the creator-creature distinction. And we are concretely real, as he is concretely real, with abstract qualities and
Absolutely.
characteristics.
So this is where you go into, I can't remember the exact name, it's either pantheism or panentheism or something like that, where the substrate of
Like God.
material reality is actually God's physical body. And so God
Well,
is two
pantheism.
parts, He's spirit and the physical realm. So when someone says my Mountain Dew can is God, they're being correct.
Well, pantheism and panentheism is like this. Pantheism is a circle, and you write God / everything else. The one and the same. They're
Okay.
univocally identical.
Yeah, what
The
I was just saying is called
panentheism.
monism.
Yeah, that's also monism. I mean, monism and theism, they're very synonymous. It's just a matter of terminology. Some people don't say pantheism because they're anti-theistic, so they don't want to mention God at all. They don't want to mention the word, so they use some alternative term. But when you boil down and when you examine the supposed distinction, they really are indistinct. They're just synonymous. And then with panentheism is you draw a circle, and then you draw a circle within that circle. The greater circle, the first circle that you drew is God, and the second circle you drew inside the first circle is everything else. So everything is a part of, it's not all of God, but it's a part of God, which is very similar to pantheism, because if everything else is just a component of God, then it's just pantheism again.
Why do they get so complicated?
Because he wanted to know what energy
I think it
was,
should
and
be
therefore
easier. Like, I mean, no, I
he
mean,
must
like
be punished.
understanding how to fellowship with God. Shouldn't that be easier to understand?
Well, in order to
no,
have
it's not that
fellowship with the
easy.
God, you have to be distinct entities. You're not univocally one and the same with the God. You are a distinct entity. He's a distinct entity, and you are communicating with one another delightfully, as you
So,
should.
for example,
Yeah, that's what I
for
mean.
example,
We're not God, but we're of God.
yeah, for example, rookie. You take the leaf. I'm sniffing the leaf.
You just cut out a
Now
little bit. Start over.
I'm talking to the leaf. Okay. And I'm acting like the leaf is a sentient agent. Like I'm literally holding God in my hands. Right? Doesn't that seem silly?
Absolutely.
Now, some people will think the opposite. They'll think that that's profound interactions with God itself. And I said itself for their benefit because that's what they think, that God is nature itself expressed.
Impersonal.
So they're communing with an entity. Yeah, but they could also make it personal to where the nature itself as a whole.
It's just the
Because
opposite
we're
of
part of
believing is
nature, right?
denial, right?
Yes, but we're part of nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Technically,
so
yeah.
with that loop, when I'm communing with the tree, I'm communing with myself and I'm communing with God simultaneously because we're all one, we're all together. So the idea of simplifying just communicating with God it's never that simple.
You know, when you say you're communicating with yourself, that's a colloquial, that's a very elongated way of saying you're thinking. You're either speaking out loud or you're not. So you're just thinking. But if you want to make the notion of communication intelligible in its most basic sense, it necessitates the necessary antecedent, as we're going to talk about necessary antecedents. The necessary antecedent to communication is that there's at least two or more entities which are sentient and intellectual and conscious to and receive information.
Right. So I'm one of them and the tree is one of them. And together we're two of them.
So energy, I mean, we got here from energy.
Video about communication.
Say again,
He was
Elijah?
saying, my friend just posted a video about communication. He said a lot of people like to express themselves
and they liken expressing themselves to communicating, but it's really not. Communicating is not just it. Like expressing yourself is just relaying how you feel,
Just that.
just to
Right.
be bumping your gums. Like you could do that in the mirror, but
Right.
communicating is when you want to get a point across, and the most important thing is for the receiver to understand what you're saying so that they can respond in kind.
Right.
And a lot of people don't do that. Like all of the ballers that come here, they just want to express their pain, express how it has to be a ball, express how it doesn't make sense that it's flat, instead of actually communicating with us.
They plead with us, yeah.
Elijah, you're going to appreciate this. Proverbs 18:2. Fools have no interest in understanding. They only want to air their own opinions.
That one is amazing.
Yeah.
Or New American
Yeah.
Standard Bible, but only in revealing his own mind, expressing himself.
Something so simple and true, and something that you can appreciate because you've experienced this. And then a disbeliever will just, for really no good or justifiable reason, come and say, "Oh, is that from the Bible? Oh, that's all a lie." How do you know?
Exactly.
How do you know that what that's saying is right? How do you know right from wrong? I was just asked that question today. How do you know right from wrong? Like who told you what was right from wrong, man? And I'm like, well, yeah, man does try to tell people this, you should do this, you shouldn't do that. But when it comes to, if you're talking about in the Bible, it's like, well, what shouldn't you do?
Yeah, the ultimate standard, the ultimate authority
Should
that
you not
informs.
love your neighbor? Should you not lie? Should you not like what should we be doing? Should we be, like it's like what, and that's not really, that's really doing a disservice to pointing out how that actually has nothing to do with the relevant points being made that you can connect with in the scriptures. What the hell does that have to do about your feelings about the book that you haven't read?
The very reason of why people nowadays in our society, not in the past, are scared of the, scared of the content of the Bible or the scriptures, also regarding, the things which we need to keep unto the Creator. The very reason why people are scared of it shows me that it's just the truth. What I see is that people have fear of losing something in their life when they give up. When they would give up certain things, like a sinful lifestyle and so forth, they think they're gonna lose something instead of understanding that you will gain everything through obedience unto your Father. It's just as simple as it gets. And the
Which
very
indicates that
reason,
their mind is yet to be transformed and their heart yet to be regenerated, so that they have a mind that understands the truth and a heart that desires the truth.
exactly, yes.
I would actually argue the main reason it needs to be get rid of is because of usury. That's why we need to bring democracy to the East, quote unquote democracy, because they still have the Quran, don't they? And it's also a passage in there too. Usury, interest, just in case.
How did you go?
Like
How did you get to usury from what we just said?
no, I'm saying that's why it must be getting rid of.
You know what we as human beings need to get rid of? We need to get rid of the of thinking that we have control over things such as if my heart is gonna stop in 5 minutes or tomorrow. There is a certain thing which means you have no control over, which ultimately also means that you do not own yourself. You do not own your heartbeat, you do not own your own flesh suit, you don't own your soul and your spirit, you don't own anything actually that you call yourself, that you call possession. You do not possess anything. And the thing is, you can make things up, thinking you're something. You're the ultimate ruler of your life, and you can be
There
the
you go.
one that's going to make this and that possible. But man, come to the conclusion to understand that nothing what you think is your own is your own. You do not own it. The only reason why you have a heartbeat, why you breathe, why you think, why you actually hear is because of the grace of the Creator. That's the only reason. Either if you want to believe it or not, it's just how it is, and you don't need to be religious. You don't need to be a believer in our Father. You don't need to be in a relationship to agree upon one thing, that the ultimate thing you're gonna bow down to is losing your flesh, losing something which at a certain point you think is your own. But since you have been born, nothing is your own regarding that. You need to die at a certain point. It doesn't matter what you have gained in your life. It doesn't matter what you think of yourself. It doesn't matter what you invested your faith, your religious properties of the being that you have been created to be in, because ultimately you do not own anything. That's just the truth of the matter, and yeah, that's just what I wanted to say is we need to come to a conclusion, man. What is it more worth to have treasures here, or start getting right with the Creator and realizing that I'm in a bad situation if I don't.
I agree more. I couldn't agree more. How old are you, Clay? Are you like early 20s or something?
22.
Wow. Wow. That's impressive, dude.
Yeah, but it's not because of me. This is just another thing of grace. Because since I do not own myself, everything that comes out of my mouth is just by His grace, by His ways of maybe touching one's heart, whatever. It's not about me essentially. It was never about me since I was born. And that doesn't mean that my life is meaningless or anything. It's actually the opposite. Since I lost this selfish mindset of thinking, I'm gonna gain this and that. I'm gonna be a drug dealer, blah blah blah. I'm gonna make myself rich and drive this and that car. Since I lost this old self, this selfish illusions, of thinking I actually own something. I gained everything because now I'm in the hands of the one that made me in the first place, right? And I'm gonna acknowledge that that everything about my life is in his hands. He has the full control. He can either say today, that's it, or he's gonna give me the grace of being 100 years old, whatnot. So that's just how it is.
Hey, Clay and Lucille, can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
And I think you were getting at this in the first part of what you were just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the common sense that we all we should have? I mean, it's kind of been stolen by by the repeated just propaganda that's thrown in our face every day. You should be able to see this, but you almost can't because of the education system and the propaganda that's thrown into in front of you every day. And I mean, it could come, but not everyone's grown up, quote unquote, religious, and I hate that term as much as anyone else does. but yeah, I mean, it's just like when people come in here and say, "Hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" We tell them, and then we say, "Hey, don't you experience the Earth the same way that I do?" And they have to admit, yeah, but, and then they go into their propaganda and education teachings.
Ultimately, because of the sin nature. It isn't just the wicked tyrants who deceive and delude,
Yeah, you
but
deceive
also,
yourself. You deceive yourself sometimes because
yes,
yeah.
yes, people deceive
Yes.
themselves. You talk to these globalists who are just the average person like you and I, and we've seen it. They have demonstrated that they have deceived themselves no matter what argument, even the best arguments that are said against their position and in defense of the flat earthers' knowledge claim, which we bear the burden,
Sure, we do.
don't accept it.
Yeah, but at the same time, their defense on that side is saying, well, that means you're not educated enough. That's why you think the Earth is flat, which is absolutely not true at all. We know the same thing
Right.
you do.
In one
Matter of
sense,
fact, we have to teach you about the globe before we debunk it. So
I was just about to say that. In one sense, we're not educated in the sense that we have not been thoroughly inculcated and indoctrinated in the catechetical, you know, in the curricula of academia. In another sense, we are educated because when we debate the issue, we demonstrate that we're more informed about your position than you.
not every time, but I would say at least 70% of the time we know more than
Of
that.
course, not every time. It wasn't an absolute statement. It was just a
I
general
think it's
statement, of
about
course.
seven. I think it's about 70% though. I mean, it's pretty
I
high.
want to
Go
I
ahead.
want to paraphrase a quote. So this is me paraphrasing another quote. C.S. Lewis basically gave the idea: if an uneducated man would steal the railroad spikes out of a railroad, but an educated man would steal the whole railroad. Do you get the analogy he's drawing there?
Mm-hmm.
Gregory does. I know he does. So education doesn't do anything to your moral compass. And in a sense, if your moral compass is not straight, you'll do worse.
Then your common sense isn't straight.
Yeah,
Because
then you won't.
I mean, because you're following a different path, or you have a different type of logic you're following, which isn't logic at all.
Right.
When you
A
have
type of logic which is
some type
also
of
called logical.
greed or something like that involved. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of logic in that person's particular worldview, which is not truly logical. It is not truly sound, reliable patterns of thought. Education is not the remedy to a wicked heart, especially when no matter how much education you do or don't have, if you do not want the truth, you will not believe it nor understand it. That is notwithstanding the knowledge that you are endowed with, which you cannot change.
Every single person on earth can understand it, but do they want to? I think that's what you're saying. Right?
Well, can in the sense that they have the faculties necessary to comprehend the information, but can't in the sense that because they don't want to, because they have a wicked heart and a corrupt mind because of sin, then they can't.
Sure. I mean, well, that's in the Christian perspective, yes. The way you describe it, yeah.
Yeah.
Not the only perspective that exists, uh, and because there are other people that still know the Earth is flat, but they're not Christians, So,
But the great thing is, the truth that came down into this world, that he he exposed the sinful nature of our carnal minds, and he made a pathway for us as a chance to turn away from that sinful life. Actually, giving up that old me, like I told about the selfish idea of thinking you own anything, you can be your own leader, director, God, whatnot. This old serpent lie that's ultimately always the same with unbelievers. if they want to acknowledge it or not. There's this pathway which is essentially saying where he essentially says he has not come into the world to condemn the world, but to save sinners. So
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, guys. Since we're talking about it, we try to keep religion off the topic for the most part, but it's definitely pertinent every single time it comes up. So, but I mean, there's a lot of flat earthers in here that aren't Christian, but we do understand. I guess. Well, I was raised Christian, so I do understand it, but I don't follow that. I don't follow it that way anymore. But the flat Earth's obvious to me, and it's obvious to a lot of people that aren't Christian. So, I mean, you think Christianity is the only thing that can show you the flat Earth, or is it common sense, or overarching ideology, or something, or it's just? I'm just wondering.
I think that the Bible describes the creation and the flat earth the most simplistic and most wonderful way at the same time, especially by revelation of the Most High, if you ask him. But just the simplicity of when it says, that there's one greater light and one lesser light and one for ruling the day and one for ruling the night and so forth. It just keeps it down to the level of what we always also come to the conclusion that there's certain things further behind the horizon, so to say.
Bottom line, a lot of
which
times, if people are listening to us, if they're not Christian, can you only see the flat Earth if you're Christian?
No.
Okay, yeah, I just want to point that out to anyone listening. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, it isn't. It isn't a matter of is it only subscribing to Christianism or the scriptures, the Holy Bible, that enables one to see the posteriori data, as it
Yeah,
were.
but it might seem that way to some people, though, Greg. It might.
Well, if it just seemed that's what if that's their interpretation, it's not correct. That's not the point. The point is when we talk about what is, again, that question is going to be answered in various ways from various perspectives,
Yeah, if
and no
people
one
have
is able
patience, you'll
to.
find it out. If you have patience, you'll find out.
Yes, and no one is able to answer any question apart from their ultimate presuppositions in their worldview. It is the foundation upon which their entire belief system stands. If they don't have a foundational presuppositional framework in principle, then they're not thinking at all. You see.
Yeah.
So
They're
when we talk
reacting.
about,
They're more in reaction mode than thinking.
it's not even reaction mode, because in order to have a reaction, you have to have a mind and you have to have sentience, all these other things. You have to trust your senses and you have to trust your reasoning faculties, and on and on and on. It's a whole myriad of implications of that I'm not going to go into.
I
itemizing.
know.
But the point is
I'm not
this.
going to go into it either because I was about
Right.
to be going on another diatribe. Go ahead.
And but the point is that yes, there are some disbelievers, people who don't believe in Lord Yahushua, who don't believe in the ultimacy of His Holy Writ to inform us or be the basis, the standard with which we judge any matter to know whether it is true or false. And so, with that being said, the issue is when it comes to answering metaphysical questions, when it comes to answering questions of what is, the debate is going to ensue if there is a fundamental disagreement between person A and person B in their worldview. So like earlier, what we were just talking about, when we talk about, can this person A, understand this or that, right? Can person A understand what we were talking about? Can person A
I would
understand?
rather say accept than understand. Accept what's been presented as truth.
Okay, we can go with
Instead of
accept
understand. Yeah, I mean
specifically.
that's semantical, sort of, but yeah, I'd
No,
rather.
no. That's a good thing that you said that, because there's a difference between understanding something versus accepting it. Some people accept what they don't understand, or accept what they do understand. Some people understand but don't accept it, or they don't understand and they still don't accept it. So there is a really big difference there.
Yeah, you're
So
go.
so the question was, can a person understand or can a person accept X? according to your worldview, you're going to answer that question. If you don't subscribe to the worldview in the scriptures, you're going to answer with an answer that is contrary to the scriptures. And so the debate ensues.
I think it probably always will, but or maybe it won't. I mean, I think that's the purpose the Creator had for us, is to have these questions. If you don't have these questions and you just accept what you're programmed into, then you're like it's obvious to people, It's like you think you have a free mind or a free thinking spirit or anything, but if you're just spouting off the same general nonsense, with whether it be religion, politics, or all this, it's just like you're part of a group that really isn't really thinking for themselves.
Yes, we were created with our characteristics, including consciousness and intellect and sentience. And we are to use these things, which is why the first and greatest commandment is love Yahweh, your God, with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your strength and all your soul.
Yep.
Your heart, the seat of your desires, your mind, the seat of your thoughts, your strength, your ability to do things, and your soul, use the faculties of your being to his pleasure. We weren't given a mind to be mindless and to not think.
Or a soul, same way. It's like our soul.
We are souls, and so
yeah, I know
we
that's our gift from the Creator, is our soul.
We weren't given a soul to do that which is contrary to our well-being. Right? We were not given being. We were not created to exist to do that which is contrary to our well-being. We were created to do that which is good for our well-being and glorifying to him who made us.
And brother. And so to deny what you naturally observe every single day, every single observation, flat earthers are like, oh, I've been over here and I've been on that. And then you have these anti-flat earthers that come in and say, well, we saw what you did. And then they have all these, these ideas and say, hey, well, here's my contradiction to your thing. Like, don't you experience the earth the same way that I do? I mean, what do you think? And that's why I always go back to, what do you think the horizon is? And they have to say the curvature of the earth. They have to say it.
Yeah, according to their faith.
Yeah,
according to their unjustified faith commitment, their ultimate controlling presupposition, or at least one of them, which they are devout and religiously devoted to.
To the horizon, which is...
It's not just itself, it's all,
ridiculous thing, bro.
it's all the details. It's all the essential details in their paradigm, which comprise the entire paradigm. You see, which furthermore, again, demonstrates what I'm talking about when I talk about presuppositions and worldviews. When philosophers talk about these things, no one believes just one individual item of information. No one believes just one datum.
No, sure.
Everyone believes.
I remember when you first joined a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. Oh, at least in this room, Gregory. You were kind of. I wouldn't say you were on the fence, but you were checking us as we were checking you, and
you think so?
You're fully on board now. To me, no, I like what you're. I listen to you all the time, and I think you're really kind of making a lot more sense now than you did in the past. I think you're really studying.
That's an improvement. That is a compliment.
Yeah, dude, bro, I love what you're doing now. So good stuff.
So, like what we just mentioned, right? When we scrutinize that particular point of the horizon, they demonstrate religious devotion to their notion and their position, and not just that, but all the details, or at least a fraction, a fraction of all those details in their paradigm, which demonstrates that when you have a belief system, it's a belief system. You see, if you take off one of those details, if you take off one of those notions, then it implies, if that is false, and that implies this is false, and this is false, and so has a cascading effect upon the belief system. You see,
Sure. Where do they start with that? I mean, horizon is the curvature of the Earth, but it looks flat because of what? They're going to say the R word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But they don't have any evidence for it. The R word being refraction for the listeners, whatever.
Right. So again, no matter what subject matter you're talking about, be it cosmology or whatever else, there is a belief system that is in question. And so if that system has a chink in its armor, as it were, if there's a loose thread, right? If there is an error, if there's a falsehood and it's exposed, has detrimental implications upon the entire, at worst, the entire paradigm. Hence the paradigm shift.
Yeah, but the paradigm shift only exists within individuals, right?
No. They can be in an individual or in a group.
Or in a group, yeah. But at the same time, it really, in my opinion, it exists with only in one person.
It's a paradigm which is shared by individuals.
Once you see something, you can't unsee it. That's where the paradigm.
You can't unsee it. You can deny it, right? You can choose to
you can be
use
a liar.
volition.
You can prove yourself
right?
a liar, but once
yourself,
you see it, you can't unsee
right?
it. Yeah.
Now you saw it, like you got the a posteriori sight data, but now you just refuse to accept it as you saw it. So you can't unsee it. It's just a matter of will you accept and adhere and acknowledge what you have seen or not.
That's good stuff, Greg. And that's good stuff, Clay. Everybody else, man, it's pretty badass, man. I love this talk, man. This is good stuff. I know I come in here and make an ass of myself a lot of times, but I do pay attention to what you guys are saying quite often. This is awesome.
I mean, it's with so many other things, right? There are people that you can actually show, there are people that have certain beliefs about politics, for example. You could show them, so many things of the very own people that they believe in as being, good politicians and whatnot, or things that they actually said which make their authority, a must be to be critical about, or that that you at least should take that person and then really analyze it critically. Some people will dismiss everything as obvious as it gets.
Yeah, but Claire DeSeal, were they taught to actually analyze this stuff while they were growing up, or were they just under a program?
Yeah, under a program.
Yeah, but at this point, with all the social media and everything, and they have access to come in here and talk to us about it, and we can tell they're very confused when they first start talking to us. But once we kind of lay shit out, and they kind of go, "Oh, I see what you're saying now," because obviously the flat earthers are dumb as fuck, which we ain't. So.
And to further acknowledge, so that we, we accurately understand, the people like we used to be, right? Because not saying this with any smug superiority complex, speaking as a former, GP cult member, GP, General Public cult member. As a former member, as a former GP cult member, it wasn't merely that we were indoctrinated and we thought a certain way according to the indoctrination we received, but we chose to behave according to the indoctrination that we received. So we can't, refuse to acknowledge the fact that the general public is exercising their volition according to the indoctrination that they received.
Sure, but at a
Because
certain point, do you feel like you had a choice? I mean, everyone has the choice, but are you aware you have the choice to actually question them?
right, but so you still have a choice that's
Yeah, I
different
know, but
from.
but if you're ignorant about that,
I know
because you're
I'm about to answer that. I'm about to answer that
go
because
ahead.
what you're saying is also true. So you have a choice, and then you either are or are not aware of those choices. In fact, concerning choices, there's this another concept that I developed. I think I called it the 4 criterion of opportunity. Access, excuse
Oh, I
me,
like that.
quantity.
I like that term, man. Go
You
ahead.
like that? I
Yeah,
like
I do like it. Four criterion of opportunity. Explain it to us.
number 1, quantity. Number 2, quality. Elijah has heard this before too. Number 1, quantity. Number 2, quality. Number 3, awareness, and number 3, access. I need in order to have adequate opportunity, if not even the best opportunity possible, I need to have the best quantity, as many as possible, the best quality, the highest quality, the most awareness, as much awareness as possible, and the most access for the best. And then
Let's start. I mean,
likewise,
I think. What if you switch those around? Like quantity, I think should maybe be first. Like,
I put quantity first because
okay.
that's to be an option in order for there to be a quality
Oh yeah,
of any
quantity
kind
and
option.
quality. Yeah.
Like there must be an option in order to have a quality, and in order for me to be aware of it, and in order for me to access it. That's why I said it in that order.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I think I missed it myself. You know how I do. Just
Yeah,
miss
I
it all.
mean that was keen of you. Yeah, that's why I said it in that order. There must be an option. There must be an adequate quantity at least. They must be of an adequate quality at least. I must have adequate awareness of it at least, and I must
For
have
some,
adequate access
yeah,
at least.
the quantity and quality should have. You should be able to come up with an accurate response once you're introduced to. It doesn't matter what idea it is with those 4 quantitative points.
Yeah, the 4 criterion of opportunity. So, as these criterion apply to our choices as it concerns what we choose to believe and the beliefs that we choose to adhere our behavior to, there were, for the indoctrinated general public cult, right? They have sub adequate, right? Subpar criterion there.
Well, it starts with ignorance, right? I mean, you can't know something unless you know it, right? So it's just like people come in here being completely ignorant about what we're talking about, which is why we're here. We actually make this
Right.
channel, make this room for new people to jump in. Hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? Have you? And that's why I always, it's like, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Well, yeah, I talked to some of my friends in high school, or all this kind of stuff. That's fine. And then, but anyway, I love your analyzation there. About the.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro, man, send it to me, and I want to. Do you have like some memes or whatever, or like you have something set up with the 4 quantitative shit? Or,
The 4 criterion of opportunity. No, I
yeah,
don't. I don't have it written down anywhere. It's just in
oh
my
man,
mind.
you gotta make something up, and set it up so that we can. I think that's
There,
a really good idea.
there are meme masters in here, so if any meme masters are available and listening, please help me develop this, like Helio is suggesting.
Yeah, well, send it to me, and I'll see if I can do that, and then we can share it around. And I think it's a really good idea.
Gregory, do you know how the monetary system works? Because that commenter usury seemed to quite catch that one. Because I always recommend Eustace Mullins. He's great. He wrote a book in about 1950, early 50s. I think it was called the Federal Reserve. I'm not actually sure, but I'll just post this for you. I absolutely love Eustace Mullins. Oh, that didn't actually work. I'll do it again.
Well, and well, I thought Greg already knew about. Are you talking about the Federal Reserve, Gregory?
It's all a
You already
Ponzi
know
scheme, don't
about
you?
that. Yeah, do you already know about that, Gregory?
I mean, it's
Yeah, the fractional reserve banking scam. Yes.
Yeah,
yeah,
The
it's
I don't think we should waste time on that. To be
well,
honest,
it's kind of important.
I mean, it sort of is. Go ahead. Me and Greg have been going back and forth. Go ahead, and
yeah.
hold my
Andy, what
beer.
were you trying to suggest?
Tell us about the Federal Reserve,
Dude.
I mean, I'm the one. Well, never mind. That was in my mod chat. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna post that one live stream. If you want to talk about the monetary system, this is how it works.
Well, it's a huge rabbit hole. it's a big can of worms. So I'd rather just use Mullins explain it to you because
Yeah, but
he's
we can't
a
do
great
that
man.
here. We're here in the live stream voice text. We can't just listen to that dude or. Yeah, but sure, share the information. Bro.
Also, his book, The Rape of Justice, is also that teaches you all about law and how I've talked about that a lot in here before, so I don't want to keep banging on about
See
it.
that meme I just posted? How does a bill become a law? And it shows the cash transfer.
Yeah, it just essentially means it's not backed by anything. I mean, that's the meat and potatoes
I
of it.
mean, that's not the and it's not the Federal Reserve, but I mean, it pretty much might as well be, right? Because I mean, in 1913, we already know. Well, we know, but most people don't.
That's the problem. I come in here and I'm preaching to the choir,
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Lost that video now. Shit.
Well, it's just like it, dude. I love the religious talk, but that's not for this room. It's sort of
Yeah.
for this room. It's because there's so much energy with that is involved, spiritual and physical, everything. Because it's the truth.
When
But
you
at the
talk
same
about
time, it
cosmology,
can actually make people just be like, oh, they're a bunch of
Yeah.
Christian, all it's like we want people to come in here and talk. I mean, I ain't messed up about it. Like, dude, I can talk
when you
about
talk
that shit
about
all night, but
cosmology,
not in this room. Not in this room. I can talk about it.
right? The subject matter of cosmology is inseparably, it's distinct but inseparably connected, related to theism. Not
Well,
just historically, but in
it definitely is. But if you have like 5 Christians and they're going, well, the Bible says this, and you have to repent from your sins. This is not a Christian room like that,
Well, of
Which
course, I mean, you don't want to
yeah,
jump.
but you guys do it sometimes. And it's just like I get that, but that's not this room. But it's eccentrically, just like you said, it's connected. It's connected to it. So we have to understand that creation from every culture always has something to do with earth, and it's all related. It doesn't matter what culture you look at, what religion you look at. It's like, where's this globe? We're looking for it. We're globe hunters. We can't find it. That's why we exist.
I think his point though is that you can't even invoke a potential cosmological interpretation without it being integrated with theism.
Right. Even that includes
That's
atheism,
what
because
I'm
there's
getting at with
atheism,
it.
there's
Yeah.
cosmology, and cosmogonies. You say it's inseparable from the issue of cosmology. And notice also when you talk about this geodesic question, as I call it, concerning the shape of the Earth, you're not only talking about that. You talk about the geodesic question, and it's again inseparably distinct, but yet inseparably related to other matters of physics.
Right.
And in physics,
And
is subject of metaphysics,
even
which
if you're
includes theology.
even if you're a Christian, Gregor, you can actually do this talk without ever talking about Christianity at all.
Yeah, not necessarily. You don't need to necessarily talk about soteriology or the particulars of the theology that are not immediately related to cosmology. But when it is related to cosmology, the relation between cosmology and theology, what's the relation? Well, that the God caused it to exist, and gave it its properties
And
and
I'm
maintains its
not
function.
saying that you shouldn't. I think there should be a balance, because a lot of people
Of
say,
course, yeah.
"Oh, the only reason you guys think the Earth is flat because you believe in the Bible." I mean, they'll come in with stupid questions
Yeah,
like
it's not
that.
the
But you
So
only
see, the
reason.
irony,
fair.
Helio, is that they're trying to dismiss it as if we're not thinking about it and we're copping out with religion. But as we just
Right.
broke down, ironically, that if you actually understand the deep logical implications of any type of cosmological interpretation, then you would know that it's actually the opposite of ignorance or lack of diligence that has led us to discuss it.
Yeah, if anyone who has been listening to us adequately enough, they should know better. If they truly want to seek the truth, they should have the acumen and the honesty to acknowledge that it is not mere it's not just mere religious credulous assent to the Bible. There is a reason. There's a justification for it.
I think there's a good point, though. Like, I mean, we all kind of know and agree. Like, even for those of us adhere to the scriptures, and that's our worldview, like making just more generalized logical arguments that steer back to the same answer the scriptures provide is probably the most efficient way, right? Because most of the people in here are not new, and they kind of know what you think, whoever it is. Most people know, like, oh, he's a Christian or he's not. So it's going to have the same impact on them anyway, where they're just like, wow, this dude is making such a logically bulletproof point, and I know where he's coming from, and it's just going to slowly make them reconsider. So in that sense, you'd still get what you wanted if it is to wake people up to the scriptures. So I think
Right.
that overall, like, it's a decent critique, right? That us as believers in here should even kind of simmer on, where it's like, what's the best, most tactical way to integrate the scriptures without blatantly doing it?
Right. No matter how high or low the familiarity level is of the listener with your biblical position as a disciple of Lord Yahushua, when you present the argument, best case scenario, when you present the argument or arguments, whatever the particular subject matter is at the time, and you present the arguments, you are demonstrating the justification of your faith in the Lord, glorifying Him and edifying the listener for their well-being.
Yeah, but I don't see it the same way, Gregory or Whit. I don't think I see it the same way, even though I grew up Christian, and I used to be a freaking Pentecostal tongue talker for a long time, for almost 10 years. I just don't see it that way anymore. But at the same time, at least, I don't know, 40% of the people that are flat earthers here, they're not Christian, but they do respect. They respect the Bible and the. It's just anyway. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to get into that argument. Like I'm saying. But
But I don't understand. What do you mean you don't see it that way? What point are you disagreeing with?
Earth. It's Earth is obviously a level stationary plane. We have non-Christians and Christians that have made maps and surveyed Earth. Everything, all of that. With different ideologies, we can observe them and come to conclusions for ourselves because we're smart. We're not dumb. Even though I didn't finish college, doesn't mean I'm dumb. And I've been through all the Christian religion stuff. I was raised Catholic, and then I was Protestant for a long time, and I just don't. I still follow the same principles, but I think there's more to it. And if you guys want to try to convert me back to Christianity, it's not going to happen.
Austin and I didn't disagree with those things that you mentioned.
All right, cool. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it's like, but a lot of people haven't been through what I've been through with with Christianity and stuff, because especially like people in Asia and freaking South Africa and shit. There's, it's not we, as Americans, we talk about Christianity all the time, and it's comfortable for us. But people in different cultures, they're not as comfortable talking about it. But they're still flat earthers because they know that the earth is flat, but when it comes to this, to Christianity, they're sort of ignorant. I'm not. You're not. Wits is not.
I think Hilo was a bit worried about the exclusivity of it all and scaring people off. I completely agree. I mean, when I watched Witsy on his tour, he had it perfect. He didn't mention anything about any Bible or anything like that, unless someone asked him about it. If it were sort of, coerced, well, not coerced, that's the wrong word. I almost want to said forced. And somebody sort of said, look, is it this, that? And then he went into it. But I think that's the right way to go about it, personally.
But I don't
Always the right. I
understand.
mean, if you meet a Christian, talk about Christianity. But go ahead. That's fine.
But I don't understand what you disagree with, because when I asked you to specify what points you disagree with, you mentioned points that we don't disagree with, but you're still expressing disagreement. So I don't understand what you're disagreeing with.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it might throw a lot of people off, and they might think that this live stream is a Christian channel, which is not.
No, he meant like with the ideology itself. Like that's what he's trying to figure out. What do you disagree with about it?
Oh, about
Like we said
Christianity?
something
Well,
and you
see, now
disagree
you're
with it.
asking me what I disagree with about Christianity. See, now we're turning it into a Christian channel, which is not.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not asking it. I am just explaining what he's at. So,
I'm just
but either way,
pointing
to
out.
be fair, that is Gregory. I can tell you may just want to kind of. This might be the moment. And just let it go.
Well, I mean,
He was going to get really worked up about this.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, well, I don't. I'm not going to. I mean, I know as much about the New Testament and Old Testament, not all the way. I mean, we're not, doing a Bible measuring contest here to see who knows more about the Old Testament and New Testament. That's that's for another place. That's not.
Well, here you're kind of forcing it to this extreme where you're making it seem like I'm trying to make the server into a Christian server, or this room into a Christian room. And I'm not doing that at all. What I was doing was I was talking to you about what you were saying to me. We in Austin and I said something, and then you expressed disagreements with it, but that I was confused about what exactly are you disagreeing with, and you've yet to identify the point that you disagree with. And then when you specified some particular point, we didn't disagree.
Yeah, wait, we're not. We're going to argue about Christianity or anything. No, sure. I mean, and when I came in, I was talking about what Claire Undersea was talking about, what you were talking about, Christianity. I love Christianity. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, it's just like it could throw a lot of people out. It's just like all the flat earthers are Christians, which we're not. So that's all I'm saying.
I mean, well, people who come and watch the live stream or come into the room and listen to the discussion being had. I mean, they're not so dull-minded, unless they are, and that's just too bad. I mean, if they're so dull-minded and lack such acumen that anytime anything theistic or anything that is remotely associated with Christianism is mentioned, that they just turn off their minds and just
Gregory,
say,
have you ever talked to the new people that come in here all the time?
I mean, if that's what happens, then that's what happens. But in the nature of the case, the fact of the matter is that cosmology is intrinsically related to theism, including the particular kind of theism, Christianism, or whatever other biblically based.
Well, I'm going to give you an amen on that. I'm going to give you an amen on that one.
So if the person wants to seek the truth, they will listen to everything that is said, whether they like it or not, or agree with it or not.
No, I get that. I mean, it's just like, they come in calling us ignorant because we're flat earthers. You're so dumb. You don't understand, astrology. I mean, astronomy and all the scientists. I mean, they just appeal to authority, and they really don't have any arguments.
But that guy brought up my tour, and I can't think of a better example of how meaningless that is. Every city I went to, right, I got like someone in the crowd like, "What an idiot! Go back to school. Never breed. This guy's a moron." But like very confidently just stood there, and every single time someone came up and actually talked about the specifics, they got intellectually destroyed. So it's just kind of one of those things where you can't really capitulate to immaturity. You see what I'm saying?
At the end of the day, I'm not saying Christianity is not allowed, but it necessarily.
I mean, so as long.
I just I get in a mode sometimes. I mean, if I'm messing this up, if you guys want to talk about, do you want
I
to?
mean, so as long as the members in the room are soundly discussing the matter, right, which includes not, rambling on digressions and red herrings from the subject matter at hand. So as long as we're having a sound discussion, giving input that is relevant to the subject matter, and if the listener, whether they're new or familiar, does or doesn't want to listen, then they will behave according to their desire.
That's cool.
You
Yeah,
don't need to
my
capitulate, like Austin
no,
just said. To,
I think
you
you're
don't
right, Greg. I
want
mean, yeah, maybe I was just tripping a little bit. It's all good, man. I like because nobody
I
loves the
don't.
Christianity discussion more than I do. I just wonder how far it's going to go sometimes. And it gets out of control. Don't even.
Yeah, I think
You already
sometimes we
know.
do need to back on and off. Like we don't need to just because there's truth to if someone hears just that for a long period of time, they're going to get frustrated and feel like they're kind of being converged on ideologically, and so even from just the perspective of actually wanting to wake people up to the scripture, there is of course an on and off type
Yeah, and
approach.
sure, and I'm the only one that's actually the detractor tonight. So, but anyway, but I'm not detracting from Christianity. I love Christianity. So I'm not the total detractor. I'm just wondering if any. I think I wonder if anybody, since they're we have four people that are gold and moderators and shit talking about Christianity, and maybe I don't even want to open my microphone and talk.
Well,
Right,
sometimes
you
in
do
these.
got to admit it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, sometimes in these instances when we dialogue about these subject matters, if the listener, person A, right, if person A is listening to the dialogue, and every time something that is mentioned, which they, in their mind, based on their prior knowledge, associate with Christianism, they just become indignant at the person because that thing was mentioned. I mean, that isn't a disreputable instance
That's
against
true.
the speaker. That's
Now,
disreputable against the listener. That just
yeah,
exposes that they have this
exactly.
hateful
Now that I'm thinking
indignation and
about it
resentment.
again, Greg, if they're offended by it, they're going to still listen, and they
You're right.
want to
If they
jump in.
want to
Yeah,
listen, if they want
it's
to
just
listen, they're
like
going to
they're going
listen
to
whether
keep
they like what it
listening.
is or not. Right, right.
My bad if I was trying to stop you guys, but yeah, man, everybody pay attention to what's going on in the room. And I was the only one
We have
that was
to highlight that.
messing this up. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, we ought to highlight that when anything remotely Christian is mentioned, then people become indignant and rebuke the person for mentioning that. But when something non-Christian yet theistic or even atheistic is mentioned, then that same indignation is not expressed. You see, that's
Exactly. Like if I
hypocritical.
sit here and talk about my new age philosophy that I'm a god and we're all connected,
Yeah,
I could just
exactly.
go on forever.
Yeah, well, I have a different perspective on whether it's New Age or different types of spirituality. I don't bring it up on here, but Christianity is like top dog here. I don't mind talking about it. I just don't follow it anymore. But
Very
I
well.
don't. Yeah. So
Cool.
I'm just. I mean, I'm. It might seem like I'm cutting you guys off about it, but it's.
I think the
Go
best
ahead.
approach though is like more of an intellectual perspective and then sprinkle in some stuff, some like wisdom. Like when Gregory and I go to a server and it's a bunch of Globers and we just leave with Glober blood all over us, if you like to the third party
Well, I can
viewer, they're like,
imagine.
wow,
I can imagine.
these Christians that I've stereotyped and stigmatized as stupid cop out type of people have just intellectually eviscerated the whole room. I think that's kind of like the better.
Yeah, Whitson. I was raised Catholic, bro, and I went through communion at my first. What's it called when it's like the bar mitzvah? Not the bar mitzvah because
The bar mitzvah.
freaking first where you take another name in Catholic Church.
Yeah. Catholicism
Anyway.
and Christianity are diametrically opposed.
Oh, how dare you!
I mean, well,
You talk about
see, this is
catechism.
why I don't to get me started. So anyway,
We could move on. We could move on here. We should. You keep
So that
hanging
the point
around
isn't
it.
lost. So that the point isn't lost. There is a, no matter how verbally self-expressed or not that it is, there is a latent indignance and aversion in the minds of many people
Right.
against Christianism in the Bible.
Yeah,
When the
sure.
Bible or anything remotely Christian is mentioned, indignation, they're provoked indignation. But when
Well,
something
let me ask you
non-Christian,
this.
atheistic is mentioned, then they don't have that same indignation or even encourage it.
But let me ask you this:
That exposes the listener.
Is the Bible and Christianity the same thing?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So that's why I don't mind arguing the Bible. But people that are like totally freaking,
In fact, if I haven't posted it yet,
go ahead.
I'll post it in a Christian and or biblical, the text chats. When you look up in the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, you look up the entry of Christ, Christian, and Christianism or Christianity. Even Christian Bible scholars who write these excellent sources, they acknowledge the fact that the apostles did not call Yahusha Christ, Christos. They didn't call themselves Christianoi, Christians, and they didn't call their worldview Christianism, Christianity. As it concerns the term Christianity, Christianism, it was coined Christianismos, right? Christianism. It was coined by Ignatius of Antioch in the early 2nd century. You see, the apostles didn't call it Christianism. They proclaimed the gospel of Lord Yahushua and the kingdom of God, the kingdom of God, but they didn't call it Christianism, Christianismos. So there is a subtle difference between worldview of the apostles, the way of the apostles, the way of Lord Yahushua, and Christianism, and Islam, and Judaism.
Yeah,
now these are
these subtle differences over a couple hundred years, few hundred years could make a big difference, especially with modern Protestantism. Holy shit, it just gets out of control.
Yes. So really, the fact of the matter is that even according to Christians and official Christian sources in these encyclopedias and dictionaries and so forth, they acknowledge that the apostles did not proclaim Christianismos. They didn't proclaim Christianism. They proclaimed the gospel of Lord Yahushua, the way. In fact, the terms that are used is the way. That's the term that is used. The way, which is a reference to what Lord Yahushua said in the Gospels, the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah, that was the name of the original, or as far as I understand, the name of the original Christians was the people of the way, or the way. Yeah.
Yeah, the apostles didn't call themselves Christians, so these are not commonly known facts. But
in the Book of Acts, it says they were first called Christians in Antioch, right? In the Book of Acts.
And in fact, since you mentioned it, Acts 11:26, Acts 26, and 1 Peter 3, I believe. 1 Peter 4. 1 Peter 3 or 4. In all those 3 instances where the term Christian occurs, it wasn't the apostles calling themselves this. In Acts 11, like you just mentioned, it was Greek-speaking Gentiles who refer to the apostles and disciples by that term, but not the apostles themselves. Yeah. And likewise, the same in Acts 26.
They were looking for them. They were looking for them.
Yeah, likewise in Acts 26, when King Agrippa was speaking to the apostle Paul.
Oh, that's one of my favorite books in Acts. Oh man, that was freaking awesome.
And then the last instance with the first epistle from Kepha, Peter. There's 2 basic senses. There's 2 possible plausible senses. Either Peter is saying, glorify the God in spite of being called this pejorative, Christianos, or glorify the God in spite of being mocked for being called this honorable title. Now, when you read the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, I forget how to pronounce that. But when you read the Bible Encyclopedia, the authors say that it's the first one. It's the first sense that Peter said that passage. Peter is saying, glorify the God in spite of being called this pejorative, which we do not call ourselves. So in every instance where it occurs in the apostolic writings, the apostles are not calling themselves Christian.
Yeah, because it was actually created as a derogatory term.
Yeah, and he was backed up by Paul. He was backed up by Paul. Yeah,
these crazy people think that this human is God, and they call him they think he's like anointed God in the flesh. These crazy people, and so they called him Christian to note them as different than Judaism, as we would say now. So to differentiate them between the other Hebrew people, that adhere to the Torah and those who believe that this man was God, which is actually a straw man. But you see, anyway, yeah. So it was a derogatory term. I think that we have talked about it enough, though, and like I said, I do kind of like to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Kind of
There's
be
another
aware of
room
other.
for this talk. Yeah, go ahead with it. I'm sorry, brother.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just
there's
saying, I
another
do
room.
like to kind of be
Howard,
fair to other people. Like, I know that it's going to frustrate people, and that's the lot. It's not going to help out getting them closer to the scriptures anyway. So there's like we should kind of keep a time limit in our head and not just keep going.
I found that really interesting.
The time is now.
It's
Yeah.
just like, I mean,
I heard
somebody
you guys
said
say
I'm
it
not
3
interested,
times.
but I'm interested in it. You know, it's just like, but it's not for the live stream.
I was just going to
I
say,
mean, people don't need to behave in the forum as though there's this dominance that's being exercised. It's an open forum. Like, I was just talking in an open forum. So if anyone wants to talk about something else, speak.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Lao's Tao Te Ching, is the Tao is also translated into English as the way.
Oh, hold on,
So
friends. Hold on.
interesting.
Hold on. This is not an open forum. This is a curated forum. Big difference.
Yeah, that's true, AI. We had 5
Well, I meant
minutes
open in the
of
sense
like
of,
going through
you
like
know what I
some of the
mean.
book of Acts. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I mean open in
described
the sense of
different.
I don't have a dominant position, and it's just the moderators that moderate. That's what I meant.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Greggy, too. Yeah. I mean, it comes up sometimes, as it always will, because a lot of us have different
Okay.
backgrounds.
Oh, yeah, but you're still talking about.
Or maybe because heliocentrism was founded on that history. I mean, that's got to be a reason.
Yeah, it's intrinsically tied to theism in 1,001 different ways.
That's true.
Anyway, which one of you suckers still believes that the horizon will render at eye level no matter how high you go?
And then
Yeah, no,
back
dude, I've been trying to
to
harp
like
on
I
that.
was saying earlier, what do you mean by horizon? What is the horizon? Definition is very simple of horizon. Definition of
He's talking about how
horizon.
flat earthers always say the phrase that the horizon always rises to eye level.
Yeah, I don't
That's
like
incorrect.
that phrase. Yeah, I don't think so. That's true either, because
Don't you think though that when talking to newbies, that subtle difference doesn't really matter? I understand that when you're talking to higher, I understand that when you're having that debate at a higher level, then you have to be more accurate. But if you start getting into the weeds with someone who doesn't know the arguments, it just sounds like weird.
Well, I don't know, because
yeah,
in
that's
a way
a
I
good
kind of
point,
disagree.
Crypto. That's
To
a
play
good point, Crypto. Yeah,
to Mr. Color commentary over to say the other side, if you will. Like, say that you're talking to someone new and you tell them, yeah, I mean, the earth should be dropping down and away from you in all directions. But look, it doesn't. No matter how high we go, the horizon rises to eye level. It always rises to eye level. If that person starts going and looking into it, if they may misinterpret them discovering that it doesn't as refutation. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it can be worded better. You could say like the horizon rises with you. Although I guess that's maybe.
I like to say towards eye level.
All right, well, check this out. Say you go near the ocean, you're standing 5 feet, then there's a cliff behind you, you stand 100-foot cliff, then you stand 100 feet. Now you see the horizon still at your eye level. You get on an airplane, it's very near eye level, and you can't tell where it is, right? Because the definition of horizon is not the curvature of the earth. It's where it's the apparent point where the earth meets the ground.
That's profound.
Wow.
There is no place where the horizon is. If somebody told you that the horizon has a place, then they're wrong.
Do we all agree that the simple fix that could fix the problem, though, is just instead of saying rise to eye level, you would just say it rises towards eye level? So that seems an easy enough change.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to make it more complicated than it is. Like, if we are standing on the surface of a ball and we rise to a certain height, that would imply that the higher we go, the more obvious the convex curvature away from us will become. But no matter how high we go, we don't see convex curvature in all directions curving downward away from us. But if we are rising high enough on a circular plane, we won't see convex away from us down in all directions. If we rise
That's why I never bring that point up.
circle
If they
more
bring
clearly.
it up and I ask them, so do you think the sky actually touches the ground? The obvious answer is no. So then we're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, so
right, depending on your cosmic paradigm, either you think the sky is a vacuum, or you believe the sky is the firmament, the solid container connected to the earth.
AI's been trying to get in for a second.
So how relevant this is you go show any kind of level high up and the resolved horizon below, like a water level or any other type of thing, right? And they just put that as if it's self-evident proof that the flat earth proposition is wrong. It also goes along the lines of if the earth was flat, I could see forever.
Right.
Which,
yeah, it doesn't follow.
Yeah, but it's all under that same argument, which is the interpretation of what the horizon should be doing. And if you say the horizon should be doing this if the earth was flat, it's not doing this, therefore the earth isn't flat. You see that, how that works?
Yeah, how that logic misstep will occur. Yeah.
Oh, which reminds me, I got to critique what's it. So we listened to one of your debates the other day, and we critiqued it. So you can listen to it if you want to at your leisure, before you have to, go to the big leagues with Professor Spaz.
Okay.
It was the one with Science Spaz and Science Girl. But the number one contention that I had is that you allowed her to slide with the "if the Earth was flat, I expect to see forever." And that's why I reminded me.
I don't know why I would, but honestly, usually in those environments, it's like impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
It's impossible. Yeah, that's one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard.
Yeah, and that's and when we were doing this critique of the thing, I was just going through all these things that she said. She said most of the dumb things. I was just going through like how dumb they were, and like if you wanted to, you could just pick it apart in the moment. But yeah, it does require afterthought or forethought, right? In the middle of it, it's much, much harder.
Yeah, because it's like normally what they do, especially with 2v2, is they scattergun non sequiturs and like strawmans. Like they do it so much where it's like once you hone in to respond to one, like they're gonna impulsively respond to your response. It becomes this like thing where you can never fully catch up, And then like when I watch one back, yeah, like I see the same thing you're saying. When I watch it back, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? Not correcting. But then when I think back to it, it's like it's just a little different, and it's like hard to catch up to all of the nonsense. Like they just breeze past everything, scattered.
Yeah, and on top of that, the second you try to address any of the stupid arguments they make, they bog you down there for 20 minutes. They don't just accept, oh, actually, that was a dumb argument. They never, ever accept it.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of those, I'm still waiting for like 5 years now for specific individuals to give me the math of that claim. If the Earth was flat, I could see forever.
Yeah,
one of them includes Matthew Learns. He owes me that.
Dude, I will say, I think the craziest part is like, okay, if you Google 10 ways we know the Earth's not flat, or that we know it's a ball, like that one will be on there probably, right? But it's like you would think, well, if you look into it for a long time and you critically assess, like you're definitely going to know that's not actually anything. But the people that are anti-flat earthers that are on the internet in these servers, for example, they still defend that one. So what you'll find out is that they'll defend all 10 on the list, no matter how absurd they are. They'll still say that you should be able to see Mount Everest from across the whole Earth if it was flat. So it's like really kind of insane. I mean, it's like even the OG anti-flat earthers still say that.
Oh, I've gotten into arguments, I believe, over at the pseudoscience server with people who I, basically explained the whole principle to them about the angular resolution, the rendering, the differential angle between the ground and the sky, and that still needs to be rendered, et cetera, et cetera. And they'll be like,
it still renders at eye level. I just think it. I'm like, all right, bro. Good luck with that.
Yeah, what can you do?
Because, well, and part of it is like one of those big arguments, right? And we just experienced it not a few days ago with a kid. We had to walk through that. It's not true that the bottoms of things can only disappear if there's a big hump of earth curve. Because that's what most people believe. They see, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Geometrically, that means earth curve in the way. Because if the earth was flat, right, I'd see the entire boat no matter what, at all distances.
Or like how the other one they say is that we should be able to see the sun forever. Same principle.
Yeah. In the meantime, I could go up to the mountains around where I live. And I can watch the sun go beyond the mountain that's only less than 12 miles away. And depending on the day, the entire sun circle will disappear as it's approaching that mountain, right? Long before it's set, which means what? That the atmosphere has occluded it. The entire circle. Now, of course, there's still ambient daylight, but how much further would it need to go before that's occluded as well? And that's, of course, if I give them that sunlight and daylight are the same thing. So I've yet to get that.
In the meantime, I live on a street, and the street lights, as I move away from them, move toward the horizon. I can move a mile down the street. I can't even see the street light that I was under before.
So I was in another server today discussing this very thing regarding angular resolution, right? The things disappearing from the bottom up. And I used the example that I kind of thought up on the fly when we were speaking to that kid the other day, AI, where he kind of had the realization, right? That bottom up, quote unquote, obstruction isn't necessarily a function of physical blockage, right? So I use the analogy or the mental picture of, let's say you have a dinghy, right? A small boat that's used to come into shore from a larger boat, right? Those little, most of the time inflatable kind of dinghies, right? And I said, if this dinghy moves off in the distance horizon and this dinghy disappears at, let's say, 5 miles, meaning its size is too small to be resolved. It starts to blur in with the horizon at 5 miles. Now, if you take that very same dinghy and you attach it to a large container ship or a cruise ship, and you send that cruise ship off into the distance, the dinghy is still going to disappear at 5 miles due to its angular size. What leads you to believe that the equivalency of the size of the dinghy on the bottom of the boat would somehow be resolvable if the dinghy tied to it would disappear due to angular size? Because people try to equate things disappearing in distance solely based off of the whole entire object's angular size as it moves away. And that's not the case.
Yeah, for some reason they think they can still see. They think they can see Eiffel Tower from New York because it's big. And if you tell someone, well, the reason you can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York is because it's too small. Like, no, it's not. It's big. Like, well, of course it's big, but the angular size, it's too small for you to see it.
Right, but I'm talking about the angular size of the bottom of objects
Bro,
as
it's
they go
same
away.
principle, same principle.
So when I was having this discussion, somebody was, kind of live streaming their screen, and they're trying to show this orthographic view, right? And it's, look at these squares on the ground, right, which would represent like a chessboard. If the chessboard is flat up, standing up horizontally, you see all 65 or whatever it is, 64 squares within the chessboard. But if you start to tilt it, you'll see that they become obscured to eventually you're unable to resolve all the different squares as it goes flat. So that was the premise for drawing this orthographic view that they had with black and white delineations at certain intervals all the way off into the horizon. And he's drawing lines to the distinctions between the black and white segments, saying, okay, all of these things on the ground are no longer resolvable right here.
When
But
when
then I've
they
got this
when they bring the
object above it.
orthographic idea into the conversation, they've already dissented that they have no. They're not even talking about the same thing that you are. You
Right.
realize that, right, Napalm?
Oh
The
yeah.
fact that they don't realize that, it's something.
Yeah, I had to talk about that for quite some time as well. Their contention was, okay, now we have this large object that's standing vertical, right? So we have these unresolvable angles on the ground. And I was like, all right, so go just put a little square right in front of your large object that you have. Is that little square that's sticking up? Is that going to be resolvable? No, that's too small to resolve. Okay. Then what leads you to believe that the portion of the larger object that's directly behind this little square you put in front of it, why do you think that the same portion, equivalency in size, is somehow going to be resolvable? They didn't have a good explanation for that, because they want to constantly bring it back to the overall size of the object, which may be applicable, right? If you're talking about looking straight up at like a helium balloon as it ascends away from you, right? That whole entire object is going to get smaller, 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 and disappear all at the same time, because it has no floor, ceiling, or wall to eventually start to have the information become unresolvable against, which is what takes place when you actually have a floor below you, when you have a surface below you. What you moving, Witsit?
Oh damn! How am I again? Sorry, I'm like building a shelf. I mean, go on
It's
mute.
all good. It's all good. Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, it's not, to me, it's not interesting anymore. They're just trying to make excuses for their bullshit claims, to be honest. I mean, if you make an orthographic view and say this is proof of curvature of Earth, when we can show, like something similar to what I just posted with the boat. I mean, you see the horizon there, and then you zoom out, and then you can't see the boat anymore. Is that the curvature of the Earth? And they'll be like, well, let's do an orthographic view. Like, bro, you already lost the argument there. Orthographic? That's not even where you're not even talking about the same shit I'm talking about.
Dude, we should just call it orthopedic view from now on.
Orthopedic. That's good. That's good. I like that. Sorry, I laughed.
Well, yeah, you could actually preface it too. So let's take a guy and set his feet on the horizontal in an orthopedic view.
Orthopedic. Like
Yeah,
that
you got
in
to
a
say the word feet.
wheelchair on a freaking deck in the ocean. Here's my orthopedic view. I'm sorry if I'm messing your joke up. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm taking my grandpa out on a deck in the ocean. We're gonna get the orthopedic view. Horizon.
The best part of the whole conversation was somebody who was trying to invoke optometrists. His argument against me was nothing should be taken seriously from a flat earther because optometrists are the only ones who understand the nature of the human eye, how it works,
And so
and
you
how
were
it
talking
deals
to a
with
guy that
angular
prescribes
resolution.
glasses to people. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
that's what I kept insinuating and asking him. I'm like, so are you an optometrist? No. Okay. So what does the shape of the earth have to do with the empirical data regarding how the human eye works? Why does somebody's viewpoint on the surface of the earth have any bearing as to the truth of the nature of light and how the human eye interprets it? But yeah, it was one of the most
Well,
interesting.
he wasn't an optometrist, but he
No,
was just like, the
no, and I shut him
optometrists
down
do
with like,
this. It's like, who's your favorite
I,
optometrist, bro?
and I shut him down with the okay, well, we can move on from this subject unless anybody in the room is an optometrist. If not, none of the information anybody's providing from either side is relevant.
It's like most optometrists, you just go into their you go to an optometrist, you just read a chart, and they're like, "Hey, you can't see this," and then they have these shit that they put over your eye, and you're like, "Hey, we're gonna prescribe you these glasses. Go over here and get your glasses." Boom, boom. It has nothing to do with shape of Earth whatsoever. So look how desperate they are. They're even bringing up optometry. Like, holy shit!
Yo, so another one they always say is like, so you can go to a higher elevation after sunset and see the sun again, and that proves you're.
Well, I've heard them say it's just like when you're on the beach and you watch the sunset, you lay down and put your eyes to the level of the ocean and you see the sunset. Then you can stand up again and you can see it set again. Boom, globe.
What I'm trying, yeah. So like, we're talking about the absurdity and how and like, dude, even if they're like 7 years in as anti-flat earthers, they still have yet to fully even seem to grasp like the simplicity of certain concepts, such as that. Like, if I lay on the ground and look across the aisle in Walmart, and then I stand up, I can see further.
I know it's that simple, isn't it, Whitson?
Yo, I mean, one time I was literally in Walmart while we were talking, and I actually crouched down, put my phone on the ground, and slowly lifted it up and sent the video, and they just debated it anyway.
Well, and a lot of flat earthers have done there's places bigger than Walmart, like Costco. I mean, you can do the same thing. You just like have a long aisle, find a long aisle. It's like 100 yards long, and just you can do the same thing. It's like, well,
Yeah,
how
that's
do
what I
we
did. I
know?
went.
How do we know that they made that concrete level when they built the building? It's like,
That's what they were saying. They were
I
literally
know,
saying that
we already
floor
know
is
their
not
dumbass
level.
ideas.
I'm like, oh, it has a consistent convexity rate that is causing me to be obstructed from my view. It's like, oh my god.
Like I made. If you didn't build that level or that concrete level, I mean, I'm not going to say it's perfect because I mean, shit, you're building freaking hundreds of square feet of concrete. It's not going to be level everywhere because I mean, it's concrete. But they do the best they can, and they make some pretty badass Costco's. So, but as far as like, if you do a test in Costco, doesn't mean that the floor of Costco is curving because the earth is curved. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. There might be some flaws in their foundation, man. And when you're building a big complex like that, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough. And it'll last for years, and then they'll make a shitload of money. So whatever. I mean, it's the way they don't. When they built that complex, they weren't considering the curvature of the Earth. And if you think they did, I mean, go ask somebody that was involved in building that fucking Costco.
Yeah, I think that the point AI brought up is a really good point for flat earthers to understand. It's not just like some trivial semantic. It's kind of important. Like if you ask Zanuck what his number one proof of the globe is, and he'll say horizon drop with altitude, and that can only happen on a sphere. So, in the flat earther paradigm where they say,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
In the flat earther paradigm where they say that the horizon always rises to eye level, well, you've just been refuted. You lose. Globe Earth wins.
Zanuck's one of the worst, bro. He's just like, yeah. Anyway, that's why we don't let Zanuck can come back every once in a while, but when we get a lot of new people in here, we want them to ask their newbie questions, and we'll be as patient as we can, for enough time. But if you have Zanuck in the room and he's just like, oh, and he brings some shit up about, well, we have mountains in the background that are lower. Look at, and it couldn't happen on the reason the top of the mountains are lower in the background. It's perspective. He's like, well, perspective doesn't explain it. It just, I mean, he knows, and by now I think Zanuck knows, and he's just really taking the piss out of us. But anyway, maybe he's not. Maybe he's that dumb. I don't. But and it's not the first time. I'll call him dumb. I freaking called his ass out many times. But he'll say some dumb shit like that. It's like, well, the mountains in the background are lower. The peaks of the mountains in the background are lower than the ones in the foreground. That proves that they're dipping over the curve. That's what he says, and he will hold tight to that argument like nobody had business. But it's obviously like it, and then we bring other arguments into that when we're talking to Zanuck, which I don't even talk to him anymore. But that's what he says. It's like the reason that the further peaks are lower in is because the Earth is curving around. Where's your evidence, bro? He's saying, well, I have it right here. I showed you a picture. Like, okay. They are obviously hundreds of miles further away, and they're going through hundreds of miles of refraction. I mean, I'm not afraid of refraction, just like anyone else isn't. Like, bro, I mean, they might be higher. I mean, well, and actually they are, as far as elevation, but as far as perspective, they're further away. They might be higher in elevation, above sea level, but they appear lower. And it could be due to refraction. You're looking through hundreds of miles of refraction. And all stuff. The closer one's obviously going to be larger and appear higher in the image. I mean, it's like, bro, you're just reaching. He's saying that that's impossible because if the Earth was flat, they would be higher in the image. Do you have any evidence that would be? You guys have heard Zanuck talk about that before, right?
Hey, it's not fair to speak about the man because he's not here to defend himself.
Oh, bullshit.
So stop
we
it.
can talk about Zanuck. All right. Bro, but I mean, I think he was here like a week ago. Bro, I mean, I could talk about Zanuck. I mean, anyway, I'm just telling you that that's Zanuck.
You know,
What he says. I've
you know
never
what's
heard
more
anyone. You know
obnoxious
what? Hold
that
on, Jamesy. I've
Helio,
never heard.
you know what's not more obnoxious than listening to Sanak speak, listening
It's
to you
me.
speaking about Sanak.
All right, cool. So Zanuck hasn't been here for a while, but I'm just telling you what he said. If I'm wrong, I wasn't saying he's an asshole or whatever. I just said that's what he said. And some people might claim the same thing, but he's the only person I've ever heard claim that.
If you want to avoid any permanent brain damage, stop repeating what Sanak says.
I
And
agree, bro. But yeah, me and Zanuck have gone back and forth.
Oh, dude, but the point is, this isn't about Zanuck. It's about flat earthers who feed him that excuse. Because they argue the logic wrong, and then the logic is defeated, and then the proposition is apparently defeated. So if the Earth is flat, the horizon will render at eye level is essentially the argument. If it doesn't, therefore the Earth's globe. Problem solved.
Therefore, flat earthers are dumb. But they'll never say flat earthers are dumb because
Right. So let's reverse it. Let's reverse it and put it in the globe Earth argument. Okay, you ready? The ground is below you, and it renders below you. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. So basically, their argument is the ground is below you, therefore the Earth's a globe.
pretty much their standard argument. It's like, doesn't everyone know the Earth is a globe? Why do you flat earthers come in here and try to dispute the obvious? Whereas, from my perspective, I think the flat Earth is obvious. So,
You get AI's point. Could you summarize his point for us?
my bad.
No, I'm asking you. Do you understand what we're trying to say?
Can you say that again, AI?
Okay. What we're trying to say is a lot of flat earthers go around and they regurgitate the talking point. The horizon always rises to eye level because the Earth is flat. Now, we're pointing out that is incorrect. And it's not as simple as just a semantical, clerical error. Because if you actually understand the implications of making that claim, then within that paradigm, you've debunked yourself as soon as you say it. Right.
Is that what you were getting at, AI? Because I'm pretty sure I'd said the same thing like 5 minutes ago.
– Because yes, Helio. The ground is at your feet level, and your eyes are not your feet. So the ground is not rising to your eyes, Helio. You get it?
Okay, it rises towards your eye level, but it's never going to come all the way up to your eye level as you get higher and higher because the ground's beneath you. But the point is, we're just trying to make sure flat earthers understand to stop saying rise to eye level and maybe say rise towards eye level, because there is horizon drop on a flat earth with increase of altitude. And I think it's important because, as AI elucidated very efficiently, that whenever you say, oh, horizon rises to eye level equals flat earth, therefore, when they say, look, it doesn't, therefore your flat earth claim debunked, it can be misconstrued as refutation, so it should be corrected.
Yeah. And that's a good thing that you can point that out in a well explained manner, because I've heard people arguing that flat earthers saying that the horizon rises to your eye level, like they'll die on that hill. It always does.
Yeah, and you can see why, right? It's a convenient thing for them to take out. and say.
Well, why do they want to die on that hill? What about that argument makes them willing to die on that hill?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe they haven't heard. They don't know the actual objective breakdown of the whole thing. Like it's like they're doing an equal opposite of what the Glober is saying. Like you said, the horizon is not rising to your eye level, therefore it's a globe. And the flat earther is saying the opposite of that. It rises to your eye level, therefore it's flat. Yeah, that's the whole argument from both sides, the globe and the flat side.
Right, and to be fair, like this, I can hear Eric DeBay's voice in my head, right? You know, the horizon always rises to eye level, no matter how high you go. This is impossible on a sphere.
I've heard it like that, yeah.
I was actually going to ask, what does Eric think about ether, but I didn't want to set everyone off. Does anybody know?
Well, here's the deal. There's other prominent, more visible people in the FE community that do say things very often and tend to repeat things like the horizon always rises to your eye level. So you're having to combat the claims of those who may be in a more visual, maybe more visible to people outside the community, right? So you're having to not only combat those claims, but
You mean like Dave?
Yeah. So if people coming into this community haven't realized yet the amount of time it takes to fully research the multifaceted things that come along with this understanding, if you're just going to say, that makes sense, that seems to work out just fine, and do no further investigation, you're selling yourself short. And certainly
that's,
don't
I mean,
repeat the trope unless you've done the time to really make an effort to fully understand what's taking place when you look off in the distance.
It's a simple term, right? Napalm, we'd say horizon appears at your eye level no matter your elevation, right? That's a term that you guys are talking about, right? Eric DeBay said it, and other people have, right?
Yeah, it's just the easy,
I don't think
quick.
they necessarily mean that, but it's kind of like a trigger term for a lot of people. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's like,
right,
yeah, you're right, because the horizon isn't always in the same place based on elevation, based on distance. This always has to do with atmosphere and all that kind of shit. I mean, but I think it really comes from like the high altitude balloon footage, like going like 130,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, no, we get the concept,
But
Julian. I think
even 100,000,
what we're trying to say, I think what we're trying to say is within conversations and when you're having a debate, be sure that the things in which you're saying you have some sort of valid backing to them, right? You can't just go in headlong into a conversation with blanket general statements, right? And I think there's a lot of, since
and
there's
to be honest, I don't think people
cleaning
use
up
that.
or
In this room,
policing the FE community, right? There are some things that we should probably start to shy away from. One that I tend to get cringe feelings when I hear is space is fake, right? To me, that's another thing that I get it. It's provocative, but saying,
yeah, I think that's a similar one. Yeah, that's a similar one to the horizon.
Yeah, shit. Flat Earth is a provocative one too. It's just like, Earth isn't flat. It's just Earth.
Yeah, but when I hear somebody, as a general rebuttal to somebody speaking about what the lights in the sky are doing, and their general rebuttal is, well, space is fake, so blah 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 blah. That does nothing to to help further your argument, right? It's a blanket statement that has no real meaning, and all it's going to do is the person on the other side who's hearing this is immediately going to dismiss anything that you say after that, because they've associated you using space is fake as meaning things in the sky don't exist. The moon doesn't exist. The sun doesn't exist. The stars don't exist. None of these things exist. Everything's fake. It's some sort of whatever. You know what I'm saying?
CIA hologram projection.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like there's certain. I mean, you kind of have to meet your audience where they are. Sometimes, when you not every time. If they're being a total dick, just be a dick back, But if they're curious, just say, I don't necessarily mean Earth is flat. It's because it is flat. I say some stupid shit like that. It's like, do you ever experience the Earth not flat? And sometimes I'll do the hanging out with new people that join or whatever. All right, so we all experience the same thing that you do. So do you have some questions about why we think the Earth is flat? We're going on our experience, all of us, and then they'll get into their like, well, NASA satellites, and fine, we're quite comfortable with answering those questions, But it's always fun to just kind of be like, how did you come across this information? What do you think? You want them to talk a little bit. It's kind of like, you don't want to preach at them all day. It's just like, hey, you're new to the flat Earth. What do you think about this? Because I like to meet new people. It's fun.
No, you don't.
Really, Jimsy. All right. Well, I certainly don't like talking to you because you're an asshole. Okay, that was. I don't think you're an asshole. I think you're awesome.
That's mean.
But you always take the piss out of me all the time. But maybe I deserve it.
I think
no, it's fine.
I think that the Globers use the Earth is not flat, right, argument, because since the beginning we know they are attacking mostly strawmans and whatever picture they saw in the searchers or whatever imaginary build of the Earth, whatever that term actually means in somebody's mind. They're saying the Earth is not that, right, what you're claiming.
Sure,
And
but
they
I
go
think
to
they're
the
most
authority. They go to the authority and they say, "Hey, the authorities and the experts and science says that is this other option." So they
All right,
actually many times that I've heard Globers defending their side of the argument against the flat Earth claim, they're actually kind of picturing most of the time just some type of imaginary thing in their mind or in a Google search. That's what they are talking about.
That's
You
exactly
don't even
right.
have to Google search it. They were taught that through television in school. They don't even have to Google search that shit. They already believe it. That's
And they
why.
usually say something like, well, what's on the outside of it then? I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't sit very well with them, I'm afraid. And we can't replace their model and therefore globe. And it sucks.
No, it doesn't suck. I mean, because when people are very curious about
I don't
this topic
mind.
and they
I'm
come in
happy with
here,
it.
yeah. But it's
It's
just like,
exciting to me.
thanks for coming in. So, how did you find our server? I mean, what do you think? And they're always going to bring up the same standard arguments. But if they stick around long enough, then they'll figure out. It's like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? I always get them to talk before I was like, why do you think the Earth is globe, or how did you find the server? I mean, what do you think? I mean, so why do you think that people think the Earth is flat? I really want them to talk first, because once you get them to talk, then you can start to talk. Because I mean, you can preach at them and then they'll just freaking leave. So I usually when I check people in or people coming in.
The irony of Helio saying this. The irony.
I know. I get flat earther. see what happened. The irony is that I get flat earthers to leave the room because a lot of them are fucking assholes. But I'm never an asshole to globies.
I was just trying to say that, we can't go to bloody middle. We can't go to edge. We don't know what it is. And, you can't, it's a lot to explain to a person in especially in a passing situation. And therefore, you know, it's easy for them to just say, "What's on the outside of it? I don't know," and just hand wave it away, you know. So I don't tend to. That's why I said before in here, I don't tend to bring it up to people. I just, if I'm in a conversation and we're going down that road, then maybe, but just in a passing type of thing, yeah, I'm not going to make a big statement and say, "Oh, the Earth's flat." Do you know? No, they've got enough to bloody deal with, I'm sure.
What I is like, say Kai and I are walking somewhere. I went to Biltmore to see like all the creepy satanic stuff there. And when we were walking out, the security guard was passing us, and so I just randomly said, "Yeah, no, I mean, most people don't even know the Earth is flat." Like we were in the middle of a conversation just so they could hear.
Yeah, me and Karma do that a lot, where if we're sitting and waiting somewhere, we'll start talking extra loudly about flat Earth related stuff just so that they can hear it. And sometimes when we're in stores and stuff, we talk to the staff and stuff. It's fun. Very rarely do we get negative responses.
That's actually a good point, isn't it? I think you can discern who is probably going to be open to it and who's going to get triggered. So that's a good point, actually. I did actually there were one Tesco worker, bless her. I did actually talk about it with quite a lot, and she was so lovely and so nice. And yeah, I was just like, I don't know. It was ridiculous, I suppose. I don't even know why I wrote it up, to be honest, but whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like it's the same thing happened to us. Like the teller just mentioned the globe somehow, and we were like, "Oh no, it's flat." And so, of course, the conversation started there.
Well, she was surprisingly open to it. I couldn't believe it. She was telling me she did this, like I can't know what it's called. You know when you like gliding, but you've got a motor behind you. I don't know what's it called. I don't know what it's called, but she said she'd done that quite a lot. And she's going, "Well, it looks flat, doesn't it?" Oh dear.
It's pretty funny. I asked Karma because I didn't remember how it started exactly, and she told me he asked us if we were citizens of the planet Earth, and we were like, "No, it's flat."
Yeah, some people so, it's kind of weird. Some people just say, "Where are you from?" "I'm from planet Earth." No, you're not.
Dude, so my phone shattered a week or so, and so I had to go get a new one at Verizon. And I was sitting there, and I was talking to the guy, and he was kind of small talking, and he asked what I did. I said, right now, I think I'm just going to be making YouTube content. Anyway, he's like, "What do you talk about?" I'm like, some pretty controversial things, spiritual type things, pretty much anything that comes up. And he's like, he waits a few minutes and he can't help but want to know. He keeps he's like, "Well, like, exactly, like, what do you talk about?" I'm like, "All right, man. You might think it's crazy." He's like, "Try me." I was like, "The primary thing I talk about is that the Earth is actually not what we've been told. It's actually," and then he cuts me off and says, "a level plane." I'm like, "Yep." He's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Nice." So we just talk about flat Earth while I'm getting my new phone. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, like there's more people out there than you would probably think. I guess was my point.
Yeah.
Also, the normal world precludes people from behaving
like Fight the Flat Earth and all them.
Yes.
Because they actually have social consequences.
Yeah, they're much more receptive and willing to listen and like entertain the idea than the average anti-flat earther.
Who's they? Are you
people in the
being
world?
are you being globist? I mean, it might be a new kind of racism and be the globist, or it's like flat earthers are racist against globists.
Globers are not a race.
It is protected though under religious discrimination.
Yeah,
Really?
I guess you're right there.
Well, I guess we should be protected under the same mark.
You are.
Okay.
If you so desire.
That was actually my legal argument. That's literally
I don't have a desire in the legal system unless I have.
I know. I'm just saying that I literally put that in a motion in federal court. I put that that the religious bias. This is me paraphrasing, but the religious bias of the government does not allow for the restriction or prohibition of the exercise of alternative religious beliefs. Then I go in detail about how heliocentrism is the preferred religion that the government pushes, and that they censor opposing the religious ideology.
Did you submit it to a court on?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
I
also
even put all the sixes and how they name all their stuff after different Greek gods and all that.
Wow, but
There's a
how
guy-
long is this freaking affidavit? Is it an affidavit? Affidavit?
It was
Or
a
is
motion
it
to dismiss.
motion to dismiss based on what they charge.
Violation of the First Amendment. Yeah.
All right, cool. It's essentially the same thing. It's an affidavit.
Helio, is English your first language?
No, your mom was my first language, Jimsy.
Because you're slurring your words at the moment.
Anyway,
would you prefer that I just go ahead and shut the fuck up, Jimsy? Is that
No, go ahead. Any results from the paperwork that you submitted to the court systems? Any replies?
So I sent in a motion to dismiss based on like a constitutional challenge, meaning I challenged like the law itself in the South Dakota federal court. And then I sent the same motion to the Wyoming federal court, but then I sent an additional as applied motion, meaning it's as applied to me personally in this situation. And I sent an as applied motion, and that's the one where I go into detail about how they infringed upon my religious. I basically just lay out the First Amendment, and I go how they violated each component of the First Amendment right after. And then we get to the religious section. And I did that, but long story short, the reason I said all that is because when the first judge dismissed my motion to dismiss, denied it, then that other judge just cited her and just denied it without even like any specificity, just cited her rule, and then didn't even address my other motion, just connected them together as if her dismissal somehow dismissed my as applied motion, even though it was an entirely different thing. So long story short, no, he just literally ignored it. But it's all good because it's on the record, and we're about to go to civil. So.
Oh wow! Yeah.
And it's an appeal. It's an appeal right now.
That's cool. So yeah, that's cool, man. So, Jemsy, do you have a question? Because I have a question, but I'm afraid of Jemsy. He's a scary motherfucker.
Yeah, be very, very afraid right now, Helio. So I think they might, since they have the jurisdiction or whatever, they claim they have the power to kind of rule against your paperwork. There's some type of standing that they claim they are, and I guess they can overrule your paperwork, because that's what she did. She did. You're saying the second judge didn't even look at the paperwork. She just based her decision on the other judge's decision. That's kind of crazy. She didn't.
Yeah, but the craziest part about it, right, is because it makes a little bit of sense since it was basically the same motion. But I sent an additional motion to that court. So the craziest part is that dude invoked the other girl's, the other judge's motion or denial of my motion. like their order, just cited it, but that is not relevant to my as applied, right? Because I challenged it. So challenging the law itself, it's called a constitutional challenge, a facial challenge, right? Challenging the law on its face. That has nothing to do with me personally. Doesn't have anything to do with what I did, what they did to me, nothing like that. Just since I was charged under this law, I am challenging the constitutionality of that law. But the as applied is about specifically what happened to me and what they did. And when I sent the as applied to Wyoming, to Yellowstone, he just ignored it. And he just cited her order denying the constitutional challenge. So, like, if you follow what I'm saying, like, it was so beyond incompetent. It's insane. And it's a good thing, though, because Flat Earth is on the record. And I went in depth, bro. So,
Wow.
Well, let me ask you that: you're going to have to go to court again, and this is going to be represented, with your affidavits and everything, and the judges read them and all that kind of shit. So then you have another court date, and all of that is considered.
No, so I literally went to court and got found guilty in both situations. I went in and defended myself physically, and then virtually. And but I mean, we kind of knew that was going to happen because they're just assuming the Constitution has a law, and then the question is, did you break our rule? Which
Guilty?
I did.
Which rule? I mean, was it lawful or legal?
Remember,
rule,
when they say you, they're talking about the strawman, the name in the paper.
I know,
right?
I know.
If you're saying you're that strawman, they're gonna say, okay, we own this strawman.
Yeah, that's
right.
all.
But let me just explain. I don't want to talk about this for a long time.
Yeah. Let's not.
But Hilo, calm down. Okay, just to explain. You're actually right. And when you call yourself defendant or the all caps, you're basically acknowledging their jurisdiction. But the reason that I did that, even though I actually know that that's technically playing their game, was because I thought about it, I weighed it out. I said, what's the worst case scenario? It's already cost me thousands. It cost me many thousands to fight it. Honestly, I could just pay like a couple $100 fine and been over with it, but I didn't want to out of principle. Long story short, the main thing here is that I wanted them to actually have to rule on the law, the constitutionality of the law. So if I just got it dismissed based on like the strawman identity and them not having jurisdiction, then we wouldn't have had a chance to actually fight the law itself. We could have brought an entirely as applied, it increases the impact. So long story short, I took one for the team, like literally. I chose to absorb the defendant position so that I could get it all on the record and make them rule on the constitutionality of the law, because I want to change that free speech law, because if we start having free speech zones in America, we're done. We're done.
As far as I understand, maybe I'm wrong. Tell me, was it based on a state ordinance or constitutional
federal law? Federal. It's not a constitutional. Law. It's just
because
federal
you're on federal property.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, but anyway, it's unconstitutional. But I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it. But so like they didn't give me a jury. You're supposed to always have. You're supposed to always have a jury, but this is called a bench trial. So short and quick, this is what they've done. So it says that Congress shall make no law. So instead of Congress making the laws, what they do now is they let federal institutions make the laws. Just make up whatever rules they want to. So this is NPS, National Park Services, like a branch of the federal government, effectively, like a subsidiary. Okay. So they just make up their own rules. They just sit back and they write thousands of rules. And they don't have to get checked as to the constitutionality. They just get published and enforced. And the only way that they get changed is if someone challenges it, which is blatantly unconstitutional in the first place. But so that's what they've done.
Yeah, it certainly is. But the best way to avoid it is just go ahead and not do it on federal property.
Well, yeah, but I was traveling the United States, going to every prominent place.
And bro, I mean, freaking God bless you for doing that shit, but next time don't do it there.
Was this the one in front of Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, that one, and then it happened like 2 days later in Yellowstone as well.
Yeah, don't do it there anymore. Go I mean, states you
I'm
can
not even
defend
allowed at
yourself, but
Yellowstone
federal
for a
properties
year.
you can't do it.
I got banned
You know
from
what this
Yellowstone
reminds
for
me
a
of? This reminds me of like the 2012 election, and even before that, of when protesters would show up to protest, like some like event from an opposing campaign, and they'd call them free speech zones. Like you're not allowed to protest over here, not allowed to protest over there, but over there, like way over there in that corner, yeah, you're allowed to protest over there. Protest over there, free speech zones. And I remember something funny that Ron Paul said about that, I think, which was like the whole country is supposed to be a free speech zone.
Yes. And they have all kinds of like legal mumbo jumbo. I like went through all of it, man. I mean, it's a lie. That's why they get away with it. It's just exhausting. And like, I'm not a lawyer. I don't get paid for this. You know what I'm saying? It's exhausting. So I think the best move is kind of what he was alluding to, which is to figure out how to detach from the title instead of having to jump in their game and learn all the rules of their game and all the bullshit. Just say, look, buddy, I'm not in the game. And that's the best way to do it. But I wanted to make an actual change. I wanted to stop free speech zones. And I wanted to, if we win, which we still may, right? Because I knew I was going to lose the first part anyway. I already knew that. But if we win, dude, it has flat earth tied to it. If we change a national regulation about free speech, that's a big deal because when people go to cite the case, it's literally about flat earth. So that's the aim. That I'm aiming high, right? Because I want to change the free speech law, and I want flat Earth to be incorporated. Anyway, we'll just see.
Remember, you must have. I bet you watched the audit channel with you on it, didn't you? I mean, that channel used to be really good. I subscribed to it years ago. I unsubscribed to it. I think I'd already unsubscribed to it actually before your incident, but they used to be really good. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but just along with internet, how everything suddenly started to change in a dramatic way and things started to disappear. That channel just started to side with police all the time. And I don't know.
The dude's a clown, bro.
I thought they should be ashamed of themselves and the comment section were a fun time. It really was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In front of the founding fathers. For fuck's sake. America, hello? There are about
You know what's so
how many
funny
people?
about that video?
There must
Dude,
have been
what's so
30
funny about
people.
that video, bro?
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say there must have been at least 30 people there clapping as you were taken away, calling themselves Americans. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Honestly, very few people. Like, it wasn't that many people that clapped. It's just like when people clap and cheer, it just sounds louder than it really is. But dude, what's funny about that video? Because like I said, I don't want to talk about this too much. Like, what's funny is he goes and he cites a Supreme Court decision about that very rule that had been, and actually what he's citing from overturned the law and threw it out as unconstitutional. Hilariously enough, in there he says, that like Mount Rushmore does not become a public park simply by being called such any more than it would become a museum if it was called a museum. Basically saying that just what something's called doesn't actually, equate to its forum status, because you have public forum, non-public forum, blah, blah, blah. Well, ironically, he cites that in his video to be like he's like refuting, right? But hilariously enough, like literally what it's saying in context of that sentence that he cited is that just because the government calls something not public forum, just because the government says like this is the free speech zone or this is not, that doesn't mean anything. Their arbitrary delineation of what the forum status is irrelevant. It's determined based on objective factors of political discourse, etc. So what he cited literally supports me. And that just shows you how blatantly dishonest he is. Like, it wasn't an accidental thing. He intentionally was manipulative with how he presented information as if he was having a Supreme Court decision debunked. And I'm sure he just believes in the moon landing. So that's my take on it.
I mean, there must have been a lot of you. I think when I watched that, Audit the Audit, there must have been 400,000-500,000 views then, and that was fairly new. I mean, it'd been out a little bit. So I won't be surprised if that's got a few million views now.
No, I don't think so. I think it stopped
Yeah,
around.
he's a glober. He's a glober. That's it.
Yeah. I swear, I'm telling you, dude, when people hear, I rub people the wrong way. I don't think I need to tell you guys. I can really rub people the wrong way because I come off like arrogant. So, because I'm really confident the way I will present it, and so it rubs people the wrong way. So when people like hate flat Earth or believe in the moon landing and all that, like they hear me present it, they get really triggered sometimes. Like, you should read my email. So I think that might have something to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, he probably wouldn't listen. Probably watched that actual live stream where I'm like kind of mocking scientists, and I have my lab coat on. I'm like, "Hi lads, welcome to science class." I'm like mocking science and the globe, and so yeah, he probably didn't really like.
No, I thought that was funny actually. I thought it was great. Proper Edward Bernays sort of thing. That I think when he went out on David Letterman, I might have got this wrong. I've slept since then, but I'm pretty sure he made Dave Letterman introduce him as Doctor. When he's not, and then after he sits down, he sort of explains to everyone he's not a doctor of anything. So I thought that was funny.
Dude, I think I'm gonna do a stream maybe with Jeremy. Kind of like calling out Professor Dave because he's like scared to do a debate on modern day debate, and I'm gonna like put my lab coat on and just be like refer to myself as Doctor with. Since we can just call ourselves whatever we want, and that becomes real, like he can call himself a professor. I'm just going to be Dr. Witsit, and I'm going to call him out.
You should. You should definitely do that. The dude's in.
That sounds like fun, but keep it real, bro.
Okay.
Hey, so I'm sorry. I feel
All right.
I just joined the server, and I was looking to speak to some legit, actual, flat earthers and stuff.
Hey, welcome to the server. I got my friend here, Witsit Gets It. You can ask some questions to him.
Yeah. So, like, my main question is, like, how did you get into, like, the flat earth, like, theories and things like that? Like, what made you guys, like, interested in it?
I'm sure everyone has heard about it in different ways, but hilariously enough, the first time I heard of flat earth was in a song by B.O.B. in the Elements mixtapes. And since he had pointed out a lot of other conspiracies I knew to be true, like genetically modified organisms being bad for you and blah, 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 I was like, well, I'll look into it because I told my friends to listen to it. Now I look. So that's how I found out about it. Then I just was like, well, we'll debunk this super fast. I'll just go look up a picture of the Earth from space. And then I found out that the famous one everyone had been seeing, the infamous blue marble, was admittedly not real. It was CGI. NASA admits it's not real. So I'm like, wow, so this is not a real picture in the 21st century. It's a cartoon. Like, that's kind of weird. So then I found out that the only supposed real picture was all the way back in 1972 during the moon missions. And since I already knew the moon missions were fake, I immediately knew something was there because there's no real pictures of the Earth from space. That's how I got into it. Then I just deep dove in information pretty much nonstop for like the last 7 years. You know what I'm saying? So that's
yeah. Oh, okay. Anyone else? Anything like that?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly the same story, but in a British accent if you want.
I mean, if you want to. But,
I can tell you the same story, but in Spanish if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, okay. I mean.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Go.
Oh, no, I was gonna say I'm new to this whole thing. You said you thought the moon landing was fake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, I don't know what to believe, but like, why do you think it wasn't real?
That's a pretty loaded question, but yeah, I'll try and like just.
So can I just get?
Quickly. So go ahead.
Guys, very quickly get in here, dude. Just to let you know that the moon landing is like, it's such low kind of quality discussion for this kind of like room.
Oh.
You know, like if you want to know about the moon landings, Witsit's gonna be fine with it. But I'm just saying you might want to ask a more like important question than that.
Well, I've only asked that because I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah. So their whole story doesn't add up, and then JFK came out in '61 and said we're going to go to the moon in 8 years, and then 7 years after that, one of the astronauts that was supposed to go to the moon, he got on national TV and said, "Dude, we're not going to the moon." He's like, "We can't even get to low Earth
Wait, do you have
orbit."
that video?
I'm sure someone could find it if it's not been scrubbed.
Bro, if I see that video, I will believe it 100%.
Okay, that wouldn't be smart either. But so he says, "There's no way we're going to the moon next year. We can't even get to low
Wait,
Earth
do you know which
orbit."
astronaut said that?
Gus Grisham.
How do you spell that?
That's his name. Can you guys vouch? I don't know. Gus.
Yeah, Platter has typed it in the live stream chat.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, I've heard a
All
lot
right,
of
cool.
things.
So, go ahead. Well, just to finish that point real fast. So he said that we're not going to the moon next year, dude. We can't even get to low Earth orbit, and we can't even communicate within our own buildings. And then shortly after that, he mysteriously died on NASA's facilities doing a routine checking of wires because for some unknown reason, the door was sealed from the outside and they accidentally pumped way too much oxygen in there. So he like incinerated, like burned to death, just like so. That's what happened right after he said we couldn't go and hung a lemon on the lunar module, which is like if a dealership sells you a lemon, they sell you a car that doesn't work. He was making a point that it doesn't work. And yeah, they took him out right after that. Then miraculously happened to pull it off the next year. So seems legit.
Yeah, also I would say that it wasn't just him that was incinerated, it was his whole crew, so all three of them.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Those are the real unspoken heroes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the moon landing. That's my main reason. Like, I was kind of curious about it because I've heard a lot of debunks of the flat Earth theory as a whole. So I kind of wanted to see a different perspective. Like, because I watched a lot of this. This is one guy who debunks a lot of flat Earth theories. I can't even remember his name, but he's on
Professor Dave.
Yep, Professor Dave. Yep. I was wondering what are you guys' thoughts on Professor Dave?
Just one point before you guys break that down, real quick. There was actually the YouTube algorithms have been fixed. These people were in NASA and in Congress talking about conspiracy theories. So Congress was asking some officials of YouTube about what they were gonna do about conspiracy theories, including flat Earth. And YouTube said they're gonna put algorithms that are gonna discourage those type of searches, and they're gonna give you these boxes that will kind of give you the real information, discouraging people from searching conspiracy. So they give you the debunking results instead of giving you the real information.
All these new people are going to ask the same questions that Professor Dave thinks he has a got you for us on. So,
Yeah. I
so.
The YouTube algorithm.
They're all effortless.
Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is most definitely pushes down a lot of conspiracy theories, which I hate. They usually put like I'm a naturally curious person, right? I want to know more about things. I don't, I want to see both sides. So like when they push down, like they just put Professor Dave, which I do like him, but I also want to see the other side. It's better to see the person's actual argument before the rebuttal. I mean, or the right.
Just letting you know. 1 second, my bad. This guy Winston wants me to answer questions for you. Professor Dave is scared to debate Witsit. So just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to ask, not Joy, what is it that you like about Professor Dave's content?
Oh yeah, he talks a lot about like certain things that are just like a little goofy. Like he talks about like horoscopes and stuff like that, and I kind of got into that, and his charisma, things like that, like debunks and a lot of other stuff. He talks about a lot of interesting things that I'm just I want to see both sides of. And
Hey,
Yeah.
what would you say? What would you think if I told you that when he gives that presentation so arrogant, talking about how easily debunked flat Earth is and how stupid it is. What would you think if everything that he said in the video was actually a straw man against what flat earthers actually think?
Yeah,
Well, wouldn't you think that's kind of like telling that he couldn't argue the actual position?
Yeah, I'd actually like what arguments have he strawmanned?
Every single one that he says is a straw man.
Like, can you give me like an example or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be cool. How about you ask us some questions about flat Earth? Maybe you
That's what's
might have
happening,
some
Helio.
Yeah,
Allow
just
it. Let it flow.
yeah.
I'll let
Just-
it flow. Let
Yeah.
yourself
Okay,
go.
look, I mean, if
Flow
there's
and low, that is the tempo. Like the Beach
Helio,
Boys
bro.
said.
yeah,
I just want to ask, not Joy. You know what a straw man is, right?
Yeah.
We're not like okay, cool. 'Cause, yeah, I'm not trying to patronize, but some people don't know this stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so for example, one thing that he's shown is a diagram, like this little cartoon diagram. For one, this little cartoon diagram is a straw, right? Like no real flat earther claims to know exactly what the Earth is in the perfect map because we've been lied to about the Earth, and it's illegal to privately travel past the 60th south latitude or to the North Pole. So we literally couldn't. So right there, fundamentally, every one of his little cartoons he shows is just a straw man fallacy immediately.
So,
but even beyond that, one of them he shows like that little animation, right? The flat Earth with the people standing, and then he shows three people like in a triangle on that circle map, and he shows them looking out to the edge, and he said, "The Earth can't be flat because all these people can see the Southern Cross at the same time." Right? But on a flat Earth, they'd be looking in all different directions. Look, and he shows the map. Right now, in reality, all three of those people can't see the Southern Cross at the same time because it's literally nighttime at different times for those people. So if it's not nighttime at both the places, they couldn't both see the stars, right? So he just blatantly misrepresents reality and is dishonest. That's just one of everything he's ever said. There's a story like that behind it.
Yeah, so let me just clarify. I'm not, coming into this, I'm not very knowledgeable on astronomy. I'm not very knowledgeable, right? I'm not very but I do know that I have made a lot of arguments. Like I've made been in a lot of debates in my lifetime, and I wouldn't necessarily say this would be a straw man because there are certain people who do believe in these certain arguments, right? Like, oh well,
no,
yeah. Well, maybe not. I mean, but there are certain flat earthers who aren't able to conceptualize certain things when it comes to astronomy, as well as I am. And
but you could. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to let you know that's a reasonable assumption. But the truth is that when you see these straw mans, like so, if you Google flat Earth and you see like a disk in a solar system with other planets on, there's literally not one single real flat earther that I've ever met, and I've met thousands, who ever thought that. So just so you know, like the mainstream version is literally not what any of us think. Like,
all right. Yeah.
Just so you
So what version of flat Earth do you guys subscribe to?
So more specifically, the Earth is a plane. It's a topographical plane. So we have topography, mountains, and valleys on this. Okay, they say that 70% of the Earth is water. Of course, we don't agree with the percentage because there could be more Earth. We don't. But all the oceans lay flat. That's why they're called sea level. And that's how we get elevation, is we take that horizontal line of sea level and we measure a distance above. Okay, so our position is that all the oceans are level and horizontal, and water finds its level. It's called fluid static. So we just know that there's land that measures as a plane and there's water that measures as a plane. Effectively, the Earth is like the basement. It's like the bottom floor. We are not out in space with planets. No one thinks that. It makes no sense. Why would we be the only flat disk in a solar system of planets? But what we actually think is that the Earth is just the bottom floor and everything in the sky is just above us. And those are lights in the sky that move over top of the Earth, but they're completely different than the Earth. It's like if you had a light bulb on your ceiling, that doesn't somehow make your house a light bulb, right? So that's kind of the basic there. We think that there has to be a container on the Earth. Now no one knows what the container. No one knows what the container is. No one knows where it is. No one knows what it's made of or what it is, anything like that. We just know that the Earth has to be contained because we have gas pressure on the Earth, and the antecedent or requirement for gas pressure is a container. So simply, we know that the Earth is a topographical plane and that all the water is level, that the Earth is contained, and that the Earth is stationary, that the Earth does not move, only the sky moves over top. So that's the fundamental breakdown.
So, I'm guessing you guys know about the Big Bang Theory, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys believe in it? That's kind of my point.
No, none of us believe in the Big Bang Theory. It was actually proposed by a Catholic priest. It was proposed by a Catholic, so it's ironic that all the atheists love it. Yeah. But so the Big Bang actually says there was a pre-existing energy. So it actually just kicks the can down the road and still invokes a God, which is why it was proposed by a Catholic priest. But long story short, it's just an idea that makes no sense whatsoever. Everything can't come from nothing. It's purely speculative. Almost half of astronomy doesn't even agree with that anymore. So it's like that might be a little high because of the cosmic microwave background. People are starting to leave it. So anyway, just the idea that everything came from nothing, a singularity, and then expanded in all directions. It's literally just the best theory someone could come up with. It's called Big Bang because someone named Fred Hoyle, a very infamous astronomer, called it that as a derogatory term, like the Big Bang, like very remedial. So no, none of us believe in that, and there's not even evidence for it. And they can't even decide if it's expanding or contracting or why it's expanding way too fast. It's not even agreed on what that even means. Yeah, it's just pseudoscience.
So
can I add to that as well? There's all these kind of like ideas as Witsit just laid out, that when you get more into the details, like for instance, how did the moon get here? Right? I don't know if you've heard about the story behind how we have a moon.
Yeah.
You've heard of Thea and the kind of.
Actually, no. I haven't heard about this before.
Okay, fine. So if you look it up on Wikipedia, it's like giant impact theory or great impact theory, something like this. And they basically say that a big rock hit the Earth, and then a little piece of I forget if it's a piece of the Earth broke off and formed into the moon, or if a piece of was it that? Yeah. Okay. And so then, of course, because that's their excuses to why the rocks that come down were similar. Yeah. Okay. So a piece of the Earth kind of breaks off and then forms this moon, which just happens to be the same angular size as our sun. Total coincidence, not. And then it just happens that we can only see one face of this moon, even though had it been breaking off, it would presumably have some kind of motion of its own. There's no friction in space. There's no reason for it to have slowed down at all. There's all of these anomalies that completely how do I even say? They're just, you can't make good excuses for these things, but they just tell you that they're true anyway, or at least that they're theories. But the one thing I would say is look into the rocks that were allegedly brought back from the moon and the excuses as to why they have similar makeup as the Earth rocks. And it's because of this theory. This is one of the kind of prevailing theories as to how the moon got there. It's complete nonsense. It's completely unverifiable, but they tell you with a straight face that it's likely.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
no, it's fine. Go ahead.
No, okay. I was going to say is you'll see that the recurring theme is that even though we're put off as crazy for not believing the science, most people don't even know what it is they're talking about or what the quote unquote science is. And one
Okay.
example is what he just told you, is that the Mars-sized body hit the Earth, exchanged energy to its core, broke it up in a bunch of pieces, but then turned back into a perfect sphere. And then one of the rocks out of the thousands decided to stick around, also turned into a sphere because gravity coalesced it over millions and billions of years. And then it stopped right where it needed to where it looks like it's the same size as the sun, even though it's actually 1/400th the size and diameter of the sun. It just coincidentally stopped at 1/400th the distance, also purely random. So it looks like they're the same size, and that the moon walked perfectly with the Earth. And if it was going 1/4 a mile per hour faster or slower, then we'd see the rest of it. But it just stopped right there where it needed to look like the sun size and the perfect speed and mass, so that we never see the other side of it. And basically, we're just basically calling bullshit. So we're not actually crazy people that don't just believe science. We just don't believe in like nonsense. You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah. So I'd like to ask you guys, like, why? One thing I've never understood about flat Earth theory and globe versus flat Earth, right? Is why exactly do you guys like? This is gonna sound kind of like this isn't like meant to be mean, but why exactly do you guys necessarily care? But if that doesn't, I don't want to say it like that, but like, why
Okay.
does it matter? I can't really
That's
say
a
this.
good question. It's a good question. Yeah. So this is the answer, right? If the Earth is, which it provably is a plane or flat and stationary, right? Then that would mean it's called geocentric, meaning that the Earth is the center. So if the Earth is the center of everything that moves in the sky, it's the center of everything, then it would have had to be placed, because like there's no other way. Like random chaotic happenstance could not place the Earth in the center of everything that moves around it. Like everything that moves around it, right? So one reason that it definitely matters is it throws atheism out as even like viable. So it forced a bunch of us to kind of swallow our pride and be like, whoa, it does look like the Earth may have been created. And so that's a big reason. So why else does it matter? Like they drew a circle around us called the 60th south latitude, and it's illegal to privately explore past, right? So if you've ever seen the Hunger Games and they keep everyone locked up, literally like in their little section, that's what they've done. And this is whether the Earth's a globe or not. There's a circle around us. But the reason it's important is because on a flat Earth, there could be a lot more stuff outside of that circle. And on a globe, they know exactly what it is. It's just an abandoned ice cap on the bottom of the ball. There's nothing for you to see. So they've literally shut off part of the world and put us in a little place. And you can't go to the North Pole either. You can't just privately explore the North Pole or towards the quote unquote South. So that's a fundamentally huge reason, right? They've literally like told us we're not allowed to freely explore the Earth. And of course, I could go forever, but NASA gets $60 million a day. And if they're lying about going to space and just showing us cartoons, they're getting $60 million every day of our hard-earned money to deceive us and to lie to us and to give us propaganda, which is unacceptable. Of course, the government always does that, but that's not really the point. And then fourthly, like from the age of like 5 up, you've been told this idea. So like they don't give us an option. They don't say, well, look, here's the 2 options. Here's what the evidence is. Here's what we can prove or not prove. They just tell you it's a fact that the Earth's spinning. And so you grow up thinking that, oh, this magic thing, gravity, holds me to a ball. I can't understand it. I can't trust my senses. I see the sun and the moon move. But actually, the sun and the moon aren't moving. During the sunset, I'm falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. And it just makes the sun look like moving. And then, oh, I can't feel like I'm moving, but I am actually spinning 1,000 miles per hour. And I never see the stars change, but we're shooting through space millions of miles per hour. And so, when I never see the Earth curving, I see I see horizons that are horizontal, but it is curving. So it has a drastic implication on you psychologically, where you can't trust your own senses, and you have to always turn to an authority to tell you how to interpret the world. And so there's like four or five
Yeah.
pretty substantial reasons.
Yeah. So
Can I answer the question in a slightly different way? I just wanted to say that what you asked Witsit there was kind of an unintentional straw man. And what I mean by that is we don't really care about the shape, like we care that the shape is being lied about. So
Yeah.
it's the lie that matters to all of us, not specific. Like we're not just like, oh, I like flat things more than round things, right? It's not like a personal preference. Like we care that there's a serious lie that's happened there, and for all of the reasons which it named and more, truth matters.
So the main reasoning is the lie, right? So you guys heard of the Matrix? I'm most definitely guessing you guys have heard of the Matrix, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in the Matrix, right? A lot of people say, I want to, take the red pill, right? Oh, red pill, right? I want to know what the reality is, right? So my question is, the reason why I ask, does it matter, right? It's because if we've never known anything, like if you say you're in a space where you don't know any better or know anything, right? And you start to speculate and you start to make, you start to make judgments or, like why the government's lying to us? The government's lying to us, which everybody knows the government lies to us, right?
Can I ask you something simple?
She's talking.
Yeah. So in a second, like just right after this, I'm sorry, but like yeah, like my question would be like, if you are in a space where you don't know a certain thing and you speculate whether or not something is real. Say for example, the Earth is flat. The Earth or reality or whatever. The Earth is flat, and you guys get your money back and stuff like that. What does that change? In your opinion, like what would that change?
Yeah, I just explained one of the major ones that changes is it means there has to be some type of design to the earth, like it had to be placed there, and that changes everything. And what does it change on a personal level? Well, that's got to be arguably one of the biggest things that one could ever discover in life is like the fact that where they live is undoubtedly created and there's no scientific way around it. So that's a pretty big answer. In addition, I actually know how to interpret the world. So when I go look at meteor showers, I know they're not random rocks shooting in all directions and they all go one direction because they're just a cycle of electricity in the sky effectively. I know that when I see the sunset, the sun's moving. I can actually understand the sunset and understand what's going on. Whenever the news tells me an asteroid's about to come hit the earth, I don't even lose 1 ounce of sleep because I know that's not real. That's not even real. When they tell me that the ice caps are going to melt and everyone's going to drown, I know that's not real. I know there aren't ice caps on a ball. So there's all kinds of fear and propaganda. And what it really does is it makes you step outside of their blue pill version of reality and realize that there's something far different going on. And then you get to know the truth. You get to start understanding and putting pieces together that you've been deceived. And I would say that truth and understanding, those are probably like the most important aspects of life, arguably.
Yeah. So even still, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around this a bit better. So you get truth. You get to know the truth, and you can understand things better. Now, even then, like I said, even if we figure out that the world is flat and that they're kind of keeping us in a certain hole, will you still be able to travel over the Antarctica? Like you be able to travel further? Will
Well,
you?
if everyone figured it out, then maybe we could demand that we're allowed to do so. But when 99% of people are basically adhering to what you're effectively saying, which is what's it really matter, kind of like kind of nihilist, right? Like kind of like nihilism, like nothing matters. Then no, we would never figure it out. That's why we do this. We don't want to convert people to flat Earth because honestly, if you can't understand it and be honest enough to be real about the info, we don't really want to hang out with you anyway. But it's just the fact that not you specifically, of course. I'm just making a point. Yeah. But we just want everyone to have a fair opportunity to make their own decision. That's literally it. Like we want everyone to see the information that's been hidden from us, to see what the evidence is, maybe go test it for themselves instead of just believing people, and then we're fine. And it's just that 5-year-olds are being brainwashed with this idea. Like 5-year-olds are being brainwashed with this idea, and that's not okay. Like everyone has the right to be accurately informed and make an informed decision. I mean, that's basically a war crime, right? Like basically not allowing informed consent. Like we have the right to we have the right to know the truth, and so we're fighting that everyone gets to make their own fair determination as opposed to one out of ignorance and conformity and distraction.
Yeah. Yeah. So like not necessarily. Well, nihilism isn't exactly the right term, really, but I get what you're saying. So like I said, like if it is so, and how do I phrase this the right way without asking the same question? Yeah, like the quote unquote brainwashing that the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe. You don't get any other choice or decision. Um, and that this. Oh my God, my grandma's calling me. I'm so sorry. What the hell? Just give me a second. Okay, no, I'm just gonna finish this. Yeah, so like that the Earth is a globe and things like that. And it's that my question is like, even though we know the government has rule over a lot of things and everything, and like even if, oh my God, I was gonna say something. I'm sorry. I'm so bad at wording myself.
It's
Like
all good. It's like you're kind of asking the same thing again, right? Like
not like
even if you figure out, then what's it going to change for you? Like what does it do? What's it of value? What's going to happen from it? Why does it matter? Like what's the actual point in fighting all this for? What? Like what's the goal? And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's an individual journey, and you figure out the truth, and then you go from there. There's a lot of things that would happen that would make the world better if people figured it out. For one, we wouldn't be little slaves in a circle. Like we're literally in a Hunger Games on Earth. What a joke. I think that's really sad. So like, yeah, it's an individual journey. You're going to have to, let me just say this. The first step is to figure out if they lied, not to figure out why would they lie. Well, what would it change if they did lie? What does it matter? It just figure out if they lied. If your boyfriend cheats on you and I have a video of him cheating on you, you're not going to say, I'm not looking at the evidence until you can tell me why he would lie, because I do all his laundry and cook all his food, and he said he loves me and his parents love me. He would never cheat. Why would he even do that? Why would I even care like that you say that? There's no way. Well, you could just look at the evidence, figure out that they lied, and then you can go from there. You can choose to stay with the lie. You can choose to ignore the evidence or whatever. You can try to figure out why he cheated on you. But the first step is always just to look at the evidence honestly without bias and figure out what the truth is and then go from there. You're getting a little ahead of yourself.
Yeah, of course. I meant before I have to go in like a few seconds, but I'll be back. But before I go real quick, yeah, so my last question would be real quick is I just want to ask like oh my God, I always just lose my fucking thoughts. I can't. This is so annoying. Oh my God, wait.
Hey, talk to your grandma, and the things will come back. Just speak to your grandmommy, and then come back. She was calling you.
Tell her the
I,
earth's flat.
All
I can help you. I can help you with one question.
Shut up, Sasha.
I can help him with one question.
Him?
She said she has a call from her grandmother.
That's a girl thing, Sasha.
Just
think.
wait till she's back.
Yeah, but if he wants.
Yeah, by the way, everyone, I'm actually, just from my experience, kind of like addressing these overarching things is the actual path that wakes people up. Like that just, everyone else can do it their own way. If you're kind of getting triggered that I didn't just like jump in and say, radius. I'm just from my experience, which is anecdotal. It's like, it's actually, if you're honest, it's reasonable to ask some of these questions. Like it's reasonable. Like people were kind of confused when they first heard flat Earth. Like it's confusing. Like you don't even know how to take it in at first. It's just so off the wall and kind of confusing. So like it's not about winning a debate.
About a thing that doesn't exist. What's it? How dare you not to speak about something that doesn't exist? You know, like the radius of the ball.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's where I was about to lead her to, but I just, like in the real world, when people come up to me, like when I was out there doing activism or afterwards, because normally they'll wait for the camera to go off to come up to me, and like just having the real chill conversation with people where I explain and I look in their eyes and they can feel that I'm being sincere. That's just like a really big lie, and it changes how we look at the world and etc. Like that's what really resonates with people, because if you don't get past that like barrier they have, dude, you can just slap them in the head with the R value all
Hold
day.
on, hey,
but
stop talking. How do you have gas pressure without a container? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
No,
I
but
obviously did that. I obviously did that for dramatic effect to prove a point.
Yeah, you did.
That
Recently, I
if you
spoke to
have
two
that
family
tempo,
members. My
Jamesy,
bad,
I
I know
want
you
to
were
say,
talking.
I want
Oh,
to say, my
can
friend.
AI? Come on, guys. We don't need to talk over each other. AI, do you want to finish?
I was just saying, like when you're having that heart-to-heart type thing and someone's being led, the most inappropriate thing to do is just jump in with an interjective question that's off the topic thread or the string of logic.
Absolutely.
You're just going to defeat all the work that was done, usually.
Yep.
Yeah, to which point on that point, I recently I spoke to two family members, and I didn't mention flat Earth. I just spoke about water level, containment, and I just brought them to a simple conversation. And then the curvature of the Earth, they realize it's not there. They never seen it. They never experienced it. The movement of the Earth, they never experienced it. Just talking about basic stuff like water level and that kind of stuff. They just realize it in their own, basically.
Because he doesn't want to ask this question. What is that information? What are you telling that you have, for other people? And then Vincent, like what is that information? What Vincent has it's all the times saying about. I have information about flat, but we are not coming to that information. Nobody want to ask what is that information? What you have that you think that Earth is flat, and nobody's asking that question.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things that I noticed first when I was kind of answering a lot of questions, is that people don't, they ask some weird straw man or some kind of half gotcha question or like a loaded question. Like, they don't come with the, so why do you think it's flat? Don't think I've ever heard that. Which is kind of odd. Like, they might ask you, sorry, just to elaborate on that, they might ask you, like, how did you get into flat Earth? But they'll never actually say specifically what is the evidence. They just, like, it's like you have to force them to ask that question, which is really weird.
Well, that's exactly why I like those 3 points, because if you strike up a conversation with someone about the subject, and you do so by asking them the 3 points, I mean, they pretty much have to, on purpose, try to avoid, focusing on the evidence. They have to be full retard to not focus on the evidence if you just ask them the 3-point questions, because then they'll just focus on the evidence. If they're going to ever get it, they'll get it then. If they don't get it then, they'll probably never get it.
Like, I like the 3 questions. It's a good approach. Like, just from my personal experience, it's more like macro ideas. Like geocentrism does work really well. Like, if you've ever heard the idea that actually the Earth is the center and everything moves around, like that works well. What you'll find out is you don't have to ever say the word flat Earth. It's like even with the 3 questions, same thing. If you're just asking about the globe Earth, they'll always bring flat Earth up. Like, you don't ever have to say it. I'm talking about in the real world. Like, this is a flat Earth server, but I do encourage people to talk to people in their real life. Like, even if it's just people they're kind of close to or work with or anything like that. Yeah, everyone's different. Everyone has, like, I can come off a bit assertive at times, and so like I have this own little realm where I have to work my personality into talking to people, and I think everyone's going to be a little different.
Yeah, so I've discovered with the 3-point questions and asking them to people, but without ever saying the words flat Earth while asking them the 3-point questions, I've come to the realization that it's not the subject of flat Earth that, scares people and pisses them off. It's just questioning the globe that scares them and pisses them off.
Yeah. Questioning accepted reality, for sure. It makes people uncomfortable.
All right, I'm
that's
back.
the real. Hi.
So I was thinking about it while I was doing my chores and stuff. So my question was supposed to be, oh, actually, I don't. Okay, wait.
No, Joe, I can help you with one question. Then you can go with all other questions.
Right. Yeah. I have a lot of questions. I'm so sorry. I'm like.
I can help you with first one, and you can go really. After that one, you can go. Okay. Ask these guys, anyone here, why they
why they know or think that Earth is flat, and what is that information what they have?
Yeah. Yeah. That's my first question, really.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good first question, right? Because that's what it all comes down to, the evidence. So this is why the Earth supposedly has a radius value. So the distance from the center to the edge, like a line drawn from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, 3,959 miles. Okay, so anyway, blah blah blah. It's just a number. It's a specific number, and so that means that the Earth has to curve at a certain rate if it's that big. So you can actually go out and you can measure the Earth and test the Earth to see if it curves at that rate, right? Because it's just geometry. If it's a sphere, then the ground has to curve at a certain rate. And, they tell us that's what boats disappear over. They say that boats go off in the distance and then go behind the curve of the Earth so we can't see them. So there should be a curve, right? So based on how high off the ball you are, that's how far away you'll see the curve. Because as you get higher, you can see further, right? So, like, for example, if I'm 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, I should see the curvature of the Earth at 1 mile away, 1.2 miles away, specifically. So what we did, we went out and actually made measurements and tested for ourselves using lasers or, P900 high zoom cameras, etc. And we found out that radius value that they claimed literally cannot be true. We falsified the radius value. And that's when really the rubber hits the road, if you will. Because if that number is wrong, which it is, we proved it's wrong. If that number is wrong, the entire model is also wrong because every part of the model uses that number. So this is really, if we want to find out if it's actually a globe or if it's flat, we need to go straight to testing the R value because that's going to answer the whole question. Well, we did. I almost fell off my. So we did that, and like I said, we falsified it. I give you an example. We saw mountains from 273 miles away, and based on our height, if the Earth was a ball, the mountains in the distance should have been blocked by 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature. 3 miles in the air should have blocked the mountain. But we can see the mountains all the way to the shore from almost 300 miles away. They should be behind 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature, though.
Okay, so yeah. Another question I'd want to ask you guys is, what are your thoughts on like the videos on TikTok of like NASA astronauts, like in space? Like I don't know how to explain this. I think I might just have a video, but yeah,
One better question. Also, did you acknowledge that what Vitsi told you now? Did you acknowledge
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back. So
I
to answer your question, so we don't believe stories from NASA because, like I said, if you really look into the moon landing, it becomes really sketchy. And they were founded with Nazis. And in fact, the first person put in charge of space exploration for NASA was an SS officer of the Nazi regime named Werner von Braun. They've notoriously lied. We've caught them with air bubbles in space. We've caught them changing all kinds of their stories. We've caught them photoshopping the Earth in a picture, and then we call them out. Then they take it out. They change articles as we call them out. They've just constantly shown that they're dishonest and not trustworthy as a source. And of course, the government is notorious for lying, as you alluded to earlier. So if the government is notorious for lying, and then this is an agency within the federal government, and we've already caught them being dishonest, and it was founded with Nazis who were famous for propagandizing and lying to masses of people, we don't take anything that they say seriously at all, right? So we don't consider that evidence at all. It's unverifiable from the government, and that's not real evidence. So that's what we think about it. But none of that's going to change my first part. Like I said, the whole conversation boils down to the radius value. Like, there is no skating. Like, you can try to skate past it, I guess. And I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to have like a serious debate with you. I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, individually, you can choose to just try to ignore it but it's going to go nowhere. And the whole conversation comes down to that. So the first question that you actually need to actually answer honestly is, if the Earth were flat, would you want to know?
Honestly, I to be honest, for me, like I said, I don't really like, how do I say this? I don't really care about the curvature. I don't like, me personally, I don't care what the Earth's shape is, right? But
Right.
I do care about, trying to see and understand how other people conceptualize, their beliefs on what the Earth or whatever is. Because I already know the government lies, right? I already know the government. I don't even believe in a lot of things NASA says. I am very skeptical about. Like, for example, dark matter. What the fuck is that? Um,
I don't know. No.
but like, yeah, like a lot of things, I am also skeptical, right? I'm very skeptical about a lot of things, and it's, for me, I don't really like, even if the Earth is flat, the sphere, a donut, whatever the fuck, right? My real, my real like objective in, talking to you guys and stuff like that is just seeing how other
To
people,
understand our perspective.
yeah, just to understand
Gotcha.
your perspective and why, like, globists and flat earthers argue
Right.
so much about this in general.
Okay.
And I know that, like, people don't like to know, like, they don't like to know that, that the government's lying. But when they do find out the government's lying, there is an uproar, right? There is a anger that comes with it, and people start to go down certain paths that get a little, crazy and stuff like that. I'm not talking about like flat Earth,
Okay.
past flat Earth,
Okay. Real fast. Let me just. Okay. So all I asked though was like, if it was flat, would you want to know? And basically, I could have just paraphrased the question and said, if you were lied to from childhood, including everyone that's close to you that you love, were all lied to and lied to about where they live and what the Earth actually is, where they live, and then not allowed to explore that Earth or know what it really is, would you want to know?
Not really. Like I said, I don't really care. Like, I really, really.
Okay.
If the government told me
Okay.
one day, guys, we actually are living in a simulation, I'd be like, okay. But still, like,
Oh,
like,
you're writing something like this. Listen, we killed all these people. We are sorry, but we could not say that 1991. We are telling now 2040, but we killed them all. It was only 100,000, but sorry, we will be good now.
What are you
Yeah.
talking
So
about?
yeah. Anyway, you remember when earlier you kind of corrected my use of the word nihilist? Well,
yeah.
I didn't properly use that word because specifically as it comes to the earth lie, materialism would be a better word, but I actually sensed nihilism, which is why I said it. And you just point blank, exhibited nihilism when you said you really just could care less or you don't care at all, and you use other language to describe that. So it's like, that's nihilism, bro. I'm just trying to explain to you that nihilism is bad, because if you want to have a slave state of people that can't think for themselves and can't innovate and can't improve society or even establish sustainability long term, if you want controllable flocks of people that are brainwashed and just watch like 30-second clips all day long and can't think for themselves, you would really want them to have a view of materialism and nihilism, because if nothing matters, then what's it matter? It's much easier to have a slave state whenever the slaves are apathetic.
Yeah, so the reason why I said that your idea of nihilism wasn't really pertaining to what I was saying is because, like, the definition of nihilism would be either extreme skepticism, maintaining that nothing in this world has existence, or the rejection of all religions' moral principle in the beliefs that life is meaningless, right? And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying that none of this matters. This is all stupid. This is all meaningless. I give up, right? I'm not saying none of that. What I'm saying is
Okay.
that the specific subject of whether or not, this right here, and also this subject right here really matters. That's what I was really asking, right?
This right here. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. But
Okay,
yeah.
so
But also another
okay,
thing, what you said nihilism is bad, and I'm not necessarily a nihilist, but I want to understand what is you guys' definition of what is your guys' morality? Like, what is what are you basing on what is bad or what is good?
right.
Before
So
we,
none of us have a
sorry, Winston,
mono. Yeah.
I was waiting for quite a while. I wanted to get in with a specific question for Joy, if that's okay. I don't know if you don't mind. Just basically, I wanted to ask you. You said that you don't trust the government or anything. I don't know then why your default is that you trust them that the Earth's a globe.
I mean, like in general, like if, like I said, like if I don't, a lot of things, like certain things, I don't believe with the government, right? I don't believe. But there are some
Okay.
I can believe. Like I'm not saying I don't trust them all.
I have one question for the young lady, and then I'll shut up because I know
Yeah,
I
but she
know you wanted
hasn't
to get in.
finished. She hasn't finished answering the one I just asked. So
Got
why
it.
don't you let that happen
Yeah.
first? And I have a follow-up question, and then I'll shut up because I was waiting for a while. That's all. Sorry, Karen.
Yeah, I was just pretty much saying, like, in general, like, if for some things, like, I don't believe, like, there are some things in general that I don't believe. Like, I'm a vegan, so, like, a lot of things that, the government and science tells me, I'm often keen to reject. But when it comes to a globe, like the globe Earth theory, or the flat Earth theory, whatever, I've just heard better arguments about the globe Earth theory than I have about flat Earth theory. So I more or less am inclined to believe that. But if there are flat Earth theories that, if there is like good arguments that I hear in this server, then I most definitely can change my mind. Either way, the shape of the Earth in my mind, it can be anything. It could be a fucking glob of mustard, and I really wouldn't care. Yeah.
Okay. So my quick follow-up question, and then I'll yield. Do you know what anchor bias is?
No.
Okay, so anchor bias is the tendency for humans to believe the first thing that they were told over the second thing and beyond. Do you think you might be suffering from some sort of anchor bias with regards to the Earth shape?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, but at the same time, like I said, obviously this is probably some sort of anchor bias, right? It may be some sort, but at the same time, like I said, I'm completely open to changing my mind. If I hear better arguments or things like that, I'm completely open, and that's why I came here, so I can get a better look at other perspectives, right? Like, yeah, this is probably anchor bias, but I do want to, expand my knowledge on these things. So yeah.
Okay,
Like,
fair enough.
I don't want to. I don't want to
Second.
guys that's like crazy or anything like that. Like, I don't want to do that. Like,
Oh no, I know I'm not crazy. I've been tested.
yeah, yeah. Like I've been called a crazy vegan before. I know what
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
to feel
It's
like,
fine.
your opinions are just being shadowed and stuff like that. But yeah.
I think most people here are just numb to it now because it's like that the people calling you crazy are just ignorant, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say, I enjoyed talking to you, but I'll yield now.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, I'm vegan too, so good on you.
Oh, that's
Hey,
good. That's good.
Crypto, I'm really sorry, man. I got to work on stepping on people. You all know that I have to do that, so I apologize.
All good.
So,
All good.
what else I say? I like who I'm speaking with. Sorry, I don't have the thing pulled up.
No, not Joy.
Not Joy. Okay, I really like the way you think and the way that you're coming about. Like presenting yourself to this information to us. I think it's respectable, and I think that you really, you're on the right track, and that's nice to hear. And you sound really honest, and we don't get a lot of that from Globers here. So anyway, the question I wanted to ask though, because it's really loud at my place right now. The question is, and I guess it's rhetorical, but if there is an answer, I would like to hear it, but I'm pretty sure we all know the answer. And it's about the government lying. So how many lies does it take to make a liar?
I mean, I believe the government's already a liar. I believe the government's already.
So they could be lying about other stuff than the things you've already caught them in a lie about, right?
Yeah, like when it comes to like a liar, right? I've met many liars in my I think we all have. But I know that I can be very, like I said, I'm very shaky. You're very shaky with a lie, right? You're not very sure as to what they say. So you look up the evidence for yourself and you figure it out for yourself. And that is what I did with the government. I look at the evidence as I got older and tried to see which opinion I agree with the most. And I guess I believed I agree with the opinion, like the government's opinion the most, right? Because quote unquote, um, oh, I'm eating bread. Sorry, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, but like when it comes to like the government being a fucking liar, I always make decisions based on if someone tells me, hey, the government said this, that shit's a lie as hell. I'd be like, oh, okay, let me go look up some stuff about that. But yeah, sorry, that
Okay.
was
No, that
much.
was a great response. Thank you so much. And one last thing. So, oh man, I had it.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Man, I had it.
I was listening to you and then I forgot it, which means I was actually listening.
Yeah, we do the
So,
same thing. Don't
hey,
worry.
well, I might figure it out later. So go ahead. I do yield the floor. Thanks.
Government's making program for education, and in that program, we have the globe where water is curving. Problem is when you go into reality, that water what government teaching you doesn't curve. That's the point.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in general, like how the way I think about it, right, is if the government lies about every single thing, every gosh darn thing,
All right,
right?
so
Yeah,
here's a litmus test real quick. What about 9/11? 9/11. You think that happened?
Yeah.
The way they say it happened?
Well, I'm very skeptical about that, but the event did happen, did take place. But I'm
Yo,
pretty.
can I cut in here?
No,
Hold on.
Heck no.
You gotta be a little more specific than that, fraud.
Well, I'm a New
I'm just
Yorker.
curious.
That's why.
That's why I asked her. Does she believe it
Too
the way
freaking
it
bad.
happened, the way they say it happened? That's what I was asking.
Well, here, fraud. Let me help you with a specific example. So part of the 9/11 story, the official story, is that these legible, like readable and actual, identifiable passports fell out from the buildings of the airplanes as they were burning up, and they landed on the street in Manhattan, and that somebody picked them up, and they were the passports of the terrorists who hijacked the airplane. So do you think that the terrorists who hijacked the airplane had their passports not burned up but fell to the ground? Someone found them? That's the official story.
Yeah, I think that's goofy. I don't know how. That's so odd. Like, if there was, so when the plane hits the fucking towers, it's an explosion. Like, and the first impact that would happen would be I believe, the cockpit, which was, unless I'm incorrect on that, but I believe the cockpit was the first thing that hit the towers. But if I'm wrong,
Look at Livestream voice text.
It's
okay.
the nose. The nose of the plane supposedly hits first, and obviously the cockpit and all that follows. Fuselage, etc.
Yeah. So my point is, like, how actually, let me just ask you guys this question first. What do you guys believe?
Sorry,
What do you guys
sorry,
believe?
Joey. Just before you move on, Davey wanted to get in and he didn't have the opportunity, so maybe Davey can get in on this one.
Yes, go on.
Well, yeah, only because I'm a New Yorker. I was 12 years old when it happened. I remember it like yesterday. Honestly, what I believe is it was a demolition job. Okay, if you just look at how the buildings collapsed, obvious demolition. Okay, and what's it called? Just look at Building 7, bro. How do you think Building 7 collapsed? It was a demolition job. So,
Yeah,
100%, 100%.
yeah, and I just,
And I'm saying that as a New Yorker, okay?
mhm.
Like, it's like if I told any other New Yorker that, they'd be like, they go crazy. So,
Yeah.
but that's
Yeah,
my, that's what I think.
I think that like a lot of the stuff, but a lot of like major events that happen or occur within history, can be very falsified by the government, most definitely. And that's why I'm even skeptical about even the moon landing, right? Like, but the thing is, I want to be open to these. I remember getting high as fuck once, and then thinking like, is the Earth actually just like a plate and or some shit? And I was like, damn, I got to get more into this. So like, but yeah, like, I mean, pretty much my thing is like probably the reason why I believe the Earth is a globe pretty much is I just like I've seen better arguments for it. But I'm pretty sure I'll see good arguments here too. So
Well, I don't think that you really heard a fair argument then. If I'm being honest.
Wait, I'm sorry, what'd you
Yeah.
say?
Oh, I'm just saying, if you think that the globe has better arguments, then you just haven't really heard a good flat Earth debate yet. So
Oh yeah, definitely. I probably haven't.
You
Like,
can
And you just haven't looked at the evidence that Whitsitt was talking about. You know,
Yeah,
you tend to breeze over a lot of things that he said without
I've heard
actually
it.
taking. No, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's just how it works, right?
Oh
But
no, yeah, I definitely
if you
heard
look at, the radius and how if something's shaped like a basketball, it has to have curvature, right? So if you look at that intensively, and subjectively and objectively, and take your time, you will find out, well, okay, this is some really damning evidence. That one piece of evidence, just the curvature, is enough to throw the whole thing off kilter. Just that one piece.
I just want to say, it's kind of like you read my mind because you mentioned it again. I wanted to ask you, since you think there are some good globe arguments, can you recite one that you think is good or that you think is the best globe argument?
Yeah, recite, most definitely not. I have a bad memory, but I do know. Like I said, I like Professor Dave and stuff, and mostly the reason. Okay, the best argument I've heard in general is when the quote unquote Big Bang Theory happens, right? When things are clashing in the universe and things like that, it tends to roll. Things tend to roll around. And when things clash together, roll around, you will sooner or less get something very similar to a sphere. And that's the thing. I believe in the Big Bang Theory, and that's the main reason why I'm more inclined to believe that theory. Is it makes more sense that the universe, like gravity in general, would like things roll, right? Things roll when they're being clashed into. Cars will flip over and roll when these things are. Now, this is probably a goofy argument because I can't really.
This is why you need to understand gas pressure laws.
Well, no, wait, no. What I'm saying in general is this is the main thing I heard, like one of the main things I've heard in general. But there's probably more. I probably think I might make a list of things, a list of
Yeah,
arguments.
you need to look into the 3 points. You just need to look into the 3. Somebody needs to really explain that to her so that she can.
Yeah, we can do that a little bit later. I'll just sorry, go on. I'll go.
We could just address what she said in the present moment instead of wondering and speculating about other things that are ancillary or secondary. Right?
And you going to address the Big Bang Theory?
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
Yeah, I have a question about it.
Well, we did earlier actually. To be fair, she asked about it earlier, but Whitsitt kind of gave an answer. I don't know if it's worth going over that same ground again or not, but.
But yeah, he was talking about the people that came up with it, but I had a question about it itself.
Okay.
I mean, it's just something to think about. I mean, when have you ever observed anything coming from nothing?
Okay, I didn't interrupt to yield the floor to you. Capiche?
I thought this is what you were describing to do.
Well, do you want to go ahead or
talk about it? Yeah, fair. You took it as I said, go ahead and do that.
Yo, shit's going down.
But the main point about the thing about the Big Bang and this idea that things roll around, that's not even how they explain it in the Big Bang Theory. They use the term gravitational accretion, which is the particles after a certain amount of time started to gravitate towards each other. Now, the problem is that they tried to model this and they couldn't get it to work. They had to add an additional factor that isn't found in physics. They called it the stickiness factor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this idea that you hold to is speculation at best. It's not a good argument at all.
So I yield the floor back to my friends.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Dude came in earlier as well and wanted to get involved. And it's to do with something that Witsit said earlier that kind of glues what you said and what Dude said. Now, what Dude was talking about was the moon landings, and I said, the moon landings are kind of low level for what we talk about here. But the one interesting thing about the moon landings is that, in my opinion, it gave them an excuse to have a picture of the Earth as a ball in the first place. Because before then, like in the 30s, right, you used to be able to watch like a Universal Studios film or whatever, and they've got a perfect ball shape. But of course, they couldn't tell you in the 30s, oh yeah, we went up to space and took a picture, because they hadn't landed on the moon at that point. So that would have been a very obvious lie. So they had to kind of stage this event where they went up there and, oh yeah, it turns out that we were right all along. But what's really interesting about that is two things. First of all, when you look at the Universal Studios, and I don't know if someone's got a meme of that, but when you look at the Universal Studios globe, it virtually perfectly resembles the globe that they only allegedly took a picture of like 30, 40 years later. So, I mean, how would they have known? Like, how could they have known? And the answer is they can't have known. It's ridiculous. It's they've taken the model and made like a studio model in the 20s and 30s or whatever it was, and then they've just made the same model to present to you later on as a quote-unquote photo from space. That's all that's happened. They just needed an event excuse for that to then present it to you as fact.
Yeah, so I don't really know necessarily a lot about the earlier stages of like space travel. Not necessarily. The main thing that I don't know about is I just didn't understand as a young kid how they were able to like get to the moon, but they were still having issues even making a fucking laptop, like, or a computer. Like, how was it even possible? I
Great
don't know.
point. That's a
Yeah,
great point.
yeah, and that's something that kind of confused me for a very long time. And another thing
Did you
is,
take the word of an astronaut? How about a word of an astronaut concerning your concern that you just had right there?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said there's an astronaut who had the exact same concern you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so his name was Gus Grissom, and he's on the record saying that the technology that they possessed at the time was not sufficient to get them to the moon, and that the idea they would get to the moon and be able to communicate or even survive is ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And guess what happened to him?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he got suicided.
Yeah. One thing that I would like to ask you guys, is what is your? I think I've heard it so far, but I just want to make sure I'm clear of this. What is the strongest argument other than the
We
radius?
falsified the radius. No, there's no other than. It's just different versions of falsifying the radius. Like I said, if the R value is wrong, the whole model's wrong. Why would we look anywhere other than that? That's what everything's built on. Like, to claim that you're going to space, you need a radius of orbit. To get gravity, you need the radius. To get the day-night cycle, you need the radius. To get the seasons, you need the radius. To do the mass, you need the radius. To do all the orbital trajectories, you need the radius. Like, everything's about that. Everything, including how you map anything onto some conceptual model of a globe. It's all about the R value. I told you one where we saw mountains that should be blocked by 3 vertical miles of Earth curvature, but we could see the mountains all the way to the beach shoreline. So we have two options. Either we're seeing the mountains just as they are, where they are, or it's actually lifted up optically 3 vertical miles and then stops right where it would to look flat. And it looks exactly like it really would.
Yeah, I feel like an argument against this one. I was like, I think, okay. So, do you guys know like the mirage argument, like about like?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. That's what I was telling you. Like, the two options is the globe's option is that the mountains were lifted, like you said, like a mirage, basically, like optically lifted up in the air, and there was an illusion where it looked like the mountains were directly in front of us, and the Earth was flat, but it's actually 3 miles below the Earth curve. That's the answer. So just saying that doesn't mean anything. That's why the people that actually go do it for themselves are really the ones that definitely become flat earthers, because you go and you see stuff in the distance and you're like, that's not a mirage. I'm just looking at it. So, you know.
Can I present a hypothetical for you, not Joy? Just to kind of crystallize this whole refraction argument for you.
Yes, please.
Right.
Yes.
Let's just say that I was telling you a story, and then you looked at the story and you were like, oh, well, for that story to be true, then my friend who can run really fast must have run a mile in 3 seconds, right? And then you concluded that because your friend can run fast, that he must have run that mile in 3 seconds. Would that be logical? Or would you be saying to yourself, hold on, no one can run that fast?
Yeah, I try to, understand.
Yeah, you'd say no one can run that fast. So when they say that refraction is doing all these things, they're not actually proving it. They're not demonstrating it. They're not showing you. They're just saying light bends, therefore light is bending at the rate we require it to at all times. Do you understand how those two are very different statements?
Okay. Well, I know that our eyes aren't necessarily fully valuable sources of information at times.
But I'm not talking about eyes at the moment. I'm actually just talking about the nature of light, and this gets much more complicated. And there are people who debate this to a much higher level than I can. But I'm just trying to get you to understand the logic, right? So the logic is what's important here. So
the logic is that them telling us that that the light bends at this specific rate at this specific time.
Yeah.
So than it being, right in front of us, like that. Is that what you're trying?
Well, it's like as Witzit said. It's like everyone agrees that it's possible for light to do all sorts of weird things, right? But it happens within like a range, and what they're effectively asking for is a limitless range of what light can do, how it can bend, how it can act.
Literally.
But without actually proving that that's the case, right? So this is why I brought in the friend running a mile in 3 seconds. Like, we know people can run fast, but it's like there's the quickest runners of all time can run at about 10 to 11 meters per second, right?
Yeah. So
they can't run at 100 meters a second or 300 meters. So you have to consider reality when they're making these arguments like refraction. That's not actually an argument because they haven't quantified anything. They've just presented an idea and then said, because I already know I'm on a globe, therefore the light is bending in the way I require it to. They haven't actually made an argument. It's called sophistry.
Oh yeah, go on.
Well, no, just do you understand this point?
Yeah, I get what he's saying, right? When it comes, we, instead of looking farther into it, we, are like, okay, well, this is what it says and this is what it is.
Right. Like if you go into it knowing that there's no question about it, it's not up for debate, the earth is 100% a ball, and I know that no matter what, then you see this evidence that directly falsifies it, you're not even considering that it could falsify it. You're just desperately trying to come up with a way that it would be explained. And that was just the first example I gave you. We have another one where we're 1 foot off the ground. So if there's a ball, it should block my view super fast. I'm like right on the surface of it. But when we looked out at 1 foot, we could see the horizon over 10 miles away, and it should be less than 2 miles. It should be 1 mile effectively, 1.2 miles away. But the horizon's over 10 miles away. So there is no Earth curvature blocking us on this Earth, and we've done the tests. We've done the tests all over the Earth. So you name it. Like I travel the U.S. making observations all over it. The whole United States is flat.
Okay,
the whole United States.
Yeah. So also another question I'd like to ask is actually, first of all, can you guys list DM me some things like experiments that some flat earthers
Yes.
have done?
Yeah. Do you know where the voice text is?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the voice text people will just drop stuff. Like we can drop the black swan, which I just described to you. They already did drop the mountains earlier. We can show you lasers. So we've used like laser experiments, if you will, demonstrations. from FE Core, which is a field of engineers that debunk the curvature. We shoot the laser over the water, and it should get hit and obstructed by the curve of the Earth bulging up. But it doesn't. It goes all the way like 20 miles to the target.
Mm-hmm.
That's just impossible. It's just impossible. The Earth should block the laser. Like, can you, if you're standing on one side of a hill, like a mound of dirt, can you see me on the other side?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Right. If I shoot a laser at that hill, can I shoot it through the hill and then get to you?
No.
Right. So if I'm able to shoot it straight and horizontal like that, like aimed at you, and it gets to you, there is no hill between us.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we did.
Well, I'll look more into this because, like I said, I'm not very knowledgeable in it, and I want to see both sides. And I'm not even, I'm not very knowledgeable about. I do know, but the main thing I do know is that the reason why I think I'm more inclined to believe both that your eyes will deceive you is because I'm more inclined to believe that than my brain conceptualizing and saying that the shape of the earth is different. So I think I'm just trying to fool myself into thinking,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
I know that, like, although like I'm teetering, like I'm like, okay, well, it could be this, but it could be that. I do want to make sure I get a good grounds of like good both arguments. So I'd be
That's cool. Yeah.
yeah, I'd be.
So this is sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, I think that I was going to jump in with this anyway, but perfectly after you said that, the first step actually is just to examine your current belief. So it's like instinctive for us to go try and pick apart, like, what could flat earthers be talking about or whatever. But like the truth is, to have a justified belief, right, you're going to have like empirical evidence for your belief. But more so, before you can have a justified belief, you have to actually understand and know what the belief is.
Right.
And so that's the first step, is actually just to go learn the globe, because what we found out is the public school system doesn't seem to want to teach you a lot of it, and basically no one knows anything about it. Like, I offered $100 around the entire United States for people to answer 3 basic globe questions, like how many times does the Earth spin a day and stuff like this, and people couldn't win the money across the whole. Anyway, the point is just examine what you hold to be true right now, what you hold to be true right now, and then try to find what is the evidence that actually proved that's true. Because I've always only just heard, and you're going to find out that that's really the biggest that's like the biggest eye opener right there, is that there's no evidence for any of the globe Earth claims of curvature or motion. None.
Yeah.
There's no actual evidence.
Yeah, it's pretty. One thing that I often used to like think about, and like, this is kind of goofy, but I promise I'm not doing any trolling or anything like this. What are you guys' thoughts on the donut theory? And I know this sounds stupid, but I genuinely want to know what you guys think about it, because I was like, I think there was this troll in some like debate argument or whatever, and I heard them say it was a donut, and I started looking deeper into it, and I genuinely, and I'm not kidding with this, I genuinely started to think about it. What do you guys think of that? If that makes any sense. Because I don't know.
Stop the cap.
I know, no. I'm laughing because like I feel like I sound stupid right now, but I'm being honest. Like, because
No, it's all good.
yeah, like, what do you guys think of maybe like any other shapes or elements of those shapes that you guys have heard?
So, just so you understand, flat isn't a shape. Like, it's just a description of something. Like, right. So we don't claim a shape, but for there to be a donut, then there would have to be curvature on the Earth that was measurable and detectable, like that, because a donut would have that. Now, I will say that we're not allowed to go to the center, and there is a magnetic field in the Earth, and if you look at how magnetic fields work, there's a center of like a toroidal, field of energy. effectively. And in that sense, the electromagnetic field does look like a donut. And so would there be something to that, as in like that shape of energy around the Earth? And then what would be like the center of the donut or whatever? We can't go there. So long story short, that's the answer. The Earth is a plane, though. The Earth itself is a plane. The water all surrounding the land is horizontal and flat. And
What I mean by donut is pretty much not like a round donut, but like a flat donut, if that makes any sense. Like a flat, like kind of like a disc but wider, like a donut but flat, if that makes any sense. Like I don't explain it. Like I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we don't really know what's in the center. We don't know what's in the quote-unquote North Pole. It's illegal to fly within 500 miles of each direction of that place, which is totally not sketchy. And then both the North and South Pole and Google Earth are just a bunch of cartoons. Like they literally just give you cartoons, like blatant animation in those areas of the Earth for whatever reason in 2022. So they basically say nothing's there, but we can't go there. And so I don't really know. I mean, we aren't sure. It's a very interesting idea, though, knowing what we know about magnetism. But we don't know. We simply can't get to the center. Is it possible in that sense? I think all the flat earthers in here that are being honest would have to say, yeah, that's possible, as in we don't know what's in the center. We obviously know that the Earth has depth and we don't know how far it is, but blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would add to that as well is that you get a lot of these kind of troll Earth kind of things. There's a bunch of memes that we've made, like there's a dinosaur Earth and there's a bunch of other stuff. People come up with this dumb stuff. They think they're trolling us, but we actually find it kind of funny. But at the same time, it's not conducive to like a proper discussion about the shape of the Earth. Like Witsit said, the main takeaway is that there's no curvature. So any shape like that involves curvature has no evidence. Past that, who knows?
I have my grandma here. I was wondering, Nana, what are your thoughts on like what did they teach you in school about the globe?
About who?
The globe, like of the Earth. Okay, what are your thoughts on? What did you think about the what do you think about the flat Earth theory? Flat Earth theory.
I think the Earth is round.
All right. Okay.
This way.
All right.
Did you say this?
Yeah.
So are quarters.
And tables, flat, round tables.
And pizza.
And frisbees are flat and round.
Nana seems pretty chill though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, you could probably definitely get her. Figure it out yourself, and then she'll listen to you open-minded, it sounds like.
Yeah. So, dude, what do you think about the conversation so far? DWD. What do you think about the convo so far?
Oh, I don't know. I was playing Batman all the time.
You doing what?
I was playing Batman all the time.
Batman.
Yeah. I think I stopped listening after you guys stopped talking about like the moon stuff.
All right, well, go back to the moon stuff if you want.
Oh, whatever y'all want. I'm just listening.
Do you think we landed on the moon
then? Maybe. But then I think though, like that little like shuttle thing they went in looked kind of like didn't look that like advanced to even make it past like the asteroid belt. So I don't know. I'm like conflicted. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if I bring up pictures of the LEM, it's pretty sketchy. Let me just bring it up.
Very sketchy indeed. But to pull that off though, like to fake that,
yeah,
that would be very difficult too, right?
Why would that be difficult?
I think
like how
could you like all the people involved, like in broadcast and everything, like there had to be at least one of the people that were like for example, the people in like the telecommunication thing, like making sure they can get a signal in the shuttle or whatever,
oh yeah, well we can talk about that.
So many people involved, like at least one of them had to be like, yo, wait a minute, maybe we should like, I don't know, this is...
Yeah, do you want to know how they got the signal to present it to everyone else?
How?
They had to take a third hand feed. So none of the television companies were allowed to have a direct feed. They had to literally film off of a screen in NASA. Yeah, look
And
into
no
it.
one said anything. That's crazy.
Look, bro. You're about like let's put it this way. You're about to make a shit ton of money. Pardon my French.
But
And
people look so interested. That's good acting, huh?
well, yeah, but that's the point, right? You are in charge of a television company, right? And so there's like only 3 television companies or whatever. I don't know what the landscape was back then, but you're about to make a ton of money, and you know, or you've been given this unique opportunity. Maybe I'm not sure what their motivations would have been individually or collectively, but you've got this amazing opportunity, right? And they say, all right, all you've got to do is you've just got to like film this.
I'm back.
Like, are you going to be like, or are you just going to go ahead and do it?
Damn. I mean, but the astronauts though, wouldn't they already make a lot of money?
Oh, astronauts are absolutely loaded.
And also they're part of like if this is all like, you know, with the government and this is like planned, like wouldn't they already like be like loaded? Like if they're hiding a government secret, bro, these are government people, right? They would have been having money. You know, it's got to be something else.
I mean, there's a bunch of layers to this.
Maybe space.
Sure.
I guess it could just be a space race thing. You know, competition maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but they would be in on it, right? Like the Russian, if the Russians and
But
the
then why
Americans,
wasn't more Russian to be on it? Like, what if?
well, because they're not really enemies.
Oh, maybe.
How do you guys think so you guys, just so I know, you guys do believe in space, right?
Not
We
really.
don't believe in outer space. We obviously know that there are lights and the moon in the sky. But the outer space vacuum with all these different distances and stories about the sky, no. So outer space is fake.
No,
is
yeah.
there literally space with stuff in it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like asking the difference between do you believe in the Earth versus do you believe in Middle Earth. Well, I believe in the Earth, but I don't believe in hobbits and dwarves and ents. You know.
What about crypto? Have you?
Yeah, we don't believe in outer space. We believe in God's firmament. That's it. It's the dome.
Have you guys seen the P900 stars?
Don't speak
like
for
the
everyone.
stars zoomed in, how they're like twinkling.
Don't speak
I
for
think that
everyone.
looks kind of sus.
Yo, too many people talking.
All
right. Crypto.
Yep.
Have you seen the P900 telescope stars? How they're like twinkling?
Yeah, but I'm not a photographer, so I don't know if that's like a lens effect or what.
Yeah, people say they're out of focus, but it's digital, and digital compared to analog does seem to show pretty interesting frequency patterns on lights in the sky. We don't actually know what's in the sky, but we can also do something called sonoluminescence. You can send sound waves in water, and it'll actually turn into basically like a little star, and a little bubble. So light can be created from water with sound. But yeah, so we don't really know what's up there, but we just know that what they said is a lie. And I have a phrase for this. Falsification is independent of replacement. How about I didn't go? Falsification is independent of replacement.
And back to the space thing, there is space in matter, but there's no matter in space. So between you and
that's a bar.
But air isn't nothing. And we're saying that there is no evidence of balls of matter falling around each other in a vacuum magically in the vacuum of space. No, that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Which, by the way, they don't even know what's going on. Like, okay, in mainstream quote-unquote science in the heliocentric model, they don't know, like you said earlier, what dark matter is or what dark energy is. They're estimated to be off 10 to 120 zeros with their math. There's not enough there's not enough mass in the galaxies. There's way too much energy. The expansion rate is far too slow. It needs to go 10 times faster, or is going 10 times faster than it's supposed to, one or the other. Everything, okay, like they just now found out that they were off by over 100 light years from how far away Polaris is, which is like the North Pole star, like the center of the sky where all the stars move around it, basically. Anyway, so my point is that their paradigm, when people say, "Do you believe in outer space?" or "Do you believe in space? You think space is big?" Ha, ha, whatever. It's like, bro, do you believe in outer space? Because you're not even really sure what it is, but here, we'll tell you, and make sure you actually believe in it before you ask if I believe in it, because
Well,
you know.
It is just a belief, and that's all you can do is believe in it because nobody has firsthand experience of this fictional location.
I mean, although, the reason why I'm asking this is because, my point of belief, right, is I just want to understand the complete, point, the whole, whole little package of what the theory is in general. Because I'm trying to understand where exactly, where's
If
this?
you were really powerful and you wanted to control people, lots of people on the earth, and you wanted to keep getting power, so money and power, so you would really know that land is like the most valuable resource in the world. Many wealthy people will tell you, one thing they don't make any more of? Land. When you ask them about an investment or something. Okay, because everyone knows this. So if powerful people had an objective to control the large mass of people and continue to be powerful, wouldn't it make a lot of sense if you could keep certain land to yourself and keep them confined to wherever you allow them to go?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I mean, me personally, if I was in power, I wouldn't really care. But I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. So you know how okay, when you go to Mount Everest and stuff like that, have you guys heard of people saying you can see the curvature of the Earth at Mount Everest? Have you guys heard that argument? If so, what are your takes on that?
Yeah, so the argument's you should be able to see across the whole earth. Hey, dude, when you're not talking, you gotta mute your mic.
Oh,
You
my
can't
bad.
just stand there. It's all good, bro. So yeah, we can't see forever. So, for example, there's a Hollywood sign in California, and on certain days you can't even see it from right down the street because there's so much stuff in the air between you and it. So, now that's because of pollution, typically, that you really can't see it. But the point is that when there's stuff in the air, eventually you can't see through the air anymore. So if you're looking through thousands of miles of air with densities, then you're looking towards the surface with the most dense air for long periods of time, for long distances. You're not eventually going to be obstructed. You can't see forever. In addition to that, on a flat surface, as things get further away from you, they decrease in angular size. When stuff gets further away, it gets smaller. Like if someone walks down the street, they're going to look like they're getting smaller, but they're actually just getting further away. Well, the same thing would happen with Mount Everest. So the combination of angular size change and that we cannot see forever through endless atmos answers the question. The Earth is flat, and you wouldn't expect to be able to see across the entire Earth. It would literally be impossible to ever do such.
Yeah,
I'm a bit confused because
Yeah,
maybe Joyce is going to say something else. And now, can I just go ahead? So I think not Joy actually asked about seeing the curvature from high altitudes rather than the specifics of things shrinking in the distance. But correct me if I'm wrong, not Joy.
I thought you see Mount Everest. Oh my bad, maybe I misheard.
No, I think she said that you can see the curvature from Mount Everest. So
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is what I want to address. So I posted a GIF from the top of Mount Everest, which shows no curvature to help you. And then I also have a video from Neil deGrasse Tyson where he's talking about how they can't see the curve even higher up. So anybody who says that they can see the curve from the top of Mount Everest is just simply lying to you.
Yeah, and I would add, if you look in the Livestream voice text, not Joy, and Dude as well, if you're paying attention, have a look at what Critical Inception has posted, and what you'll see there is I think it's that Darth Vader, Darth Vader attached to a high altitude balloon, right? and you'll notice that there's this big curve of the Earth, and as the camera goes up, the curve actually inverts. Right? So that's not the curve of the Earth, actually. That's the curve of the lens. So it doesn't prove anything.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about. Hold on, here I'll show you a better example. Let me just. Can I share my? Oh no, I
But,
can't. Okay.
but this thing that Critical Inception has posted will be higher than, like, way higher than any flight. It's higher than Mount Everest. It's higher than any of that stuff.
Here is where, because I'm trying to figure out what, like, if pictures and video are not sufficient evidence, how am I supposed to, like, I know because a lot of flat earthers.
I know where you're going. Can I help real quick?
Yeah,
All you gotta do is go out and observe and measure it yourself. None of us should be able to convince you, 100% either way. What I like to do here, and I hear a lot of people doing here, in my opinion, is trying to get people to start thinking a little different and perhaps more critically about their world, so that they can go out and use their senses. So you can go out and use your senses to observe and test and measure your reality instead of take someone's word for it. So yeah, the best way to do it is to go see for yourself. But yes,
well,
we've been here a while, so go ahead.
yeah, well, still, in general, like I said, like, I'm not here to, I'm here to see both sides in general. I'm here to see both sides and both people's strongest arguments against these things. So for me to go outside and to measure, whether or not the Earth is flat or whatever, and be like, aha, it is flat, whatever. What I'm here to see is people's responses to what people do, how people respond to someone measuring, that's what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see it from more of a, like, what's it called, third person perspective. Something like that. Yeah, like, trying to see it from, like, a, like, because, like I said, for me, although I'm a little inclined to believe, like, oh, the Earth may be flat because I've heard certain arguments for it or whatever. Still, I'm still, teetering, whatever, and, sooner or later I might teeter to this side or whatever, depending on how I observe the arguments. But
Yeah.
Did you hear what Crypto said back to you? He said,
yeah,
he was showing you things much higher than that, where there is no curvature. And Neil deGrasse Tyson actually explains that from 128,000 feet, and even since then has said something about 60 miles up, you wouldn't see the curvature. So, yeah, someone is obviously just taking a picture with the fisheye lens of a GoPro when they get up on the mountain, and I can make the sidewalk look like it's curving with my GoPro. So, effectively, yeah, it's just that if that's the best evidence for both sides, like you're saying, well, that one's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I'm, like, looking at pictures of Mount Everest and pictures of people high up on the mountains, and because, like, I'm so confused because I see pictures of curvature and then I don't see pictures of curvature, and, like, I know what a GoPro camera would look like. Like, I understand how GoPros will curve the, like, lens, but these don't specifically aren't GoPros because they're not curving the outer, whatever. Anyways, but
Can I interject here?
Yeah,
Can I help you out here? So what you're talking about is subjective. So it's really not that different from going up into an airplane and saying, oh, I see the curvature of the Earth from the window of this airplane. And I'm standing next to you on the airplane. I look out the same window and I say, I see a flat Earth. So you see the problem there? It's just your word against my word. It's just a subjective thing. It's not like either of us are really proving it to be one way or the other. So what we would need to do in that situation is we need to land the aircraft and figure out a reliable method we can both agree on to directly measure the Earth and find it to be flat or curved. And we've done it with lasers. We've observed shorelines and targets over bodies of water we shouldn't be able to observe, horizons further than they should be. So what I'm saying is I'm not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a ball. In fact, I can think of at least a few reasons why I'd prefer it to be. But what I want to be reality and what is reality are not necessarily the same thing. So what I'm just saying is, like, you observe, I observe the Earth to be flat. I haven't climbed to the top of Mount St. Helens, Mount Everest. I haven't gone that high up, but I have gone to 7,800 feet. just to make St. Helens, much shorter moon. And from there, the 2 times that I climbed it, it seemed very, very flat. So I can say that our base axiom is that the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary. It's only when we can have a direct measurement of curvature or a direct measurement of axial rotation, then we have evidence to the contrary that we can acknowledge. Until then, to the best of your knowledge and to the best of my knowledge, the Earth is flat and stationary.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, like from our perspective, in general, the Earth would be flat from our observation.
Well, yeah, but you can drop the perspective thing because it's not perspective. Perspective has nothing to do with what I was just saying. The point is, it's to the best of your knowledge, the Earth is flat and stationary until you have evidence to the contrary. And by the way, if you ever find that evidence to the contrary, please bring it here because I'd like to see it.
Oh yeah, I mean, also one thing I have a question about. So okay, so the idea of the Earth that it's a plane. Why exactly? This is a genuine question. Why exactly would there be a circle of ice around us? I don't like. How do
Well, we don't know why. We don't know why the Earth was designed the way that it is, nor do we even know exactly what it is. We don't actually know that there's an ice ring around us, like per se. It seems to be what all the evidence shows in every direction south. We're not allowed to go there. We don't know answers to why would the Earth have this in its design or anything like that. Like we just know what is and what is not, and the Earth is not what they said that it is. And you could just start with the fact that it's not moving. It's literally not moving. It's stationary, and just take it step by step and look for the evidence. And there's no evidence that it's moving. So, like, can you think of any evidence that the Earth is moving? I think you have to really think about it on a fundamental level. When you see stuff move in the sky, like the sun or the moon, or if you take time lapse of the stars, you'll see them move in circles, right? So the stuff in the sky moves. We have 2 options. One is that the stuff in the sky moves. The other option is that actually all the stuff in the sky is sitting still, and we're spinning, but can't feel it. So it makes it look like the stuff in the sky moves. That's our fundamental 2 options, right?
Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm getting bombarded with a lot of information. So if I'm not like listening to a specific thing or whatever, I really apologize. It's not because I'm like maybe my subconscious trying to avoid it or whatever, but I don't know. I'm bad at taking in information. Also, hi Paige.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. I feel similarly as you do as well, not Joy. I've been on the fence for a while. I've been here for like, but I'm just not here often. I actually had a question. So I got home from work and I looked up at the sky. This was maybe a week ago. The moon was full and it was casting some sort of halo in the sky and it was rounded. What could explain that if the Earth is flat? Why did it look like there was a round of light?
Because the moon is round. It's a circle.
I thought that's what you would say, but like if the sky was okay, then wouldn't it project in like each direction, or would it still be round because of its original shape?
Okay, so round doesn't mean sphere. A circle is round. That's all we ever see of the moon is the same moon. They say that it's one side of it, but we've never seen another side. We see a circle light in the sky. Sometimes there's an aura around it. So that's, yeah. How does the globe explain local illumination from a light source 250,000 miles away? Maybe that's the better question. But either way,
gravity's the answer.
I want to get back to the main question I was asking her, and it can be towards you as well. But you guys understand the fundamental decision you have to make is that either we see stuff move in the sky because the stuff in the sky moves, or because it's sitting still and we're moving, we just can't feel it, so it looks like it's moving. You guys know that, right?
Oh yeah, I thought that the Earth moves and the sky moves as well. Is that not true?
No. So the Earth, like the stars and the sun, it has a fixed frame of reference relative to the Earth. So technically, the sun is shooting through space as well, dragging us with it. but in our reference frame, it's still like we don't. It's still relative to us, meaning that like the sun moving is an optical illusion because we're moving. It doesn't actually move in the sky according to the globe model. Same thing with the stars. The stars are treated as a fixed frame of reference relative to the Earth.
I'm slightly okay. So, oh my god. Okay, so it's yeah. So it's
sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. Like
no, I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to help you. Like I'm not sure what. Okay, so if you see a sunset, okay?
No, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm gonna send what I was talking about into the VC. I drew a picture of what I meant because it might have been a little confusing. So the white line at the bottom represents me standing. Okay, so that's the ground, and then obviously the little cookie is the moon, and then it was literally casting like this yellow halo all over it. So like that yellow halo, everything below that yellow line was also illuminated in the sky. It was almost like
Local illumination. How does that work if it's 238,000 miles away in a vacuum?
I don't know. I'm not
right.
that
So
stuff.
it doesn't work. It doesn't. That their story's a lie, and we're just acknowledging what we do know. We don't know the answer to everything. Everyone's kind of expected to get the answer to everything because they claim to have the answer for everything, but we don't know. And I'm just asking you guys a fundamental thing because you guys are kind of putting the cart before the horse. Where you're like, oh, okay, well, if there's flat, then how does everything in the universe work? And that's not the way to go, okay?
No.
Like, the way to go is to actually test your current belief. So either the sun moves away from us in the sky and gets lower and lower in the sky as it gets further away, like streetlights do when you see them down the street, or during a sunset, the sun is sitting still and I'm falling backwards so it makes the sun look like it's moving. That's the two options, okay? Now, what we feel and experience is that we're not moving and the sun's moving. That's what we observe. So we need evidence if we're ever going to claim that the other thing is happening.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. So what we need to look at, what I need to look at is like how exactly do we have evidence that the Earth is moving? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I see. Yeah. I'm actually going to look more about that while you guys talk because I'm actually not sure if we have evidence about that.
You can look at 31 minutes after the hour. By the way, Quantum Eraser, you have an inertial frame view of the moon and the stars. Stationary drone in the inertial frame. Guess what's moving? The moon and the stars. The entire heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion dies right here at 31 minutes after the hour in 18 seconds. All right. Good?
I'm looking at this. Okay, so what it says is... Oh, sorry. So, I'm sorry. I'm like all over the place right now because I'm like...
That's all right.
I feel like I'm in like a college classroom right now.
You are.
I am. Yeah, I am. I'm learning a lot, and I like it. So that's why I'm kind of making sure I'm like trying to absorb this as much as I can because I feel like my brain is going to be. I have ADHD, so my brain likes to hear certain things but push away other things and doesn't like a lot of information. So I'm sorry if I'm like not. Like I'm not listening. If that makes any sense, because I am trying. I am trying my best.
Yeah, just Boilermaker some Adderall.
Yeah, I wish I had. I'm doing a lot of nicotine right now. I probably need to stop this because it's probably making me more anxious. Or
We'll
whatever.
go to 31 minutes after the hour. It doesn't take that long. It's 18 seconds. You got a stationary drone.
31 minutes.
Right? Yeah, and it's got a view of the moon. And you could see the stars. I don't know if you could see them all that. I'll bet on the main video right here that I posted, you could see them. They're like a 3, 9. They're all over the place, but all you have to do is watch the moon. As soon as it moves, the heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion dies. The entire thing, it's dead.
All right. I'm looking at the video here.
Yeah. It's over.
So... Okay. Huh. Okay. I'm
See
gonna
it?
look into that. So the 31. Okay. Just so I understand, the 31 minutes after the hour means what exactly?
Today at 31 minutes after the hour. My name is Quantum Eraser and live stream voice text. If you scroll all the way down to 10, I say 31 minutes after the hour because many people are on different time zones.
Oh, that's what you mean. 11:30. Okay, I was like, what do you mean by that? That's why I had a little control.
Are you on the East Coast?
I'm in Michigan. That's all I know.
You're in Michigan. Are you Central time zone?
I think so. ETC. I don't even know what time zone I'm in.
What time is it on? What time is it
Yes.
on your clock right now?
ETS. It's EST. I'm in EST. Yes.
Okay,
It's
so
11:35. 11:35.
so 11:31 today at 11:31 in live stream voice text. There's a short video, 18 seconds.
Okay.
Under Quantum Eraser, hit play.
Okay.
And then in 5 seconds, the whole heliocentric ball tart spinning space monkey relives and dies.
Okay.
As soon as the moon and the stars start moving from an inertial reference frame point of view, it's all over.
Oh. Oh, I see. So the moon starts. Why does the moon start to move?
It shouldn't move because if the Earth was rotating, it shouldn't move. So now that you're in the inertial reference frame because you're in a stationary drone, that means the drone has no momentum or angular velocity whatsoever. It's hovering. That's what hovering means. It's stationary.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as the moon and the stars start rotating, that means the moon and the stars are rotating and the Earth is stationary. Follow?
Okay, I follow.
Yep.
Okay, let me look up more about this.
Yep.
All right. So now that I see your point of view, I'm gonna look up what my quote unquote side says about this. So I look up
Your side.
my side. Yeah, I don't want to say that, but that's kind of how it has to be right now because not my side, but like what the Globers say.
There's nothing to say to this.
So
there are no sides. It's just what it is.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what the globalist or whatever says here. Scientists use the movement of pendulums.
Scientists, this isn't a scientific topic.
Okay, either way. They use pendulums to provide evidence that the Earth is rotating. A pendulum is
No, that's not an answer to this. Sorry.
No. I'm not trying to answer it. I'm just wondering what does I'm not sure what exactly because I'm trying to understand. What are pendulums? What is
Who cares what a pendulum is for right now? You have inertial moon and star rotation. It's over.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with pendulums. I don't have stationary pendulums floating here. Stay focused.
Okay, so because I'm trying to like I said, I want to make sure I understand what Globers are trying to say.
To be fair, I did say to her, I think the first step is that you look into the evidence that we're supposedly moving. But he's trying to get you to really soak in this point right here. You're not going to be able to Google a rebuttal from the globe side to this right here. Or we can kind of go through it. They do have one that they'll try to say, I guess. Right. But it's he wants you just to really soak in this point, like the magnitude of this, which is that, what's going on here if the Earth's a ball? How would that work? Because we don't have to go much further if we discover something impossible on a spinning ball, right? I mean,
okay, so let's look into this a little bit more. So pretty much that in the video, the moon starts to move, but the Earth is stationary. So is it that I'm trying to figure out of this. So
I'll help clear it up. If the Earth was rotating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then this inertial everything would spin.
Oh,
I'm sorry, it would stop.
everything would stop?
It would stop. There would be no movement of the moon and the stars. Now, since the Earth is not spinning and the drone is in the inertial reference frame, the same reference frame that the moon, sun, or the moon and stars are here, it's rotating. The inertial reference frame.
Okay.
Follow? Sorry about that. I mixed you.
No, it's fine. No, I'm trying to like make sure I get this. Okay. So, I'm sorry if I sound stupid. I'm sorry if I'm not like if I'm like asking the same question over and over again or something, because I want to make sure I get this like straight. I'll make sure I want to make sure I want to get that. Oh, okay, I get it moment. So what exactly is the inertial reference frame?
Inertial reference frame is a reference frame that is not moving or constant velocity, as opposed to the non-inertial reference frame, that which the Earth is supposedly to be, that has angular velocity.
Okay.
So it's constantly accelerating, whereas the inertial reference frame is not accelerating, to be more blunt.
So okay. I feel so goofy right now. Okay. I'm trying to think through this a little bit. So
it takes a little while. Why don't you just ponder it, take it home with you, and ponder on this for a little while.
All right.
We can move on.
No, let me just ask one more question. So the Earth is the Earth isn't moving. Just to pretty much boil it down, the Earth isn't moving. The sky is moving. Correct.
Correct.
The stuff in the sky moves. Yep.
Okay. All right. Why is the Earth stationary then? Like,
why is it stationary? That's non sequitur. Who knows why it's just stationary?
Yeah, remember I told you earlier.
Oh yeah,
you don't know why designed is a certain way, right?
Yeah. But like,
only science knows.
So like everything else is moving, but the Earth. I think I'm reading a bit too deep into it. I think that might be the issue, but because why the hell would? So like,
why would they lie?
No, I'm trying to figure out like why the hell would everything else be moving, like Jupiter or whatever the fuck it is.
Well, they're saying everything else is moving as a result of Earth rotating. That's you standing on the Earth, you having, along with the Earth, an angular velocity. That's why things are moving. But if you punch up into the inertial reference frame and everything else is still moving, then it's the inertial reference frame that the drone is in and the stars are in. They're moving. The Earth's stationary.
Okay.
How about that?
Is that a Star Wars reference?
Does that help or confuse you even more?
I think it's just because my brain is still developing, so I'm like,
that's okay. No, you're okay. Take it home with you and look at it.
Thinking about it. It's pretty interesting. Like, well,
you've been
I'm just trying to make it quick.
I feel like you shouldn't force any ideology onto anybody. I think everybody should do their own research.
That's what I'm saying. Take it home with you and try to figure it out.
Yeah. So let me just make sure I get these main points down. So the main thing that main things we have here is, one, the Earth cannot be rotating. The sky can be rotating. 2, the radius. What is it called? The radius.
The radius of the Earth has been falsified.
The radius of the Earth has been falsified. And what else? Make sure I understand this. The government's small. But there's not exactly space.
We have gas pressure on the Earth, and so the Earth has to be contained to have the gas pressure, and we are not sitting next to some vacuum of outer space that is fake.
Okay.
All right, and make sure to tell your audience that it's not a belief; these are facts of reality.
And also, I got a question. Joy, you said your brain is still developing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, I actually have a suggestion for you if you wanted to develop quicker is start eating meat.
No, 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 no.
Or less sugar, better yet.
Don't worry
Yeah.
about that. Like, if you want to get into that, I promise you, I can. Although I'm not on this, but I can
Yeah,
absolutely.
don't just make sure don't stunt your growth eating too many veggies.
Yeah, remember,
No,
it's impossible to overdose on cholesterol, despite what the television says.
you won't catch me.
Next.
You won't catch me.
Next.
But anyways, so what are your okay? What about planes? Like, okay, that's the main thing that I really, really kind of got me interested in the whole flat Earth thing because I never understood. I was on a plane during I went on a trip and I went on a plane and I was confused on how the hell we were flying straight. And okay, maybe it's because I wasn't flying that far, right? I wasn't really flying that far. But the entire time when I was looking at the plane, I have videos of it too. There were no curves. And I know it's probably because I wasn't flying that far, but at the same time, I was just wondering, like, also another thing is, what do you guys' thoughts? How the hell does clouds work then? like,
Clouds work. You're jumping all over the place. So the Earth's
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm doing that again. I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. I'm just my brain. What about this? What about this? What about this? And
Yeah, I got a what about this? I got another quick killer.
All right.
Globe killer. You ready for this one? You know what an
Let's hear it.
elevation angle is?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that you cannot acquire an elevation angle without the prerequisite of a flat plane baseline?
I'm gonna need you to dumb that down a little bit because I'm gonna be asking a bunch of questions. So, prerequisite.
Yeah, that means it's required to attain something.
Required. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
it's prerequisite, pre-required to ascertain any elevation angle. So all of celestial navigation using a sextant proves a flat Earth. The moment you take an elevation angle from your feet to a celestial object, whether you're doing celestial navigation or not, the moment you do that, you immediately invoke a flat plane baseline. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface.
okay.
That's a meat eater brain right there. I tell you.
Yeah. Please.
That one's got teeth.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the terminology because I'm a little confused on the terminology here because, like I said, I don't really know much about those words necessarily. Also, I have a question. Why don't balloons rise if they're in a container?
I'll just roll over. Why? Say that one more time.
Actually, no. I'm gonna focus. I need to focus on one thing at a time. I'm thinking about several different things.
Why don't balloons fly in a container? Or
No. Just ignore that. I'm trying to.
Okay.
I'm thinking way too.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
I know. I don't want to I don't want to my brain's trying to make me ask a bunch of different questions right now, but I need to focus on one thing at a time.
How much stuff have you guys given her tonight?
No, I mean, it's in general. I have a lot of. I'm thinking right. I know my brain's kind of trying to twisting gears right now, trying to conceptualize all of this
Just
right
relax then and take what's been given you instead of going off in every different direction and hitting everyone's
baby
wall.
steps. Baby
How
steps.
how do you eat an elephant?
now. With the.
Could I suggest something?
One bite at a
Um,
time. Go ahead.
I just want to suggest something for this person because they brought up flying in a plane and you didn't notice any curve. QE has a really good proof about planes and how they should dip a certain amount over a given distance. Maybe if you ran through that with her.
Yeah, I posted it to her, but she might not know what it is. At 45 minutes after the hour, there's a website right there. It's called Globe Terminator. And it has all the flat Earth proofs on it. If
All
you
right.
could just take your time at your leisure, right, and just go through them. One of them is what he said was about plane flight. Just check that one out.
This helps me a lot. Like things just being in a certain section, so I can just look at it and just be like, okay, let me click on this, read about it, look like that. Way helps so much. Thank you, because my brain was about to just go all over the place.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. So just take your time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And go through them and then come back.
All right. Yeah.
How about that? Sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm gonna mute up real quick and just like look through this a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry I'm a little bit all over the place, but you know I really want to learn more about this. I want to get into it and stuff. But
You're welcome. I'll take full credit. I just arrived here about 5 to 10 minutes ago. These guys have probably been talking to you for about 2 hours.
yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely read more about this. Might be back, whatever. Might leave. I don't know, but yeah.
All right.
Hooked another one, eh? There you go. Do you
He
think
was
the
honest.
government?
My
do you
favorite
think the
part was
government would allow for a flat Earth school?
not the government, but we can make one happen anyway.
Well,
I'd like.
no, that's what I mean, though. What do you think they would do about it?
I don't know. The thing I wanted to say about her was that she sounded honest. She stayed on topic. She wanted to know more. Each time she would let everyone speak and respond. You know, that's the way things need to be going in this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I know everybody on the panel knows that, but it's just we got so far, and the audience too heard so much truth and factual, critically thought out and empirically proven data that we keep bringing up. And so, yeah, like I said, that person's demeanor was really cool. So anyway, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, unlearning the globe might take a while. We've been bombarded with television, schooling, magazines, with the globe propaganda our whole life, so might take a few days to wake up to it.
Quick question. Does anyone here believe in the waters above the dome? Is that no one?
Do you have any evidence for that at all?
No, but I talked to a Christian flat earther. He said that if you zoom into the stars, with the P900 thing, there's like it almost looks like it has that underwater effect. And then he said it said that in the Bible or something. There's waters above the dome or something like that. What do you think about that?
You having a good time?
Yeah.
You enjoying yourself?
Yeah. Okay, so what are your thoughts on the waters above the dome?
I think it makes more sense than it's a vacuum of nothingness.
Huh?
It makes more sense than the other explanation that it's a vacuum of nothing that should be sucking all the air and everything off of this planet, right? But it doesn't. Yeah. It probably looks like it makes more sense to when you look up and those things look like lights, right? And maybe even resembles a light in the water, right? Whether or not the Bible says it or any ancient script says it, that makes more sense when you say that from your observation. Then if you said to me, then if somebody said to me, that's just nothing up there, it's a vacuum of nothing, that makes no sense, right? There's that. There's always your experience.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You guys know that Buzz Aldrin admitted we never landed on the moon, right? He admitted it. He admitted it himself.
So I don't even know what the hell we're arguing about.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah,
Wait, can you show me
and
the? Can
if
you
you
show me the
want to
clip of that?
know,
Wait, can you
and
show me
if
the
you,
clip of that?
He admitted it to some girl in a classroom. He said,
Wait a
"No,
minute.
little
Send,
girl,
yeah,
send,
we
send
never
me the
went
clip.
to the
Send me the
moon."
that's
clip.
not an 8-year-old question. That's the question I have. And if you want to know
Yeah.
why you didn't
You know
go,
what I'm
and I
saying?
think I know why.
Why haven't we been back to the moon? Right? Was her question. And his answer is because we didn't go to the moon. That was
Because
it.
we
Talking
didn't
about it,
go,
I dropped the video
Exactly.
of that exact thing in the live stream voice text chat, so he can
and
just
that's
look
the
at it
truth of
himself.
it, that we didn't go.
Nice,
And
right?
that's the question I have. Now I'm kind of pissed off about it after all these years.
Shouldn't that be
I
like
mean, we
ended? Go ahead.
were just passengers going on a ride. You were watching a cartoon from your TV.
Yeah. Don't ask me, okay? I was just a passenger. You see how he's like, don't ask me, okay? I don't have personal experience of such things. I was told to get into something, and I did, and then that happened. So go ask the people that tell you it happened. That's what he was saying. He's saying he doesn't have any experience of what happened. That he's not the guy to ask about the moon, right? Even though he's the guy that went to the moon, you should go ask the people at NASA because they went to the moon. That's what he's saying. He's saying, don't ask me. I'm just a guy that goes into a little tin can and push buttons and
And
tell
here's
you
what he
how.
said. He said, we were just passengers on a flight. Those word for word. Passengers on a flight.
He's passing the buck. Okay, he's saying, "Look, I know you. I know I'm the guy that went there. I know I'm the guy that's supposed to tell you these answers, right? But I'm passing the buck to NASA. I'm gonna go drink my beer. I'm old. Leave me alone, please." Why are you scared, bro? I mean, come on. He is the guy. He's the hero.
GCPD.
Batman ain't got nothing on Buzz Aldrin. Because Batman's not real.
Batman out here.
If you want to know why, somebody made up a story, you might have to go back and find out why you didn't go someplace. And that's the question I have. But I think I know why. But that's not an 8-year-old question. That's my question.
Why are you guys putting me on the spot? Why do you guys have to ask me to lie to the world? Why can't you do it yourselves? This is what you signed up for, Buzz.
Buddy, you should be so happy and excited to tell anybody and everybody about the story. You should be in detail every time. There should be countless videos of you talking about every tiny little bit. But no, you have to go and punch somebody in the face when they ask you to swear to God that you went to the moon. What?
Well, they put me in a very difficult bind. You see, I mean, they killed my mother for God's sake.
Martha. Is her name Martha?
Has Buzz has Buzz Aldrin ever looked proud after that? Proud.
What about Armstrong?
Never.
Wait,
That's my
none of
opinion.
the astronauts look proud after? Remember, they were on the press and they all didn't look happy.
There's a similar pattern of like depression, then alcoholism, and then they're just whatever they are now. All of them. Armstrong.
Wait a minute. What if they're just in shock that they could have died?
Well, they would have explained it. I would have been excited. I mean, think about people who survived war, lone survivors, right? They have details and memories and emotions when
That's true. That's
they're
actually a good point.
there. Yeah,
That's
these
a good
guys
fucking
are
point.
liars. Yeah, you can tell they're lying. They're scared because of who are you lying to, the world, right?
Man,
NASA can
There's some big rock band playing here. Can someone look up rock bands playing? What is that place called? Shit.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk said he wanted to go to the moon before Mars.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, if I had binoculars, I could see it. It's right there. Some
Elon Musk.
popular rock group is here, like freaking Green Day or somebody.
If I was Elon Musk, I'd do the same thing. I'd be like, "Look, you guys are old. Let me do it. I know how to set up
Yeah, that's
the
what
eyes
he
with
said.
real. Like, come
He
on,
said in a
man.
recent interview that they might go to the moon before Mars.
Yeah,
Sort of what most likely happen now. You know
yeah.
what
He
I'm
has
saying? You know what I'm
OpenAI. He's
saying?
got all. Yeah, he's got Nvidia to help him. He's
I
got
would
Google to help
love
him
Elon to
to
wait.
fool
So
us, right? To give us a better like version of the CGI than using freaking
yeah,
1980s,
W
90s
Elon.
technology. Yeah, give it to Elon. He knows how to use the new technology to fool
Hell yeah.
people. Like I'm sick and tired of seeing 1980s, 1990s, like quality footage of space, and then go watch a movie and it's like, whoa, so futuristic. Why?
Pupacata.
Anyway, do you think you live on a ball, or do you think you live on a topographical plane?
I don't know what to believe anymore. I think if the Earth is flat though, then that 100% proves God. Like there ain't no way that this will just happen. Like
Well,
I don't know. I don't,
yeah, that's another rabbit hole, but when I was a glober, okay, when I was a glober, I thought the Big Bang proved God because there's no other way the universe can be without such fine tuning because of how they explain gravity and everything. So, not necessarily true, right? That if the Earth is not a ball, that it proves God. It proves that they've lied to us about everything, even
bunch of
God.
stinking liars.
Yeah. Because if you once you uncover flat Earth, that's a lie. Everything else is so easy to see through it. All the lies. That's why it's important. That's why people should care. Because you're confused about all these other conspiracies and lies and agendas. But this is the one that this is the one you put all the lies on. You know what I mean? Because once you learn the Earth is not a ball, everything else is a lie. It's so obvious to see it once you accept that you've been lied to. Just gotta keep stressing that for all our apathetic despair, this hopeless people. I know NASA's been, stomping your head and how insignificant and you are, and that you're just lost in space. You should contribute to the greater good of society, humanity, and all that crap. You're special. You're having an experience.
Bottom line is, had you never been told, you Globers, you normies, everybody, yeah, shit, me, you, whoever, if you hadn't been told that the Earth is a globe spinning around in an impossible medium, you would never have naturally come to that conclusion on your own.
Yeah.
True.
But when the authority, right? When your dad tells you, you better believe this is how it is. I mean, your logic just gone. No more thinking for me. My thinking is always wrong. I thought it was flat. It looked flat. Apparently, I must be dumb. That's what they do to us.
True.
And we stop thinking, and then we just start obeying. Start just doing what you're told.
True that.
Yeah,
That's how
the
you.
last few like Christmases and family get-togethers I've gotten together with my family, like I'm always kind of like feeling like I'm in a Twilight Zone episode whenever I hear them start talking about the James Webb Telescope. Like, oh yeah, it's so amazing. It's out there in the vacuum of space, taking pictures.
The psychedelic furs are playing right here in the Marina Park.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Lucky is enjoying. I mean, Sunny is enjoying the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, yeah,
Angie.
yeah. I'm actually. I have a great view all the way to the Mexican border, and then I turn around the other way, and I can see about the same amount of distance, about 10 miles in each direction. Well, maybe 6 miles to the north, and well, at least 15 miles to the south in the hills above TJ. Pretty amazing.
You know what they
Does the
say.
Earth start to curve past the Mexican border?
Oh shoot! I see a drone. I see a drone. Wait a second. What is,
Well, let me know
I
when you
see a.
can see China.
I see a
See,
drone
that's
over the
why the people in that
water.
country are always trying to get into this country. They like it over here where it's flat.
No, I see the lights on the other side of the shore, all that distance away, and I can see the light from the light pole and on the water itself.
Well, if the Earth really was flat, you should be able to see South America from there. I'm just
You
saying.
would never see the light, like almost no matter how far away the light was on shore, you would almost never see on a globe its reflection on the water right below it. You wouldn't see that because if it was a curved surface, it wouldn't be possible to see that. It would be a diffused pattern. It wouldn't be this direct line of light that goes directly to my feet, which is pretty incredible. I'll mute.
I never assume I know what it would look like on a ball. I just look for curvature because, yeah, how silly would that be? Imagine being on the water and it actually was a
I'll
ball.
see. I'll see if I can take a picture. Maybe I can take a picture. Let's see.
It'd be really hard to keep your food on the table when you're sailing at the equator.
Because they're always rolling everywhere, right? Away from you, right? They're always rolling away from the top of the ball, right? Away from you. Yep, that's how. Yep, that's how. Away from you, because you're the center. Yep, on the ball. Like, why do? Yeah, it's very weird to try and imagine because when Globers say this, if the Earth was flat, right, then the moon should blah 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 blah. Like, how do you know? Have you ever lived on a flat Earth before? No, I'm just saying. So you're just imagining stuff now, right? How do the physics work on flat Earth versus on your model that you're thinking you're living on? What's the difference, right? Like, pretty sure it's the ground you're standing on. I'm pretty sure that changes everything, right? So hard to imagine being on the ball.
What he said.
But that's why you need movies. See, that's why you need sci-fi writers like Arthur C. Clarke, right? That's why you need technologies like cameras that were developed by Disney and Hollywood, right? So you can capture reality and present it to people, right? Right? So you can tell people, you don't need to go check out that situation over there. Look, we captured it on this TV. Well, that's really happening over there. No, I don't think. No, I don't know. Iraqi people, no. Afghanistan people that live in caves do not fucking hijack airplanes and fly them into buildings that are protected by the world's fucking most strongest military. People in caves and farmers don't do that. But that's what happened. Look on the news. Look, display. You see what they do? That's what they do with their technology. And all we do is sit here and eat it up.
The military was busy running a drill for just such a situation when it happened, so they didn't think it was real.
People like Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick, right? 2001 Space Odyssey. Him and NASA and Disney worked very hard to present to us what space should look like. Now go look at all NASA's footage. They all come from Stanley Kubrick's Space Odyssey 2001. All of it. That's the aesthetics of space. This is what space should look like. How the fuck do you know? Well, Stanley Kubrick and Arthur C.
I want
Clarke,
to be
like they're the
ninja.
best science fiction, writers, directors, yeah, storytellers, right? Tell me a story. So you got, what was that movie Training Day, right? Come on, okay, Officer Boy. Go ahead, tell me a story. since you can't seem to keep your mouth shut long enough for me to read my paper, you tell me a story. You entertain me. Go on, Elon.
Hey, wait. If the Earth is flat, then how do astronauts get high enough to think that the Earth is a ball?
Exactly. When were planes first invented, created? And when were they
Maybe
first
they have some
weaponized?
botanists over there at NASA, working
Right.
with some cannabis plants.
Right. When
We're gonna have to spend $40 billion to see if we can grow cannabis in zero gravity.
Oh, if you pay me that much, I can grow it for you.
No. $40 billion, one plant. This is your government efficiency for you. Be grateful for it.
I can't guarantee a whole plant.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, airplanes were invented. Oh my God, guys! Can you guys imagine being around that time when the first airplane was invented and the implications of it? Right. This is before NASA. This is before commercial flights. We already had boats, so it's natural that we're going to be traveling through the air, right? But can you imagine being alive at that time and thinking the Earth is a ball? Isn't that crazy?
I kind of, my mind kind of races when I try to think of, what was really going through my grandparents' minds and my great grandparents' minds as they passed or didn't pass down knowledge down to their children. Because like the last of my grandparents that was still alive, one of my grandmothers passed on a few years ago, and I'd only as a very small child had a chance to meet one of my grandfathers and then one of my other grandmothers, and one of my grandfathers I never met. But I mean, the point is only one of my grandparents did I ever really meet enough to even have any lengthy conversations with, and she's passed on. But I'm just so confused. How the hell did they were they raised with the ball? I'm guessing they were. I just don't know. Somebody screwed up somewhere. Is what I'm saying.
Yep. I'm pretty sure they were. I was alive long enough to hear to know my grandmother and grandfather, and they told me stories that go against science. I thought they were one of those superstitious people, but no, they were passing me down stories that were passed down to them, and it's about a giant that lived on our island named Ma'ava. Okay, it's like and I'm like, is my grandmother crazy, stupid, superstitious, gullible? Is she non-scientific? It's like, no, she passed down the story to you that was passed down to her. Why do people do this? Why do people do what? Pass down these silly stories? Like what? Like the Earth is a ball? What? Like you came from monkeys and dinosaurs? What? Well, that's what you think, right? Right, Bong? Because you go to school, right? And you're smarter than your grandmother, right? And you've been alive long enough to hear shit, right, Bong? Well, that's what they taught me in school. They said evolution and yeah, and your grandmother's stupid, right? No, I'm not saying shit. You know what I mean? This is what they do to us. And then you don't trust your parents, you don't trust your grandparents, right? Because it's not scientific. What do they know? And then the government becomes your parents. Isn't that crazy? You discredit your own family, right? Because of what you're taught at school. The people that love you, you don't trust them, you don't believe them because of what you're taught at school, because of what's on the news.
If someone working at NASA, some guy doing a job, someone telling someone else the Earth is flat, that's someone doing something else important beyond the comprehension of person number one.
Well, it's a perfect lie, because once you hear somebody thinks the Earth is flat, you don't think, right? You just go straight to mocking it because you know things, right? Because everybody knows the Earth is round, blah blah blah. Here comes the regurgitating, Hold up, let me remember what you were brainwashed, what they told you. Go ahead, remember. That's all they do. I think it's round. Did you say you think? What made you think it was round? Oh, just say. You're just saying things. Stop. Just stop saying things. If you're not thinking about what you're saying, then stop saying things. Stop saying the earth is round if you're not thinking about it.
I think what they're trying to say is my mind goes round and round when I try to think about the surface of the earth.
Right. When you see a table, do you need time to process that the table is not a ball? Do you have to think about it, or do you just say, I think tables are round? Do you just say things like that when somebody tells you this table is flat? Do you say, I think tables are round? You know what I mean? It's like that's what they do. Well, everybody knows this. The Earth, dude. The Earth is dude. The Earth is really big, man. Like what? What do you like? It's big. It's really big. That's what she said, right? Like, and then you have to say, no, it's not. It's actually really small. No, it's big. Well, it looks big, doesn't it? It looks big. I agree. No shit. But the globe is very, very tiny. It's so small. You know, how do you put these things together? Go ahead. Go ahead. It's called cognitive dissonance. That's what that's called. Yeah. Here you are saying the Earth is a ball, right? Meaning it's small. And then you look around you and you see, oh my God, the Earth is so big, right? And then you say, well, the Earth is so big that it looks flat. That's cognitive dissonance. That's you going, just bypassing your experience. That's you calling the table round, curved. That's you calling a tree a person and a person a tree. Don't you think, Gobers?
Someone called us a formless shape, I think it was the other week on here.
Called flat Earth a formless shape?
Said people are like, what was it, formless shapes or I don't know. We're not who we are. Apparently, we're like, what? How did they describe it again? A color or something.
We're an amorphous entity. I don't know, making it up.
Well, you're not a name. What? You're not the name, right? We were talking about this. You're not a name. You guys know what that means? Yeah. I thought really hard about it. I've always thought about it, but I didn't know this is actually how it really goes. I was like, oh, okay, I can troll. Yay. Right. The name. I think that name goes with the globe too, because corporation, right? You're a corporation that's working towards uniting all corporations. You know what I mean? We have to unite as one economy. Yeah, yeah. Does that make sense? One world, if you will. Some people, Rothschild, I think it was Rothschild, some people believe that we are working to unite the world and bring it together into one. And if that is the accusation, then I stand guilty and I'm proud of it. I think that's what he said about what they're doing. Henry Kissinger. All we need is the right crisis to usher in the new world order. The right crisis. And we're getting there. We're getting there. You just set some things up, and we'll have the right crisis, right?
Found a nice place in the shade of a hill, away from the breeze off the
Noise.
harbor. Well, yeah, a little less noise. I'm further away from the rock band, the psychedelic furs.
Silence is golden, right? You feel the peace.
It's a beautiful night near the harbor. It's a little cooler than it has been. Kind of very pretty humid. It's one of these nights where it drops all this moisture. As soon as the sun goes down, everything gets damp.
I'm associating psychedelic with space, outer space. Because anything psychedelic, you know what I mean? Bands, music. I think it has to do with what we call the vacuum of space. It's really just
No,
another dimension.
I
You know?
I excuse me. I automatically think of all this like the rock bands in that era, like Cream, Led Zeppelin, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, King Crimson, like the psychedelic era.
Oh yeah, the psychedelic era today. It's the same, right? It's still alive.
Yeah,
It's
Jimi Hendrix,
pills.
Jimmy,
What? Yep. 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 Yep.
Velvet Underground. They're actually aren't they from a long time ago, or are they a new group? I think they're from a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, and the people that have taken, passed the torch on to are these new rappers. It's now hip hop. Rock, hip hop is the new rock and roll. Hip hop comes from rock, you know what I mean? And look at what they're doing, right? Look at what they're preaching, right? Same thing.
I know.
Same thing. Space, aliens,
Yeah, a bunch of weird
yeah, you
stuff.
got these perks, you got these pills, you got these colorful experiences that kill people, right? These stars overdose on it, right? And they're having the same experiences as the rock stars did, right? You take some drugs, you make some music, right, about aliens or the devil, right? You overdose and you become famous, so much more famous after your death. That's what they want. That's what record labels want. Major record labels want. Because when you die, you sell more records than when you're alive. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, yeah. So I wonder if some of those people are actually just retired somewhere in a nice place away from everybody. They earned their keep and they get to stay in paradise because
I
they're
think
fooling
I think we
everybody.
can make way more money if they die for reals. That's just my opinion. So I'm just saying, you guys want to make money or you guys want to get caught
Well,
doing this stupid
yeah.
shit and get exposed. It's up to you.
Well, sacrifices. We've kind of heard this parlance.
That's a bonus. That's a bonus. Sacrifice is a bonus. So we gotta kill him for reals though. That's all I'm saying. So who's next? Who's the next star? Who do you think will sell the most records if we kill next one? Who's the most beloved rapper right now that we can kill? I mean, this is how it works. That's how I'd be thinking if I was them. That's
Lil
just me.
Booby.
Hey, I was thinking
Kardashian.
about what you were saying. I was thinking about what you were saying, Bong, about your grandparents. Talking to me about a giant lived on your island. You live in Samoa?
On my island. Yes, this
Was
is
it
this is
Samoa?
local to my island. Yeah, in Samoa. Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, American Samoa. Okay, got an
Yeah.
idea.
There are many
Okay, okay,
stories in other
cool.
villages. Yeah, other
Yeah, that
islands, but
doesn't surprise me at all. Like, actually, when I was in the Navy, I worked with a lot of Philippine nationals, and a couple of the petty officers, junior petty officers. But one of them in particular, we worked together a lot, and he told me of being in the fields and seeing these black beings in the far side of the field, and literally that they flew straight up in the air and disappeared.
yeah, yeah, that's some
So I
scary
don't know what
shit.
that's about, but when you're looking at someone's eyes, when they're telling you a story, it's pretty easy to tell the veracity of their experience by look at you could tell. So that kind of freaked me out because then I'm like, this is an actual eyewitness to this, and you can see the reality of it in his expression and his face and his eyes.
Yeah, it sounds like some familiar, the way they appear. Yeah. We had 2015 we had a company come and install the fiber optic cables, on the islands, right? The foreman from the company, he's from like Michigan or something. He saw some people. He's been there for a while on the island, so he knows everybody there. But he saw these people standing there, and they were dressed in ancient, dress, and he had no idea who they were. So he called the boys over. Hey, who's that? He's like, who are you talking about? And he fainted. He had to fly him off the island that day. So he saw. Though it happens very often on my island too. In Samoa, my island is called the Ghost Island. No Samoans want to come over because they're scared of all the stories that they hear about it. There's a lot of stories, man. A lot of stories that makes you question either your culture or science. That's why these stories match the Bible stories. That's why I'm saying like everything is adding up except the science story, man. Like what's going? Wait, that's you know what I mean? It's crazy. Anecdotal evidence, I mean, that's just my experience.
So I found a short-circuited wire on my bike that was from the main positive side of the battery. So what it would do is, in first gear, it seemed to work okay, but when I put it in second gear, it it had sporadic power. It'd lose power completely. So I found out that water had gotten in these wires and had drained down the wire to the connection, just a two-wire connection to the battery, and shorted it out. So I had to clean the whole thing, and it was a pain. But it took me hours, and it was such a simple thing. This little tiny plug has to go through a plastic thing. Well, first you push the wire through the two wire plug, right? It's a plastic housing, right? So you have to push the wire through, and then solder this little tiny thimble thing onto the wire after it's been pushed through the plastic housing. And to get that thing to fit back inside the hole after you soldered it, it has to be the exact same diameter. It was really hard. The first time I broke it off, but now the second time I have full power again, like it's brand new. Everything's bright, brand new. Sonny's happy.
Happy days. Happy days.
I don't want to go home now because I'm out and my bike works and like freaking. All I'm gonna do is lay there and literally pretend like I'm sleeping all night. I'll lay there. I'll fake myself out. Yeah, I'm resting. Am I awake still? Yeah, I'm still awake. Did I sleep?
You're just happy.
No, not at all.
You're just
Did I
happy.
rest? Yes, but
You're just happy that you can just go wherever you want, whenever you want. I'm just gonna sleep here.
Yeah. And I got a late start, but I don't mind being out. Hi. People say hi. Hi. To the traveler.
You forgot to say the earth is flat.
I did. See all that water? See all that water over there, sir? It's all flat. That means all the water across the entire Earth is flat. From here all the way to Japan, Earth is horizontal and level. Earth is flat. Look at all that water is flat, man. No curvature. This is Earth. Yep. I know. Oh shit. I know. It's kind of bizarre, but all this water on Earth.
Is right.
Oh
shit! I never noticed that.
That means somebody put this here, the Earth and you. What? No, it's salt water. You can't drink that. No. Oh, just vodka? Okay, I'll drink a little, mix it with a little water now and then. That might help. But look, your feet are on solid ground right now. Hey, man, brother. Do you notice that the Earth is not moving at all? And the water is level. Do you guys notice that the water is level, horizontal, all the time? It's all flat. There's no water curving anywhere on Earth. You notice that? And notice like the Earth is not moving either, right? It's flat. Look at that, flat as fuck. Sorry. Oh, sorry, you kid. Hey, later, man. Dude's a flat earther, man. Right on. People
Mind
here
the
in San
children.
Diego know the Earth is flat. This is fantastic, man. Awesome
This is
shit. Wow.
flat-tastic. How'd they take it?
Flat-tastic. Everybody, look at that water. Holy shit, I can see all the way to Loma Portal. Wow. That's a trip. I can see the cars right on the coast. It's got to be at least 5 miles away from my location,
Was that
but
a
I can't
genuine
show
reaction you got, son?
it. Yeah, absolutely. Right now. Like, this is
Were they
perfect.
surprised? What?
No, the guy was, yeah, he goes, I noticed that. Just as I was walking up here, he goes, I go, because the water's all flat. It's horizontal. There's no curved water on Earth. He goes, yeah, I was just noticing that when I walked up. I said, yeah, it's flat as fuck. Okay, here we go. This is fun. See, there's a reason to stay awake. Hey, do you guys ever think about the water is all flat, level, all over Earth? No curved water? Honestly, did you guys ever notice that? Did you guys ever notice the water is flat, horizontal, everywhere and level? That means all the water on Earth is flat and level. You're looking to Japan right now. There's no curved water. We don't live in a spinning ball. Just thought I'd let you know, in case you haven't heard it before. Yeah, see that water's every place in that water in the distance is rising in your view. I'm just going to say rising in your view as if you were painting a painting. You have to draw a dot where the vanishing point is going to be. That is based on what the observer is looking at. That's why they draw the vanishing point where it is, because you're looking at a scene like I am right now across the water. If I were to have to draw this and paint it, the ground is rising up. It meets the water in the background. The water is rising up in my view. As far as it goes, it's still rising. That's why people paint like that, because it matches reality. Can you imagine what perspective would look like on a ball? I would be seeing none of these lights way off across the water on the other shore. Anyway, I digress.
Things would be leading out of the ball, right?
Yeah, exactly. They'd be leaning
Sticking out of it,
sideways.
leaning, yeah, and according to the curve.
One thing I noticed along the waterfront here is on the other side of the harbor, you could see the water lines painted on the ships, right? And sometimes you have like a dozen ships going all the way out the channel, going away from your view, and you can see every ship's water line all the way out. As far as you can see, you can still see the water line. How is that possible? Think about it. That water line is right where the water's edge is. If it was dropped below even 6 inches, you wouldn't be able to see the water line even at 2 miles or 3 miles.
Balls can never look flat. I think that's the problem everyone has. They think balls can look flat if they're big enough to lie. No, in calculus, we cut up a curved line and then we do our best, to get a straight enough line, but it's not a straight line, is it? Is it? It's not a 180-degree line, is it?
No, check this. Why would anybody spend the time to make a flat sidewalk and then make crisscrosses as if it were cobblestones and make it a rough surface on purpose. It's so stupid. Like where water can sit.
How can you have all these angles on a curved surface? Like how we design roads and buildings. The perspective. How are all these angles there on a
Yeah,
ball?
yeah, exactly. The ones that don't exist in reality. Those curved, curved surfaces, curved away from you. By the way.
Yep, on the ground. On the thing surface. We're on. They're all straight lines and angles, right? When you look down a street, how look down the street, there's the horizon, and all these lines meet at that vanishing point, like straight. All these the buildings go straight up, all these angles, and it's on a flat surface for us to see that, right? I mean, if it was curved on the ground, I think everything would be leaning a certain way. You'd have a different it wouldn't be a straight line with vanishing points, right? It would be like a pinball or something. You know how a pinball is all these needles stuck on it. You just zoom in. It would look something like that. It would be like a basketball. You got the lines on the basketball, right? And you zoom in. You'll put some buildings up on those lines. There's a street. That's what a surface would look like. You probably need a ball the size of the sun, to do that experiment. The scale of that one. Because you really want to look like you're on Mario Galaxy. You know what I mean? Like, you want a really big ball, and I mean way bigger than the globe. To make anything look similar to what we see in real world, right? Imagine building a street on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. What it would look like. Imagine putting skyscrapers on that street. What kind of angles are you going to see?
Yeah, exactly. Is the wind too bad?
You good?
Really?
Yep.
I'll keep it to 5 miles an hour. Oh, that's too slow. 6 is better. Driving by the Starbucks.
You got a little speedometer?
This used to be the police headquarters where I'm at right now. On what do they call it? What do they call the first part of the street? The foot of Market. There's a Starbucks here. It's called the headquarters. Used to be the police headquarters. That's where they used to plan the burning of the Chinese area and the black area. They used to go burn it down. That's what the police department did here in San Diego. What a nice place, huh? Used to be the wild, wild west here.
Cops hung out at the coffee shop so much they just turned the cop station into the coffee shop.
Yeah, the cops would burn down this area. It's called the gas lamp now, but it was called shit, what was it called now? Darn it. It almost sounds like Palooza, but it had some name. And that was a bike taxi with loud ass music. But anyway, yeah, so the police would gather around. They would go burn these Chinese opium dens and stuff here in San Diego. Burn like 4 to 6 square blocks. Burn it, the whole thing down, with the whorehouses and
Would they get the opium out first?
Oh hell no! They were probably doing like they are now, providing it. It's the same thing. I don't know. Who knows? They're saying they had to get rid of that, so they had to burn it down. Yeah, and then the rich developers that were already here just capitalized on the properties. Let's see, famous gunslinger Wyatt Earp spent many years here in San Diego. He owned like 4 or 5 different bars here in San Diego, and most of the bars were all whorehouses. They literally had uh, stalls that you could go in that were, they were the place where you went into the stall and do the dirty deed. So, what was that place called? Gosh, can't remember.
It's only dirty if you're doing it right.
Well, you could probably go in and pay a quarter, and then go in and someone would be in there waiting for you.
A quarter? How does anybody make a living? I mean, that's not profitable. Sheesh.
Well, the quarters were solid silver, so
Oh, you mean back then? Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, inflation. I forgot inflation, right?
Some of them don't do it for the money.
A quarter back then might be something like $50 today, I guess. Something like that. So yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
Right.
your rent was probably like $5 a month for a room, or something like that. Or you could probably even build your own somewhere.
When she says she only does it for the money. Mm-hmm.
She does it for
She's
her
so
country.
fine, there's no telling where the money went.
Okay.
She's all mine. Oh, there's no other way to go.
It's not like I enjoy doing it.
What's that song? I like that one song. Let's see, what is it?
There wasn't a lot of things for women to do, especially if you were not educated, blah blah blah, back then. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
pretty
The
common,
lights are on, but you're not home. Your
common ass.
mind is not your own. Your heart beats a double time.
I always wonder how bad their breath, people's breaths were. How stinky and unhealthy people's mouths were. Like
Think
I
about
always
the
wonder
rest
if
of their body.
kissing,
They didn't wash.
if
They didn't
if
wash
kissing,
too
yeah.
often.
All right. So it wasn't. We
That's,
don't think of sex the same way they did. Yeah, it's not the same.
I'm passing. Passing right by the stern. That would be the aft end of the aircraft carrier midway, right here. Hold on, let's get a snap of that. 1 second. This is fun as hell. Okay, I didn't know I could do all this shit. 1 second.
I got saddle sweat today.
Okay, here's the midway. Oh, let's zoom in. Oh, I can't zoom in. Shocker. The aircraft carrier midway. Here's the aft end. Ooh. Oh yeah.
Is it nighttime there, Sonny?
It's 9:42 p.m. Oh look, there's the tail end of an aircraft right there. I should get that picture too. 1 second. Yeah, look at all that light shining all the way across the water to me. Amazing.
How far is the border from where you are?
17 miles.
Oh.
There's this. Let me see if I could take a picture of this aircraft. It's an A4. No. Yeah, I think it's an A4 Warthog.
You ever been to Mexico, Sonny?
I traveled in Mexico when I was 17. I went to the pyramids in Mexico City, Teotihuacan, with my best friend from high school.
Nice.
But we lived in San Blas for 3 months, which is the most beautiful place. Like a
Good
beach
food?
with 80-degree water. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can.
Food was good, right? Like, was it hard to get good, clean water to drink?
The regular food was good. Wait a minute, I don't think that was.
I mean, Mexico's right there. You got a bike, Mexico's right there. I'd be thinking like, what you thinking like, man? I thinking like, I go Mexico. I go eat.
Yeah, I used to go to certain areas, but no, that's I don't do
Mexican
that.
American, come to eat the
I don't think
dinner.
it's safe.
Then I go back home.
Okay, let me write on. Did you get the picture of Midway? I think it's in the live stream. Ah, so great to
Oh,
have a
no
bike that
shitty.
works, man. I can't imagine now not having a powered bike. I don't know how I did it before, but now I can go just about anywhere I want to.
Oh, you used to imagine it, just like we all do, Like,
Whoa, whoa.
let's say I had a spaceship, right? I'd say something like, I can't imagine not having a spaceship. You know what I mean? I can
Yeah,
just go to the moon whenever I want. I can like just
my bike,
shortcut.
my bike is like the next thing to a spaceship. That like I feel like I'm traveling in time. Like I get to these places, I'm going, how the hell did I get this far? Like I didn't think I went that far, and I look back and I go, holy shit! I went almost as far as the eye can, or as I can actually see with my eye. I rode that far and farther. At the Broadway Pier, sometimes they have
You see what
cruise ships,
you see
a bunch of
the
cruise
Flatman
ships.
can posted? So
Oh
I saw
dang,
he
they have
still
some
doing
kind of
it.
hold on, oh that's guy's playing a card.
That's a good one, Helio. Fucking.
There's some kind of a exploration ship here. It's got a big, huge crane. Oh my god, it's giant. You should see this ship. I've seen some weird ships with helicopters on them. They look like some freaking black ops ships, man. I've seen some really weird. This one is some kind of sea exploration because it's got a huge tower, two big
You see
radar
what
balls, and a giant crane on the front of it. It's like looks like a barge, though.
you see what Helio posted?
I'm riding. I can't. I'll look. Hold on. Let me stop.
He said, no, I'll tell. Yeah, it's a picture of Jesus like peeking in from the sides, saying, "I saw you
Oh,
still believing in the globe Earth."
what if I had a big speaker and was riding like this and everybody could hear the Discord while I'm riding flat Earth? Oh, that'd be great. You know how people ride with boom boxes and huge speakers? They actually blast your eardrum out. They're so freaking. I don't understand that, man. I only play that loud when
Well,
I'm playing my actual guitar.
I think I think it's a very powerful you know what I mean, angle to go at is go to the Christians, right, and say, hey, if you're Christian and you think the
Yeah.
Earth is a ball, you're not a Christian. You're not what you think
Oh,
you
I
are.
know. I know. I'll
Hold on, I
probably
gotta
try.
clear
I
something up,
mean,
guys.
yeah,
Hey,
Yeah.
Hong,
Yep.
yo,
what is that noise?
not me. That's the festival that Sonny is at. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No, because it's the same noise when you're talking.
It's his brakes when he hits his brakes.
It's no,
Am I making the noise now?
it's that. Hold on. Keep your mic open.
It's open.
It's a dolphin.
Well, anyway,
I farted. Excuse me.
I'm just kidding. I'm trying to figure out. Listen, I'm trying to figure out if it's a cat or a bird.
It's
it's a bird.
It's a red whale.
Got it. Thanks.
There's a bunch of birds in my backyard. They're always making noise. Deuce Volts though is complaining about the birds here. Like, oh, tell those birds to shut up. I'm trying to
You need to
talk.
shoo them off with a couple shotgun shells. You feel me? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
This one guy with a keyboard was louder than that whole rock band. Oh my god. I'm driving by the Brigantine Seafood. when you visit San Diego, we'll go eat at the Brigantine.
Zoltangi. Wait. Zoltangi is
Steel
asking a
hull
question.
ship still. Okay, I'll finish in a second. The Star of
It's an
India, the oldest still working steel hulled cutter. I think the age of it is from 1860 or something. Anyway, I yield the floor.
it's an American Samoan fish.
It's an Australian Samoan fish. I am no longer American Samoan. I am now Australian Samoan. Yeah.
With American accent.
Exactly. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. Yeah, mate.
It's Mexican, not Mexican.
Trying,
Mexican
trying to
American.
change my accent, but you know, some words are still not. Still got to work on it. On it.
Yeah,
don't
mate,
really
you
know what kind
still
of
need
Aussie
to
accent I
work
have.
on it, mate.
It's like some of my words are from the north. Some of my words are from the south.
It actually sounds pretty good. You're working on it and it's coming along. I can tell.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't practice much. That's why I only use it to joke around with my son. Crack joke, dad jokes. He loves it.
I think I'll
Yeah,
sit along
mate.
the waterfront right
Yeah,
here
mate.
somewhere.
Sorry, I know.
Water.
Roy-dio, mate. Roy-dio. If you
Roy.
try too hard,
Roy-dio.
if you try to make it sound like Aussie, it sounds fake. That's what I've noticed. It has to just there's a certain blasé about it.
It bloody
Rightio, mate.
It bloody says
Roy-dio,
no swimming. It bloody says no swimming here. Why? I don't say why no
Check it out.
swim.
You want to
No
do
swimming.
so
Go.
say rise up lights, and it sounds like razor blades in Australian accent. Rise up lights. Just say it. Rise up lights.
Rise up,
Roy's
Lloyd.
blights. Oh!
Rise up, Lloyd.
Roy's
Wait a minute.
blight. Roy's up lights. Yeah, Roy's up
Wow,
No,
lights.
just say it
Roy's
normal.
up lights.
Rise up lights, and it sounds like
Rise,
razor
Roy's
blades.
blights. Roy's
rise up,
Rise up
blights.
lights.
rise up, Lloyd.
Roy's blights.
This
Roy's
rise up,
blights.
Lloyd.
Roy's blights. You saying razor blade? I'm saying
Yeah, rise
Roy's
up.
up
Yeah, no, are you
lights.
saying razor
Roy's
blades
up
in an
lights.
Australian accent? No, I'm saying rise up lights.
Rise up,
Shut.
Lloyd.
I hear razor blades.
Oh shit! I love you guys.
I think I need my rise up lights. I'm going to step away from this. Water is about 20 feet deep here. Holy shit. Oh, there's a good step here, though. I've sat on this
Americans.
before.
You guys, always say Merca. Yeah, they say Mirkin.
Wow, you wouldn't want to
Mirkin.
fall in between this shit. That would be freaking hazardous. Holy crap.
Miracle. From Miracle.
Why do the tourists have to pull up? Okay, they can't keep their lights on the whole time, right? All right. Yeah, the power back on the bike. Yes. Out on the road. Let's turn the lights off. Take a little break.
Always blind.
Oh, the
It's like, who
surveillance
says rise up
cockroach.
lights? Like, everybody says rise up lights.
I think I need my rise up lights.
Yeah. Hey, you know what's the funniest is when they, throw a shrimp on the Barbie. It's like, and you know how you throw a shrimp on the Barbie? It's like,
Oh my
nobody says
god,
shrimp,
that's
mate.
so
I've never heard an Aussie say the word shrimp. Never.
I just got buzzed by a Coast Guard helicopter right overhead. Man.
Yeah, a shrimp is a prawn here. Yeah,
From
a prawn. Yeah. You're saying shrimp, you're probably calling somebody like a wuss, or he's just a shrimp, mate. Just a little shrimp, a little prawn, That doesn't sound right.
get a beer and a few of those prawns off the barbie.
I think the first thing we need to do, right, is all agree on what we see. You know what I mean? Like us, NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the Globers that come here, right? We all have to say, all right, what do we agree on, right? And what I mean is, like, we agree that it looks flat, right? We agree that we are taught to use it as flat. We agree that it's always going to look flat, even at 120,000 feet. That's what I think we first have to all acknowledge that. The Globers, when they come here. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? That way, there's no way anyone can say, yeah, you can see curvature, because once people agree and acknowledge that we can't see curvature, can't measure it, it's always going to appear flat, then how can anyone say that it's a ball? Does that work? It makes it easier for us to talk about the black swan. It makes it easier for us to talk about the fake evidence that we're given, about the not explanations that we're given. You know what I mean? You look up and you see things moving in the sky, you know they're moving over a observably, measurably flat surface that we're all imagining to be a ball, right? Because we acknowledge that it's not curved. NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the people on TV, science communicators, us, teachers at school, all talk about it. It's flat. We have to use it as flat. This is how we observe it. I think we acknowledge that. The Globers. This is what it is first. Okay? All right, now let's talk. We're not flat as society. That would be number 2, right? I mean, think about it. We don't have to argue about gravity. We don't have to argue about all these things. All we need to focus on is just that, right? Because we're acknowledging that it's flat. So nobody's out to prove that the Earth is flat. We're out to prove that it's a ball. Because the claim is that it is a ball, even though we see it flat, even though we observe it, use it as flat. So that's what, you know what I mean? It kind of simplifies the journey or the questions that Globers have. This is all you need to really focus on, is this flat experience versus this radius curve, right? This curve based on this radius bias of a ball.
This flat experience or the fake experience.
Right, the imagined experience. Right. I mean, I think that's because people don't acknowledge. They don't acknowledge. They think they can. There's a picture somewhere. It's really sad that painful. To try to drag them through when they haven't even acknowledged what they are being taught in school, that we observe it as flat. You know what I mean? They're denying that. They're saying, no, it looks curved somewhere. It's like, where? You're denying science. You know what I mean? Pilots, carpenters, builders,
I was
engineers.
telling my neighbor that I was working on my bicycle, but I wanted to tell her a story. So I was like, would you believe what I did was found some trees growing in the park, fruit trees, and the fruit I collected a month ago that got ripe enough, I cooked it and let it sit in a bucket with some yeast for about 7 or 8 days until it produced a really nice wine. Then I skimmed just a little bit off that to taste it, put it in my still, and actually produced 95%. It's 190 proof.
What?
And used it for solvent to clean my bicycle parts today. From fruit, from the frickin' park, free. A quart of freaking moonshine. That was only one small batch.
Nice.
Yeah, I was pretty amazed. I'm like, that'll work really good to clean my chain, clean all the gears off, clean the derailleurs, get all the sand off, spray
It's
like
funny. It's funny
alcohol.
how you can make. It's funny how you can make alcohol from anything, any fruit, right?
From
And
sugar,
yet people
anything that
don't.
has sugar in it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
yet people
anything.
don't. They buy it.
I know, I know.
It's
I
funny
realize
how.
how
Yeah, and it's the
because
quality is
because
so much different. Go ahead.
because you could take one shot of this and mix it with a liter. One shot, a liter. That would be a
Nice.
strong drink.
Yeah. Right. Funny how you can do everything that you're paying for, you can get for free at a higher quality because you're doing it,
Pretty
and
much.
yet you have to go to work every day to buy these things, right? Services,
Yeah.
and that's all you go to work for. It's not like you go to work to save up money to start that business so you can start your own, provide for yourself. That's not what people do.
Exactly.
It's kind of
So
weirdo.
that's pretty cool. I never would have thought that you could do something like that fairly easy.
Yeah.
Like actually, you could run a lawnmower or a go kart or a freaking moped with this, or run it. You could actually run a dragster with this fuel. You could run it as fuel.
I think we can build a better social media platform than Discord, though. I mean, 'cause we're gonna, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. That's my point.
Yeah.
We don't have to sit here and give them our data, all our talking points, all our research. You know what I mean? It's almost like we're doing the work for them.
Uh-huh. Spreading the news that they
Some kind
know
of
has got to get out sooner or later.
well, yeah, because it's controlled by them, right? How it goes out, they get to they get to use all the information we're trying to give to people against us. You know what I mean? They get to plan around what we know.
Yeah.
So that's why I've always disliked the platforms, truthers, these it's all Google and YouTube and Facebook. It's all the same, Discord, Snapchat, whatever. When you could build your own, did you know you could build your own platform for free, and it would be way more secure and way better? And like, hey, what is the duel on that? It's just pay free. It's free. It's free. I just download this for free. I don't want to learn how to do all that. Just like you don't want to learn how to make alcohol or make your own biofuel or gas or anything, right? You'd rather pay for it. You have to go to work, send your kids to school, blah, 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 right? That's what you want. It's the life you want, right? Now, I want it all. And I want it now. Now, I don't want to learn shit. I want it now. Take my money. Take it. What's wrong? Go away. Take my money. Just give me the thing so I can push the button and make things happen. That's all I want. I don't care about how they happen. Want to stick things in my body? Go ahead. Give it to me. Give it to me. Take my money. Go ahead. Now I can see. Now I can
Sometimes,
see. Am I
uh,
Mars? Is this
sometimes
Mars?
the sometimes the. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Man, hi.
I'm gonna say sometimes the world feels to me now because I know what it's not for sure. You know.
It's not.
It is, yeah, it's a story. Yeah, the world is a story that you're told. You live in a cave. Okay, more like that looks like a house. Yeah, you're told a story about the world, and you move around, from this cave to that cave, and come back to your cave, but you're told a story about the world. Yeah, like just like the people in the cave. You know, that's our world, or your world is the cave, right? The real world is told to you. Maybe someday you can experience it if you want, but gotta pay, gotta pay my bills, gotta eat, gotta survive. Gotta tread water. Got time for that shit. I don't care what I'm on. I need to live. Yeah. Too
Yeah,
busy
so
chasing
I'm
my
at this place.
dreams.
I'm at this place right now. Hold on, let me get away from the streets a little bit. Kind of noisy. So I'm at this place right now that is at the first field that the San Diego Padres played at. Here in San Diego, Padres first field called Lane Field, and now it's a high-rise building. A couple of them are right here, but high-rise building with restaurants and shops down below the condominiums. And I'm at the first base. So where this is when they hit home runs way out in the outfield, they would go into traffic on the Pacific Highway. And people's windshield. Home runs would come into traffic and hit your windshield, but crash. So that's what needless
Talking
to say, that's why
You're
they moved
talking about
them.
Pacific Coast Highway, the big one?
Yeah, here in San Diego it's called Pacific Highway, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same
Is
thing
it the
as
same road? Yeah.
it's the old Highway 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so pretty cool. Like it's been revitalized. They're tearing down a whole bunch of Navy buildings here that were Navy. What division
Housing.
was it? Navy facilities, offices, and shit. They had a bunch of, I don't know what, storage, huge buildings. They tore them all
That's where
down.
boot camp used to be too, right?
Yeah, exactly. NTC. Uh, for a while, they trained recruits up in Balboa Park, and the place that's the koi pond now with lily pond used to be where they trained the recruits in swimming and ocean survival training was in those pools. Now they're all museums and stuff, but then they moved, I think, in 1918 or something to NTC, right across from Limburg Field. Oh shit, I need to go. Limburg Field now, right near there is where Charles Lindbergh actually built his aircraft was built. The Spirit of St. Louis was built at Ryan Aeronautical here at Lindbergh Field, and then practice flights at Dutch Flats, which then became the post office here in San Diego for about 50 years, 60 years, more than that, probably 100 years. I don't know. Uh oh, I'll mute by the train station.
Thanks for the weather report, Sunny. Back to you, Bob.
Hold on, I got the trolley bells ringing right now.
Yeah, we can hear it.
I'm at Santa Fe Station. I'm pulling up to the trolley. Oh yeah, there's the end of the trolley. And there's not another one comes the other way. That would have been tragic. Be like, I just missed the trolley. Oops, got hit by another one though. Awesome. It's kind of fun being in the city sometimes. Actually, with you guys to share it, it's a lot of freaking fun.
I don't like city. Yeah, I don't like the. I mean, it's a bit overwhelming, don't you think? Like everything, the energy,
I'd
vibe of
rather move
everything.
away.
Like
What'd you say?
it's a lot happening, stimuli. You know,
Yeah, a little bit too much actually.
yeah,
I would like to move
noise,
to.
sound, yeah, all kind. It's like it's just too much, all this energy. Like go, 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 move, go, go, go. Time, man. Squeeze, squeeze. That's what I feel like in the city is like, get out of here. I got to take photos, when I go to the city.
No, I'm
Cities,
passing by. No, I'm
cities
passing
are,
by the old YMCA building, built in 1924. Now is the Guild Hotel. I used to go to AA meetings in the basement of that building, the old YMCA building. Huge
cities
old
are like,
world building with, oh, check it out, that has a whole floor underneath street level. Oh, shoot. I never realized it. Another mud flood building right here. The YMCA building, a huge like granite building. Why would they put a whole entire floor with windows below street level? A whole entire floor under street level. What sense does
so,
that make in
so,
a
so,
building?
so you can look outside and check the soil?
So you can look out those basement windows at a cutaway that had to be dug out in front of the windows going down 10 feet and little tiny railings so people don't fall into the crevasse that was created. What a bunch of numpties.
Well, that must mean the soil above it is new, right?
Yeah, so that makes sense with like
It
something.
means
They
it must
must
have
have
been
got flooded.
buried by some kind of, by some kind of
Why would they do it?
yeah,
Why would
event
they do that?
thing, natural, some kind of,
Yeah,
well,
and then
land,
on the
yeah,
side,
more so.
listen, then on the side where it goes up the hill on the other side, there's still windows, but they're completely covered up, but you can see the tops of them at sidewalk level, just above the sidewalk level on the other side. So there's literally a whole entire floor of this building is underground. What the heck? There's more of these buildings in this city. Something
It's
drastic must have happened here.
because the person that lives there is a voyeur and he likes to look out his window and up people's skirts, clothing.
Yeah, you can't even do
It's like,
that. There's
oh,
that little space on the sides of that building, in the front of it, right on Broadway, which is the main street here, going down the whole entire floor, and that little cutaway where the whole entire window and everything, full size, large windows from a building in 1924 underneath street level. The space.
What's the theory
space
behind that, right? What's the current what do
I have
people
no
think
idea
happened?
because now here we're at the what is this, the courthouse, and there's about 30 people sleeping on the front porch of the courthouse, the federal courthouse.
I mean, people waiting for court for it to open?
No, they're sleeping here
Well,
because it's a
homeless
nice
people?
flat level. Earth is flat, y'all. Have
Oh, and
some
just
hope.
you mean people
It's gonna be
loitering?
better now that you know.
I didn't think you could loiter in front of the courthouse.
They're not loitering. They're actually sleeping with sleeping bags and tents.
Oh, camping out, right?
Yeah, it's like a
Homeless?
little. It's like a put up tent neighborhood in front of the federal courthouse. When you see it in real life, you go, "Holy shit, that's the federal courthouse!" And there's a bunch of people sleeping in front of it, right on the not at the steps on the sidewalk. I mean, up the steps, right under the front door of the federal courthouse. People sleeping with tents and sleeping bags. Yeah, I saw the federal security guard there, or where they are. Federal officer that guards it.
That's weird.
Looked like he was just doing his rounds. Oh, I'm passing by. What is this place? I forgot. What is this hotel called again? The Sophia. Yeah. This used to be the Greyhound station, man. Right here was Greyhound. There was a little luncheon. There's still a little restaurant there. But this used to be Greyhound station when I was in the Navy and had my little white uniform on here in San Diego in 1985. And
A Cracker Jack uniform, right? Hoorah.
yeah, do you know? Yeah, all there was here in San Diego were strip bar stores, and that's about it. I was greasy spot restaurants, what do we call those? Greasy spoons, yeah. Yeah, so that's all there used to be. Now it's all built up. That, like, literally, I saw this place.
I hate it. I fucking hated that uniform. Every time I wore that uniform, I felt gay. I felt like I was wearing tights. You know how
No,
girls wear those
the
tights,
dress,
right? Like and hugs their legs, right?
yeah,
That's what it felt like. I felt like my ass was
yeah.
exposed and shit. Like I felt like my nuts were
You
sticking
know
out.
what?
Like
Actually,
I
I'm from the
hated
late
that uniform.
'60s and early '70s. Listen, I'm from the late '60s, early '70s, so I
Well, you
still
guys could
like
wear it
bell
however you want. That's cool. That's what I was saying, man. We had to wear it
I still
like
like bell bottoms.
straight up gay, man. Like
I don't care.
I
You
I,
know what? There's a
I
purpose
always
for bell
avoided it.
bottoms. Look,
Yeah, yeah.
there's a
I
purpose for
tried to
bell
avoid
bottoms.
wearing those. You
Hold
know,
on. There's
whenever
a
I look,
purpose for bell bottoms. There's a
what the
purpose
water
for bell bottoms. So you can.
when you get wet.
There's a purpose for bell bottoms. There's a
Yeah.
purpose for bell bottoms, so you can roll them up if you have to swap the deck. You squid.
You squid. Now swab the deck. Yeah,
Get down there and swap the
buff
deck,
it.
squidly.
I want to see my face on the floor. Right? On sorry. It's
Swim
not
the
the
deck.
floor. What did you call it? What did It's like on the
That was
deck.
a specialty in boot camp. You had to swim the deck to pick up the lint and stuff. You actually had to swim on the floor and pick up all the lint with your body.
We used to get told off for
This
using the wrong words. Floor, wall,
here is
you
homeless
know.
encampment number 59 and a half. That's about another 50 people sleeping right on the sidewalk.
I was more of an army guy, so when I went in the Navy, like all the terms were new to me. You know, bulkhead, freaking head. I was like, these sailors, man, they're so gay. Yeah. Oh, the wind, man, the wind. You want to slow down there? Make it.
Okay.
Think you're going too fast. What are you doing, like
I came to
7,
a
8
red
miles per
light.
hour?
Oh, here we go. This guy doesn't know he's got a green light, I guess.
What were you
Well,
doing? Like 7, 8, speeding again?
no, man, I'm just like cruising, nice and safe. Got my lights, both my lights on. I got the bow and the stern light on. Just kidding.
Yeah, riding. Yeah, bike riding is awesome.
Yeah, and I tightened up the bottom bracket the other day, but it's still not as tight as it needs. I have to get
It's like,
a longer bearing.
it's like you're just gliding around, right? Like while sitting. Yeah.
Literally, yeah, it's fun as hell. And the gears in this bike have worked since day one, and have never not worked, and have never needed adjustment. So I'm like, wow, dude. Oh well, yeah, I'm almost back home. That's enough for me. It's 10:20. All right, I'm
You
gonna
get
sign
a
off.
you get a good leg workout on your bike on your rides.
I can, yeah. At this time, let's see. I went 11.3 miles just then.
Yeah, and you don't
All
even
right.
notice, hey.
No, I was going super slow and taking my time because the bike works really well, so I don't have to work as hard. Oh, let's see how long. 11 point. Hold on. 2 hours and 50 minutes. I've been gone 3 hours, and I traveled 11.4 miles in 3 hours. I have 2,700 miles on the bike now. That's pretty crazy right there. I never thought I could get that many miles. I got almost 3,000 miles on.
What kind of bike do you have, Sonny?
It's a Schwinn aluminum tubing Discover bike called City Series Discover bike. It's got a suspension front end. My leg hurts. It's got a suspension front end. And that's where the motor is on front.
Nice. Okay.
I got a big old basket in front that I put my light on, my phone, extra water, my military little small pack that I carry, a knife, pepper spray, little tool, different things to cover up the display. I have like little half socks to cover up the display if I want to go stealth mode, so I can ride still powered without anyone seeing my light from my control. Oh,
Hello.
hi.
Going up.
What's the mask for?
No, I just have it on.
Oh, you just have it on?
Yeah.
No problem. But I always wonder when I see people with that. Anyway, but I don't watch the news either, so.
8-4.
Have a nice night.
Going up.
What do people mean when they say it doesn't matter, right? Like, well, I don't really care. And it could be anything. I don't really care. What do people mean when they say that? People who care enough, right, to watch what they eat. You know what I mean? People who care enough about animals, and how they're treated. Like, how can they say they don't care about this though? Like yeah, you know what I mean? Like, what do they mean? What do you guys think?
It means they care more about dumb animals than they care about themselves.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, it's just. I think that's too easy. I think it's maybe something more like um something to do with fear, or maybe it's to do with faith. You know what I mean? Or I don't know, because I don't know how you can care about things like what you eat, right? Or but then not care about the more important uh truth is where you're having this experience. How can somebody care enough? Say they care about their children, right? They love their children and care about their children, but then they don't care what their children are learning at school or from TV or from these video games. I mean, I think it's something more similar to something like that than, well, I care more about animals or the government. You know what I mean? Or I care. It's weird because 2016, it's the same problem then. People, there's no reason to care enough to look into it. I mean, they care enough to go to the gym, to do shopping, to come home and eat right. They care enough to do that. Okay. But when it comes to something that's more important, right? Like you're having this experience, right, in a place that you say you don't care if you're being lied to about, right? Care enough about this experience to do things in that place. But you don't care where this food comes from that you're feeding your body, right? You don't care who these people are that are telling you you need to do this with your health, right? You don't care about that. You don't care that the laws that are being passed, right, are going to affect you and your family. You don't care about that. Like, that's what I mean. Like, what do people mean when they say they don't care about the topic? Like, is that is that nihilism? Like what was talking about earlier? Have we been conditioned? Are we there? I guess that's my question. Is the world finally there? Is everyone finally a psychopath and we can move on to phase 3? If people care enough to do certain things for themselves and their children, and I think they still care. And I think there's.
All I know is I'm getting hungry for some fish, and I'm gonna pretty soon make a freaking spear of my own and go in the water and get me one. I'm starving for some fish.
Water's cold. You got a wetsuit or something? A dry suit? A wetsuit. Yeah, the water's wet. Get it? Uh,
I could probably wear the spring suit I have all year round, maybe. Short legs and sleeves.
don't wear the birthday suit. That's too cold.
No, I wouldn't go skin diving for fish with a birthday suit.
Yeah. Those crazy people that go swimming in the cold water because they have to.
The Polar Bear Club?
Yeah, those guys too.
No
I
thanks.
think it helps your immune. I think it does something to your immune system. Boom, gives it like a jolt.
Well, although I do like taking a dip in some cool water, like the ocean's really nice. Feels really good.
Yeah. Oh, that salt. All those nutrients.
Yeah,
All
it
that
feels
solution.
actually. Hey, hi, rookie. Hey, rookie. How's it going, man?
So funny.
What's up, rookie?
Pretty good, I guess. We're watching some police pursuit videos. I'm bored.
What's that?
I was listening to some police chase videos on YouTube because I'm bored.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be kind of fun. That was kind of fun taking the ride with you guys, along with me.
Yeah, I used to get bored easily too until when you like what we were talking about, trying to figure out why people, why we are the, remember when you were, you know what I mean, all this. Yeah. So not boring for me to try to figure out why people.
I'm eating
How
some of
magic
my
works.
homemade. I'm
Freaking
eating
magic,
some of
man.
my.
Look,
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna give a shout out to Glut Flabe. I'm eating some of my own sauerkraut. Pretty good stuff.
Flabe.
Oh yeah, cool, dude. That's good. Yeah, I'll bet it's healthier than anything you can get in the old store.
No kidding, huh?
And I'll bet it's tastier. It's got your soul inside of it. I don't
It's
know why
still
it's different.
crispy. It's still a little crispy. When you leave it for longer, it kind of gets softer, doesn't it? Like it actually cooks it.
Yeah.
But isn't that true? Yeah.
I mean, I've never made it, but that logically that follows.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you something, Glut.
Yes, let me check it. I'm about to go to bed, so that'll be perfect.
Yay. Download the MP3. It'll be good.
Oh
I'll
fuck
put some
yeah.
more stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put some more stuff up.
Do it. Yeah. And I'm setting up my studio, like I told you. And I'm taking my time. It'll be about 3 or 4 days, and then I'll be able to like start digging in, and that'll be some of the first stuff I do.
You wild and crazy drummer. You.
Well, I'm wild and crazy, and I'm a drummer. So yep, you got those right.
It's a skeleton, so add to it, do whatever you want.
Fuck yeah,
Not
dude.
necessarily. Not necessarily in that order.
Also, Sonny, we
Yeah.
still have work to do, so don't think I forgot about you.
Yeah,
I
same.
know I
Same.
do.
That's what I was gonna say.
Actually, no, I do, and I'm actually pretty much ready. My guitar's done. I have a little practicing. I need to do a little more practicing so I can stay up to par. But yeah.
Yeah, get your chops up over the next week or two, and then I'm just fucking with you, dude. Yeah, I'll be ready in the next less than a week for both of y'all. I want to get started on a lot of
Cool,
this stuff.
man. I could put some tracks down. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Yes.
Okay, I love you guys. I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night, Glat. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Enjoy.
Later on.
Ah.
You know what because I used to like try to have like pickles, like dill pickles around because people told me that the salt that solves the cramp problem, right? So it seems like the sauerkraut does the same exact thing. It's really salty, and I think the fermentation part of it, I don't know. Seems like it maybe is helping. Anyway, time for another hooter. But we're not talking about that, are we? How can I make this battery on this phone last?
What's a hooter?
Sounds good. Uh, I guess that would be something you'd buy at the Hooters restaurant. No, just uh, uh, a smoke break. Uh, Smoke them if you got them. And if it's
Owls,
tobacco, it's not good. So forget it if it's tobacco. But
owls are also hooters because they hoot.
oh, so continuing the story that I told my neighbor, I told her I did all that with the fruit, and then ended up making it like moonshine, and I used it for a solvent to fix my bike today. She goes, "You got too much time on your hands."
That's funny, man.
Yeah, that's really
No.
weird though. I would like taking a couple little micro sips. It's like sipping vapor. It's really weird. I'm like, holy crap.
Maybe you should get it tested, man. Like, careful.
I think it's like 95%.
Yeah.
So tread very carefully.
You've had 99 bananas. You heard about that? Those drinks? It's like
Mm-mm.
no. Oh, similar. It's like a
But,
moonshine.
but it's interesting because it's made from the quince. It has a taste kind of like a gin in a kind of strange way.
Mm.
It tastes like gin a little bit.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot.
You like what?
Those drinks like 99 bananas, similar, to fruit. Like it's made from a fruit, but it's really
Oh, I see.
it's sweet.
Yeah, that's probably good. I bet bananas make a really good liquor. Liqueur, sweet one.
Lacroix, Lacroix.
It's pretty wild.
I'm just making it up.
It's pretty wild that you can make something that has that many uses and also medicinal qualities.
Yeah. That's why how we're amazed when we learn things like that, because things like that, that kind of knowledge has been
Yeah.
patented and corporations, protect it, like as if it's theirs, and you have to buy products, and when you figure out how to do it, it's like, ah, shit. Here goes the customer. It's like he's never going to be buying from us again if he can make his own. Yep. You're only taught in school what you need to know to have a job, to work for a corporation. You're not taught how to survive. Why you sending me to school, Mom and Dad? We thought, I don't know, honey dear, it's what our parents did to us. We thought. You thought they were teaching me the truth. Right? You thought they were going to teach me how to live life?
So now I put a little of that mixture in with my homemade insecticide, which is like a couple drops of dish soap, some tea tree oil, some neem oil, a couple drops of neem oil, and a just a little few drops of this alcohol, and it kills the roaches one shot.
Damn.
One shot.
You do have too much time on your hands, man.
I know, that's sad. I
I've been
know.
reading
Well,
this book about this oil, man. It's like it's got so many uses, and start doing it all.
I know, right? No, could power a dirigible. That would be fun. I
Why
ran
didn't
out
they
of
teach?
sugar.
Why didn't they teach us these things in school, right? Why didn't they? Have you ever learned anything about finance in school, Lucky? I mean, Sonny?
Nothing more than like how to like balance your checkbook, and for me that was like
Yeah.
I mean I
They didn't
did
even
use
teach us
it
that.
still later, I
Yeah, they
guess,
did.
but
They don't even teach you about money so you can survive. So they're not teaching you how to survive. They're teaching you
no.
how to a law-abiding employee to some corporation.
A law-abiding servant for the
Yeah, employee. Yeah,
corporation.
citizen. Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah,
Just
for a
be a
corporation.
servant.
Yeah,
Don't rock the boat, but
how to
keep.
be dead, right? How to represent a dead,
Yeah.
a thing, right? Why don't we use your body to represent this corporation? Look, if you're gonna be alive, you may as well represent this corporation. Okay. Okay.
I ran out of sugar the other day, so all I have is molasses.
And if you're going to be a body that's representing this corporation, then this is what you need to know about the world that we are going to be operating in, right? These are the things you have to believe, and this is how we define things. This is how we define this word. Like a lot of people think this word means that, but we all know that it doesn't. But they don't. Nudge, 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 nudge. Right, boys?
Golden split peas, they're pretty good.
You sound like a profane thing. Where did you learn how to speak? You are not qualified
You
to
said
do
what?
that. You do not have the authority to do that. You go back into your job.
You're not a
Sorry.
dietitian. You're not qualified to talk about split peas, no matter what color they are.
Not speak upon that matter. If you are representing this corporation, then you must respect
You must eat what we tell
board
you.
rules
You
of what
will eat
tell.
only the company approved food,
Sleep what
and a
we tell
certain
you.
ration will only be allotted to you based
Eat
on your
shit.
social score.
What, when, where, how we tell you to. Those are the rules of the game, right? And everybody plays.
If you aren't being cool enough, we're going to limit the food we give you.
All the world is a stage, and we are the players. Shakespeare, right? You mean all the world? Yeah, all the world. Yeah. Well, except for like fucking
We are
rocks, I
only
guess.
players.
Except for inorganic and inanimate stuff.
Actors and portrayers.
Right, Truman?
Along
Right,
the
Truman?
gilded trail.
Oh, come on, Truman. You know, what do you think expect to find out there? I mean, there's nothing out there. Come on. I mean, like, what are you doing? Let's go to Fiji. What? Nobody has time to go to Fiji. Who's going to take care of the kids? Who's going to pay all these bills? Who's going to...
Oh, I forgot that part.
I'm super high relaxed. You can keep going if you want. I'm just listening.
Oh, I should get the words.
Living in the limelight. Beyond me. Living in the fish islands.
All right. Better late than never. I heard we're going back to the moon, man. Somebody's going to the moon. Something's going to the moon. I don't know. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting.
Elon Musk?
No, NASA.
Ah, boots on the moon in 2024, huh? Wow. Space Force says it on the program on TV, and then NASA actually decides to do it.
I'm super pumped, man. Also, there's some kind of asteroid going to hit Earth and kill us all. Fuck. I was so pissed when I read that today.
Oh, what? Asteroid?
I was so pissed.
Let me guess. Don't look up.
Don't look
Tell me,
up.
is this too loud? Hold on.
Yes.
Tell me, is this too loud?
Yeah. It's a little too loud. Yeah.
Okay.
Bring it down a bit. Yeah.
About 3 dB would be good. That's better.
Oh, I'll get it. I'm almost there. Let me see. Hold on.
We're almost there, man. Get it. You're a professional, son.
You said 2024? Is that for real? Is that what is?
They're gonna just send some unmanned thing to the moon in next week or something.
I was just saying that. So that gives them a whole year to kind of like set up the next.
They gotta work out the telemetry.
Yeah,
You know.
gives them a whole year to for us to wait and be like, oh, 2030 for real, for real, though. 2030. All right, guys, for real.
For sure, man. Definitely 2030. Guaranteed.
It could be 2028. It all depends, But the next 4 to 6 years, 100% we're going.
Guaranteed.
Okay, so check it now. I'm too loud again. Huh?
Yeah, no, that's good.
Boy, that's touchy. Is that okay?
Yep, that's perfect.
Who knows the words to that song? Don't you know it, Flat Earth Dude?
Give me a second. No.
Living in the limelight beyond the gilded cage. After the trace, it's the sun. Swimming in the fish islands.
I could do it if I.
Beyond the fish islands. The Glovers are pretenders. It's all reflected on the way beyond their wildest dreams.
I think we should. I think the mistake that we're making is teasing Globers
is calling them names, right, and attacking
You're right.
Globers.
I'll stop
Yeah.
it now. I'm gonna turn
I
over
think
now.
it's the biggest. I think it's the biggest thing that is the biggest barrier that we ourselves, set up. It's
Right.
like we're doing it. I think it's starting to also when I hear it, I'm also starting to like, hey man, attack the argument, not the person. You know what I mean? It's all,
Well, I've been saying that for fucking 6 years. I'm like,
I know, right?
like,
I feel duly implicated now.
no doubt
I
about
can
it.
turn over a new leaf, though.
It's only. I mean, I did it. It's natural,
It's kind
man.
of dumb. It's kind of lame, actually. It's not a really good.
Well,
Doesn't work.
it's a psychological like thing. See, they know we do this naturally, right? And they know that that's why I'm like, why are we not focusing on mocking NASA at least if we're gonna do the mocking thing? Like why we mock each other? Because we're all the same.
Okay.
And plus,
So
like
we'll do the parody. We'll do the parody
it
on that.
doesn't. Like if you were the Glober, right? Like it doesn't help you want to open up, right? When you hear the flat earthers start going at it, right? Doing the ad hom
So
thing, right?
so it could go something like this then. Living in the ISS beyond the fish islands.
Yes, 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 yes.
There you go.
Their
That's
actors
better.
and portrayals. Each of the astronauts never went to places they said they did.
Yes. I was having so much. It's it's more fun. It's more fun to discredit like say NASA and all these liars to the Globers, right? It's more fun to make fun of what Michelle Thaler is talking about or what Michio Kaku is talking about. It's like so much more fun, than because
I know.
they can get in on the fun, right? They can also get in on the fun. Now we're on the same side.
Everybody join in and bash NASA.
Yes. Here's a tomato. Throw it. Here's a grenade. Here's a grenade. Throw it.
So we got the G in the house. What's up, G?
Damn.
G's VC verified. I tried to talk to you last night, I think. I think it worked
Who?
out.
G's?
G.
G. D Seeker.
The Seeker. G the Seeker.
G the Seeker.
And what about Rambo? You hear Rambo? Anybody?
Yeah, Rambo. Shallow Rambo.
Shall Rambo.
Yeah, he's here.
G there. Anybody else? No. This is the chill time to talk, man. I was listening
Yeah,
earlier, man. It was pretty good. We got some pretty heavy hitters taking on Joy, man. Joy was just cog dis central, man. Kind of. I don't know. Didn't care. Didn't care the Earth's flat around. Don't care. I don't care. Don't care if anything. They lie to me. I don't care.
But she's a vegan.
And she's a vegan, and I don't care. And I don't care.
Look, how can you be a vegan and not care if you live on a gelatinous blob?
Just go ahead and eat your meat. Get some chicken.
May as
Yummy.
well.
Get a burger. Mm.
I saw some gelatinous blobs today.
Yeah, what today?
Gelatinous blobs, he said.
I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is. I have no idea.
Why do you think she doesn't care? You know, I don't know what she means by care.
She's like, it's not going to change anything. Blah blah. I don't care, but I'm going to come to a flat Earth server. But I like Professor Dave. I think he's great. She said herself. I was like, oh man.
We stole one of Professor Dave's viewers. It seems, eh? She must be a subscriber.
Sounds like some kind of love song brewing.
And she probably noticed that Professor Dave was getting all like, butthurt about something, and it's pointing to some flat earthers, right? So probably why she's. Think she kind of came around at the end, though? Like, maybe?
Maybe a touch. I mean, she was getting absolutely handed the most psychological breakdown of her own thinking as she could possibly get in her lifetime, man. It was excellent. You guys crushed it. We'll see. Maybe she'll come back. I don't know. Maybe someday she'll give a shit.
I think she'll be back. Yep. She sounded excited.
Yeah, everybody was polite. She was polite.
Sounded curious. You know what I mean? Like,
very curious. Asked some good questions.
She doesn't know how hard she got flat smacked. It'll be a delayed reaction.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the what do you call it?
Lucky. I mean, Sunny. I don't know. It's a bit too loud for our conversation, though. Maybe
I'm sorry.
Notch it down like 2 dBs as a background. Ambience. I think you're trying to.
Yeah, you can background it. That's cool, man.
Ambient. Yeah.
It was good to hear you guys. I got about 40 minutes of it, 30. Then I had to do some shit, but I probably go back and listen to a little bit more of it. See how it ended. I didn't get to hear how it ended, so yeah, I'll probably go back and check that out.
QE jumped in at the end, though.
Oh my!
They were pretty good.
Oh, pretty good.
It was good.
This is probably better.
Yeah, it's real nice there, man.
That's it.
That's it, man. Well, the big news with NASA today is they were rolling out their big rocket. Rolling the big rocket out to the launch pad.
The big rocket. The big rocket.
The big. It's not a penis.
I almost make this old man fall out on the floor.
Wait. Kind of looks like a don't say penis. I wasn't.
Well,
I was going to say it looks.
This thing's like, I don't know, 20, 30 stories high. I don't know. They have to roll it out real slow, man. So it's going to take all night to get it over to the launch pad.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
I'm sorry, man. Every time NASA shows up, it's always these sex jokes, like subliminal, you know what I mean? Sex jokes.
You got the big penetration into the sky, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, right? It's a big, phallic symbol they're erecting. They have some, pseudo-sexual
it's very good.
space fantasy
It's very serious.
exercises.
I went to
Yeah.
Cape Canaveral a long time ago.
Oh, man.
Anyway, there's supposed to be like,
I mean,
I don't know, 500,000 people gonna go watch this rocket launch, man. So they're
How many?
having 500,000, something like
You
that.
can barely fit 50,000 people in a stadium. Like how?
I don't know.
It's like
They're gonna
Woodstock.
line up. They're gonna be all up and down the coast or something. I don't know.
What about COVID? What about COVID? I mean,
Well, yeah,
500,000 times 6 feet square feet equals per person. Sorry.
it's
Go ahead.
it's like what, 10 million square feet? Big. It's a big area.
Well, we're all here to see the big rocket penetrate space. Yeah, look at it go.
Going to the moon, bitches. Going to the fucking moon again. I can't believe we're here in 2022 and we're sending a rocket back to the moon, man. This is the most exciting shit's happened in fucking decades, man. Come on. This is so exciting.
Finally, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to make a big giant curve and look like it's going down, and then it's going to go to the moon.
Yeah, they're definitely not using the latest technology and graphics and like NVIDIA.
No,
They're definitely not using any of those.
it'll be all grainy bullshit again. Come on.
Right.
That's funny, man. I look at a lot of like what looks like, some video from some tragic event or something, and it's always like a lot of them are like really blurry, and they don't have a lot of clarity. There's no high def. Apparently, if there's a bad thing that happens in the world, nobody gets it on high definition, man. It's pretty rare. It's always blurry, shaky, dark.
Yeah. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah, exactly. Because nobody shoots in high definition anymore, especially the moon stuff. They can't shoot that in high definition. No.
You know who can? You know who I know who can? Sir David Attenborough. I bet you if they get him to do it, he'll get it. He can get it. You've seen the kinds of footages that guy can get? Like, man.
Nah.
You should send his film crew to the moon, man.
No
if you want to
shit,
get some
right?
really exclusive, up close and personal with the moon.
I'm really hoping that, somebody in the last 50 years could have sent something up there to take some pictures of the old shit they left behind on 6 different missions. Pick one. I don't care. Somebody should go up there and get the flag and bring it back. That would be cool.
Capture the flag. Yeah.
Capture that flag, man. Bring it back home. Put it in the Smithsonian Institute Museum, man. Fuck, come on. I saw that in the picture they tried to sell is like, oh, here's a picture of Apollo 11 landing, and the flag was laying down. Of course it was. Flag's laying down.
Footage because we're trying to claim the moon for the United States in the minds of people. That's not why we're doing this.
That is not why
we're doing this because it's hard.
We do it because it's hard. We do this, that, any other thing. He said something like that. He goes, "We're gonna do this, that, and the other thing."
That's what he said, dude.
What did he say?
I'm like, what other thing? Like, what's this that and the other thing?
Mr. President, if you do everything that's hard, what about Maryland?
I do not have
sexual relations with that woman. Oh wait, that's Bill Clinton. My bad.
Because
Have you guys seen the comparisons to JFK and Jimmy Carter?
Oh man, Jimmy Carter is ugly, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, they made him look ugly, yeah.
It's
Anyway.
ugly, and the butt. It just doesn't look. Jimmy Carter is like taller, right?
Yeah.
Slim. You know, he's got a more like slim physique.
Dude, I think
I
they've
don't
had
know.
I think they've had deep fake for 20 years, man. Minimum.
Right. That's, yeah. I mean,
What do you guys think about that? I mean, I saw, just a regular dude doing some deep fake shit on his computer, and I was like, damn, well, imagine what they
yeah,
got.
I think you're totally right on that one. Yeah, they've been faking it. They've had
Yeah.
body doubles and stuff probably for a long, long time.
Well, we know they had the internet 20 years before we had it. We know that. It was,
we know the idea of the tablet, right, is on the movie Space Odyssey 2001.
that's
We
right.
know that.
Yeah,
So
so
we
yeah,
know
they've had
that.
a lot of. They just feed it to us slowly and make us buy it. They can't come out with like the iPhone 27. Hey, that's it, man. One phone for the rest of your life. No.
Right. So they're not
They can't do that.
predict they're post dictions.
They can't give you the iPhone 27 because you got to pay for all 27, man. You don't just get the iPhone 27. You got to work your way up to it. You got to get a beeper and a pager, and then you can get a phone, big old phone with a big old battery that doesn't text or anything else, but it's a nice phone.
Yeah.
People can call you from anywhere. Pretty
Well, you
cool.
need it, right? They
Yeah.
make you need things you don't need to
Exactly.
usher in the next
So
generation of technology. Go ahead.
when they got it, yeah,
Because we're gonna make sure we put your identity into the phone, so you can't just skip to the 27 iPhone 27. That's funny. You have to go all through the entire stages, and we'll make sure it's based on your social credit score. If you deserve to have one of these.
That's next level, man. Yeah. I have an iPhone 8. Pretty good. Takes pretty quality 1080 pictures and 1080 video. It's pretty nice.
Nice phone.
Great phone, man. I cracked the screen, got it replaced. It shoots video. I can live stream with it. Whatever. It's okay. But my buddy got the fucking new iPhone 13, and the camera on it is pretty stunning, man. I was checking it out for a while. I was like, shit. It's just
got that LiDAR scanner on it, eh?
You can zoom fucking in on a lot of shit with that.
Yeah, I saw that with someone's phone.
You can
They
zoom
can
in
zoom
on
into
those
the phone
pictures. It's
and
fucking
like see
tight.
the craters.
Yeah, I've seen some moon from the iPhone 13. Like, I was like, fuck. That's pretty good. So yeah, it's got a good camera on there. I don't know, man. That would be the only reason I would try to upgrade, but I've got a few apps.
It is good.
I got some old apps on my phone that still work. That I know I couldn't get now. I couldn't get them, so I'm just gonna hang on to that thing until it dies or something. But yeah, I would love to have a bitchin' zoom in on the moon camera or a fucking phone. I mean, I can zoom in on the moon with my phone. Fucking awesome, man.
Hey, yeah, really, that's a trip. Hey, did I tell you, Flat Earth Dude, that I was out by the convention center, nice bike riding area along the harbor with these like multi-million-dollar yachts and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But there was a band playing there, a place called something.
Yeah.
Marina Park, and they made a big stage there now. It's a huge thing now. They have a venue there, and so the Psychedelic Furs were playing there tonight.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know if this
Awesome.
I don't know if this is gonna cause you to upgrade your phone, but this is what I mean by they force us to do
Yes.
it, right? If you don't
Yeah.
upgrade your phone, right, your phone is old and vulnerable to all these attacks. So one is the security, right? Right? So you're already vulnerable to hackers who mean to do you harm. But by
Damn.
upgrading your phone to the new phone, yes, you're
You're
safe.
safe.
You're
You're
safely
safe.
in the hands of Apple. Yes, all your
And
data is safe
At,
with them.
at least
And
until the apocalypse.
so who do you want looking at your data and stealing your shit, right? Criminals, real ass criminals that want to ruin you, or the government. You know, this is
Our,
what they put us. Yeah.
what a
Or
hell
you
of a
can
phones,
choice.
disconnect from it
our,
and make your life
our,
difficult,
pho-
right? Go ahead.
That's a hell of a
our
choice.
phones cannot be guaranteed past the apocalypse.
What's going to happen to all the data? What's going to happen to all our data when it gets just erased? I don't know how they're going to do it, but I'm sure they got
It's
something.
not. It's not.
God, hope they do.
They're gonna create a better version of you. Version of you that's right. I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's
All right.
crazy,
That sounds
right?
good. Why not?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I hope they do erase all that crap. Gee whiz, who would need? Who needs?
A more obedient version of you, right?
They're just going to erase everything. All books will be gone, and they'll just say, "Yep, we're on. We're going to move you guys to what do you call it? The island." Did you guys ever see that movie?
Yeah. I think I'm going to watch again.
Hey, I don't mind going to the island, bro. Yeah, let's go there.
I was thinking of the book of what's the name of that movie? The Book of Levi. Is that what it's called?
The
The book
people
of
didn't get to go to the island, man. It was just a made up story, bro. You know, it was
what's that movie? What's that movie called? The Book of something where he's blind.
Enoch.
Yeah,
Enoch.
yeah. Eli.
Enoch?
No, you had it
Eli.
right.
Eli. It should have
He's
been
talking
Enoch.
about Denzel Washington. You know
Yeah.
that movie.
I've seen it I've seen it a couple times,
So
man.
it's kind of like that. What
Yeah.
we're dealing with, actually. I hope
Yep.
it doesn't get too far.
It's gonna be like that, exactly, man. We're gonna have a flat Earth book. We'll have David Weiss's flat Earth book, and we'll be just like, oh shit, I gotta
Yeah, they cut. Think of the
I gotta
storyline.
get
Think of the storyline. They cut all the technology, so you have no way of connecting with each other.
Right.
So they force people out of the cities that are smart enough, like me.
If people only had one book to save, like let's say the whole world decided
That's a
that
great
there's one
question.
book, only one book we can save, what do you think people would? Which book do you think people
I'm
would
gonna
choose?
smoke that one for like a couple days. I'll get back to you on that one.
Probably, I would say,
It's pretty
better wait
obvious.
on that. Yeah,
Hey,
that's it.
I've already smoked on it, man. And you know what I've concluded?
What'd
The
you come up
Bible.
with?
It's the same book that they decided to print. Well, what should we print? Oh my gosh, we can press we can print all our scrolls. What should we print? Right?
I want to bring the Mel Bay guitar method book. That's the one I want to get.
Oh my god! What if there's no guitars?
That's it.
Because look, if they're gonna
No, I'm
burn the
only kidding.
books, they'll probably
No,
destroy all the art. All the artistic stuff too.
Oh yeah. You don't get any pictures or anything. It's just words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's dumb.
I think it would be the Bible. That's what I think. But
Bible.
You know what? I mean,
you would.
that was certainly right there. It was top two for sure. I thought a really good flat Earth book would be cool too, but
that's a straight up flat Earth book, right?
But the Bible is the pretty flat. It's got that's the thing. It's got a little bit of everything in there except the dinosaurs. It doesn't have that in it.
We got dragons, man. You got like dragons all over it. Dinosaur enough. I'm like, yeah, there's your dinosaur. It's cool.
So the
Bro.
Bible and the book, the Committee of 300, so you could sit there for day after day on the deserted island, ever remorseful and ever quickly realizing how fruitless any effort to change the crazies that run the world was from the very beginning. They told us way back when.
I think I followed that in some kind of weird sideways logic, but yeah,
Yeah, man.
I feel you. I
Look at the
feel you.
documentation. How about the PNAC? How about the documentation? The PNAC
Oh, the PNAC. Yeah,
and Project Northwoods.
I know enough about the PNAC to say I know about it, and it's
And
just like
Northwoods.
knowing about Agenda 21 or 2030. I know about it.
Yeah, they
pretty
talk
much
about needing. They talk about needing. This is before 911. They talk about
right.
needing
They need
another
a
Pearl
Pearl
Harbor.
Harbor.
Yeah, and
And the
actually, it
building,
has to do with running planes into buildings. Interesting.
What was
that
your
they-
what was
with
your
the-
what was your top two Flat Earth dude?
for the books.
Yeah.
Well, a flat Earth book I thought would be cool, and then the Bible for sure. I mean, that was top two.
What about movies? What one movie?
That's a good question.
We gotta smoke on that one.
Dude, all right.
Okay, hold on. I got to get ready if we're smoking on that one.
I got one for you guys. All right, you guys are
Better
gonna
get
fucking
ready.
love-
I don't want to be late. Oh, gee whiz.
Hold on, think about it for a second, Sonny. I'm thinking about it.
I was late.
All right, I'm gonna lay this on you guys. This is so funny, man. All right.
Okay,
So
take it easy on us. Take it
right,
easy.
the Earth is a
Had a long
globe, and there's aliens. Okay. Now the aliens just came. The aliens just came to Earth, and they've never heard music before. What album would you play the aliens from another world?
Excellent question. I shall definitely have to smoke one.
You gotta smoke it.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
doing
just
it.
give me a second.
Like
I
perfect.
I think I've made a choice, but I want to make sure. So yeah,
No.
smoke. Hold on. This Kush really
I'll
does.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you guys mine, all right? And I'm gonna play John Coltrane "Love Supreme," man.
All right, play it. You're gonna play it? Yeah, play
No,
it.
I can't play that, dude. We'll get
Oh, you
copyright.
can't play it. Copyright. Yeah, like he really cares.
It's
He gets like 30 of them a day.
Coltrane "Love Supreme," man. You got to check that out, man. It's a journey, man, for sure.
Dude, listen, that's that riff that I play, that scale. I'm always playing. It sounds spooky. That's a John Coltrane pentatonic. That's
Shut
I
up.
studied that shit. Yeah,
Well,
for
then
2 years during the fake lockdown. I studied the Coltrane pentatonics. Yeah, I learned it all over. Now it became a part of my style.
Dude, I love that, man. You're gonna have to teach it to me, man, when we're on the boat.
Yeah, I will. It's pretty easy. It's just 1, 2 flatted third,
All right.
5, 6 flatted 7. No, not flat. No, not flatted 7. Hold on. You only do the 6. You go 1, 2 flatted third, 5, 6, 1. Then you start over. You go to 5, 6, and 1. And
It
then
has
back
to
the
be.
flatted third.
It cannot be like it has to be a simple piece of music, a catchy melody or something like you know what I mean, like a jingle, from a song.
Well, I mean, you gotta listen to Coltrane, man, for a minute, and see what you think,
No,
man.
I downloaded it. What I'm talking about is like when if an alien, right, was to hear, right, like we had to pick a jingle, right? It would have to be like a simple melody, like.
Okay, I don't
Is
want to
there
submit
one
my answer.
melody?
I don't want to submit my answer until I'm done.
Yeah. I gotta go to my car for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll hold your place. We'll hold your seat for you.
Right.
We'll save your seat. That's how. Yeah,
because we'll wait.
No. Wait.
I mean, there's just way too much good music, right? To say this is better. It's like comparing apples and oranges.
But I think I picked my choice for the aliens, but I don't know. Like, I could be biased.
I've got my choice too. Yeah, I've got my choice.
I think I'll just choose it. Yeah, except I don't want to think too much about it. I just want to pick that one. That's the first one I thought about.
Yep. You want to hear mine? Oh, we'll wait. We gotta wait.
I'm trolling. Never mind. I don't have one.
This kind of stuff is pretty fun, though. I mean, because it's like, I don't know, it's just good to have your buddies around, like someplace you can go where you can shoot the breeze and talk about Earth, flat Earth, our journeys here, like shit.
I don't think aliens would appreciate music. I mean, that would mean they would have to have similar emotions,
I know. I don't
as
either.
we
You're
do.
probably right
I mean,
about that. That's probably kind of like self-centered on our part to think that they might like our
well, that
music.
would that would mean the aliens would have to be similar to us. That's what I'm saying, right? Like what we call aliens would probably have the same. Yeah, would probably have the same kind of feelings.
But now listen to this. More realistically, if there are other people out on the plane that just like us, they can't get this far, right? They're out there too, though. They could
I was
be
talking
out.
about. Yeah, I'm talking about evil spirits and fallen angels and stuff. But yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking about actual real people that probably live out on the plane. But I know there are those things you're talking about also.
Wait, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking
no,
about a super intelligent being, right? See, we're already talking about angels and demons, right? Stuff like that.
Okay.
That can comprehend emotions, music. You know what I mean? That
Wait
can
a minute.
appreciate.
How did we get to this? How did we get to this?
I don't know
part?
how we got here.
What
man.
were we talking about earlier?
Well, one song.
Oh, if the aliens came, what song? One song.
Because the song I would have chosen is a very sad
What
song.
album? Okay.
Or album.
I mean, album.
Okay, album. Okay, album. What album? Gotcha.
Yeah.
What album? Okay.
Yep.
Is there a time period? Or
doesn't matter, man. One album.
I gotta twist this up. I gotta twist this up before I answer. Hold on.
Yeah. Take your time.
All
Man.
right. I got it.
I did 2 weeks before I answered, man. I was like,
all right. I got my album.
I think I got the album right away. Actually, I got which one?
Right.
I know, but hold on. I want to make sure.
Who's going first? Should I go first?
Okay. You think about how they never heard music from here, or is it?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna play them the most popular stuff or the most interesting stuff? I don't know, man.
The most. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to think about it, man. I don't want you guys
Can I do like the best of type of album, or does it have to be?
Okay. I guess I think I have to change my album. Hold on, midstream, and I haven't smoked yet, but I think I might change it now. This might change. Okay, when I finish this. Hold on, hurry up.
I think I'm gonna change my question to like, let's say you ran into an old Indian tribe that has never heard modern music. What album would you play them?
Okay, I think I got the album for that too.
Yeah.
Something like that. I think
it's the same album.
The outer space alien things, it has to go, man. That's got to go. Like that.
Yep.
Why does it sound like something's cooking and nothing's cooking?
So,
honestly, I live in this building that was built in 1920. It was finished in 1928.
Shut up. Really?
Yeah, and it's 93. Is that 93 or 94 years old?
I'm gonna go with.
It was a place where people probably partied because, listen, down in the basement was an 80-foot long swimming pool, like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It was the San Diego Athletic Club for since 1928 to 1964.
Really?
So you could rent a room here for $5 a week, and it probably had ocean views back then. From my room, you had ocean views because I can still see a tiny little place where I can see Point Loma off in the distance between these two buildings.
$5
a little tiny sliver, but
Bob Marley and the Wailers' greatest hits.
You weren't supposed to go yet, but I'm almost done. just
Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
can't.
spark. It's
I can't
what
say that's
happens when you.
a bad choice, man.
What?
Yeah. Where,
Oh,
Marley's phrasing was so good. I think the aliens
Yeah.
would even
only,
understand.
only he could do that. You know what I mean? Like
Only he could do it, man. I mean, there's
do that. Yeah. That's why when people ask me to do like Bob Marley, I'm like, I don't really like doing Bob Marley because there's
can't
no
do it.
way to really successfully. Yeah.
Nobody can do Marley, man. Nobody. I love his
Okay,
phrasing.
hold on here.
All right, get the Beastie Boys from Chris M. Thanks, bro. Really?
Yeah.
From way out. That's fucking hilarious. All right,
Hey, Mixmaster Mikey, man. Yep.
I'm gonna
Awesome.
play that album.
Okay, so
Beastie
okay,
Boys is
so
real
my
hip hop, man. That's real hip hop.
Beastie.
okay, so my answer is
Yeah.
so for the aliens,
Yeah.
they're going to get to hear the album Surfing
Yeah.
with the Alien, Joe Satriani. There you go. There's my answer for the aliens.
All right. Thanks for chiming in.
Hey, does anybody know how to play saxophone?
No.
Ah.
I'm a stringed player, stringed instrument. I don't play it.
I know a couple sax players. What do you need?
I don't have, I'm a, I don't play the sax too. I don't play any wind instrument actually,
I
but
play a
they
harmonica
sound,
though,
they
because
sound
that's a
awesome.
wind instrument.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
believe
wait a
it's
minute.
considered a wind instrument. Yes.
You speak, don't you? Oh yeah, of course.
Ooh,
You
yeah.
speak harmonica. You
Hey,
speak harmonica here.
how does the wind work on flat Earth? How does the
How
wind?
does it? How does that work?
High pressure,
High
low.
pressure and low pressure.
Okay, here's a simple
And
one
cold.
word to
Heat
describe
and
it.
cold, right?
Erratic. That's the one word that describes it.
So things get hot and things get cold, and then when those mix together, the hot always occupies the cold area, right?
Right.
Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, so you know what that does? You know what that does? It bludgeons their fairy tale refraction.
The hot rises, right? And then the
Right.
cold moves into where the hot was, and then it kind of builds up, onto, and then a storm happens.
Yep.
So it's like more and more hot goes up, and then more and more cold comes in, and round
Goes
and round it
down,
goes.
the cold goes down, right? It swirls around, it goes back up when it gets warmer. Like it goes over a body of water, like because wind goes long distances and it starts going down again. So, like, think about this. That means that the all the gases that are above the surface are swirling around in an erratic fashion that is not any way to quantify. There's no layering that you could ever say. This is all swirling around depending on wind direction, wind speed, what is the wind blowing over, what obstacles are in the wind's way, all kinds of things that the Globers will completely ignore when they're talking about refraction.
Yep. Hey, they took away the null school weather map, man. That was, man, I used to go there like daily and just go, oh yeah, that's cool. And it showed, that AE world that we live in. And it just showed the weather patterns and the
Wait
jet
a minute.
stream.
What is this? What website was that?
Well, they took it away. It's called Null School. Null School?
Old school.
Null. Null. Null School. And it would show like the AE map in real time on how the weather was just perfectly going around in a nice circle in real time. And
They
on the
took it
AE
down.
map. What's
It's
that?
not up anymore. It's not up anymore.
No, man, they got rid of it, man. It was too
Did you
good
look
of
on archive? Did you look on
yeah,
archive.org?
you can find like
That
video of it, but
that
it's
is sad.
not.
I'm gonna see if
It
I can
used to
find it.
be
I
just
think my
live,
phone's
man.
about to burn up though.
Yeah,
I
it
think
had the arrows.
it was just beautiful, man. It was just. Anyway,
Listen, a lot of channels were taken down like that. You know.
It
it
looks
did.
like flat Earth. That's why. Yeah.
It is flat Earth, man. I mean,
Yep.
it did. It showed the weather
It's
patterns
exactly
going
like flat
around
Earth.
beautifully. East to west or whatever it was.
I was like, oh well, this looks like it's working. Look, the north is in the
Yeah.
middle, the south is on the outside. Like,
And us flat
oh,
earthers were all over it, man. It was on Globebusters. It was Jaron talking about it. I mean, soon as the word got out, it was go, hey man, we're just sending people over here and say, hey man, what do you think of this? Yeah, they got rid of it. They just fucking got rid of it. It was so weird, man. I can't. It was one of those
because it was working against them. Yep.
It was totally working against them. Yep. And anything, yeah, they love to destroy the things that expose them, and they're really good at it, man. I mean, they got all the networks in the entire world all figured out. So
I think that's what I mean. Like, I think they use like in the case of flat Earth, they use real people who are looking into it to point out to them, right, what they should be cleaning up off the
yes,
internet. You know
exactly, exactly,
Yeah.
100%, totally
It's
agree.
crazy.
Yeah, and that's how they do it, man. And I always tell them, man. And I don't know how many hangouts I've been on, and we were talking about something, and then next week it was, there was something in the news about it, and I'm like, what? We were just talking about that shit last week.
Yes. Oh man, it happens all the
All the
time, dude.
time, man. I mean, it's not. Yeah, they're listening. They're taking notes. They're changing their
Yeah.
shit depending on what we're
Yeah.
doing.
Exactly.
So
I say
yeah,
that's how.
they own these platforms. They're digging. They're mining for the data, and they're like, oh shit, we need to fix that. And Yolksmeister just dropped a nice little gem there in the back chat, man. So guess who's going back to the moon? Preparing to go return to the moon. And it says right here, it's only been in the last few months we started putting sand at the bottom of the pool. We just got large rocks 2 weeks ago. Said the lab deputy. It's all new for us and very much in development. Yes, yeah, very much. And I just
you and us alike. Yes, it's new for us too. Right.
They're gonna make the whole set underwater there, man. It's gonna be great. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're gonna put it underwater.
The moon is gonna be filmed underwater.
It's gonna be underwater, dude. That's what I'm saying.
They can't wait to just have everybody forget about that old 69 to 72 moon hog.
Yeah, now they got it underwater with the green screen and the backgrounds.
In 2015, when we said we can't go through the Van Allen belt.
It's gonna look great. Come on, guys. Don't be such pessimists, man. It's gonna look great, man. It really is.
because because training in the pool is exactly like being on the moon, kids.
And it's the best graphics that your $70 million a day can buy.
But you need a dive suit. I mean, an astronaut suit.
Dive suit, baby.
Same thing, dude. It's like it's the same thing.
Ay, caramba.
It's a dive suit.
Anyway, I thought that was Yolksmeister, man. He laughed, but thanks for the drop, man. That was nice. Made my day, man. Totally. That and the Beastie Boys. Shit.
Why are dive suits lighter, right? Why can you move? Why is it when the dive suit is in the water, you're able to move around easier, but when it's in the air, here it's heavy. You can barely move. Why is that?
It's because of the density of the water, of the medium, right?
Yeah, buoyancy. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So that would mean that the moon having absolutely no water and less air would be
Lighter.
not like the water. It would be
No.
not like the water. Yeah, it would be worse than being, standing here, in the air, right? Here on Earth, not in the water, right? You can barely move. So on the moon, you're not going to be able to move at all because it's too heavy. Even what gravity, right? Like, but gravity. Water, right?
Oh man, water's the killer, man. It's
Yeah.
the crusher of your globe, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's just too predictable. It's too measurable. It's too perfect. It's just perfect.
Why you guys got to train in a very dense medium to actually go and operate in a no medium?
Yeah, that makes no sense. It's just the opposite, of course. But they love duality, man. They love the up and the down, and the left and the right, and the in and the out, and the and they just love the duality, man. They just love it, and it's one of their tools that it's like a go to every time, man.
Yeah.
Whatever they're thinking, man, or flat earthers are thinking this, we'll put out that. And it does, flat globe. They love all of it, man.
Here on Earth, we call that cognitive dissonance, though. The duality thing. But I guess in space, it's something else, right? It's something. Oh.
Well, the brainwashing is the MK Ultra of the mass media, basically the mass people, the masses. They MK Ultra the masses. They started on a smaller scale, figured it out, and then they upped the scale. They just kept going, man.